The 30-something single woman, Lin Xiaofan, finds herself perpetually engaged in the pursuit of romance, either on blind dates or en route to them. One fateful day, plagued by recurrent urinary tract infections, Lin Xiaofan seeks medical attention at the hospital. There, she encounters the esteemed urology expert, Pu Yingshin, who has recently returned from advanced studies abroad. Lin Xiaofan undergoes a rather intrusive surgical examination conducted by Pu, leaving her utterly embarrassed and hastily fleeing the scene. A week later, their paths cross once again at a matchmaking event, marking the beginning of a tale wherein a young woman raised in a single-parent household navigates the complexities of both career and love. At 29, Lin Xiaofan's life is a chaotic tangle. Early that morning, she endures a reprimand from her superior, Director Zhang, for failing to meet the bank's savings targets. By midday, her mother, Guo Liping, bombards her with phone calls, urging her to attend yet another blind date. In the afternoon, Lin discovers traces of blood in her urine and promptly requests leave to visit Shulan Hospital, all while enduring Director Zhang's disdain for her frequent absences. Seated in the nephrology outpatient clinic, Lin Xiaofan is filled with dread, suspecting a grave illness. Over the past 6 months, she has suffered from frequent urination, pain, and blood, necessitating multiple visits to the emergency room and nephrology department. At your age and with no sexual activity, we must rule out any organic disease causing your recurrent infections. You should be referred to urology for further examination, the doctor states, handing her the referral with a sense of finality. Heavy-hearted, she proceeds to the urology department. Is Lin Xiaofan here? Is Lin Xiaofan here? The triage nurse calls out urgently. Lin stands responding here. How many times must I call? You'll miss your turn. Keep an eye on the screen, the nurse snaps, her tone sharp. Frustrated, Lin waits, while simultaneously discussing her mother's matchmaking plans with a designated matchmaker. Upon entering the examination room, she is met by the strikingly handsome and refined young doctor, Pu Yingshin, whose looks bear a resemblance to a popular celebrity. As the youngest urology expert at Shulan Hospital, trained under the esteemed academician Zhang Wide, Pu has just returned from one of the finest hospitals in the United States, MD Anderson. Today marks his first consultation since coming home. What's your number? 17. Lin Xiaofan, she replies, handing over her medical history and test results. What seems to be the issue? He asks, perusing the documents. I'm here on a referral from nephrology for unexplained recurrent urinary infections, she murmurs, fearing the worst. I need to conduct a physical examination. Please call the nurse in, Pu instructs, his demeanor serious. Confused, Lin heads to the triage desk to summon a nurse. Upon her return, she finds Pu donning medical gloves. Lie down on the examination bed behind the curtain and remove your underwear, he states, his expression impassive and his tone cold. Is it possible to have a female doctor? Lin stammers, taken aback. She never anticipated that a urological examination would require disrobing, akin to a gynecological checkup. Pu's request for a nurse to join was evidently to mitigate any potential disputes. The female nurse, standing nearby, scoffs. The doctor sees no gender. Our urology department has no female doctors. Seeing Lin's hesitation, Pu coolly remarks, do you want to proceed? There are many patients waiting outside. Feeling faint, Lin realizes she has no choice. Her health is paramount. Reluctantly, she undresses and reclines on the examination table. However, as Pu begins the examination, she is overwhelmed with embarrassment. Are you married? He inquires. No, Lin replies, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, her spirits plummeting as she contemplates the unfairness of her fate. The nurse stands by, seemingly lost in thought. Lin notices Pu's touch is gentle, and she relaxes slightly. Yet, when she feels him probing inappropriately, she gasps, Doctor, are you checking the wrong area? If you don't trust me, then you shouldn't seek my help. I'm checking for a urethral diverticulum, he replies, removing his gloves. All done. Lin, feeling utterly degraded, rises from the examination table and dresses, her sense of dignity shattered. After the nurse departs, Pu prepares her prescription. There are no significant organic issues. Do you often hold your urine? He asks. Lin, too embarrassed to meet his gaze, wishes only to escape. Since there are no serious health concerns, she yearns to leave as quickly as possible, barely registering his subsequent medical advice. Upon exiting the consultation room to collect her medication, she is denied by the pharmacist for lacking the doctor's prescription. Realizing her earlier anxiety and embarrassment led her to forget the prescription, she re-enters the room, finding Pu attending to another patient. He glances up, surprise flickering in his eyes. What is it? "Doctor, I forgot to grab the prescription," Lin stammers, her cheeks flushed, unable to face him directly, even as her physician. With the prescription in hand, she hastily departs. Lin Xiaofan works as a bank teller, often holding her bladder during busy hours. This habit, however, invites complaint from clients and reprimands from her superiors for delays. Raised in a single-parent household following her parents' divorce, her father has since remarried. Her mother, Guo Liping, works as a caregiver at Shulan Hospital and dreams of finding Lin a suitable partner, ideally a doctor, teacher, or civil servant. At 29, Guo believes her daughter is a leftover woman and must be married before turning 30, prompting her to orchestrate numerous blind dates throughout the year. Exasperated, Lin feels as though she is perpetually on the brink of a date or en route to one. A week later, with her symptoms significantly alleviated, she prepares to attend the matchmaking event previously arranged by her matchmaker. This time, she is set up with 3 suitors, all of whom are doctors. Lin, wishing to maximize efficiency, plans to meet all 3 in a single day, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. On Saturday morning, Lin dons a light makeup and a floral dress before stepping out. Over the past year, she has encountered countless suitors. A few were decent-looking, yet most were less than desirable, either bald, portly, or absurdly overconfident, often insinuating her age was a hindrance. She believes the adage rings true: good men are not readily available. With no expectations, she focuses solely on completing her mother's assignment, hoping to enjoy her Sunday off afterward. Upon entering the CAF, Lin's attention is captured by a newly displayed mug, and she resolves to purchase it after her dates. Following the instructions from her suitors, she seeks her designated seat. Upon reaching a corner table by the window, she is taken aback to find Pu Yingshin sitting there, sipping coffee. Dressed casually in a white t-shirt and light-colored trousers, he appears relaxed and charming. Lin halts, grappling with the decision to flee or confront the situation. "Hello, I am Pu Yingshin." He acknowledges her, surprise evident in his expression as he stands to offer her a seat with gallant courtesy. "Hello," Lin stutters, her heart racing and cheeks aflame, struggling to articulate a proper greeting. "Are you the Lin Xiaofan introduced by Director Wang?" Pu inquires with a faint smile. Taking her seat, Lin cannot bear to lift her gaze. "Yes," she replies. "Director Wang is the wife of the vice president of Shulan Hospital, as well as the chief physician of the breast surgery department. Lin Xiaofan's mother serves as the supervisor of nursing aides under her authority. Do I still need to introduce myself?" Pu Yingshin's tone bore a hint of jest. "No need," Lin Xiaofan replied, her mind racing with thoughts on how to swiftly conclude this farce. Chapter 2. What to avoid, yet must encounter. In stark contrast to Pu Yingshin's composed demeanor, Lin Xiaofan felt an overwhelming sense of shame, unable to sit still. The blind date before her had seen not only her physical form, but had also taken liberties, leaving her unable to maintain a calm conversation. She felt psychologically diminished in his presence. Observing her acute embarrassment, Pu Yingshin remarked, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am 31 years old, from Hangzhou, a doctor of medicine. Just returned from the United States." In the past, Lin Xiaofan would have attentively listened to her date's self-introduction, as it was the quickest means of assessing a person. Yet, at this moment, she felt no interest in Pu Yingshin's credentials. Her sole aim was to escape as swiftly as possible. "I am 29, a mediocre student from a third-rate university," she mumbled, her head bowed. Pu Yingshin chuckled softly. "Does your alma mater agree with that?" His words struck a nerve, and she felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She had graduated from the country's top finance university, while her peers had secured positions in the finest financial institutions and large enterprises. Meanwhile, she had quietly toiled as a bank teller for 6 years without promotion. Lin Xiaofan could not hide her disappointment. "I've brought shame upon my alma mater." Noticing her dismal mood, Pu Yingshin shifted the topic. "I enjoy attending concerts and playing badminton." "What about you?" "I am not active. I am rather pedestrian, allergic to elegance," Lin Xiaofan replied, gazing out the window and unleashing her pent-up grievances. Sensing her reluctance to engage, Pu Yingshin fell silent and sipped his coffee in solitude. Lin Xiaofan, too, immersed herself in her phone, sipping her drink without uttering a word. After a while, she felt that the encounter had run its course and that she could report back to the matchmaker, Director Wang. "I won't take up your weekend any longer. I need to buy a cup. Goodbye," she said as she stood up. Pu Yingshin hesitated, not responding, as he watched her hurriedly depart. Lin Xiaofan pretended to buy a cup at the counter before hailing a cab to leave the CAF. She swiftly blocked Pu Yingshin on WeChat. wishing to sever all ties with him. On Saturday afternoon, Lin Xiaofan met two more suitors as scheduled. Both doctors from Shulan Hospital, Peng Qing from the laboratory department and Xie Yang from the respiratory department. Peng Qing was tall with an ordinary appearance, resembling a warm-hearted man. He was a junior doctor, a year younger than Lin Xiaofan. Xie Yang was slightly overweight, introverted, and 4 years her senior. Lin Xiaofan perceived that compared to her previous array of suitors, the overall quality of this meeting was considerably better. She informed Director Wang that aside from Pu Yingshin, she was interested in getting to know the other two men further. Her mother, Guo Liping, was ecstatic upon hearing this news, as it was rare for her daughter to express a willingness to engage further with potential matches. Xiaofan, you should continue to see them. I'll inquire about their incomes and family backgrounds in the coming days, Guo Liping said enthusiastically. Lin Xiaofan refrained from voicing any opinions, recognizing that her mother had her own standards. Monday was Lin Xiaofan's scheduled day for a follow-up appointment. Originally, she was supposed to see her attending physician, Pu Yingshin, but she wished to avoid him and instead booked an appointment with another specialist. During her follow-up, she was informed that she had not fully recovered and needed to continue with her treatment, as her condition was prone to relapse and required standardized care. The doctor prescribed her some oral medication, advising her to take it for a week before returning for another appointment. Upon returning to the bank, she was confronted by Director Zhang, who reprimanded her. Lin Xiaofan, do you realize how busy the counter is? Today is Monday, the busiest day. You need to consider your colleagues when taking leave. Director Zhang had always been dissatisfied with her, viewing her as someone who lacked flattery and was overly rigid in her work. Lin Xiaofan quickly apologized. I've been unwell lately. I'll be more mindful when requesting leave in the future. Another leave? Can't you take fewer days off? Director Zhang snapped. Understood. I will be more careful. Lin Xiaofan replied, returning to her stifling position behind the counter, confined within the glass booth, constantly monitored by cameras, devoid of any privacy. 2 days later, amidst the bustling counter operations, Lin Xiaofan began to feel unwell, making several trips to the restroom. Each time, she felt an urgent need to relieve herself, but found it impossible. After repeated attempts, she felt on the verge of a mental breakdown. Lin Xiaofan, what's wrong with you this time? You always seem to have issues when things get busy, Director Zhang scolded. Lin Xiaofan could only endure the discomfort and continue working, unable to confide in anyone about her predicament of feeling the urge, yet being unable to relieve herself. An embarrassing and tormenting dilemma. Concerned colleagues approached her. Xiaofan, are you unwell? Just hang in there today. It's too busy, and complaints could lead to deductions in our pay. The director is surely anxious. They suggested she take a day off to see a doctor. Lin Xiaofan gritted her teeth and persevered. That evening, she grappled with her thoughts, ultimately deciding to seek Pu Yingshin for a follow-up, feeling that her physical changes were linked to her change in attending physician. The next day, she was unable to secure an appointment with Pu Yingshin. She failed to snag an online slot and could not get a walk-in appointment either. With a furrowed brow, she pondered her options. A nurse, noticing her distress, suggested she approach Pu Yingshin to see if he could accommodate her. Lin Xiaofan steeled herself and knocked on his door. Dr. Pu, I have a moment? Pu Yingshin glanced up, his expression stern. What is it? Could you possibly give me an appointment? Lin Xiaofan forced a smile. Pu Yingshin scribbled a note and handed it to her. Go and add an appointment. Lin Xiaofan promptly went to add her name, but she would have to wait until all the scheduled patients were seen, making her the last one of the day. She spent the entire afternoon in the waiting room, making several trips to the restroom, each time feeling the urgency, yet unable to relieve herself. This discomfort drained her both mentally and physically. When she finally stepped into the consultation room, all other concerns faded. Her health was paramount. What is your current condition? Pu Yingshin inquired, his tone laced with concern as he noted her discomfort. Lin Xiaofan quietly detailed her feelings and symptoms. After listening, Pu Yingshin coldly asked, why did you change doctors? Feeling guilty and blushing, she remained silent. My treatment method is to encourage frequent urination to naturally cleanse the bladder and urethra for healing. The medication you are currently taking suppresses bladder activity, reducing urination. These are two opposing treatment philosophies, Pu Yingshin explained. Lin Xiaofan realized that her impulsive decision to switch physicians had led to her condition's deterioration, filling her with regret and embarrassment. It's like your brain. If you tell it to sleep while also keeping it awake, Doesn't T that create confusion? Your bladder is likewise bewildered. It doesn't T know whether to urinate or not. Pu Yingshin continued to elucidate. What should I do? Lin Xiaofan finally asked. A fleeting smile crossed Pu Yingshin's face. If you come to me, we will follow my method of treatment. Chapter 3. An unruly bladder. In life, have you understood the medical advice clearly? Pu Yingshin concluded his instructions and began shutting down his computer. Lin Xiaofan scrutinized the prescription. I understand. Once you take this medication, you must drink plenty of water. Without it, you won't have any urine to expel, and the medication will be ineffective, he added, leaning closer to point at the prescription. Lin Xiaofan felt his proximity and blushed again. Thank you, she replied. To achieve true healing, you must not hold your urine, Pu Yingshin reiterated. Lin Xiaofan recognized that her job made it difficult to adhere to this advice and fell silent. At that moment, Pu Yingshin removed his white coat and leaned closer to whisper in her ear, Why did you block me? Lin Xiaofan flustered, unsure of how to respond. I must have accidentally done that. Let me check my phone, she offered as an excuse. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan pretended to check her phone and awkwardly removed Pu Yingshin from her blacklist. I heard from Director Wang that you went on dates with 3 people from our hospital, and only I did not meet your expectations. Pu Yingshin's tone dripped with provocation. Lin Xiaofan never anticipated such public humiliation. Her face was a mask of forced smiles, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. There's a misunderstanding, haha. Pu Yingshin stepped closer, wedging her between the desk and the wall. What misunderstanding? Lin Xiaofan felt her face flush, rendered speechless. Am I the worst in your eyes? Pu Yingshin's voice brimmed with reluctance. Of course not, Lin Xiaofan replied with an awkward smile. She felt Pu Yingshin's body pressing against hers, mere centimeters separating their faces, and she could even catch the scent of him and hear his breath. In that moment, she realized this man was refreshingly clean, charmingly handsome, and undeniably attractive. Is it because I've seen you? Pu Yingshin's tone carried a hint of arrogance. Lin Xiaofan gasped, her heart racing. This ambiguous sensation left her feeling flustered. As a single woman of considerable age, she had never been intimately close to any man. Pu Yingshin remained steadfastly beside her, his gaze piercing, as if waiting to see what trick she would employ. Caught between the wall and Pu Yingshin, Lin Xiaofan felt paralyzed. It's because you are too exceptional. I feel I can't reach you. Pu Yingshin smiled slightly at this. If you have any issues during your medication, feel free to contact me. All right. Lin Xiaofan said hurriedly, grabbing the report and fleeing. The next day, during a regular meeting at the bank, Lin Xiaofan was publicly criticized again by Director Zhang. Some employees are underperforming, poor attendance, and dragging the team down at crucial moments. They never consider the team and lack ambition. Lin Xiaofan recalled the countless nights she had worked overtime over the past 6 years, spending holidays on duty, participating in various competitions, yet even with honors. She remained unappreciated by her superiors. While her colleagues took vacations, some traveling, some on maternity leave, and others visiting family, she had always been at work, rarely taking long breaks. Recently, due to her failure to meet the prescribed savings targets, and having taken several sick leaves, she found herself criticized in this manner. Lin Xiaofan stood up and declared, I resign. I will no longer hold anyone back. The room fell silent, astonished that the diligent and uncomplaining Lin Xiaofan would muster the courage to resign. She returned to her workstation, collected her belongings, and printed a resignation letter. She thrust the letter before Director Zhang. You can arrange for someone to take over my duties. My health is poor, and I can only work until the weekend. If a handover cannot be managed, I will have to take sick leave. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's sudden change in demeanor, Director Zhang feigned concern. Xiaofan, if you're facing difficulties, please let me know. We value relationships in our branch. Lin Xiaofan coldly replied, There's no need for sentiment. Let's talk about the law instead. Please process my resignation according to labor regulations. Deduct any necessary payments. And I only require a proof of resignation. No problem, Director Zhang said, plastering a false smile on his face. Upon graduating with her bachelor's degree, Lin Xiaofan had contemplated pursuing further studies. She envied her classmates who were either studying abroad or preparing for graduate exams. Her mother, Guo Liping, had arranged this banking job for her under the guise of stability. In reality, Lin Xiaofan had been raised solely by Guo Liping since childhood, which led to a deep emotional entanglement. Whether applying for universities, graduate schools, or jobs, Her primary considerations were proximity to home and minimizing her mother's financial burden, ensuring she could be available whenever her mother needed her. Guo Liping, after a lifetime of hard work, viewed stability as the ultimate goal. Thus, she had envisioned Lin Xiaofan working at a nearby bank and marrying a man with a stable career, leading a simple life. Until today, Lin Xiaofan had never considered rebellion. She believed her existence was tied to a mission to ensure her mother will be taken care of in her later years. But at this moment, she suddenly yearned to live for herself. She recognized that the oppressive work and life she endured had led to a bladder she could not control, depleting her self-respect and energy with each frantic dash to the restroom. "I resigned," Lin Xiaofan announced at the dinner table. Guo Liping slammed her hand on the table and leaped up. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know how hard it is to find a job like this? Many Master S and doctoral graduates are competing. I don't want to work there anymore. I will find a job that suits me," Lin Xiaofan replied. Having anticipated her mother's explosive reaction, Guo Liping barely listened to her, launching into a tirade. "Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed for you? I worked tirelessly to support your education. I begged and pleaded to find you a job, and now I'm still seeking favors to find you a good match. What have you done? Have you ever thought about your mother?" Lin Xiaofan remained silent. This was Guo Liping's usual routine. Whenever Lin Xiaofan attempted to rebel, her mother would deliver this speech, and Lin Xiaofan would eventually yield. But this time was different. She was resolute in her decision to change her way of life. "Did you hear me? Go and retrieve your resignation letter tomorrow." Guo Liping banged on the table. Lin Xiaofan swallowed her food and calmly gazed at her furious mother. "Mom, I've already submitted my resignation. I'm not feeling well and need a couple of days to rest. I'll start job hunting next week." That evening, Guo Liping was a whirlwind of fury, shouting and crying. In addition to blaming Lin Xiaofan, she berated Lin Xiaofan's father. "My life has been ruined by your family. Lin Guoxing made my first half of life miserable, and now you, Lin Xiaofan, will not let me find peace in my later years." Guo Liping cried out in anguish. Lin Guoxing was an entrepreneur who, while not extraordinarily wealthy, had long achieved financial independence. He divorced Lin Xiaofan's mother 2 decades ago and has since remarried, having a daughter, Lin Xian, who has lived a life of comfort, attending international schools and studying abroad in Singapore for the past 2 years. Such a life was one Lin Xiaofan could have had. That night, Lin Xiaofan locked herself in her room, knowing her mother would continue her outbursts for several days before calming down. Just as she contemplated confiding in someone, Pu Yingshin sent her a message, informing her that her ID had been left in his office and that he would return it to her the following day. Lin Xiaofan agreed. Chapter 4. If one meeting isn't enough, let there be 2 the next evening. Lin Xiaofan ventured out alone to meet Pu Yingshin and retrieve her ID. This time, she did not inform her mother, Guo Liping, of her whereabouts. "Dr. Pu, thank you," Lin Xiaofan said, accepting her ID and placing it in her bag. Outside the hospital, the sycamore trees rustled in the breeze, and the dim streetlights cast a warm glow overhead. Noticing her despondent demeanor, Pu Yingshin inquired, "Have you seen any improvement after 2 days of medication?" "There has been some improvement," Lin Xiaofan replied tersely. Pu Yingshin smiled slightly. "Shall we have dinner together?" Lin Xiaofan snapped back to reality, realizing that this person was not only her attending physician, but also her blind date. "No, thank you. Goodbye," she said, offering a brief farewell before turning to leave. Pu Yingshin reached out and caught her arm. "I'm inviting you to dinner to chat." The moment Lin Xiaofan felt his touch, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced again. "Would you have accepted an invitation from Peng Qing or Xie Yang?" Pu Yingshin TZ. Hearing the names of her other blind date candidates made her even more embarrassed. "How do you know them?" Lin Xiaofan attempted to extricate herself. "Let us discuss this over dinner," Pu Yingshin replied nonchalantly. "You become somewhat of a celebrity at Shulan Hospital. In a local restaurant, Lin Xiaofan sat quietly across from Pu Yingshin, her head bowed as she ate osmanthus cake. At that moment, she felt no need to conceal her vulnerability and helplessness. She believed that this man had already witnessed her most humiliating moments, including her desperate trips to the restroom. Since the disheveled state is no longer concealable, there is no need for pretense. "Am I famous in Shulan?" Lin Xiaofan was indifferent to the answer. She was merely feeling despondent and sought a question that held some significance. Pu Yingshin, noticing her gloomy demeanor, jested. "You've been on dates with all the single male doctors in Shulan, haven't you?" Lin Xiaofan chuckled, suddenly feeling a newfound boldness. Indeed, since I can't find husband, my mother is quite anxious. Guo Liping was solely focused on finding a suitable match to marry her off, never considering her daughter's dignity. Pu Yingshin, having just returned to the country, was initially unaware of the situation. It was only after going on a blind date that he realized he was the new catch in Shulan Hospital, thus falling into Guo Liping's sights. Why did you tell Director Wang that we don't get along? Pu Yingshin insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Lin Xiaofan smiled, but remained silent, sensing that Pu Yingshin was feigning ignorance. I recall that we didn't talk much that day, so let's converse today. What would you like to discuss? Since resigning, Lin Xiaofan discovered a surge of reckless courage. After a brief pause, Pu Yingshin casually inquired, "What is your usual work like?" "I'm unemployed. I just resigned." Lin Xiaofan replied with a bitter smile. Pu Yingshin chuckled softly, feeling a surge of masculine competitiveness. He sensed that Lin Xiaofan was deliberately trying to conclude the conversation to prove their incompatibility. "Do you enjoy sweets?" Pu Yingshin glanced at the osmanthus cake on her plate. Lin Xiaofan beamed, revealing an unguarded childlike demeanor. Aside from her father, Lin Guoxing, no one had ever cared whether she liked sweets. "You're not going to tell me that eating too many will raise my blood sugar, are you?" Lin Xiaofan joked. Pu Yingshin, noticing her slight relaxation, teased. "Not to that extent. You're not soaking in a honey pot. When I was a child, I once consumed a kilogram of milk candy in a single day." Lin Xiaofan suddenly laughed heartily. "Did you not get cavities?" Pu Yingshin returned her laughter. Lin Xiaofan playfully replied, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I still don't have a single cavity. In our field of medicine, there exists a viewpoint that genetics impact health more significantly than lifestyle choices," Pu Yingshin said with a smile. Lin Xiaofan chuckled innocently. "Dr. Pu, I must refute you. Both my parents had rotten teeth at a young age." Instead of countering her, Pu Yingshin followed her lead. Then congratulations on surpassing them. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened. This phrase echoed what her parents had said about Lin Xian during her last visit. Since the age of 9, no one had praised her again. "Dr. Pu, does my condition mean I can't drink alcohol?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, suddenly craving a drunken escape. "It's best to avoid it. Alcohol can affect one's control over the sphincter," Pu Yingshin replied. Lin Xiaofan laughed. "Please refrain from using medical terminology, or I might lose my appetite. Last time, a doctor told me how many bacteria I ingested with each bite." Pu Yingshin, seeing her candidness, no longer held back. "Do you exclusively go on dates with doctors?" "You underestimate me. I've been on dates with teachers just as frequently as with doctors," Lin Xiaofan self-deprecatingly remarked. Pu Yingshin chuckled, but remained silent. "My mother has given me the ultimatum. I must be married within a year, or I will be considered expired in her eyes." Lin Xiaofan continued her self-mockery. These harsh words were the first she had uttered aloud. She felt that since Pu Yingshin had seen her at her worst, there was no need for further concealment. "I still find you quite refreshing," Pu Yingshin remarked leisurely. Lin Xiaofan's face flushed crimson. She discerned the double entendre in his words. Pu Yingshin found it amusing how this woman, who had been so unabashedly self-deprecating moments ago, could suddenly blush at a compliment. "I too am of a certain age. Many of my classmates are already settled down while I have only just begun working." Pu Yingshin shared a glimpse of his life. "That's because you studied too much and engaged in too much research," Lin Xiaofan replied with a smile. Thus, their dinner evolved into a 3-hour conversation, weaving between light-hearted banter and shared stories. Upon leaving the restaurant, they were met with a tempest, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. "The weather forecast mentions a typhoon is approaching," Lin Xiaofan murmured. Pu Yingshin pointed towards the parking lot. "My car is over there. Let me drive you home." "All right." Lin Xiaofan accepted without hesitation. Pu Yingshin held up an umbrella and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and they hurried towards the car. Halfway there, the wind turned the umbrella inside out, and Pu Yingshin held Lin Xiaofan close as they struggled to reach the car. Soaked to the skin, they climbed into the vehicle, grumbling about the dreadful weather while searching for tissues. Lin Xiaofan glanced down and realized her damp dress had become nearly transparent, revealing the outline of her undergarments. Pu Yingshin, equally drenched, showcased the contours of his physique through his clingy t-shirt. Chapter 5. A night of passion or allergic sophistication. Lin Xiaofan sought something to shield her chest and rummaged through the car's interior. Pu Yingshin pointed to the glove compartment. "There seems to be a reflective vest in there." Following his direction, Lin Xiaofan retrieved a yellow reflective vest and immediately slipped it on. When she turned back, she caught Pu Yingshin observing her intently. Her hair was plastered to her face, yet her bright eyes and radiant smile made her look significantly younger than her actual age. "What are you staring at?" Lin Xiaofan asked playfully. Pu Yingshin raised an eyebrow, his gaze hinting at something more, as if to say he had already seen through her facade. Lin Xiaofan pretended not to comprehend his gaze, quipping, "We might catch a cold at this rate. Let's go to my place to change. It's less than a kilometer away," Pu Yingshin suggested as he drove out of the parking lot. Lin Xiaofan hesitated but reconsidered. Her home was 20 kilometers away, and she might indeed catch a cold by the time she returned, so she acquiesced. However, Lin Xiaofan soon realized this was a misstep, as she was wearing a dress and had no pants to change into, even with Pu Yingshin's t-shirt. "You have two choices. You can take it off, and I'll help dry in the dryer, or you can use the hairdryer to dry yourself off," Pu Yingshin proposed. Lin Xiaofan opted for the hairdryer. She didn't want to be completely undressed in a man's home. Once Pu Yingshin changed into dry clothes, he took the initiative to grab the hairdryer, saying, "Let me help you dry your back. Just be careful not to burn yourself." As the warm air enveloped them, they found themselves drawn closer together. Each time Pu Yingshin's hand brushed against Lin Xiaofan's skin, she instinctively recoiled towards the wall. Eventually, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "What are you hiding from? I've touched you before." Lin Xiaofan felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Although she was 29, she felt like a blank slate when it came to romance, utterly unprepared for any fleeting encounters. "I think the air is a bit too warm," Lin Xiaofan stammered. Pu Yingshin switched to cool air. "How about now?" "A bit chilly." She shivered. He switched back to warm air, his gaze unwavering and fervent. Soon, Pu Yingshin leaned in and kissed her. At the moment their lips met, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of warmth, paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events. When Pu Yingshin reached to unfasten her clothing, she struggled against her rising desires and pushed him away. "I need to go home. My clothes are fine now," Lin Xiaofan stated firmly, hastily making her way to the door. The drive home was shrouded in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Lin Xiaofan felt as if she might suffocate in the confined space of the car. Pu Yingshin escorted her to her building, and as she waved goodbye, she hurriedly returned home. As soon as Lin Xiaofan stepped inside, her mother, Guo Liping, confronted her, ready to reprimand her. "Where have you been so late? You don't work during the day and only return in the dead of night. Are you not studying well?" Guo Liping exclaimed, her anger palpable. "Mom, I'm 29. Do I need to report everything I do to you?" Lin Xiaofan finally voiced her thoughts. "So now that you've spread your wings, you no longer want my guidance? Am I now a source of annoyance?" Guo Liping seemed on the verge of tears. Sensing the situation was escalating, Lin Xiaofan decided to disengage, retreating to her room and locking the door. Guo Liping cried and scolded from outside, her lamentations echoing for over an hour before she fell silent. In that moment of despair, Lin Xiaofan resolved to move out and seek a job that she truly desired. However, as Guo Liping pointed out, finding a job that aligns with one's passions is no easy feat. Most of the resumes Lin Xiaofan sent out vanished without a trace, and the few interview offers she received were quickly rescinded upon learning she was an unmarried woman of advanced age. Companies are pragmatic. No one wishes to hire someone who might soon take a marriage leave, followed shortly by maternity leave. Lin Xiaofan felt ensnared in a quagmire, struggling to break free only to find herself sinking deeper. In her helplessness, she thought of seeking help from her father, Lin Guoxing, hoping he might introduce her to a suitable job. Lin Guoxing greeted her warmly, but her stepmother, Pang Weiwei, always cast a disapproving glance. "Dad, I resigned from the bank. I'm looking for a position in an insurance company, securities firm, or financial institution. Do you have friends who could assist me?" Lin Xiaofan still held onto a glimmer of hope. Lin Guoxing glanced at her. "Let me ask around, and I'll inform you if I hear anything." Initially, Lin Xiaofan intended to linger a bit longer, but upon seeing her half-sister, Lin Xiyin, awake during her summer break, she chose to leave, bidding farewell to Lin Guoxing. Although Lin Xiyin's life was vastly different from her own, this half-sister harbored a palpable resentment towards her, fearing that Lin Xiaofan would usurp their father's affection. While wandering aimlessly on the streets, Lin Xiaofan received a call from Pu Yingshin. "Aren't you coming for your follow-up today? Starting tomorrow, I'll be attending an academic conference, and you won't be able to see me," Pu Yingshin said over the phone. It dawned on Lin Xiaofan that she had indeed forgotten her follow-up appointment, having been preoccupied with job hunting and feeling much better under Pu Yingshin's treatment. "Am I still on time to come?" Lin Xiaofan inquired. "I'll wait for you," came a reply. Upon hurrying into Pu Yingshin's office, she found the hospital enveloped in midday silence. "I'm so sorry, Dr. Pu. I'm late," she panted. Pu Yingshin did not engage in pleasantries. He asked her a few questions and handed her a routine urine test form. "If this test comes back normal, you can stop the medication and won't need further follow-ups," he stated. "All right, thank you." Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of joy. The ailment that had haunted her like a nightmare was finally coming to an end. "There are some precautions I must inform you about. Drink plenty of water, don't hold it in, or it may recur. Also, pay attention to hygiene during your menstrual cycle and in your sexual life," Pu Yingshin said seriously. Lin Xiaofan felt her face flush with heat, embarrassed by the frankness of his advice. She thought how impossible it was for ordinary people to compare with doctors, who seemed unfazed by any topic. Noticing her discomfort, Pu Yingshin quipped, "Both parties should maintain proper hygiene." Lin Xiaofan touched her forehead to ease the awkwardness, replying, "Got it. Thank you, Dr. Pu." Given their near miss at Pu Yingshin's home, she was determined to maintain her distance from him. As soon as the consultation ended, she hurried to leave. Pu Yingshin, seeing through her intentions, called out to her, "How about we attend a concert together when I return from the conference?" He stepped closer. Lin Xiaofan retreated, pulling the office door open. "I'm not interested. I have allergies to classical music, and I'm quite the pedestrian." Chapter 6. What a coincidence. The bad seeds. While delivering her urine sample to the lab, Lin Xiaofan encountered another blind date, Peng Qing. "Hi, what a coincidence." Peng Qing greeted her from behind the glass. Lin Xiaofan felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing her illness had become public knowledge among her potential suitors, leaving her devoid of privacy. "I have to go now," she smiled politely before hastily exiting. Shortly after, Peng Qing enthusiastically messaged her, informing her that her test results were normal. Lin Xiaofan sighed with relief. She could finally stop taking medication and focus solely on her job search. As Lin Xiaofan retrieved her report from the machine, Peng Qing emerged from the lab. "Do you have time to go shopping together this weekend?" he asked with a bright smile. Lin Xiaofan felt that this blind date was worth pursuing further and readily agreed. They set a date for Saturday. Over the following days, in addition to job hunting, Lin Xiaofan discreetly ventured out with an agent to view rental apartments. She was resolute in her desire to break free from Guo Liping and carve out her own life. Guo Liping continued to express her disdain daily, berating Lin Xiaofan with words that undermined her confidence. "You're throwing away good job opportunities. Have you considered your own shortcomings? You've gone on so many blind dates, yet none have worked out. Have you ever reflected on your own issues? I've worried myself sick over you." Lin Xiaofan responded only with silence. On Saturday morning, eager to clear her mind, she donned a tight-fitting crop top and snug denim shorts, slinging a mini backpack over her shoulder before stepping outside. Guo Liping had always disapproved of such attire, but Lin Xiaofan was determined to embrace her true self. When she appeared before Peng Qing in this ensemble, his eyes lit up, appreciating her youthful vitality and allure. "Xiaofan, I've officially become an uncle today," Peng Qing joked self-deprecatingly to compliment her. Lin Xiaofan, amused by the 1-year age difference, replied with a bright smile, "I'm just trying to look younger. You don't need to pretend." Peng Qing was indeed a warm-hearted gentleman, shielding Lin Xiaofan from the sun with an umbrella, always walking on the outer side of the sidewalk to protect her. They enjoyed trendy tea drinks together, then meandered through the streets searching for popular delicacies. "It's quite hot. Shall we find a place to sit and have a drink?" Peng Qing suggested. Lin Xiaofan laughed joyfully. "I'm already full. How about we look for a music store? I want to buy some records." Peng Qing instantly perked up. "Let us go. I'll take you to a hidden gem." Soon, he led Lin Xiaofan to a quaint little shop nestled beside Shulan Hospital, near the medical college. This store has been around for over a decade. The owner is a music enthusiast and has many rare records you won't find anywhere else. Peng Qing exclaimed cheerfully. Lin Xiaofan felt delighted. She found Peng Qing to be a wonderful date. Throughout the day, she felt relaxed and happy, as he readily accommodated her every request. As they leaned together, examining a vinyl record, a familiar voice interrupted. "What a coincidence, Peng Qing. Are you buying records too?" Pu Yingshin appeared in the store, his expression frosty as he glanced at Lin Xiaofan, who was leaning beside Peng Qing. Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Just when she was enjoying her time with a potential partner, the unexpectedly embarrassing presence of Pu Yingshin surfaced. "Hello, Dr. Pu," she greeted him, then quickly focused on the record in her hands. Peng Qing, aware that Pu Yingshin was another of Lin Xiaofan's blind dates, instinctively asserted his presence. "I'm here accompanying Xiaofan to find records," he said, placing his hand over the record Lin Xiaofan was holding, as if they were both perusing it together. Pu Yingshin nodded politely, scanning Lin Xiaofan before resuming his search for records. After a while, Lin Xiaofan found nothing of interest. "Can't find the record you want? Would you like me to take you to another place?" Peng Qing asked thoughtfully. Lin Xiaofan flashed a playful smile and quipped, "What I seek are the bad seeds, not the good ones." Peng Qing, failing to grasp her jest, merely smiled back at her. Suddenly, Pu Yingshin turned around and pointed to a shelf in the corner, saying, "Nick Cave's albums are over there." Lin Xiaofan paused, surprised that Pu Yingshin had caught onto her playful banter. This was an album from a rather niche musician, and she approached the shelf he indicated, indeed finding the record she desired. Peng Qing, delighted, promptly purchased it as a gift for Lin Xiaofan. "Goodbye, Dr. Pu." Lin Xiaofan greeted him before leaving the record store with Peng Qing. Pu Yingshin, with a cold demeanor and expressionless face, simply nodded and resumed looking at the record in his hands. After a pleasant dinner with Peng Qing, Lin Xiaofan returned home in high spirits. Her day had been splendid, save for a moment of awkwardness upon encountering Pu Yingshin. "Oh dear, what are you wearing?" Guo Liping exclaimed upon seeing Lin Xiaofan's attire. Lin Xiaofan chose to ignore her, feeling as if she had been treated like a puppet by Guo Liping since childhood, always compelled to adhere to her mother's directives. "Are you going out on a date? What proper young lady would dress like that for a date? You should be more dignified." Guo Liping continued her lecture. Lin Xiaofan slammed the door shut, isolating herself from Guo Liping. She unwrapped the record and began listening to the music. As Into My Arms flowed gently, Lin Xiaofan lay quietly on her bed, closing her eyes. In that moment, the music cleansed her soul. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Pu Yingshin. "Is there something you need, Dr. Pu?" Lin Xiaofan responded politely. "Would you like to go out tomorrow?" Pu Yingshin asked directly, without preamble. Lin Xiaofan hesitated and declined. "No, I have other plans." "I'll wait for you to finish. Just tell me what time." Pu Yingshin stated unexpectedly, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Lin Xiaofan felt as if she was being subjected to an intense pressure. She always felt nervous and awkward around him. "How about after 3 in the afternoon?" she said reluctantly. "All right, we shall not part ways." Pu Yingshin concluded the call. Lin Xiaofan exhaled, her previously relaxed heart tightening once more. On Sunday morning, Lin Xiaofan wished to sleep in, but Guo Liping was either sweeping the floor or banging pots and pans. "Mom, could you be a bit quieter in the morning?" Lin Xiaofan complained. Guo Liping suddenly raised her voice. "Why don't you do anything? I cook for you every day, and you're still not satisfied. From now on, I'll do the cooking on weekends." Lin Xiaofan replied, "Then I'll cook on weekends." Guo Liping raised her voice even higher. "By the time you wake up to cook, I'll have starved." Lin Xiaofan fell silent, knowing that no matter what she did, Guo Liping would never be pleased. Guo Liping had always vented her dissatisfaction with life on her. Chapter 7. Only consultations, no clients under the blazing sun on Sunday at 3 in the afternoon. The heat was at its peak. Unlike yesterday, Lin Xiaofan dressed herself in a more reserved manner, donning a loose-fitting t-shirt and long pants, topped with a sun-protective garment and a hat that left only her eyes visible as she stood before Pu Yingshin. He smiled, teasingly asking, "Did you just return from drilling for oil in the Middle East?" "What can I do? I'm light-sensitive," Lin Xiaofan sighed. Pu Yingshin chuckled coldly. "Did you not get any sun yesterday?" Lin Xiaofan replied earnestly, "It's different. We were indoors during the peak sun hours yesterday, and look how hot it is outside now." She removed her hat and stowed the sun-protective garment in her bag. Noticing her loose attire, which starkly contrasted with her previous sultry appearance, Pu Yingshin leaned closer and whispered, "Are you allergic to me?" Lin Xiaofan awkwardly smiled and took a step back to maintain her distance. Pu Yingshin, with a hint of dissatisfaction, continued, "When we go shopping, you're light-sensitive. When I invite you to listen to music, you're elegant-sensitive. What other sensitivities do you have?" Feeling embarrassed by his teasing, Lin Xiaofan opted for silence. "Let us head to the record store," Pu Yingshin declared. Lin Xiaofan was about to protest that she had already visited yesterday, but upon meeting his assertive gaze, she swallowed her words. Soon, they found themselves back at the same record store from the day before. Pu Yingshin pointed to a vinyl record, Leonard Cohen's Various Positions, asking Lin Xiaofan, "What do you think of this album?" "It's quite good," she replied, not wishing to elaborate. He then pointed to Jennifer Warren's famous blue raincoat and inquired, "What about this one? Do you like it?" Internally surprised that both selections were among her favorites, Lin Xiaofan refrained from deeper engagement and responded dismissively, "It's all right." Pu Yingshin observed her for a few moments, recognizing her deliberate avoidance. "Choose a record," he gently urged. Lin Xiaofan thought to herself, "Is this some sort of music appreciation test?" However, she concealed her thoughts and pretended to browse. Suddenly, she spotted Pink Floyd's The Dark Side of the Moon and felt it would suffice to appease him. "This one." She casually picked up the record and shook it. Pu Yingshin said nothing, taking the record to pay for it before handing it to Lin Xiaofan. "Take it," he said, his tone both gentle and assertive. Lin Xiaofan stood there, unsure whether to accept or decline. She wanted to explain that she already owned the record, having merely picked it up casually, yet found herself unable to voice it. "Why can Ping buy, but I cannot?" Pu Yingshin challenged her with a provocative look. Lin Xiaofan realized she was witnessing a man's competitive spirit. She stammered slightly, exhaling softly, "Well, okay." Seeing her reluctance, Pu Yingshin's gaze grew more determined. "Where else did you go yesterday?" he asked. Lin Xiaofan gasped internally, wondering if he was being overly inquisitive. She replied coolly, "It's not very convenient to discuss." "I didn't ask what you did. I merely inquired where you went," he pressed, his gaze locked firmly on her eyes. Not wishing to be cornered any longer, Lin Xiaofan adopted a stern expression. "That too is not convenient to say." Recognizing her defensive stance, Pu Yingshin relinquished his questioning. As they exited the record store, little stalls had begun to set up along the alley beside the medical school. This area transformed into a bustling street at night, filled with barbecue stalls, pancake carts, fruit vendors, and various stalls selling trinkets. Medical students often gathered here to queue for food. "It smells wonderful," Lin Xiaofan remarked, catching the scent of grilled lamb. Pu Yingshin pointed to a distant barbecue stall. "That one is the best. Shall we give it a try?" "Sure." Lin Xiaofan beamed and quickly made her way over. Pu Yingshin recommended both the original and cumin-flavored options, which Lin Xiaofan gladly accepted. After enjoying the 2 boxes of grilled meat he purchased at the roadside, Lin Xiaofan felt she could forego dinner, as she was quite full. Observing her easygoing nature, akin to that of a student, and her indifference to the cost or prestige of the food, Pu Yingshin felt an unexpected fondness for her. "Would you like to grab a drink to cleanse the palate?" he asked gently. "Sounds good." Lin Xiaofan smiled brightly, realizing that Pu Yingshin could indeed be considerate. They first had iced lemon tea, which was refreshing but left them wanting more. Lin Xiaofan then suggested cocktails, and Pu Yingshin did not refuse. After a few drinks, Lin Xiaofan felt emboldened and began to speak more freely. "Dr. Pu, do you have any siblings?" Pu Yingshin smiled slightly. "No, I'm an only child." "What about you?" "I have a half-sister." The light in Lin Xiaofan's eyes dimmed. "Do you look alike?" Pu Yingshin interjected. Lin Xiaofan suddenly tapped the bar counter with a sense of pride, exclaiming, "I'm far more beautiful than she is." Seeing her adorable demeanor, Pu Yingshin chuckled. "It's the first time I've heard someone boast about their own beauty." Lin Xiaofan grinned foolishly. "Can't you see? Am I not beautiful? I used to be the belle of the school, you know? It's just that I've aged a bit now." Pu Yingshin gazed at her with a smile, remaining silent. Undeniably, Lin Xiaofan was indeed quite attractive. Her features were delicate and lively, alluring yet not gaudy, charming yet not vulgar, with graceful curves and a uniquely innocent charm. Noticing Pu Yingshin's silence, Lin Xiaofan teased him. "You must be the star attraction at Shulan Hospital, right?" Pu Yingshin laughed. "I only diagnose, not entertain." Lin Xiaofan laughed heartily without restraint. In that moment, it seemed as if the boundaries of doctor and patient had vanished, leaving only warmth between them. When they exited the bar, Lin Xiaofan felt a bit unsteady. Although not intoxicated, her limbs were somewhat uncoordinated. Pu Yingshin, seeming unaffected by the drinks, appeared as vibrant as ever. "I'll drive you home," he offered. Lin Xiaofan did not refuse. Yet, when the car stopped beneath her building, she hesitated to alight, knowing that Guo Liping would surely erupt in fury upon discovering her late return. She sat silently in the car, her emotions fluctuating, engulfed in a sense of confusion and helplessness. Do you want to stay a little longer? Pu Yingshin leaned closer, nearly touching her face. In the dim light of the car, Lin Xiaofan could only discern the contours of his face. I'll sit for a bit longer, she murmured softly. I'll keep you company. Pu Yingshin's voice was laden with temptation. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced as she gazed at him in the twilight. He gently brushed her hair aside, leaning in to whisper near her ear. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol, but this time Lin Xiaofan did not flinch. Instead, she quietly admired his face in the subdued light. This man was so exceptional, so captivating. How wonderful it would be if he were a boyfriend. When Pu Yingshin kissed her again, she did not shy away, fully surrendering to the moment. Their bodies brushed against each other, the car filled with a palpable sense of intimacy and excitement. Come to my place. Pu Yingshin's voice was magnetic and alluring. Okay, Lin Xiaofan replied softly, lost in the enchantment. That night, Lin Xiaofan transformed from a girl into a woman in Pu Yingshin's embrace. He was astonished to discover that it was her first time, and he held her tenderly, gently asking, "Does it hurt?" Lin Xiaofan smiled, leaving the question unanswered. In her heart, she thought, having my first time with such an exceptional and charming man is truly worthwhile. After a night of passion, Lin Xiaofan felt as though her body no longer belonged to her. She was utterly drained. After a shower in the bathroom, she examined her body while also taking in the surroundings of this residence. It was a spacious flat, likely over 200 square meters, situated in the prime area of the new district. The decor was understated yet luxurious, with all the furnishings exuding taste and sophistication. Pu Yingshin lived here alone. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofan felt as if she and Pu Yingshin belonged to entirely different worlds. While she and Guo Liping still resided in a dilapidated, decades-old apartment in the old city. A deep sigh escaped her lips as she realized the dawn was breaking, and it was time to awaken from this dream. When she emerged from the bathroom, Pu Yingshin, clad in pajamas, reached out to her with a gentle expression. Come, let's have breakfast. No, I need to go home. My mother has called me all night. If I don't return soon, she will call the police, Lin Xiaofan said, her gaze evasive as she held her phone. Then let me drive you, Pu Yingshin said, grabbing the car keys. Lin Xiaofan quickly protested. No, if you take me, it'll only complicate things further. Subsequently, under Pu Yingshin's watchful eyes, she dashed away without looking back. Her emotions were complex, filled with both joy and a sense of loss. Just days prior, when Pu Yingshin had examined her in the clinic, she felt despair and helplessness. Yet last night, as he intimately engaged with her, she experienced happiness and elation. However, she knew that everything had come to an end. She had to continue living her life, reconnecting with family, and seeking employment. You little brat, where have you been? Guo Liping shouted. Lin Xiaofan kept her head down, refusing to respond, slipping into her room after changing into slippers. Guo Liping seized her, demanding, You stop right there. Where have you been? It's my own business, Lin Xiaofan retorted. What have I done wrong to raise you like this? A girl should not stay out all night. Do you even care about your studies? Guo Liping was beside herself with rage. Lin Xiaofan, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, suddenly erupted. I will live my life as I please. Don't interfere with me anymore. With that, she locked herself in her room, hearing Guo Liping outside, crying and shouting. Lying on her bed, Lin Xiaofan was lost in thought, her body weary from the night spent entwined with Pu Yingshin. At that moment, her spirit felt sensitive and frail, needing time to adjust. Just then, Pu Yingshin's call came through. Have you reached home? His voice was gentle. Yes, Lin Xiaofan replied, her heart warming at his concern, though she masked her happiness. Are you still tired? Pu Yingshin's voice was like a spring breeze. Lin Xiaofan felt her heartbeat quicken, her cheeks flushing again. I am okay. She bit her lip as she spoke. Have you had breakfast? Pu Yingshin inquired again. I want tea, say more. I'll eat soon. Lin Xiaofan restrained her fluttering heart, disconnecting the call. She did not wish to indulge in unrealistic fantasies nor relish in this ephemeral joy. After that, she slept the entire day away. She was awakened by a phone call regarding a job interview. A startup company was willing to offer her an interview opportunity. Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed. This was the only interview notice she had received in days. The company owner, Guan Zhao, was the son of a private entrepreneur with a large manufacturing factory. He had returned from studying in Singapore, unwilling to take over his father's business, aspiring to create his own investment empire. Hello, E.M. Guanzhao. Welcome to Junkie Capital. Guanzhao was very approachable, appearing to be under 30, with a well-built physique, seemingly fond of fitness. "Hello, I'm Lin Xiaofan," she said, handing over her resume. "No need to look. I've seen everything online. I don't like to fuss over details. Today, just share your understanding of investment." Guanzhao was very easygoing. Lin Xiaofan had prepared thoroughly. She discussed her strongest theoretical insights and posed several questions, ultimately expressing her eagerness and confidence in practical investment projects. "I know you lack investment experience, but I have a financial leasing project where your banking experience should come in handy. You can give it a try." Guanzhao was direct and decisive, a stark contrast to the typical interview styles of other companies. Lin Xiaofan was elated. This was indeed a tremendous opportunity, allowing her to pursue her professional aspirations. "Thank you very much. I look forward to your guidance," she said politely. "Ahaha." Guanzhao laughed heartily. Realizing her polite words sounded like a play on his name, Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of embarrassment. "I apologize, boss. Please excuse my awkwardness." She quickly rephrased. Guanzhao found her amusing, completely shedding the typical boss demeanor, smiling as he said, "Go discuss your salary with the HR department. Feel free to negotiate boldly." Lin Xiaofan felt fortunate. She had a very positive impression of Guanzhao. Although the company was still a startup and small, with only a few dozen employees, she liked it. Joyfully, Lin Xiaofan returned home with her acceptance letter, having even bought some prepared food and fruit to celebrate. "Mother, I have found a job in the new district with a decent salary and in my field of expertise." Lin Xiaofan wished to share her joy with Guo Liping. "What company is it? How many employees are there? Is it foreign or state-owned?" Guo Liping bombarded her with questions. "It's a private enterprise with about 30 employees." Lin Xiaofan replied, I wonder how long you can last. Why leave a stable bank job for such a small company? You never know when everyone might abandon ship." Guo Liping scoffed. "I plan to rent a place nearby. Otherwise, commuting will be too far," Lin Xiaofan said, bracing herself for the storm of objections that would follow. Guo Liping immediately began lamenting, "I knew it. You are dissatisfied with me, aren't you? You say you want to change jobs, but really, you just don't want to live with me anymore. I've raised an ungrateful child. Mom, you're overthinking it. I will still come back on weekends." Lin Xiaofan attempted to soothe her. "If I don't cook for you, what will you eat? Is it safe for you to live alone? If something happens, will you be able to come home in time?" Guo Liping cried, her tears flowing. Lin Xiaofan felt a tightness in her chest, struggling to swallow her food. At that moment, her phone buzzed. It was Pu Yingshin. Chapter 9. Asleep, yet wishing to flee? Why don't you reply when I message you? Pu Yingshin's voice carried an undertone of concern. Lin Xiaofan noticed Guo Liping's unwavering gaze upon her, prompting her to set down her bowl and retreat to her room. "I've been a bit busy these past few days," she replied evasively. Pu Yingshin offered no reproach, instead gently inquiring, "Are you tired?" "Me fine. Lin Xiaofan answered casually. "Shall I accompany you to unwind this weekend?" Pu Yingshin's voice exuded warmth. "No, I have plans." Lin Xiaofan hastily ended the call. Although each of Pu Yingshin's words struck a chord in her heart, she wished to distance herself from entanglements of romance. There were more pressing matters at hand. She needed to find a place to live and escape Guo Liping's oversight. In addition to Pu Yingshin, Peng Qing also expressed concern for her. He too wished to meet Lin Xiaofan over the weekend, but unlike her evasive response to Pu Yingshin, she shared her predicament with Peng Qing. "I need to find a place to rent. If I secure one, I'll be moving this weekend. If not, this weekend is my last chance." Lin Xiaofan was set to start work at Junkie on Monday, and she wished to avoid wasting time commuting, let alone endure daily admonishments from Guo Liping. "Why don't you tell me the area, and I can help you narrow down the options? I can also come along to view the flats. Two heads are better than one," Peng Qing offered enthusiastically. Lin Xiaofan found herself unable to refuse, appreciating Peng Qing's attentiveness and feeling at ease in his company. "All right, I'll send you the details shortly." After hanging up, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but recall her other suitor, Xie Yang. He was taciturn and rarely initiated contact, only occasionally sending Lin Xiaofan a meme on WeChat. Realizing this, she decided not to play the role of the pursuer, opting instead to focus on her interactions with Peng Qing. Meanwhile, Guo Liping was also assessing her daughter's two suitors. Having inquired for several days at the hospital, she gathered both formal and informal information. "I've looked into your two suitors," Guo Liping declared, placing a bowl of turtle soup in front of Lin Xiaofan. "Mom, I really don't want to eat this." Lin Xiaofan had always found turtles disgusting, yet Guo Liping insisted on making her eat it. "It's wild caught. Hurry and drink it." I noticed you were lethargic the other day, staying home all day, so I specially arranged for it to be brought to you. Don't be picky. Guo Liping was adamant. Lin Xiaofan recognized that despite Guo Liping's strictness, she genuinely cared for her, always attentive to the minutiae of her well-being. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed the soup. That Xie Yang earns significantly more than Peng Qing and is about to be promoted to associate chief physician, which is quite impressive. The work in the lab is the dirtiest and most exhausting. With little future, Guo Liping rushed to relay her findings. Lin Xiaofan understood that Guo Liping was attempting to steer her away from Peng Qing, and she felt a wave of resistance and annoyance, choosing not to respond. Peng Qing is a year younger than you. He is ultimately unreliable. Older men are more dependable. Guo Liping shifted her argument. Mom, neither of them has even expressed interest in me. Lin Xiaofan replied impatiently. Don't judge by appearances. A man being tall or handsome is of little significance. Guo Liping countered. Lin Xiaofan promptly set down her bowl and declared, I'm full, before retreating to her room. Aware that continuing the conversation would lead Guo Liping to resurrect grievances about her father, Lin Guoxing, whom Guo Liping regarded as a handsome yet unfaithful man. In the following days, Lin Xiaofan tirelessly searched for housing, receiving daily WeChat messages from Pu Yingshin, to which she never responded. On Friday evening, Pu Yingshin called again. Are you that busy? Do you have time tomorrow? I want to see you. His impatience was evident over the phone. Lin Xiaofan, troubled by her unresolved housing situation, replied, I'm sorry, Dr. Pu, I really don't have time. Noting her distant tone, Pu Yingshin adjusted his approach. Just let me know when you're free. Okay. Lin Xiaofan quickly hung up. Early Saturday morning, she met Peng Qing in the new district. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's troubled expression, he approached and gently patted her back. What's the rush? It's not that big of a deal. I'm sure I'll find you a place today. Really? Lin Xiaofan revealed her helplessness. She felt as though she might go mad from her housing search. Not wanting to share a flat, yet unable to afford high rent, she found few options in the new district. However, to her surprise, Peng Qing led her to a clean, new studio apartment, fully furnished with essential appliances. Conveniently located near her workplace at Junkie and, crucially, at an affordable price. Lin Xiaofan was elated, feeling as though she had found her dream home, and immediately signed the lease, paying the deposit and rent. Peng Qing, you're truly my lucky star. I've been searching for so long without success. You're incredible. Let us celebrate. I'll treat you to a nice meal. Lin Xiaofan beamed, pulling him along, her eyes sparkling with joy. Oh, I feel too guilty. I can accompany you shopping, but I shouldn't be the one treated to dinner. Peng Qing hesitated, slowing his pace, feeling it inappropriate for a woman to pay for a meal. It's a viewing, not shopping. It's tiring to walk so much, Lin Xiaofan laughed, tugging at his sleeve. Let us go, or I want to take you out next time. As they walked, they unexpectedly ran into Pu Yingshin. He was dining with a few old classmates from the medical school in the nearby CBD. As he approached the escalator, he spotted Lin Xiaofan affectionately tugging at Peng Qing's sleeve. Stopping in his tracks, he called out, Peng Qing, what a coincidence. Peng Qing turned, surprise evident on his face. What are you doing here? Lin Xiaofan stood awkwardly beside them, unable to look Pu Yingshin in the eye. This was their first encounter since that intimate night, and she felt uncertain about how to face him, especially with Peng Qing present. Just here for dinner, Pu Yingshin replied, then quietly observed Lin Xiaofan, neither greeting her nor smiling, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Sensing the awkward tension, Peng Qing quickly interjected, Xiaofan, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine, Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling incredibly uncomfortable under Pu Yingshin's gaze. Peng Qing chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. Are you treating us? I might just order something that will bankrupt you. Lin Xiaofan awkwardly laughed, unsure how to respond. I won't disturb you any longer, goodbye. Pu Yingshin nodded gracefully, concealing the turmoil within as he ascended the escalator. Let us change locations, Lin Xiaofan murmured, her earlier buoyancy evaporating in an instant. Watching Pu Yingshin's retreating figure, she felt as if all her strength had been sapped away. Chapter 10. Whose territory have you invaded? During dinner, Lin Xiaofan was preoccupied, and Peng Qing noticed her unusual demeanor. Prior to their encounter with Pu Yingshin, she had been lively and engaging, but now she seemed like a different person, silent and withdrawn. Do you need help moving tomorrow? Peng Qing offered. No, you've already done enough for me today, Lin Xiaofan replied, believing that moving was an intensely personal matter, intertwined with her privacy, and she had not yet grown close enough to Peng Qing for such intimacy. It will be tiring for you to do it alone. Peng Qing continued to express concern. I'll hire a moving company. I'll just be organizing things, so don't worry, Lin Xiaofan replied with a faint smile. On Sunday morning, when Guo Liping saw the piles of bags Lin Xiaofan had prepared, her emotions erupted. Lin Xiaofan, no wonder you've been running around. You've already made plans to leave me. Haven't you? Guo Liping shrieked. Mom, it's because my workplace is too far away. It takes over an hour by subway. Lin Xiaofan set down her bags. Then why did you choose such a distant job? Do you think I'm a fool? Guo Liping confronted her. I've worked near home for 6 years. Many of my university classmates live hundreds of kilometers away from their parents. Lin Xiaofan attempted to empathize. That's nonsense. Your classmates are all married with children. Are you? Guo Liping glared, her fury palpable. Lin Xiaofan's anger ignited at Guo Liping's words. I will definitely move out. If you block me, I won't take anything but myself. Guo Liping broke down in tears, feeling as if she were losing her daughter. I'll come back this weekend, Lin Xiaofan declared, storming out. Apart from her identification and money, she truly left with only herself, canceling the moving company in the process. With no other choice, she ventured alone to a nearby supermarket for supplies. Have you installed a tracking device on me? Pu Yingshin remarked as Lin Xiaofan stood by the road, dragging several large bags of groceries while waiting for a ride. Hello, Dr. Pu, she thought to herself, perplexed by their constant encounters these past few days. She glanced at Pu Yingshin, who wore headphones and was clad in light running attire and white sneakers. With all of that, why didn't Peng Qing come with you? Pu Yingshin removed his headphones, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lin Xiaofan recognized his teasing tone and turned away, feigning interest in a ride. Where are you headed? Pu Yingshin inquired, as she observed the man before her. Drenched in perspiration and panting, the scent of his exertion wafted toward her. Memories of their passionate night flooded back, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Stammering, she replied to the apartment. Noticing her fluster, Pu Yingshin took a step closer, breathlessly asking, What do you mean by the apartment? It's the rental, Lin Xiaofan quickly corrected, her composure shaken by his proximity. Just then her ride arrived. Without hesitation, Pu Yingshin assisted her in loading her bags into the trunk. As Lin Xiaofan prepared to express her gratitude, she noticed he had already taken a seat inside the vehicle. She began. I'll help you move back, free of charge, he offered, gesturing for her to join him in the car. As she entered, she discreetly observed him from the corner of her eye, finding him composed as he gazed leisurely out the window. Repeating in her mind not to feel anxious or awkward, she hoped to regain her tranquility. Do you live alone? Pu Yingshin suddenly asked. Of course, Lin Xiaofan replied, unaware of the implications behind his words. Why the move? He inquired with genuine concern. Lin Xiaofan relaxed slightly. I changed jobs. Where's the new company? Pu Yingshin tilted his head, listening intently. Upon hearing the address, he smiled slightly. That office building is right down the street from my house. Her heart raced at the mention of his home. On both occasions she had visited, it had been evening. One time she had gotten soaked in the rain, almost leading to an accidental encounter, and the other time, lost in passion. She had paid no attention to its exact location. Have you forgotten my place? Pu Yingshin's tone was suggestive. Lin Xiaofan flushed once more, glancing at the driver, unwilling to respond. Soon, they arrived at the apartment building Lin Xiaofan rented. Pu Yingshin pointed to a road outside the community, informing her that it was a 10-minute walk to his home. Lin Xiaofan nodded, finally understanding why she had encountered him so frequently in the area. Subsequently, Pu Yingshin helped her carry her belongings upstairs. Standing at her door with keys in hand, Lin Xiaofan expressed her gratitude, but was hesitant to let him enter her apartment. Perceiving her reluctance, Pu Yingshin smiled. If you need anything, just contact me. Goodbye. After he left, Lin Xiaofan spent several hours organizing her new home, adorning her bed with her favorite linens and stocking her fridge with preferred foods. Every corner was arranged to her liking, each space a reflection of her freedom. She gazed at her cozy abode, filled with joy. Now, her only task was to purchase a few work outfits. Otherwise, she would have nothing to wear for her first day. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, she took out her phone to search for nearby stores when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find Pu Yingshin, freshly showered and dressed, looking immaculate at her doorstep. Since you're new here and unfamiliar with the area, I have some time to show you around, he offered gallantly. That day, Pu Yingshin guided Lin Xiaofan through the optimal route to her workplace, explaining the local amenities and conveniences in the vicinity, where to find markets, shopping centers, supermarkets, and electronic stores. Do you need anything else? He asked at the end. I need to buy a few work outfits, Lin Xiaofan replied. I'll accompany you, he smiled, his eyes holding an unspoken depth. No, that is not necessary. Lin Xiaofan hastily declined. Pu Yingshin leaned closer, his voice soft and gentle. What are you really afraid of? Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, finally uttering the calmest words she had spoken all day. Dr. Pu, I'm not afraid. I just find it a bit inconvenient. Chapter 11. As if cursed at that moment, Guo Liping called. Xiaofan, please be careful living alone at night. Lin Xiaofan felt conflicted by her mother's concern, struggling to articulate her feelings. She understood that Guo Liping was the only person in the world who truly loved her, yet such controlling affection felt suffocating. I'll take care of myself. Don't worry, she reassured. After hanging up, she hurriedly composed herself. Let us go, Pu Yingshin said, grasping Lin Xiaofan's hand. I just said it's inconvenient, she chided, realizing Pu Yingshin was insistent. Since you're on my turf, it's convenient, he replied, firmly holding her hand. Lin Xiaofan attempted to pull away several times without success, ultimately surrendering to his grip. As Pu Yingshin walked slightly ahead, noticing her compliance, he relaxed his hold and turned to smile at her. Wow, he is quite handsome. He resembles someone famous, a passerby exclaimed upon seeing Pu Yingshin. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but smile secretly as she strolled hand in hand with Pu Yingshin down the street, her heart feeling a touch sweeter. Subsequently, the two visited several shops where Lin Xiaofan decisively purchased several sets of work attire. Don't you need to compare a bit more? Pu Yingshin observed her determination. No, my goal is quite clear. I don't consider anything outside my objectives. If it fits, I act, Lin Xiaofan replied with a smile. This was her usual approach. She rarely wandered aimlessly and only ventured out when she needed to buy something, adhering to a well-thought-out plan, acting rationally and decisively without any hesitation. Pu Yingshin helped Lin Xiaofan carry her shopping bags and escorted her back to her apartment. Rest well, and I wish you a pleasant day at work tomorrow. He bid her farewell with a gentlemanly gesture before departing. The next day, the weather was scorching under the blazing sun, with the morning temperatures already soaring. Lin Xiaofan initially intended to ride a shared bicycle to work, but opted for a ride-sharing service instead, not wanting to arrive at her first day drenched in sweat. Coincidentally, the driver was in a Porsche Cayenne, leading to whispers among her colleagues when she emerged from the car at the office, speculating that she had a wealthy boyfriend. I do not expect you to achieve results immediately. Take your time to learn and settle in. When a moment comes, do not disappoint me, Guan Zhao advised Lin Xiaofan. She silently encouraged herself, determined to grasp the industry quickly and familiarize herself with her responsibilities, not wanting to let her boss's expectations down. Transitioning from a bank to a corporate environment, she found the absence of cameras liberating, allowing her to drink water and use the restroom freely, and even engage in casual conversations with colleagues during her downtime. The first day felt particularly relaxed for Lin Xiaofan. After work on Friday, the entire company gathered for a meal to welcome the new employee, Lin Xiaofan. Guan Zhao announced this before the end of the workday. Lin Xiaofan promptly stood and nodded. Thank you, boss. She looked forward to deepening her connections with her colleagues during the dinner. However, things did not unfold as she had hoped. After a few tranquil days at work, on Friday morning, Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt a tightness in her chest and struggled to breathe at her workstation. She stepped into the corridor for some fresh air, feeling slightly relieved before returning to the office, repeating this cycle several times. Are you feeling unwell? Inquired her colleague from the HR department, Li Min. I feel a bit breathless, Lin Xiaofan admitted, her words coming out labored, as if her chest were stuffed with cotton. You should go to the hospital. Your complexion doesn't look good, Li Min urged, accompanying Lin Xiaofan to Shulon Hospital's new facility. The new hospital, located in a developing area, boasted a large-scale and advanced medical equipment, with most department's doctors stationed there. The old hospital, situated in the city center, retained only a few departments to continue serving patients, where Lin Xiaofan's mother, Guo Liping, worked as a nurse. While waiting in the respiratory department, Lin Xiaofan felt as if she were suffocating, engulfed by despair. She lamented the unfairness of fate, feeling as though she were cursed. Why, Just as she started at a new company, was she falling ill again? In her haste for treatment, she couldn't get an appointment with a specialist and had to settle for a general consultation with a rather young doctor who appeared inexperienced. After listening to Lin Xiaofan's description, the doctor suggested a pulmonary function test. Your symptoms resemble asthma, he stated. Surely not, Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, her surprise unmasked. You may consult a specialist, but it carries risks. Do not delay, the young doctor noted, sensing her skepticism. Li Min was also anxious, proposing that they seek a connection. Lin Xiaofan immediately thought of Xie Yang. Though he wasn't on duty that day, he rushed to the clinic upon receiving her call. Using his stethoscope, he repeatedly listened to her breathing and reviewed the pulmonary function report. Did you have asthma as a child? Does anyone in your family suffer from it? Xie Yang inquired. No, not all, Lin Xiaofan responded. Do you have any known allergies, such as to pollen or seafood? He pressed. None. Though my skin breaks out in rashes if I get sunburned, she replied. Under Xie Yang's probing, Lin Xiaofan felt her situation growing dire. Have you recently been exposed to formaldehyde, perhaps from paint, furniture, or newly renovated spaces? He asked with keen attention. Lin Xiaofan suddenly recalled. I just moved into a rented apartment. Xie Yang scrutinized her for a few moments before delivering his diagnosis. It appears to be asthma. You will need a chest CT and an allergy test. One requires an appointment, and the other has a slow report turnaround. You can't afford to wait. I will prescribe asthma medication immediately. Otherwise, it could become dangerous. Lin Xiaofan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She was deeply disheartened and speechless. Living in a rented apartment was no longer an option. If her symptoms didn't improve with medication, they could worsen. She was instructed to come to the emergency room regardless of the time, should her condition escalate. Xie Yang delivered this warning with utmost seriousness. After obtaining her medication, Lin Xiaofan sat anxiously in the respiratory department. Xie Yang explained how to use the inhaler and insisted she take a pill every night before bed for her safety. Thank you, Lin Xiaofan finally expressed her gratitude to Xie Yang, who had rushed to her aid. Don't mention it. It's a small effort. Just remember my advice. Do not return to that rented apartment, or the medication will be ineffective, he reiterated with grave concern. As Lin Xiaofan left the hospital, she felt eerily similar to the day she departed from Guoliping, carrying only a bag of medication and nothing else. She checked into a hotel and ordered some personal items online, having them delivered by a courier. The welcome dinner for new employees at the company had to be canceled. Alone in her hotel room, Lin Xiaofan lay on the bed, tears unshed. Chapter 12. One-on-one charges for the entire afternoon. Lin Xiaofan was restless, unable to lie flat, as it made her breathing even more difficult. Fear gripped her heart, contemplating whether she might fall asleep and never wake again. She considered calling Guoliping, but hesitated, fearing her mother's concern and reproach, ultimately deciding against it. On Friday evening, Pu Yingshin called, having not reached out to Lin Xiaofan all week. Are you free this weekend? He inquired. No, she replied, feeling the tightness in her chest and struggling to speak. Did Peng Qing invite you? Pu Yingshin teased. No, Lin Xiaofan snapped, her frustration evident due to her discomfort. Noticing her distress, Pu Yingshin immediately inquired. Are you unwell? Lin Xiaofan hesitated before revealing the truth, afraid of having an asthma attack alone in the hotel, leaving no one to know. Soon, Pu Yingshin arrived at the hotel, picking up Lin Xiaofan's belongings and firmly stating, Let's south go to my place. What? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. If you don't want to be alone in this stuffy room, now is the time to come with me. He gently, yet assertively pulled her up from the bed, his tone both tender and commanding. Do you want me to carry you, or can you walk on your own? I can walk myself, Lin Xiaofan replied, flustered, momentarily forgetting her intention to refuse his offer. You will find this room well ventilated, Pu Yingshin said, opening the door to the guest room and gesturing to the attached balcony. All right, thank you, Lin Xiaofan acknowledged, feeling the environment was far more comfortable than the hotel. If you feel unwell tonight, call for me at any time, Pu Yingshin said, his gaze soft, filled with concern. He then pointed to the bathroom in the guest room, advising, do not close the door while showering. I worry you might feel suffocated. Okay. Lin Xiaofan was quite obedient. She believed it was better to heed Pu Yingshin's advice when unwell, having learned from a previous misfortune that she wished to avoid repeating. The following morning, Lin Xiaofan was awakened by a call from Peng Qing. She informed Peng Qing about her rental situation and her asthma. Peng Qing was taken aback and promised to verify the condition of the apartment with the landlord. Where did you stay last night? Peng Qing inquired with concern. I stayed at a hotel, Lin Xiaofan fibbed. Which hotel? I'll come see you shortly, Peng Qing replied. No need, I'm heading home right away. Lin Xiaofan hastily ended the call, hoping Peng Qing would remain unaware of her stay at Pu Yingshin's residence. That day, Lin Xiaofan enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast at Pu Yingshin's home. Under the dual influence of medication and her mood, she felt her symptoms alleviating somewhat. Thank you, but I must return home now. She waved goodbye to Pu Yingshin. Will you be back to work on Monday? He asked. This question struck a nerve within Lin Xiaofan. She realized that if she returned, it was unlikely she would be able to leave again on Monday. Guo Liping would undoubtedly confine her at home due to this incident. At that moment, all her efforts would be in vain, not only jeopardizing her independence, but also her new job at Junkie. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's bewildered expression, Pu Yingshin tilted his head to observe her. If you're going back to avoid me, there's no need. Our duty as doctors is to save lives and alleviate suffering. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had been overly suspicious. You can stay here for a couple of days until the environmental assessment report of the rental is ready, Pu Yingshin suggested. All right, Lin Xiaofan accepted, knowing she had no better options. Meanwhile, Guo Liping anxiously awaited her daughter's return home. After a morning of waiting, she grew frantic and called Lin Xiaofan. Didn't Tiu say you would be back this weekend? Why haven't Tiu returned? Guo Liping pressed. I have some matters to attend to this weekend, so I want to be coming back, Lin Xiaofan replied, not wishing to divulge her illness and complicate matters further. What could be so important? What excuse is this? Guo Liping was relentless. Overwhelmed, Lin Xiaofan raised her voice. I have to work overtime. Please stop calling me. I'm not coming back. After hanging up, Lin Xiaofan found herself breathing rapidly, struggling for air. Pu Yingshin noticed and promptly led her to the balcony. Sit here and take a breath. Lin Xiaofan sat on the balcony, hunched over and gasping. It's difficult. Isn't it? Pu Yingshin said softly, squatting beside her. Yes, Lin Xiaofan replied quietly. More burdensome than her physical discomfort was her emotional turmoil. She felt a deep sadness, realizing she had transformed into someone so exhausted that even speaking felt laborious. Pu Yingshin's warm gaze and gentle tone melted her sensitive heart as he brushed aside the disheveled hair from her face. Why do you bear this alone? Since her parents' divorce, Lin Xiaofan had lived like a hedgehog for 2 decades, never showing her vulnerabilities to the outside world. Suddenly treated with such tenderness, she found her defenses crumbling. Lin Xiaofan acknowledged her recent struggles and helplessness, realizing Pu Yingshin was aware of them, feeling no need to pretend any longer. I don't want to worry my mother. She lives alone after the divorce, she murmured softly. Pu Yingshin gently caressed her face, his eyes filled with compassion. I will take care of you for the next few days. A blush of shyness and unease swept across Lin Xiaofan's face as she contemplated refusing. Do not decline. You are the patient, and I am the doctor, Pu Yingshin interjected, silencing her protests. Over the next 2 days, Lin Xiaofan enjoyed Pu Yingshin's attentive care. By Sunday afternoon, she felt significantly better, no longer gasping for breath and her appetite improving considerably. Docteur Pu, how much does a one-on-one consultation with an expert like you cost per day? Lin Xiaofan asked with a cheerful grin. Per day. I charge by the hour, you know. Pu Yingshin replied, noticing her uplifted spirits. And how much is that per hour? She continued with a smile. That depends. At a public hospital in the country, my consultation fee is 1,000 yuan, while at Anderson in the United States, it would be approximately 30,000 yuan per session. That's so expensive. Lin Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. What did you expect? Am I cheap? Pu Yingshin quipped, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Xiaofan chuckled, shaking her head. You're the top doctor at Shuan Hospital. How could you be cheap? So, are you going to pay? Pu Yingshin approached her. Lin Xiaofan feigned calculation with her fingers. I can't afford it. What should I do? Then just owe me. Write me an IOU, he said, handing her a piece of notepaper. Are you serious? Lin Xiaofan looked at him skeptically. Of course, go ahead and write it, Pu Yingshin encouraged with a smile. Dr. Pu, do you offer discounts? Lin Xiaofan realized he was joking. Just right. Lin Xiaofan owes Pu Yingshin 2 days and 2 nights. Pu Yingshin handed her a pen. Hearing such ambiguous words made Lin Xiaofan blush again. Hurry up and write, or I won't feed you dinner tonight, he teased with a grin. Ultimately, Under Pu Yingshin's playful persuasion, Lin Xiaofan wrote the IOU. "I will keep this safe," Pu Yingshin proclaimed triumphantly. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan felt a sweetness envelop her heart, as if coated in honey. On Sunday evening, Peng Qing informed Lin Xiaofan that after his verification over the past 2 days, he discovered that the rental property was substandard and should not be lived in any longer. "Xiaofan, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for recommending this place," Peng Qing expressed regretfully over the phone. "It's all right. I don't blame you." Lin Xiaofan resignedly accepted the situation, acknowledging that Peng Qing had intended to help her, and she herself lacked the experience to identify the issues. After the call, Lin Xiaofan grew anxious again, facing the prospect of searching for a new home while still unwell. Early on Monday morning, Pu Yingshin took Lin Xiaofan to the hospital for a follow-up appointment on his way to work. She first underwent a chest CT scan, then received her allergy test results, and finally arrived at Xie Yang's office. "You should be feeling much better," Xie Yang remarked upon seeing her condition. After reviewing all the reports, he used a stethoscope to listen to her lungs again. "You have bronchial asthma. You need to continue your medication for at least 3 months and gradually taper off," Xie Yang stated. "That long?" Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. "This is an acute episode that requires chronic management," he responded solemnly, his round face devoid of any smile. Subsequently, Xie Yang explained the medication regimen and follow-up instructions to Lin Xiaofan. As she was about to leave, Xie Yang unexpectedly proposed they go out for dinner. "Would you like to have a meal together sometime?" he asked. While Lin Xiaofan internally found Xie Yang rather dull and was not particularly keen, she considered his overall qualities and the fact that he was her current physician, leading her to agree. "Maybe this weekend," she replied with a slight smile. Afterward, the landlord, realizing his wrongdoing, refunded Lin Xiaofan's rent and deposit and even returned her personal belongings. Lin Xiaofan could only store her items in Pu Yingshin's storage room for the time being. Concurrently, she resumed her online search for new housing. During those days, Lin Xiaofan continued to stay at Pu Yingshin's home without bringing up leaving, and he made no inquiries about it. They coexisted peacefully. Lin Xiaofan noticed Pu Yingshin was quite busy, leaving early and returning late, sometimes staying at the hospital for surgeries until the night. 3 days later, on Friday morning, Lin Xiaofan returned to work. "Lin Xiaofan, how have you been?" Guan Zhao immediately asked upon seeing her. "Thank you for your concern, boss. I'm feeling much better." Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of guilt. After only a few days of work, she had already taken several days off. Had she been at the bank, Director Zhang would have scolded her mercilessly. According to Li Min, she had asthma, which required more exercise. Guan Zhao, ever attentive, continued to check in on her. Lin Xiaofan smiled bashfully. She indeed preferred a more sedentary lifestyle. There was no rush for a group dinner. They could wait a while longer. Guan Zhao, displaying his considerate nature, reassured everyone that though their company was small, the benefits should not be underestimated. Lin Xiaofan's illness had reminded him to arrange a health checkup for everyone soon at the finest hospital in Shulan. He announced this to the staff in the office, and everyone expressed their gratitude towards the boss. After all, the company had just been established and had yet to turn a profit, yet the boss was so generous. "Haha, don't thank me. You all have Lin Xiaofan to thank," Guan Zhao said with a hearty laugh. Though Lin Xiaofan had not fully recovered, she felt at ease in such a harmonious workplace with a humane management style. Deep down, she hoped that Junkie Capital would thrive and become a dark horse in the investment industry. That evening, upon returning to Pu Yingshin's home, Lin Xiaofan noticed that he had returned home at the usual time. "What brings you back for dinner today?" she inquired. "The surgery finished early," Pu Yingshin replied. "Did you skip lunch?" Lin Xiaofan observed him devouring his food as if he had been starved for days. Pu Yingshin felt a bit embarrassed. "Doctors tend to eat quickly. But when we dined together before, you weren't this hasty," Lin Xiaofan insisted. "That was deliberate. I took my time at home," Pu Yingshin chuckled. "Yet a few days ago, you weren't eating this fast either," Lin Xiaofan pressed. Pu Yingshin set down his chopsticks, his gaze piercing through her playful challenge. "Are you looking for trouble?" He feigned a serious expression. Lin Xiaofan stifled a smile. "I see you're nearly back to normal." Pu Yingshin prepared to retort. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan felt a twinge of sensitivity. Having stayed there for a whole week, she realized that now that she was slowly recovering, she should find a place of her own, but she had yet to secure a new home. "I'll be moving out soon," she stated proactively. Pu Yingshin recognized her misunderstanding and seized the opportunity to tease her. "Are you going home this weekend?" he asked. "I'll return Saturday and come back Sunday," she replied, planning to view apartments and dine with Xie Yang. "Did you seek my permission? You come and go as you please?" Pu Yingshin remarqued coldly. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. "Ask me again." He maintained his icy countenance. "Dr. Pu, I'm going home Saturday and coming back Sunday. Will it disturb your rest?" Lin Xiaofan inquired obediently. She felt helpless, not wanting to be at the mercy of Pu Yingshin, but being a guest left her with little choice. Granted, he could not help but smile. Upon seeing his smile, Lin Xiaofan realized she had been played. She glared at him in frustration, helplessly acknowledging that she had instigated this playful banter. "What are your plans for Sunday?" Pu Yingshin's eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing to invite Lin Xiaofan to a concert. "I'm going to have dinner with Xie Yang," Lin Xiaofan pouted. Pu Yingshin buzzed, a cold smirk escaping him. "Have you relegated Peng Qing to the sidelines?" Chapter 14. A man's long-standing scheme. Lin Xiaofan ignored him, well aware of Pu Yingshin's penchant for jesting about Peng Qing. Yet, Pu Yingshin was consumed by thoughts of how both Peng Qing and Xie Yang could easily arrange to meet with Lin Xiaofan, while he could not. He had always excelled in academics and work, recognized for his talent and looks. Yet, when it came to Lin Xiaofan, everything seemed ineffective, igniting a flame of jealousy within him. Early Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofan returned to her family home in the old city. Guo Liping did not greet her warmly. "You know to come back." Guo Liping cast a glance her way. Lin Xiaofan initially intended to share her experiences about her new job, but found herself at a loss for words. She wanted to inquire about Guo Liping's well-being over the past 2 weeks, but could not articulate it. The two sat in silence, both unsure of how to express their affection for one another. Lin Xiaofan remained quietly in the house for the morning. In the afternoon, Guo Liping began a thorough cleaning, spraying disinfectant throughout the home, which quickly filled the air with a strong chemical scent. The relief Lin Xiaofan had felt earlier from her chest discomfort suddenly returned. She retreated into her room to take her medication, deciding to escape this environment. "Mom, I'm going back. I'll return next week." Lin Xiaofan gasped at the door. "Are you back just to recharge? If you don't want to come back, then don't." Guo Liping snapped. Lin Xiaofan refrained from explaining herself, unable to disclose her asthma diagnosis, nor could she admit that she was currently staying at Pu Yingshin's place. "Take care of yourself," Lin Xiaofan said before fleeing. If she didn't hurry, her asthma, which she had just managed to control, would flare up again. Upon returning to Pu Yingshin's home, she found him just back from his run. "Didn't you say you were coming Sunday?" he asked. Lin Xiaofan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, this was not her home, and such casual comings and goings felt rather impolite. "I'm sorry, Dr. Pu. I forgot to inform you beforehand," she said softly. "Are you feeling unwell?" Pu Yingshin stepped closer, his keen doctor's instincts kicking in. "A bit." Lin Xiaofan leaned against the table. "What is wrong?" Pu Yingshin inquired, gently guiding her to a well-ventilated spot. "I caught a whiff of something irritating," Lin Xiaofan admitted, feeling better with the fresh air. "Have you taken your medication, as per the respiratory specialist's instructions?" Pu Yingshin knelt beside her, concern evident in his gaze. "Yes, I feel much better now." Lin Xiaofan wiped her forehead. "If it gets too uncomfortable, you should go to the emergency room," Pu Yingshin advised. "I know. Xie Yang has told me," Lin Xiaofan replied. Feeling dejected, Lin Xiaofan found that her plans to view apartments on Sunday were dashed. She knew she couldn't handle any irritating odors, and given her current state, viewing properties was out of the question. If she encountered any issues with a prospective apartment, her asthma would surely act up. "Will you still be able to go out for dinner tomorrow?" Pu Yingshin asked. "Yes," Lin Xiaofan affirmed resolutely. Upon hearing this, a wave of jealousy washed over Pu Yingshin. "Aren't you worried about the risks?" he questioned. "Xie Yang will be there. What is there to fear? He can save me if anything happens," Lin Xiaofan replied, oblivious to Pu Yingshin's jealousy. She was somewhat slow to recognize romantic feelings, having little experience in love. "He is a doctor, not a miracle worker," Pu Yingshin remarked, his tone growing harsher. Lin Xiaofan noticed the shift in his demeanor and began to understand him from a doctor's perspective. "Thank you, Dr. Pu, I'll be fine." Lin Xiaofan smiled. "The last thing we doctors want is a patient who doesn't heed our advice." With that, Pu Yingshin walked away. a hint of displeasure in his stride as he headed to the bathroom for a shower. After a night's rest, Lin Xiaofan felt significantly improved on Sunday morning. Peng Qing called to check on her. "Xiaofan, how are you? I'd like to come see you. Which hotel are you staying at?" "Staying at Pu Yingshin." Lin Xiaofan had regretfully turned down Peng Qing's request for visits several times in recent days. "No need. I'll recover soon, and we can arrange to meet then." She declined once more. "Just make sure to stay safe, and let me know if you need anything." Peng Qing's warmth remained constant. At noon, Lin Xiaofan met Xie Yang at a Cantonese restaurant as planned. "How did you end up renting such a place?" Xie Yang asked. "I was too hasty," Lin Xiaofan admitted. "Who referred you to rent it?" "That is truly inconsiderate," Xie Yang remarked. Lin Xiaofan found herself at a loss for words, silently eating her meal. "Are you still in contact with Peng Qing or Pu Yingshin?" Xie Yang suddenly asked. Lin Xiaofan found herself utterly speechless, a sense of aversion bubbling within her. She felt that Xie Yang had put her in an awkward position on their first date, making her feel uncomfortable. "I cannot compare to Pu Yingshin. He is truly exceptional," she thought. Xie Yang casually remarked that Peng Qing, His disdainful laughter only added to her discomfort. Lin Xiaofan could barely sit still during their blind date. She had regarded Xie Yang as somewhat reserved, but now she perceived him as emotionally inept. It was no wonder he was 33 and still single. Overall, the meal left Lin Xiaofan feeling profoundly oppressed. Xie Yang frequently boasted about his professional accomplishments, recounting how many patients he had saved and the accolades he had received. He also shared bizarre stories about disobedient patients. Lin Xiaofan felt that patients deserve their privacy and should not be reduced to mere fodder for casual conversation. Noticing her persistent silence, Xie Yang inquired about her health. "How is your condition? Any relapses?" "Quite well, except I accidentally inhaled some irritating fumes yesterday, which caused a setback." Lin Xiaofan replied candidly. "In such cases, take an extra puff of the medication I prescribed. If relief occurs within half an hour, all is well. If not, head straight to the emergency room," he advised, returning to his confident, professional demeanor. "Thank you," Lin Xiaofan responded politely. "Not at all. I have a discerning eye." "Peng Qing was also diagnosed by me," Xie Yang suddenly stated. Lin Xiaofan paused, asking, "Peng Qing has asthma too?" With a glint of cunning in his shrewd eyes, he revealed, ankylosing spondylitis, a hereditary condition. Lin Xiaofan's expression shifted dramatically. She was astounded. She had never heard the matchmaker mention it, nor had Peng Qing brought it up. "He had chest pains, which I diagnosed. Not many are aware of this," Xie Yang continued, observing her astonishment with satisfaction. Lowering her head, Lin Xiaofan silently consumed her food, pondering her next steps. Chapter 15. The Unattainable Woman. After lunch with Xie Yang, Lin Xiaofan took the initiative to call Peng Qing, intending to invite him out for a conversation. Excited to hear from her after several days apart, Peng Qing quickly agreed to meet at their chosen CAF. "Xiaofan, I've been quite worried about you. It's all my fault," he sincerely apologized. Seated in the CAF, Lin Xiaofan sipped cup after cup of coffee, unsure of how to broach the topic. After much deliberation, she finally spoke. "Peng Qing, my asthma might develop into a lifelong illness, incurable. Would that bother you?" Peng Qing hesitated before reassuring her. "This is not your first episode, is it? Once treated, it should be fine. You may not have future relapses." "And if I do?" Lin Xiaofan pressed. "Common condition. It's nothing to worry about," he replied warmly. "No one in my family has asthma, and I didn't have it as a child. The respiratory specialist said it has no genetic connection. It was triggered by acute allergies." Lin Xiaofan pointedly emphasized the hereditary aspect, needing to convey her reality while also discerning the truth of Xie Yang's claim. "It's nothing to worry about," Peng Qing assured with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Observing his demeanor, Lin Xiaofan continued, "Peng Qing, I hope there are no secrets between us. I approach our relationship with an open heart." A flicker of panic crossed Peng Qing's eyes, and his expression grew less natural as he evaded her inquiry. "What do you think?" Lin Xiaofan pressed further. "I feel the same," he replied. "Xiaofan, how about we catch a movie together?" He swiftly changed the subject. At this point, Lin Xiaofan was inclined to believe that Xie Yang's assertion about the hereditary illness was likely true. Beyond the illness itself, she was more concerned about Peng Qing's deliberate evasion. Yet, throughout that afternoon, regardless of her subtle hints, Peng Qing remained reticent, consistently avoiding the topic. By evening, Lin Xiaofan returned to Pu Yingshin's home, her body and spirit weary, feeling a tumult of anxiety. She had always regarded Peng Qing as emotionally intelligent, gentle, and considerate, an appealing match. Now, however, a troubling dilemma loomed, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Back already? Pu Yingshin paused his guitar, playing to greet her. Lin Xiaofan, noticing him with the instrument, smiled. I heard Asturias in the hallway. It was you playing. May I request a song? Aren't you allergic? Pu Yingshin replied coldly, aware that she had spent the day on a date. Since you're going to play anyway, I might as well listen, she countered. I'll finish playing, Pu Yingshin said as he set down the guitar and rose from his seat. Dr. Pu, you should let bygones be bygones. I'm not allergic anymore, Lin Xiaofan joked, sensing his irritation. Pu Yingshin stepped closer, leaning in front of her, prompting Lin Xiaofan to instinctively retreat. Am I merely someone you can listen to when you wish or ignore when you desire? His piercing gaze bore into her, as if he were about to devour her whole. Lin Xiaofan's cheeks flushed crimson, standing there in a daze. Why are you blushing? Don't dare to admit it? Pu Yingshin remarked, noticing her flustered demeanor, his tone softening. Nothing, she stammered, hastily retreating to her room, her heart racing wildly. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan realized she could no longer stay. She needed to move out quickly, lest she be uncertain of what might transpire in their daily interactions. Moments later, Pu Yingshin knocked at her door. Come out for dinner. Lin Xiaofan intentionally avoided going out. She did not want to face him or dine together. Pu Yingshin persistently knocked, and with no choice but to comply, she opened the door, aware of her current status as a guest. He smiled gently at her, his eyes seemingly penetrating her soul. Hurry, let's eat. Afterward, I'll play for you. Lin Xiaofan's previously settled emotions began to stir again. What shall I request? He inquired with a smile. Anything, she murmured, intent on evading the situation. With a tender glance, Pu Yingshin began to play Oasis's Whatever. As Lin Xiaofan listened and ate, laughter bubbled forth, leaving her utterly helpless against his charm. Dr. Pu, you're truly my nemesis, she laughed. At that moment, she felt no desire to resist the feelings swelling within her. She wished to share music and conversation with this man before her. After just one song, already know I'm your nemesis? Pu Yingshin's expression brightened with long-lost ease and joy. You can play both classical and electric guitars. How do you manage that? Lin Xiaofan inquired with curiosity, assuming someone as academically accomplished as Pu Yingshin would favor serious music. Is that so difficult? I can also play the drums and violin, he replied confidently. My goodness. Did you attend extracurricular classes every day as a child? Lin Xiaofan marveled. I don't find it challenging, he smiled slightly. Well, don't pressure me as a poor student. I can only play the flute, and now, with asthma, I may not be able to anymore, Lin Xiaofan lamented. Are you going to the concert with me, or not? Pu Yingshin leaned closer, reiterating his persistent query. Why do you insist I attend the concert? Lin Xiaofan found his insistence puzzling, unaware that his competitive nature was at play. Will attending a concert with me cost you 10 pounds? He teased. If it could indeed help me lose 10 pounds, I'd certainly go right away. Lin Xiaofan meandered without addressing the issue directly. Peng Qing, are you going? Pu Yingshin mockingly taunted once again. Upon hearing Peng Qing's name, Lin Xiaofan's expression immediately darkened, and she set down her bowl and chopsticks. I'm not eating anymore. I'm going to rest. She hurried back to her room, pondering how to handle the predicament involving Peng Qing, which had become a source of great distress for her. Pu Yingshin noticed that every time he mentioned Peng Qing, Lin Xiaofan reacted strongly, which left him feeling quite displeased. He had never encountered such a situation before, whether at medical school or Shulan Hospital. He had always been the one pursued. Now, it was Lin Xiaofan who was avoiding him, which he found unacceptable. Pu Yingshin had never faced an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 16. A trap set by you, Dad. What are you doing here? On Monday morning, as Lin Xiaofan arrived at Junkie for work, she unexpectedly ran into Lin Guoxing at the company entrance. She contemplated various possibilities in her mind. Did Lin Guoxing come to see her for something? Did he have business dealings with Junkie? Did he know someone here? Xiaofan, what are you doing here? Lin Guoxing's expression mirrored her disbelief. I work here, Dad, Lin Xiaofan replied as she approached him. What a coincidence. I brought she in here for her internship. She has already gone in, Lin Guoxing said, beaming with delight. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback by this turn of events, staring at Lin Guoxing in a daze. Her relationship with Lin Xian had always been delicate, and she had never imagined that one day she would be colleagues with his half-sister. Xiaofan, Xian is young. Please take care of her, Lin Guoxing specifically instructed. Understood, Dad. Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling discontented as she sensed the stark contrast in their treatment. Lin Guoxing showed no concern for her, not even inquiring how long she had been working there or whether she was adjusting well. Later, Lin Xiaofan saw Lin Xian in the office area. She intended to greet her, but Lin Xian quickly averted her gaze, treating her like a complete stranger. Come, everyone, let me introduce our new colleague Lin Xian, who is here for her internship. She is my junior from the National University of Singapore, Guangzhou said, cheerfully presenting Lin Xian to everyone. Lin Xiaofan suddenly understood why Lin Xian was there. Like her colleagues, she immediately chimed in, welcome, welcome. The day at work felt quite stifling for Lin Xiaofan. Each time she saw Lin Xian wandering around the office, she was reminded of Lin Guoxing, her childhood, and the myriad of family troubles. Before the end of the workday, Guangzhou announced that there would be a company dinner after work the next day to welcome Lin Xiaofan and Lin Xian. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone in the company seemed cheerful, except for Lin Xiaofan and Lin Xian, who both felt low. After work, Lin Xiaofan returned to Pu Yingshin's home, collapsing onto the sofa like a puddle of mud. She was uncertain about the state of her life. It felt as though she was ensnared on all sides, constantly being propelled forward into decisions she had no desire to make. Are you feeling unwell? Pu Yingshin inquired with concern. Emotionally unwell, Lin Xiaofan admitted, realizing that at that moment, he was the only person she could confide in. Seeing Lin Xiaofan reveal her vulnerability, Pu Yingshin gently sat beside her and said with a smile, I can be your sounding board. Lin Xiaofan turned to face him. Tomorrow, there's a welcome dinner at the company, but there is someone I dislike, and I don't want to go. Does he like you? Pu Yingshin kuntuhed. She doesn't like me either, Lin Xiaofan sighed. Then what is there to worry about? You are equals, he said, giving her a knowing look. Lin Xiaofan instantly grasped the implication. She thought to herself, indeed, I don't like her, and she doesn't like me. Since everyone is unhappy, why should I care? Dr. Pu, I think you should consider opening a psychological consultation clinic, Lin Xiaofan said, laughing lightly. Pu Yingshin chuckled in return. Having received countless praises and compliments since childhood, he was accustomed to it. However, at that moment, Lin Xiaofan's compliment truly resonated with him. I have something else on my mind. Lin Xiaofan hesitated, uncertain if she should bring it up. Go ahead. I'm listening, Pu Yingshin encouraged, turning to face her. What should I do if someone deliberately conceals their true situation and refuses to divulge anything no matter how I inquire? Lin Xiaofan refrained from mentioning Peng Qing's name. That depends on his motives. If his intention is self-serving, then keep your distance. If his motive is altruistic, then he is at least a good person, and you might consider communicating with him a few more times, Pu Yingshin replied, offering a perspective that enlightened Lin Xiaofan. She realized that regardless of the reasons behind Peng Qing's concealment, it certainly wasn't in her best interest, and thus, she need not dwell on it any longer. Thank you, Dr. Pu, Lin Xiaofan said, her smile brightening. Pu Yingshin was not only a rational observer, but also a competent listener. He did not seize the opportunity to pry into Lin Xiaofan's personal matters, which she appreciated. The immense weight that had pressed upon her heart for the past few days was effortlessly lifted, leaving her feeling remarkably light. There is still something you haven't asked, Pu Yingshin said, a faint smile playing on his lips, his gaze incisive. What is that? Lin Xiaofan asked, puzzled. What you really want to know is, if I have a suitable place to live but wish to avoid the person I'm sharing it with, what should I do? Pu Yingshin mimicked Lin Xiaofan's tone. She felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing she could disappear, having not expected him to be so forthright. My advice is, if the place is suitable, just sign an agreement and keep things separate, he said, his expression a mix of seriousness and jest. Lin Xiaofan hesitated to respond, uncertain of his intentions, whether he was joking or serious. Will you sign it? Pu Yingshin pressed with a smile. Sign what? Lin Xiaofan felt completely outmatched. Her thoughts led astray by Pu Yingshin. A co-rental agreement. I'll rent you the second bedroom at market price, and we'll share the other expenses, with common areas for shared use. We'll keep our lives separate and coexist peacefully. After saying this, Pu Yingshin looked at Lin Xiaofan with a cheerful expression. She stood there, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. She understood that finding a suitable place to live was currently beyond her reach. She lacked the energy and time, and the situation was too pressing. Pu Yingshin's place was spacious enough for co-renting, conveniently located and close to Junkie. Rather than living in uncertainty at his home, it would be better to establish a clear tenant relationship. All right, are you serious? Lin Xiaofan sought confirmation, wary that Pu Yingshin might be joking. Pu Yingshin stood up from the sofa, retrieved a rental agreement he had prepared earlier, and handed it to her. Take a look. If everything is in order, just sign it. As he spoke, he took a pen and signed his name. Lin Xiaofan felt as if she had been outmaneuvered, silently acknowledging the depth of his scheming. Dr. Pu, let us adhere to the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence: mutual respect, non-infringement, non-interference, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. Lin Xiaofan articulated each principle clearly. No problem, Pu Yingshin responded. You can write that in the notes of the agreement. Lin Xiaofan diligently wrote down the notes and signed her name. After signing, she prepaid 3 months' rent, feeling a sense of liberation wash over her. Pu Yingshin also wore a victorious smile. Chapter 17. What do you like? The next morning, as Lin Xiaofan made her way to work, she called Peng Qing to inform him that she felt the two of them were incompatible. Peng Qing seemed to have anticipated this, offering no resistance and quickly ending the call. Lin Xiaofan sighed in relief, having resolved one issue. Now, she needed to tackle another at Junkie Capital. In her daily routine, Lin Xiaofan was virtually invisible to Lin Xian at the office. Whenever an issue arose, Lin Xian would seek assistance from other colleagues, entirely avoiding any interaction with Lin Xiaofan. Yet, Lin Xiaofan constantly reminded herself of Pu Yingshin's words, "You are equals." Thus, she maintained a positive mindset, focusing on fulfilling her own responsibilities rather than concerning herself with Lin Xian's demeanor. To compensate for the years she had squandered in the banking sector, Lin Xiaofan diligently researched various materials, studied classic investment cases, and proactively reached out to former classmates for exchanges of experience. She felt that her time at Junkie had been immensely rewarding. That evening, they gathered at a Singaporean restaurant for a meal. Guanzhao handed the menu to Lin Xian, playfully stating, "Xian, please order. This is your first assessment from Junkie. Choose dishes that best represent Singapore." "Certainly, Senior," Lin Xian replied softly, appearing exceptionally obedient. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan, engrossed in her phone, recognized that Lin Xian was accustomed to a pampered life at home and had quite a temper. "Xiaofan, you choose the drinks. Your assessment is to get it just right, too little 1 tea do, and too much 1 tea do either. Everything you order must be something you desire to drink," Guanzhao quipped, delivering his words with a playful flair. Lin Xiaofan found her boss to be quite entertaining and promptly countered, "Boss, what would you like to drink?" "Guess." No zieting, Guanzhou lao wahartili." Lin Xiaofan quickly perused the drink menu and made her selections. For her non-drinking female colleagues, she ordered barley water and refreshing water chestnut drink. For those who drank, she chose the Singapore Sling for 1 and Tiger beer for the male colleague, while the other male colleague received non-alcoholic root beer. Guanzhao admired Lin Xiaofan's decisive choices. "Xiaofan, have you ever been to Singapore?" he inquired. No, Lin Xiaofan admitted, slightly embarrassed, as she had never traveled abroad. "Your selections are among the most popular and distinctive beverages in Singapore." "Well done." Guanzhao praised her without reservation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression soured. She was determined not to be outdone by Lin Xiaofan. In a flurry, Lin Xian ordered an array of chili crabs, bok cut teh, rainbow fish, and caviar, ensuring to include black truffles. After a lively feast, the bill amounted to over 7,000 for each table. Guanzhao was unconcerned about the expense, yet the employees privately murmured that Lin Xian, as an intern, had overstepped her bounds. Once the gathering concluded, Lin Xiaofan felt elated. Upon returning home, she cheerfully said to Pu Yingshin, "Dr. Pu, thank you. The 2 matters you mentioned yesterday have been resolved splendidly." Pu Yingshin smiled and seized the moment. "So, would you like to thank me?" "Of course. How would you like me to express my gratitude?" Lin Xiaofan replied, unable to hide her happiness, standing like a rose swaying in the wind. "I performed 6 surgeries today and am quite exhausted." Pu Yingshin revealed a hint of weariness. "You would want me to give you a massage, would you?" "That would violate the 5 principles of mutual respect," Lin Xiaofan teased, feeling confident since signing her rental agreement. "Could you fetch a vinyl record from that rack and play it for me?" she requested, gesturing towards his record wall. Pu Yingshin leaned against the sofa, closed his eyes, and relaxed. In truth, he had only arrived home a few minutes earlier. Being a surgeon was not only a technical endeavor, but also physically demanding. Lin Xiaofan was surprised by how simple Pu Yingshin's request was, and she hurried to the music wall to select a record. Knowing he needed to unwind, she chose not to play anything too loud. Instead, she skimmed through folk and country music before settling on classical and jazz. As Bach's piano compositions flowed gently from the turntable, a smile graced Pu Yingshin's face. Lin Xiaofan believed that Bach's music embodied both humanity and divinity. She had often listened to it on her way home to cleanse her weary soul. "Why don't you wish to attend a concert with me?" Pu Yingshin inquired softly, still with his eyes closed. Lin Xiaofan chuckled helplessly, realizing how persistent he was. "Why must we go to a concert? Isn't listening to records just as enjoyable?" She countered, leaning back against the opposite end of the sofa and closing her eyes to listen. After a moment of quiet, Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. She opened her eyes to find Pu Yingshin's refined, handsome face gazing intently at her, his hands propped up on the sofa. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan recalled the intimate night they had shared, when he had regarded her in precisely the same manner, with that same fervent gaze. She quickly sat up, exclaiming, "Dr. Pu, it's getting late. I should rest." "Why are you avoiding me?" Pu Yingshin pressed, not releasing his grip on the sofa. "I'm not avoiding you," Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling her breath quicken. "Is that so? Then why did you leave right after we slept together?" Pu Yingshin's eyes were hazy, and his tone was laced with suggestion. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback by his directness, her cheeks flushing. "I was a bit preoccupied at the time." "Preoccupied with what?" Pu Yingshin continued to question, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Finding a place to live." Lin Xiaofan found herself inexplicably honest, answering his inquiries without hesitation. "Now that you've found one, why are you still avoiding me?" His voice began to heat up. Lin Xiaofan felt her mind was spiraling, sensing the situation slipping out of control. Searching for an excuse, she finally uttered, "Dr. Pu, I'm currently a patient." Upon hearing this, Pu Yingshin retracted the desire in his gaze and stood up, gently saying, "When will you return for a follow-up in the respiratory department?" "I'll accompany you." "No. No need," Lin Xiaofan insisted, panicking at the thought of facing both Pu Yingshin and Xie Yang simultaneously. "Then I'll ask Xie Yang," Pu Yingshin replied. "No, I don't like that." Lin Xiaofan was at a loss for words. Every time Pu Yingshin pressured her, she became flustered and lost her composure. "What do you prefer?" Pu Yingshin asked, cupping Lin Xiaofan's face in his hands. "Is it like this?" He leaned down and kissed her. Chapter 18. Dangerous Relationships. Pu Yingshin explored Lin Xiaofan's lips with fervor, and soon she found herself breathless from his kisses. "I'll let you off the hook for today," he said, releasing her, his gaze still ablaze with passion. Lin Xiaofan stood there, gasping, unsure if her breathlessness stemmed from her asthma or the excitement. "You should rest," Pu Yingshin suggested with a slight smile, playfully brushing her nose before retreating to his room. Lin Xiaofan hurried back to her own room, locking the door behind her. Her heart raced, filled with both desire and restraint. She believed this man was perilously captivating, akin to a proverbial arsonist of hearts. Yet, she firmly felt that she and Pu Yingshin were worlds apart, incompatible in essence. Rather than become entangled, she thought it best not to begin anything at all. Before sleep, Guo Liping called, having learned from matchmaker Director Wang that Lin Xiaofan had rejected Peng Qing, which pleased her greatly. "Xiaofan, your mother knows you're still obedient. That Peng Qing is not worth it. Keep in touch with Xie Yang," she advised. Lin Xiaofan refrained from mentioning the potential hereditary illness that Peng Qing might carry, believing it best to let transient encounters fade into obscurity. "Mom, I really don't like Xie Yang," Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but express. "What do you know? He's about to be promoted to deputy director, and in a few years, he'll be the director. How can he be unworthy of you?" Guo Liping's tone turned stern. Lin Xiaofan realized that any further rebuttal would only serve to undermine her confidence, so she chose silence. When assessing a man, look at his essence. If he is not out there flirting, can earn a living, and support a family, nothing else matters. Guo Liping continued her lecture. "Mom, I understand. I need to sleep now. Otherwise, I won't be able to get up tomorrow." Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of irritation and hastily found an excuse to end the call. Although she was already 29 years old, deep down, she remained uncertain about the type of man she wished to marry and have children with. Guo Liping had always imposed strict discipline on her since childhood, and she had never experienced a romantic relationship during her school years. Her one-night encounter with Pu Yingshin was the most outrageous thing she had ever done in her life. Yet now, Guo Liping was eager for her to find a suitable partner, despite her complete lack of dating experience. Without ever attempting to explore, she had no understanding of the kind of love she truly needed. The next morning, Pu Yingshin greeted her with a smile. "Good morning. Did you sleep well?" "Good morning." "Quite well," Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling somewhat shy as her mind filled with thoughts of Pu Yingshin kissing her. "When will you go for a follow-up appointment?" Pu Yingshin inquired again. "I haven't decided yet. I've taken too many leaves recently." Lin Xiaofan continued to evade the subject. Pu Yingshin, in a hurry to attend to hospital rounds, did not press further and left in haste. Lin Xiaofan felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Xiaofan, today we're going to review a project. Come with me immediately," Guan Zhao said, handing her a folder. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. Typically, she would be the one to seek out projects, not the boss assigning them to her, and certainly not in such a rushed manner without any preparation. She hurriedly began to review the materials in the car. To her astonishment, the project they were visiting turned out to be a pig farm. Lin Xiaofan and Guan Zhao spent only half an hour at the foul-smelling facility. They first listened to the owner's introduction, then roughly inspected the farm's equipment setup, and finally reviewed the operational logs and financial data. The farm had been operating reasonably well, but now it faced government orders for rectification due to environmental pollution. They needed a complete set of expensive environmental protection equipment, and the owner, under economic pressure, was seeking investment partners for cooperative management. On the way back to the office, Guan Zhao asked for Lin Xiaofan's opinion. "What do you think? I know nothing about the livestock industry. I need to research it thoroughly," Lin Xiaofan replied earnestly. "The owner is about to reach a breaking point. We need to respond quickly, or he will sell. Time is of the essence with the pigs ready for market." Guan Zhao was equally perplexed. As a wealthy heir, he had never encountered a pig farm before. "All right, I will expedite my research," Lin Xiaofan assured him. Upon returning to the company, Lin Xiaofan could still smell the stench of pig manure on herself throughout the day, making her hesitant to approach her colleagues. As soon as work ended, she rushed home to take a shower. When she opened the door, she found Pu Yingshin pushing a suitcase while checking his documents. "Dr. Pu, are you heading out?" Lin Xiaofan initiated the conversation. "Yes, I am accompanying my mentor to a meeting," Pu Yingshin replied, putting away his documents. "Safe travels." Lin Xiaofan smiled and waved. "Remember to check the water, electricity, and gas switches before bed, and contact me if you need anything," Pu Yingshin reminded her thoughtfully. Feeling self-conscious about the odor, Lin Xiaofan kept her distance. "Why are you avoiding me?" Pu Yingshin asked, noticing her circling around him with an unpleased expression. "I'm afraid of bothering you," Lin Xiaofan admitted awkwardly. "Come here," Pu Yingshin said seriously, thinking she was making excuses. Seeing his stern demeanor, she obediently approached. "This is the infrared sensor. It will alert if someone intrudes." Pu Yingshin pointed to several corners of the room. "Understood. Occasionally, insects may trigger the sensor, and the alarm can be quite loud, so don't be frightened," he added, caring like an older brother. Lin Xiaofan, who had grown up without a father's love, had never been treated this way by a man, and her thoughts began to swirl. Observing her melancholic expression, Pu Yingshin leaned closer and whispered, "I'm leaving now. Don't think too much about me." As Lin Xiaofan stood in the room, watching Pu Yingshin's departing figure, her heart raced. She hurried to the bathroom to calm herself. This man was truly dangerous, capable of breaching her defenses at any moment. That evening, she diligently researched information about the pig farm. After organizing detailed historical data, she discovered that the livestock market was highly volatile, with pig prices subject to rapid fluctuations, leading to extremely unstable profits. Moreover, the initial renovation project would require considerable time and funding. Lin Xiaofan concluded that this project might not be suitable for the newly established junkie to invest in. However, since Guan Zhao had handed this project to her, and it was her first investment endeavor, she was reluctant to give up. After much contemplation, Lin Xiaofan decided to visit the pig farm again the following day to gather more details. The next day, after a brief work report to Guan Zhao, she expressed her intention to revisit the pig farm. "Xiaofan, it's a good idea. Take another look at what we missed yesterday." This time, Lin Xiaofan took the opportunity to conduct an in-depth inspection of the pig pens, wanting to ascertain the extent of investment required for pollution control. However, not long after, she began to feel short of breath, her limbs growing weak. She realized that the odor from the pig pens had triggered her asthma. She quickly inhaled her portable albuterol and moved swiftly to a ventilated area outside. Unfortunately, the overall environment of the pig farm was too harsh, and she had inhaled a large amount of the microbial deodorizer used in the pens. These simple remedies failed to alleviate her condition. Ultimately, she was rushed to Shulan Hospital's emergency department. That night, after finishing a business trip, Pu Yingshin returned home to find the house empty. Feeling alarmed, he called Lin Xiaofan. "Where have you been?" "I'm in the emergency room at Shulan Hospital receiving treatment." Lin Xiaofan replied in a fragmented manner. "What happened?" Pu Yingshin's tone was filled with concern as he detected her disjointed speech. "Asthma attack." Lin Xiaofan found it exceedingly difficult to speak, nearly exhausting herself to utter a few words. "Understood," Pu Yingshin said tersely before hastily hanging up. Lin Xiaofan lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, unaware that she had brushed with death that day. She felt incredibly unfortunate, having become a regular at Shulan Hospital recently for reasons she could not comprehend. Suddenly, she overheard a few nurses whispering, "Isn't that the proud disciple of academician Zhang? Why is Pu Yingshin here?" "Not sure. Is there a notable patient?" Then she was astonished to see Pu Yingshin standing by her bedside. The emergency doctor looked equally surprised. "Dr. Pu, what brings you here? Is there something wrong?" "I'm here to see my friend." Pu Yingshin gestured toward Lin Xiaofan, his expression grave and worried. "She's stable now." When she was brought in, her blood oxygen level was critically low. "This will conclude shortly," the emergency doctor informed. "Does she need to be hospitalized for observation?" Pu Yingshin asked. "Not necessary. Her oxygen levels have improved, and resting here isn't beneficial for her recovery." After receiving a substantial amount of hormonal and theophylline medications, Lin Xiaofan finally managed to control her asthma's progression, and Pu Yingshin took her home. "I heard you refused to notify your family," Pu Yingshin said sternly. "Yes." Lin Xiaofan lowered her head. "In emergencies, it's essential to inform family members to prevent unforeseen complications," Pu Yingshin reminded her. He understood that Lin Xiaofan did not want to worry her mother, but as a doctor, he felt compelled to convey the seriousness of the situation to her. "I know." Lin Xiaofan's eyes brimmed with tears. In truth, she felt profoundly distressed that day, but her upbringing had conditioned her to bear such burdens alone. Without companionship, without an outlet for her feelings, she silently absorbed all her grievances and pain. "All right, stop crying." Upon witnessing Lin Xiaofan silently weeping, Pu Yingshin felt a surge of panic, fearing he had been overly stern. "Thank you, Dr. Pu," Lin Xiaofan said, dabbing at her tears. "Please don't cry. I was a bit too harsh in my tone earlier." He reassured her, offering a tissue to help her dry her tears. Yet, Lin Xiaofan was unable to halt the flood of tears cascading down her cheeks. "If you truly do not wish to inform your mother, at the very least, you ought to confide in a colleague, a superior, or a friend," he gently urged. Sensing her distress, "I can't," she sobbed, her sorrow deepening. She feared losing her new job, believing that after only a few days of work, she had already asked for too many leaves, rendering herself an inadequate employee, unworthy of burdening her colleagues or superiors. "Then please notify me in the future," Pu Yingshin stated earnestly. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback for a few seconds, her tears surprisingly ceasing. She realized that during her most helpless moments, this man had consistently been by her side. "I will prepare something for you to eat. You must be starving staying alone in the emergency room," he said before heading to the kitchen. Typically, their meals were prepared by a housekeeper, with Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin sharing the expenses. This was the first time Lin Xiaofan had seen him enter the kitchen. "No need. I can just order takeout," she replied, feeling embarrassed. "Go ahead and eat. I have surgery tomorrow, so I won't be able to keep you company. Call me if you need anything." Shortly thereafter, Pu Yingshin placed a plate of pasta before her. "Thank you, Dr. Pu." Lin Xiaofan felt a warm glow in her heart. It was late at night, and after returning from a business trip, Pu Yingshin hurried to the hospital to bring her home, and now he had prepared this bowl of pasta for her. She finished it while holding back tears, feeling that Pu Yingshin was truly a kind-hearted person. The next morning, Pu Yingshin knocked on her door, needing to check on Lin Xiaofan's health. "Good morning, Dr. Pu," she said, sleepily opening the door, clad in an oversized nightgown, momentarily forgetting that she wasn't wearing a bra. Pu Yingshin's gaze inadvertently fell upon her modesty, but he chose to feign ignorance. "How are you feeling?" Would you like a ride in my car for your 4? Lin Xiaofan, still drowsy, replied, no, I'll go in the afternoon. Then I shall take my leave, he said, promptly heading to Shuan Hospital. As Lin Xiaofan closed the door, she contemplated returning to bed, but upon looking down, she was startled to realize her lack of undergarments, instantly jolting her awake. Covering her flushed face, she muttered, oh no, oh no, oh no. That day, Lin Xiaofan applied for remote work at her company, determined not to take any more leaves. The pig farm project could not afford further delay. Lin Xiaofan, are you hiding something from me? Guo Liping called at noon. No, she replied. Our new aide at the clinic saw you yesterday. Are you unwell? Guo Liping pressed further. I'm fine, Lin Xiaofan quickly denied. Were you meeting with Xie Yang? Guo Liping's main concern remained her daughter's romantic prospects. Lin Xiaofan remained silent. If your mother isn't rushing you, I just want to remind you to cherish what you have. Once this opportunity slips away, it may not return. If you reach 30, you might not find such a man again. Guo Liping resumed her pressure. I understand. I'm busy with work, Lin Xiaofan said, abruptly ending the call. She realized that as long as she did not date a suitor approved by Guo Liping, her mother would relentlessly monitor her. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaofan decided that rather than endure this, it would be better to interact with Xie Yang, thus avoiding much hassle. She called him to inquire if he would be at the clinic that afternoon, as she wished to undergo treatment while also attending a follow-up consultation. Upon learning that Lin Xiaofan had been taken to the emergency room the previous day, Xie Yang began to flaunt his sense of superiority. You should have had them contact me upon your arrival. My treatment plans are undoubtedly better suited for you than the emergency departments. Having learned her lesson from the previous encounter in urology, Lin Xiaofan, feeling trepidation, promptly agreed to heed his advice. Xie Yang, pleased, instructed her to complete the 4 treatment before switching to the medications he prescribed. While collecting her prescriptions, Lin Xiaofan was baffled to find 4 inhaled medications alongside a large bag of oral prescriptions. Staring at the assortment of inhalation devices, she felt overwhelmed and returned to find Xie Yang. Dr. Xie, do I need to use all these medications simultaneously? She asked, furrowing her brow. Xie Yang promptly took out a device and began to instruct her in a hands-on manner. The 160 and 320 refer to dosage. Use the 160 when you're stable, and the 320 during exacerbations. As he grasped her hand to guide her, Lin Xiaofan felt uncomfortably close to him, a stark contrast to the excitement and nervousness she felt in Pu Yingshin's presence. Now, she felt nauseated and uneasy. The usage for the salbutamol remains the same as before. Xie Yang concluded. Upon releasing her hand, their expressions were polar opposites. Lin Xiaofan appeared distressed, while Xie Yang radiated delight. Once you feel better, I'll treat you to dinner this weekend, he said, suddenly cheerful. All right, Lin Xiaofan replied, internally reluctant, feeling an innate aversion towards him. Nevertheless, she heeded Guo Liping's suggestion to give it a try. That evening, upon returning home, Pu Yingshin noticed the large bag of medication. Did you go for follow-up? He asked, his expression slightly frosty. Yes, I went after my 4 treatment, Lin Xiaofan explained, hoping to dispel any notion that she had deliberately withheld her follow-up appointment from him, especially since he had previously offered to accompany her. Are these medications prescribed by Xie Yang? Pu Yingshin inquired, glancing at the boxes. Yes, she confirmed. Do you truly require such a high dosage? He pressed further. I'm following the doctor's orders, she replied earnestly. Pu Yingshin chuckled, teasing, when I was treating you, you didn't heed the doctor's orders. Now, you're so obedient? Lin Xiaofan felt a bit embarrassed, offering a sheepish smile to deflect the moment. Do you listen to everyone, but ignore me? He challenged. No, I didn't understand then. I do now, she clarified. Understand what? He probed, his gaze piercing. To listen to the doctor's orders, she murmured. Did Xie Yang mention that these dosages could lead to tachycardia? Pu Yingshin continued to question. No, Lin Xiaofan replied, panic rising within her. Trusting Pu Yingshin implicitly in matters of medicine, even though he wasn't a specialist in respiratory issues, she felt convinced by his words. Remember, I will accompany you for your next follow-up. That is the doctor's order, he said with a slight smile. All right, Dr. Pu, Lin Xiaofan readily accepted, momentarily setting aside her awkward predicament between 2 suitors, realizing that her health was of paramount importance. What exactly triggered your condition this time? Pu Yingshin, having not delved into the details the previous day. I went to the pig pen, Lin Xiaofan replied casually, eliciting a fit of laughter from Pu Yingshin. What were you doing at the pig pen? Doctor, could you manage your expressions a little better? I was there for work, she shot back, noticing his amusement. What kind of work? Were you raising pigs? He laughed even harder. Oh, come on, stop laughing. Lin Xiaofan playfully picked up the tissue box from the table and playfully tapped Pu Yingshin. All right, I won't laugh, she said. Pu Yingshin, though claiming not to smile, still wore a grin on his face and in his eyes. I'm currently working at an investment firm, inspecting projects. I'm heading to a pig farm that requires environmental renovations to see if it's feasible for investment. Lin Xiaofan spoke earnestly about her work, as if conversing with an old friend. You shouldn't go. Your asthma might worsen and turn into a chronic condition, Pu Yingshin said with a serious tone. But I must fulfill my job responsibilities. Lin Xiaofan protested. Wait until you are completely well before going, Pu Yingshin insisted firmly. Then I will miss out on the project. Lin Xiaofan replied, growing anxious. You're disregarding medical advice. Pu Yingshin shot her a glance. Is there a way to work around it? Lin Xiaofan asked with a charming smile. Pu Yingshin chuckled, deliberately withholding an answer. Upon seeing his reluctance, Lin Xiaofan changed her approach. The principle of peaceful coexistence includes mutual benefit. Dr. Pu, please help me think of something. It must be mutually beneficial, Pu Yingshin smiled. What do you want me to do? Lin Xiaofan asked earnestly. Accompany me to a concert, she replied with sincerity. Pu Yingshin mirrored her seriousness. Lin Xiaofan, hands on her hips, sighed in exasperation. She was truly impressed by this man's determination to attend the concert. Fine, I will go with you. You need to buy a gas mask with an automatic ventilation system, otherwise you might suffer from oxygen deprivation, Pu Yingshin advised. All right, Lin Xiaofan responded cheerfully. But it should only be worn when absolutely necessary at the pig farm. Let's avoid going there as much as possible, Pu Yingshin cautioned again. Understood. Thank you, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan smiled brightly at him, her smile warming his heart. Pu Yingshin found her both endearing and charming, though she often presented herself as guarded, maintaining an air of aloofness. I will set the date for the concert, Pu Yingshin said, his expression brightening. The next day, Lin Xiaofan returned to work at Junkie, where her supervisor, Guan Zhao, promptly summoned her to his office. Xiaofan, your health is more important than the project. We at Junkie prioritize humanity. Boss, it was my negligence regarding safety. The company has been very considerate of me, Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I have compiled some initial data and materials. I will definitely complete the feasibility analysis report for this project this week. There's no rush. The livestock industry is indeed complex, Guan Zhao reassured her. As a returnee, Guan Zhao valued corporate culture, and, as a first-time entrepreneur, he was not overly impatient, maintaining a calm demeanor and setting reasonable expectations for his employees. Xiaofan, asthma patients should engage in more physical exercise. I enjoy working out. Once your condition stabilizes, come practice with me, Guan Zhao suddenly suggested. Chapter 21. This man is quite overbearing. If it were anyone else suggesting physical exercise to Lin Xiaofan, she would have certainly declined, for she had never been fond of sports. However, since it was her boss, she had no choice but to regard the request as part of her job responsibilities. I might just infuriate you to the point of making you ill, Lin Xiaofan joked self-deprecatingly. You need not worry about that. If I cannot teach you, that's my failing as a teacher. Just practice alongside me, Guan Zhao replied with a hearty laugh, his demeanor reflecting a healthy and vibrant man. Lin Xiaofan acquiesced, telling herself to treat it as overtime. Due to her illness, Lin Xiaofan received considerable concern from her colleagues, whether it was out of insincere politeness or genuine care. It was still a form of camaraderie. However, Lin Xian showed no acknowledgement. She treated Lin Xiaofan as though she were invisible, neither speaking to her nor even glancing her way. On one occasion, a gossipy colleague remarked, "Both of you share the surname Lin. That's quite rare." Before Lin Xiaofan could respond, Lin Xian rolled her eyes dismissively and walked away. Lin Xiaofan was not offended. Pu Yingshin's words that you are equals had become her internal anchor. Nevertheless, whispers circulated within the company, with many believing that Lin Xiaofan and Lin Xian were at odds, though the reasons varied widely. Soon, these discussions reached Guan Zhao, who deemed it an unfavorable situation as both were new employees and this discord could detrimentally affect the company atmosphere. After work, Lin Xiaofan rushed to her study to catch up on her report, determined to make up for lost time due to her illness. As she wrote, Fatigue overcame her, and she fell asleep at her desk. You should go back to your room and sleep, Pu Yingshin called to wake her. Lin Xiaofan ignored him, adjusting her position to continue sleeping. You can't sleep here. If you catch a cold, your asthma will worsen, Pu Yingshin said, unrelenting as he pulled her up. Doctor. Pu, I'm so sleepy, Lin Xiaofan complained, her eyes still heavy with sleep. If you're tired, go to bed, Pu Yingshin replied firmly, refusing to negotiate. Lin Xiaofan, feeling like a petulant child, grumbled as she reluctantly left the study, only to inadvertently walk into Pu Yingshin's bedroom. With a playful smile, Pu Yingshin looked at the dazed Lin Xiaofan and teased, Are you planning to sleep with me? Huh? Lin Xiaofan, still bewildered, turned to glance at him, unsure of the sudden remark. Think carefully, Pu Yingshin said, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Lin Xiaofan jolted awake, realizing her mistake. I'm so sorry. I must have lost my mind. I'll leave now. She hurriedly exited Pu Yingshin's room, flustered. Pu Yingshin stood at the doorway, teasing her. Is this your subconscious speaking? Lin Xiaofan remained silent, hastily shutting the door behind her, feeling utterly mortified. The next morning at breakfast, Lin Xiaofan felt the weight of embarrassment, unable to meet Pu Yingshin's gaze. Did you sleep well? He asked with a playful smile, scrutinizing her. Quite well, she mumbled, focusing intently on her food, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Leaning slightly closer, Pu Yingshin whispered, Why are you blushing? The milk is too hot, Lin Xiaofan hastily replied, searching for an excuse. Pu Yingshin chose not to press the matter, merely smiling at her. Why do you keep staring at me? Lin Xiaofan felt increasingly uncomfortable. You're quite attractive, he said with a mischievous grin. I've always known that. It seems you're just now realizing it, she retorted, trying to deflect the tension. Feeling as though his gaze was driving her mad, Lin Xiaofan decided to embrace the awkwardness and lifted her head, complimenting herself to alleviate the discomfort. Suddenly, Pu Yingshin grasped her chin, stating, I've known that for a long time. As their eyes locked, the air thickened with tension and desire. Just as Pu Yingshin leaned in to kiss her, Lin Xiaofan, startled, accidentally spilled her milk. Seizing the opportunity, she fled the dining room, avoiding Pu Yingshin until he left for work, which consequently made her late. Xiaofan, are you feeling unwell again? Her colleague Li Min inquired with concern. No, I was just delayed by something, Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling sheepish. Lin Xian, noticing this, secretly reveled in her misfortune and made sure Guan Zhao was informed. Xiaofan, are you busy with the report? Guan Zhao, a perceptive man, remained unaffected by Lin Xian's gossip. Through their interactions, he had come to view Lin Xiaofan as a dedicated and conscientious employee. Yes, I'll strive to send it to you by tomorrow, Lin Xiaofan promised. There is no need to rush. I'm not pushing you. Tomorrow is only Thursday. You can submit it as planned on Friday, Guan Zhao replied, understanding. However, Lin Xian's report made him realize that mending their relationship could not be postponed any longer. I'll treat you to dinner on Friday night, Guan Zhao announced. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, unsure of the reason behind the invitation. Don't overthink it, just show up. Are you free? Guan Zhao added. Sure, Lin Xiaofan agreed. Still confused. That evening, she took the initiative to call Guo Liping. Mom, I want to be coming home this week. My boss is treating us to dinner. And I also have plans to dine with Xie Yang. Guo Liping, upon learning that her daughter would not be returning, felt a pang of discomfort yet ultimately acquiesced. After all, Lin Xiaofan was engaging in a date with a prospective partner at her behest, which she deemed of greater significance. Dear, this Xie Yang seems quite promising. He hails from Changzhou, Jiangsu. Both of his parents have pensions, and he is an only child, quite commendable. I've already inquired about him, she assured. However, upon hearing her mother's insistence, Lin Xiaofan's heart sank, and she fell silent. He owns property in the new district. Should you two flourish, your housing predicament would be resolved. Guo Liping calculated shrewdly. Mom, you're overthinking this. We've hardly met a handful of times. Thus, you should see him more often. Refrain from adopting a haughty demeanor. He is more than suitable for you. Guo Liping continued to undermine her daughter. Anticipating a relentless onslaught of negativity, Lin Xiaofan promptly ended the call. She realized that meaningful communication with Guo Liping was nearly impossible. Her mother loomed over her like a ferocious guard dog, ever ready to pounce. Following the conversation, Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. In her study, she fidgeted restlessly, unable to focus unable to write a single word of her report. In desperation, she dashed to the living room for a cup of coffee. "You must not drink coffee," Pu Yingshin interjected. "Why not?" Lin Xiaofan retorted, her tone sharp. Fresh from her mother's reprimand, her spirits were already low, and now this man was imposing restrictions on her coffee consumption. "Medical advice," Pu Yingshin replied calmly. Chapter 22. Why compete for men? Lin Xiaofan felt an urge to rebel, but hesitated, ultimately resigning herself. "Then what can I drink?" she inquired, her brow furrowed. "Avoid anything stimulating. Coffee, strong tea, alcohol," Pu Yingshin advised in a serene tone. "Am I to be likened to a vulture, relegated to scavenging?" Lin Xiaofan complained. "Did Xie Yang not mention this to you?" Pu Yingshin asked. "No," Lin Xiaofan said, her mood darkening. Pu Yingshin sensed something amiss. Typically, such commonplace matters would be addressed by a primary physician. "Do you have WeChat to contact him?" Lin Xiaofan bristled at the suggestion, thinking, is this man possessed by guoliping? Must he oversee every aspect of my life? "No," she replied curtly. "Why not?" Pu Yingshin approached her gently. "I am not urging you to contact him. I simply inquired." "Then why ask?" Lin Xiaofan shot back, her annoyance palpable. "It seems he is waiting for you to reach out before he divulges anything," Pu Yingshin remarked with a hint of disdain. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, feeling this bordered on unethical for a physician. "Is it really so?" she mused. "He alone possesses that knowledge. I shall accompany you for your next consultation." "You are not to go alone," Pu Yingshin declared with an air of authority. "I am dining with him this weekend," Lin Xiaofan confessed, catching herself. "You truly lead a life of indulgence. Never idle," Pu Yingshin teased. Lin Xiaofan chuckled, light-heartedly jesting. "If I truly had such luxuries, I would have a different companion each day." "Is that so?" Pu Yingshin gazed at her suggestively as he approached. Realizing her jest had gone too far, Lin Xiaofan quickly exclaimed, "I must return to my report," and dashed into her study, locking the door behind her. Lin Xiaofan felt an inexplicable allure radiating from Pu Yingshin. Her thoughts often wandered toward him, yet she constantly reminded herself to maintain a distance. "After work, ride with me," he instructed, smiling. Lin Xiaofan accepted his arrangement and returned to her desk to tidy up, awaiting the end of her workday. It was Friday, and she had submitted the feasibility analysis report for the pig farm on schedule. Before long, the office emptied as colleagues cherished their weekend. "Xiaofan, let us go." She heard Guo Zhaoshan call, lifting her head to see Lin Xiyin trailing behind him. They all climbed into Guo Zhaoshan's car, settling in the back seat. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan realized Guo Zhaoshan's invitation was in fact for Lin Xiyin. At a hot pot restaurant, both Lin Xiaofan and Lin Xiyin were engrossed in cooking various ingredients. Observing their lack of interaction, Guo Zhaoshan broke the silence. "Xiyin, what do you love most about Singapore?" Lin Xiyin paused, exuding superiority as she answered, "Sentosa." "Why is that?" Guo Zhaoshan prodded with a grin. "There's food, fun, beautiful scenery, and Universal Studios." Lin Xiyin, aware that Lin Xiaofan had never been, exaggerated her enthusiasm, always seeking to overshadow her. "Do you know what I love most about Singapore?" Guo Zhaoshan said earnestly. Lin Xiyin shook her head, amused. "My greatest impression of Singapore is its harmony. Chinese, Malays, and Indians all coexist peacefully. The cuisine reflects this fusion. Everyone finds something they enjoy." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan surmised Guo Zhaoshan's intent and lowered her head, silently awaiting his forthcoming inquiries. "Xiaofan, do you enjoy hot pot?" he asked, turning to her. "Quite so. I simply cannot handle spicy food," she replied. "The beauty of hot pot is its versatility. One can opt for a milder broth. Everyone can tailor their meal to their liking. Our world resembles a hot pot, a blend of diverse elements, yet we can coexist harmoniously," Guo Zhaoshan remarked while observing their expressions. Lin Xiaofan nodded. "I understand, boss. I will collaborate well with Xiyin." Lin Xiyin felt a twinge of discomfort, still unwilling to express her sentiments. "Xiyin, what are your thoughts?" Guo Zhaoshan directly inquired. "Senior, I want to hinder our work, but I also have my own preferences," Lin Xiyin asserted, accustomed to indulgence and resistant to others' advice. "What do you dislike about Lin Xiaofan?" Guo Zhaoshan asked. Lin Xiaofan listened quietly, uncertain of what Lin Xiyin might reveal. "It's hard to articulate. Our energies simply clash," Lin Xiyin retorted, still unwilling to yield. "Xiaofan, do you like Lin Xiyin?" Guo Zhaoshan pressed further. "I do not, yet I can accept collaborating with her amicably." Lin Xiaofan replied candidly. Xiaofan is our official employee, Pu Yingshin implied. Even Lin Xian, despite her naivety, grasped the significance of Pu Yingshin's words. If she could not adapt, he would inevitably choose Lin Xiaofan. Understood, senior. I will learn to adjust, Lin Xian conceded, though resentment lingered. From then on, the two women feigned camaraderie in Pu Yingshin's presence, exchanging forced smiles and laughter, striving to demonstrate their willingness to coexist amicably. After dinner, Lin Xiaofan felt as though her face would freeze from the charade she had played. Upon returning home, the suppressed frustration of the evening weighed heavily on her. The thought of enduring the pretense with Lin Xian daily left her feeling suffocated. Has it worsened? Pu Yingshin noticed Lin Xiaofan inhaling her medication and immediately expressed concern. No, I merely inhaled a bit of hot pot fumes at the restaurant today. I'm taking precautions, she explained. Pu Yingshin took the medication from her, examining the instructions. Do not misuse it. It affects efficacy. There's a maximum dosage daily, he stated with gravity. Understood. Lin Xiaofan feigned compliance, inwardly lamenting. Why does everyone around me impose such constraints on my behavior? Did you not enjoy the hot pot? Pu Yingshin asked, his gaze penetrating. Indeed, I was dining with that most detestable colleague, Lin Xiaofan whined, elongating her words and pouting. Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously revealed a hint of vulnerability. Yet Pu Yingshin perceived it, feeling an itch of amusement within. Come now, the garbage bin is ready. It's time to dispose of the trash, he said with a grin. Lin Xiaofan smiled foolishly. Dr. Pu, our boss is insisting that we get along well. Tonight, my face is grinning like a clown. She pushed her cheeks with her hands, mimicking a clown's expression. Is there competition between you at work? No, my competition with her is for a man's affection, Lin Xiaofan joked cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Pu Yingshin's expression changed abruptly, his gaze as cold as ice. Can you tell me more about this? Pu Yingshin asked coldly, adjusting his emotions. Lin Xiaofan's previous remark had nearly caused him to lose his composure. What can I say? Unless you don't wish to hear it, Lin Xiaofan continued to smile. I actually don't want to hear it, Pu Yingshin replied, suppressing his concern for her and wishing to end the conversation. Oh. Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of disappointment at his sudden change in demeanor and chose to remain silent. Which man is so charming? Pu Yingshin's tone was laced with sarcasm. He was unable to accept it. He had always been a proud prince, never having experienced such treatment, often looked down upon and rejected. Lin Xiaofan pouted, displaying a hint of girlishness. It's my father. This caught Pu Yingshin off guard. He laughed, feeling as if he were on a roller coaster. This woman, with a casual remark, had nearly sent him plummeting off a cliff, only to pull him back with another. Who is your rival? Pu Yingshin inquired, visibly easing up. My half-sister. How did you both become colleagues? Who knows? It's just a twist of fate. The boss is still unaware of our relationship. Should I clarify it with him? That depends on how much you trust your boss, he replied, his expression having returned to calm, continuing to play the role of an attentive listener. Then I want to clarify it. That's my privacy, and I don't want to expose myself in front of the boss, Lin Xiaofan joked further. Pu Yingshin leaned closer to her ear, smiling. So, are you exposing yourself in front of me? Lin Xiaofan flustered. Brush her hair back. I was just making a comparison. I took it seriously, Pu Yingshin said, leaning in until his nose brushed against her cheek. Lin Xiaofan felt an overwhelming surge of his potent masculinity, a pressure that was both exhilarating and intimidating. Pu Yingshin gently kissed her cheek and stood up to leave, aware that Lin Xiaofan's asthma was not fully under control, and he needed to restrain his desires. Lin Xiaofan stood there, dazed, her mind a jumble. Every encounter with Pu Yingshin left her feeling defeated. If she couldn't withstand the initial pressure, she would have no will to resist later on. Realizing they needed to find a suitable way to coexist under the same roof, neither too distant nor ambiguously close, she prepared for her date with Xie Yang on Sunday morning after much emotional adjustment. However, the thought of meeting Xie Yang made her feel uneasy. Before leaving, Lin Xiaofan noticed that Pu Yingshin was not at home. Guessing he might have gone for a run. Are you a local of S City? Xie Yang asked with keen interest. To him, this was the most valuable aspect of Lin Xiaofan. Yes, she replied, unsure why he was asking. We're in S City. Xie Yang probed further. My parents are from the suburbs, and I was born in the old city. Where's your house? Xie Yang's shrewd eyes twinkled. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan understood why Guo Liping favored Xie Yang. They were fundamentally the same kind of person. I don't have a house, she replied, feeling extremely annoyed. Xia Yang chuckled smugly. I have one, in the new district. Lin Xiaofan recognized that he was about to flaunt his superiority again, so she tuned him out. A skill honed during her blind dates. Whenever she encountered an insufferable date, she would resort to this tactic to avoid feeling nauseated. After Xia Yang rambled on without eliciting any reaction from her, he felt a bit disgruntled and, like Guoliping, began to belittle Lin Xiaofan. Women should find partners who can provide a stable life. Someone like Peng Qing, who is in poor health, won't he do? And someone like Pu Yingshin wouldn't he even look at you? At that moment, Lin Xiaofan felt it was pointless to stay any longer. She could not continue dating someone like him, regardless of whether he was her attending physician. I still have work to finish. I need to head back. She made an excuse. Are you still feeling tight in your chest? Xia Yang said, while reaching towards Lin Xiaofan's chest. She quickly stood up, nearly ready to shout. Realizing he was trying to invade her personal space under the guise of medical concern, she stormed out of the restaurant, her anger boiling over. As she left, she heard Xia Yang remind her from behind, don't forget your follow-up appointment next week. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had encountered many odd blind dates, but this was the first time someone had been so forward. The last time Xia Yang had held her hand to adjust her inhaler had left her feeling disgusted for quite some time. Now, old grievances flared up, shattering her pride. With a bang, Lin Xiaofan slammed the door behind her, her heart ablaze with fury and grievance. Oh, you startle me, she heard a woman's voice. Turning towards the sound, she saw a woman in a reddish-brown, long dress staring at her with wide eyes. Lin Xiaofan was clueless about who she was and stared blankly back. At that moment, Pu Yingshin emerged from the bedroom and asked the woman in red what happened. Simultaneously, he noticed Lin Xiaofan standing at the door. Let me introduce you. This is my roommate Lin Xiaofan, he said to the woman in red. Then he turned to Lin Xiaofan. This is my classmate Tang Shuwei. The two women nodded to each other and exchanged brief pleasantries. Lin Xiaofan hurried back to her room. Tang Shuwei stayed for nearly the entire afternoon, only leaving before dinner. Lin Xiaofan found it inconvenient to have a stranger in the house and remained hidden in her room. During dinner, Lin Xiaofan took the initiative to speak. Dr. Pu, I think we need to establish some house rules, she said earnestly. Pu Yingshin chuckled at this and refrained from responding, having noticed her emotional state. Whenever we bring friends home, we should inform each other in advance out of mutual respect. Lin Xiaofan added, her tone carrying a hint of resentment. You were supposed to go on a date with Xia Yang today, right? How was I to know you'd be back by noon? Pu Yingshin replied with a smile, his tone calm. At the mention of Xia Yang, Lin Xiaofan could no longer contain her emotions. Don't mention him, she snapped, filled with indignation and frustration. Is this another one heading for the cold palace? Pu Yingshin keeped. I just fell into a cesspool, Lin Xiaofan remarked before leaving the dining table, leaving her half-finished meal behind. That night, Lin Xiaofan remained infuriated. She listened to music, watched movies, and scrolled through humorous videos, all in vain. Finally, she thought of eating. As she rummaged through the refrigerator, she found nothing of substance. Besides a few cans of milk and some eggs, there was nothing in Pu Yingshin's fridge. What are you looking for? Pu Yingshin asked from a distance. Food and drinks. She replied. The drinks and snacks are in that wine fridge. He pointed towards a corner of the dining room. Lin Xiaofan approached, opened the door, and immediately regretted it. It was a concealed large refrigerator, half a wall wide, appearing quite expensive. She had not noticed it during her time living there. Inside was a variety of alcoholic beverages and drinks, along with a few snacks and fruits. Lin Xiaofan instinctively felt that the items within were costly. Not wanting Pu Yingshin to think she was taking advantage of him, she closed the fridge door. Forget it, it's too cold. I won't eat it. Lin Xiaofan offered an excuse. You still have asthma. You shouldn't consume anything too cold. I know, Lin Xiaofan replied, her tone tinged with impatience. The mention of asthma reminded her of Xia Yang. Dr. Pu, may I change my doctor? Lin Xiaofan felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought of switching doctors. She hesitated to make a unilateral decision and sought Pu Yingshin's opinion. Pu Yingshin regarded her with a puzzled expression. Why do you want to change doctors again? It's nothing. Lin Xiaofan felt it unwise to disclose matters regarding a blind date to another blind date, so she chose to evade the question. Why say you fell into a cesspool? Are you implying that Shulan Hospital is a cesspool? Pu Yingshin was straightforward, leaving no room for ambiguity. Lin Xiaofan felt a touch of embarrassment at his direct inquiry. Doctor, Pu, I'm not referring to you. Please don't misunderstand. Then who are you referring to? Lin Xiaofan fell silent. If you don't clarify, I will assume you are including me in your remarks, Pu Yingshin stated earnestly. Lin Xiaofan scrutinized him closely and noted his serious demeanor, indicating he was not jesting. Peng Qing concealed his hereditary illness, and Xie Yang has been harassing me. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head as she confessed. Come here. Pu Yingshin beckoned her softly. His gentle call breached Lin Xiaofan's psychological defenses, causing her tough exterior to crack. She hesitantly moved closer to him. Pu Yingshin enveloped her in a tender embrace, gently patting her back. This silent comfort held immense power. Leaning against him, Lin Xiaofan experienced a sense of protection for the first time since she was 9 years old. It felt so warm, so secure, and so steadfast. Dr. Pu, I have a follow-up appointment on Monday afternoon, Lin Xiaofan murmured against him. Pu Yingshin smiled faintly. All right, call me when you need me. I will accompany you. With that, he kissed her lips, holding her tightly in his embrace as he lowered his head to kiss her. Lin Xiaofan's body melted like silk. She clasped his back, gently caressing his muscular form. When Pu Yingshin heard her soft sigh, he paused once more. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan's eyes became dreamy, resembling a blooming rose awaiting harvest. Pu Yingshin restrained his burning desire and softly replied, You must first attend your follow-up. Lin Xiaofan remained nestled in his arms. Feeling her willpower dissipate, she was willing to succumb to this indulgence, indifferent to what tomorrow might bring. I need to take a shower. Pu Yingshin straightened her up and placed a kiss on her forehead. Besides being a man, he was also a doctor. In Pu Yingshin's eyes, life was the most precious thing. He did not wish for Lin Xiaofan, still unwell from her asthma, to encounter danger in a moment of passion. The following day, when they met again during breakfast, Lin Xiaofan had regained her rationality. She adopted a cold demeanor, maintaining distance from Pu Yingshin. He sensed this shift, but as he was in a hurry to start his hospital shift, he had no time to ponder these changes. Numerous surgeries awaited him. Upon arriving at Junkie, Lin Xian greeted her with a smile reminiscent of a beauty pageant winner. Sister Xiaofan, good morning. For the first time in 20 years, Lin Xiaofan heard Lin Xian refer to her as sister, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. Good morning, Xian. Lin Xiaofan understood well that their relationship was not one of deep sisterly affection, but rather a mere charade. Guan Zhao, their boss, was satisfied with the change between the two, as long as it did not disrupt the work atmosphere. He did not care whether they genuinely got along. Xiaofan, I reviewed your feasibility analysis report over the weekend. Since it is not suitable for our investment, we will not consider it for now. We are indeed unfamiliar with this industry. You will need to explore the next projects on your own. Feel free to reach out if you need my support. Guan Zhao's eyes sparkled with earnest anticipation. I will do my best. Lin Xiaofan recognized that her adaptation period at Junkie had come to an end. She needed to devote herself entirely to the forthcoming challenges and assessments. In the afternoon, as she sat outside the respiratory department waiting for Xie Yang, Lin Xiaofan was lost in thought. 10 minutes prior, she had called Pu Yingshin to inform him that she had arrived at Shulan Hospital. At that moment, she was mentally preparing herself to calmly accept Xie Yang's examination. Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan looked up to see Pu Yingshin striding toward her in green scrubs. The nurses at the nurses' station began to whisper among themselves. I just finished a surgery. Are you next? Pu Yingshin's expression was hurried. You next? Lin Xiaofan felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that Pu Yingshin had likely performed multiple surgeries that day. Upon entering the examination room together, Xie Yang paused, a look of surprise crossing his face before he greeted them. Pu Yingshin, what brings you here? Xie Yang smiled with a hint of flattery, aware that Pu Yingshin was a distinguished figure at Shulan, far above his own standing. I'm here to accompany Xiaofan, Pu Yingshin stated plainly. Xie Yang immediately directed his attention to Lin Xiaofan. Haven't you been here twice already? Do you still need Dr. Pu to guide you today? I often have difficulty understanding medical advice, and my asthma keeps recurring. I wanted Dr. Pu to help clarify. With Pu Yingshin present, Lin Xiaofan felt emboldened. She was no longer worried about being misled. If you don't understand, you can just call me, Xie Yang replied with a smile. First, tell me about her condition. I have another surgery to attend to. Pu Yingshin urged. Xie Yang reluctantly recounted Lin Xiaofan's condition and his medication philosophy. Pu Yingshin grasped immediately that as long as there were no further triggers, her acute phase had passed. and she would enter a period of chronic management for the next several months, which would not significantly disrupt her life. Is her dosage appropriate? I feel like her heart rate has been a bit fast recently, Pu Yingshin remarked. Both Xie Yang and Lin Xiaofan were taken aback. They had not anticipated Pu Yingshin's observation. Who could discern such details unless they had been in close contact? Lin Xiaofan's face flushed as she stared down at her feet. Once the acute phase is over, the dosage can be reduced. Xie Yang's tone and demeanor became subdued. Chapter 25. A glimmer of hope. When Lin Xiaofan exited the examination room, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She knew she would no longer be led by Xie Yang. If her condition truly proved difficult to manage, Pu Yingshin had already indicated she could switch doctors. As she approached the nurse's station to schedule her lung function test, a middle-aged nurse politely struck up a conversation. Is Pu Yingshin your relative? No, he's a friend. Lin Xiaofan felt the weight of Pu Yingshin's immense popularity. She noticed that all the medical staff at Shulan recognized him and were keenly interested in him. He suddenly appeared in our department. We thought something was amiss, the nurse chuckled. Lin Xiaofan wished to avoid becoming their subject of gossip, so she quickly left the hospital. Your mother advised you to engage with Xie Yang. Why are you rejecting him? That evening, Guo Liping questioned her daughter after learning from the matchmaker that Lin Xiaofan and Xie Yang had not progressed. Lin Xiaofan recognized that Pu Yingshin's presence had prompted Xie Yang to retreat. She had not directly rejected Xie Yang. The current situation was most favorable for her, bringing closure to the matter. Are you mute? Consider how many doctors your mother has lined up for you at Shulan Hospital. This one won't do, and that one won't do. You think you're the only one who can succeed? Mom, I didn't reject him. He simply wasn't interested. Lin Xiaofan cleverly shifted the blame onto Xie Yang. Guo Liping fell silent for a few seconds before responding. Understood. I'll find you another match. This is truly exhausting. After hanging up, Lin Xiaofan felt liberated. All her blind date prospects had been eliminated, and she no longer needed to deal with them one by one. So happy? Upon returning home, Pu Yingshin heard Lin Xiaofan humming a tune. Indeed, the skies of the liberated area were bright and clear. Lin Xiaofan grinned widely. Since you are so cheerful, could you fetch me a glass of water? Pu Yingshin set down his bag, appearing somewhat fatigued. Of course, he replied. Lin Xiaofan promptly went to pour a glass. Pu Yingshin gulped it down in one breath. You doctors are so busy that you hardly have time to drink water. Lin Xiaofan expressed her concern. It's just the nature of surgery. Not only can we not eat or drink, we also cannot relieve ourselves. Pu Yingshin shook del plissli. What type of surgery do you perform? Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Routine surgeries are generally laparoscopic, while severe cases require open surgery. Pu Yingshin leaned back against the sofa as he spoke. Lin Xiaofan eagerly dashed to find a jazz record to play. Very nice, thank you. Pu Yingshin beamed with a bright smile. What is laparoscopic surgery? Lin Xiaofan inquired further. It involves making incisions in the abdomen, inserting medical instruments, and excising the diseased tissue. Aren't you afraid? How do you manage to proceed with such procedures? Lin Xiaofan sought to understand Pu Yingshin's feelings. Some people are indeed fearful and choose internal medicine. Those who remain in surgery tend to be the brave ones. We also experience fear. Hence, we must practice. What would happen if someone dies during practice? Lin Xiaofan said earnestly. In the beginning, we do not practice on humans. For our training, we use pigs. Pu Yingshin couldn't help but laugh at her. Upon mention of pigs, Lin Xiaofan was suddenly invigorated, as if a surge of energy had coursed through her. Dr. Pu, are you saying you use pigs? Yes. We utilize pigs for experimental surgery. Where do you procure the pigs? There are specialized platforms for experimental animals. Pu Yingshin perceived her probing nature and guessed her intentions. Lin Xiaofan sat upright, her mind racing as she recalled the pig farm project. I can take you to visit the animal platform, Pu Yingshin suggested eagerly. Really? Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with delight as she seized his arm. Do I look like a liar? Pu Yingshin teased her. Not all. When shall we go? Lin Xiaofan was brimming with excitement. Only on weekends. I cannot halt my consultations without cause. All right. I await your notification. Lin Xiaofan felt that the day had transformed beautifully, with every situation taking a turn for the better, illuminated by new hope. And every turning point was influenced by Pu Yingshin. Dr. Pu, thank you, Lin Xiaofan smiled sweetly, her charm radiating. After spending some time with her, Pu Yingshin understood that such moments were rare for her. Most of the time, she was like a hedgehog, avoiding others. A mutually beneficial relationship. Pu Yingshin not dead subtly. What do you want me to do? At that moment, Lin Xiaofan was unguarded. Come here and give me a hug, Pu Yingshin said gently. No, Lin Xiaofan's smile vanished, returning to her usual standoffish demeanor. Pu Yingshin, typically calm and composed, possessed the resolute and collected traits of a surgeon. Since the previous night, he believed their relationship had progressed, only to find himself back at square one, as Lin Xiaofan once again distanced herself and turned him down. He straightened up on the sofa, pondering why. Observing this, Lin Xiaofan quickly retreated to her bedroom and locked the door. Pu Yingshin realized that this was the greatest challenge he had faced in many years, always faltering just before the finish line. Boss, regarding the pig farm project, can we hold off on a rejection and allow me some time? Early Tuesday morning, Lin Xiaofan sought guidance. Do you have any new ideas? I have acquired some valuable new information, but I must wait until the weekend to investigate it on site. If possible, I would like to draft a feasibility analysis report next week. Lin Xiaofan was determined to retain the project, feeling that opportunities like this were fleeting. We at Junkie Capital can wait for you, but I am unsure if the pig farm owner can afford to wait for you. The advisor was very pragmatic. I will negotiate with him again. I will persuade him to grant me another week. Lin Xiaofan exuded her usual decisiveness. The advisor admired her resolve and agreed. Lin Xiaofan promptly donned her spray paint and gas mask and headed to the pig farm. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan in her mask, the pig farm owner, impressed by her thorough inspections, began to respect her. Ms. Lin, your dedication is commendable. I can wait. I believe if you invest in us, we will surely succeed. Thank you for your trust. I will make it happen. Lin Xiaofan fought for an additional week with her determination and sincerity. Now all her hopes rested on Pu Yingshin, and she wished to seize this opportunity. Come, let's go exercise, the advisor called out to Lin Xiaofan as she was about to leave. Is tomorrow all right? I haven't prepared any workout clothes. Lin Xiaofan hesitated. Tomorrow is just another day, and there are many tomorrows to come. I can tell you don't enjoy exercising. Let's go now. We can buy clothes on the way. The advisor smiled cheerfully at her. I'm a fitness novice. Lin Xiaofan felt anxious. There are no foolish students, only incompetent teachers. If I cannot teach you, that makes me unqualified as your advisor. Thus, Lin Xiaofan got into the advisor's car. Chapter 26, The Final Ultimatum. I choose him. In the gym, Lin Xiaofan stared at the plethora of exercise equipment, utterly bewildered and unwilling to move. First, let us warm up, the advisor said, pulling her to the elliptical machine. Lin Xiaofan had no choice but to comply. She pedaled on the elliptical for a while, then jogged on the treadmill for a few minutes before trying out the rowing machine. Now we begin the training. The advisor instructed Lin Xiaofan to lie on a yoga mat. He advised her to engage her core and hold a plank position. Lin Xiaofan struggled to understand and could not manage it. She simply couldn't hold herself up. May I touch you? The advisor inquired. Lin Xiaofan was uncertain about the extent of the touch, but since he had asked, she assumed he was a considerate individual. Yes, you may. Subsequently, the advisor supported her abdomen with his hand. This area is your core. The muscles here need to engage, and your lower back must not sag. Only Pu Yingshin had touched this area before, and now, with the advisor's gentle support, Lin Xiaofan felt a tinge of shyness. Again, the advisor, like a strict teacher, urged Lin Xiaofan to repeat the exercise over and over. Eventually, exhausted and lying on the mat, Lin Xiaofan found herself unprepared for the advisor's hand, which had not yet withdrawn from her abdomen. When their eyes met, both felt a hint of embarrassment. After finishing their workout, Lin Xiaofan took a shower at the gym, feeling considerably lighter. Isn't it refreshing? Come, I'll drive you home, the advisor cheerfully urged. No, I can go back by myself. I insist, driving is quick, and it's getting late. I must ensure your safety as well. The advisor waved for Lin Xiaofan to follow. Xiaofan, you will train with me from Monday to Friday. The advisor grinned at her while driving. Boss, I can't handle this intensity. Could we take it slow? Lin Xiaofan felt increasingly apprehensive. After such a brief workout today, her limbs were trembling from fatigue. Then, I will let you rest tomorrow, and we shall continue the day after, the advisor chuckled with delight. He was passionate about fitness and particularly enjoyed guiding others. With Lin Xiaofan, a novice, training alongside him, he felt a sense of fulfillment in being a mentor. Have you showered outside? As Lin Xiaofan stood at the door, changing her shoes, Pu Yingshin appeared behind her. Observing her hair, half dry and half wet, he caught the scent of her shampoo. Lin Xiaofan thought he was being overly inquisitive but replied nonetheless, Yes, I want to exercise. With whom? Pu Yingshin's voice held a note of caution. Lin Xiaofan turned to face him, smiling. Why are you so much like my mother, monitoring everything around me? Pu Yingshin's expression turned serious as he leaned against the wall, pressing Lin Xiaofan between him and the wall. In a low voice, he commanded, "Speak quickly." Lin Xiaofan perceived an aggressive intensity in Pu Yingshin's gaze, akin to that of a wild beast, which left her in a state of disarray. Is it a male or female colleague? Pu Yingshin précède Ijali. Lin Xiaofan averted her eyes, biting her lip in silence, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Observing her demeanor, Pu Yingshin deduced that it was a male colleague, and jealousy ignited within him once more. This woman rarely refused others, yet consistently turned him down. If you do not answer me now, do not ever ask me anything again, Pu Yingshin declared with finality. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She had repeatedly rejected this man before her, all while attempting to barricade her emotions, convinced that they inhabited different worlds and that she must maintain a boundary. However, when faced with such a situation, she discovered her reluctance to part ways. "It's my boss," she confessed, a hint of grievance lacing her tone. "Do you not wish to go?" Pu Yingshin's voice softened. "No, I see it as work. I am exhausted." Lin Xiaofan leaned against the wall, feeling utterly drained. Pu Yingshin released his support from the wall and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gently asking, "Did I scare you just now?" Lin Xiaofan felt a tightness in her chest, remaining silent. "I've arranged for this Saturday to visit the animal testing facility. They will have staff on duty for us." Pu Yingshin guided her to the sofa, and they sat together. "Thank you," Lin Xiaofan murmured, her gaze cast downward. "I apologize. I was too harsh earlier and did not consider your feelings," Pu Yingshin replied, still holding her shoulder, his tone tender. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofan's tears fell like a torrential rain. No one had ever cared for her feelings or offered such an apology. Guo Liping often berated her for the slightest misstep, leaving her feeling invisible for the past 20 years in both work and life. "Do not cry," Pu Yingshin panicked, cupping her face and realizing for the first time how fragile and sorrowful she appeared, all due to his previous words. "Please, stop crying. I am sorry." He gently kissed the tears from her face and embraced her tightly. "Dr. Pu, thank you," Lin Xiaofan whispered softly, leaning into his embrace. Deep within her heart, she felt immense gratitude towards this man, like a beam of light in her dim world, always appearing in her moments of helplessness. "No need to thank me. Just forgive me," Pu Yingshin soothed as he caressed her back. Lin Xiaofan, through her tears, managed to smile. "Dr. Pu, are you a little son?" "What is a little son?" Pu Yingshin inquired, noticing her smile and returning it. "The kind of heater that warms others in the biting winter." Lin Xiaofan straightened, breaking free from Pu Yingshin's embrace, her eyes still glistening with tears. "Do you resemble Lona?" Pu Yingshin, understanding her compliment, felt a surge of joy. In truth, he had always been a proud and aloof individual, having stood at the pinnacle of success since childhood, often looking down upon the world. Before meeting Lin Xiaofan, he had never experienced rejection. Patients flocked to his clinic, yet only Lin Xiaofan had requested a change to a female doctor. Friends and classmates eagerly invited him to concerts, while Lin Xiaofan had repeatedly declined, forcing him to employ subtle tactics to succeed. Having leveraged the influence of the vice president's wife, he had attended a matchmaking event, becoming the only man among 3 doctors to be rejected by Lin Xiaofan. Now, this woman referred to herself as a little son. Receiving such praise was akin to a young boy finally acquiring his dream toy, filling him with elation. "You do." Lin Xiaofan gazed at him, her eyes bright and clear. "Then I shall be your little son," Pu Yingshin replied, smiling gently as he playfully tapped her nose. Chapter 27. You have your path, and I have mine. That night, Lin Xiaofan laughed and cried, conversing with Pu Yingshin as if they were old friends. Only when both were yawning did they reluctantly return to their respective rooms to rest. Lin Xiaofan realized that the barrier around her heart had begun to crack, and something was gradually seeping in, nurturing her. "Xiaofan, what is the matter with you today?" During the lunch break the next day, Li Min observed Lin Xiaofan struggling to pick up a piece of paper from the floor, attempting to squat several times. "My muscles ache. I can't squat," Lin Xiaofan admitted helplessly. A normal reaction, Guan Zhao said cheerfully as he approached. "Boss, why not skip tomorrow's workout? Lin Xiaofan harbored a fear of exercise. You must persist. You need to train, Guan Zhao insisted. Lin Xian watched as Guan Zhao actively took Lin Xiaofan to the gym, feeling a surge of jealousy. She could not accept that Lin Xiaofan was garnering more attention than herself. She could lose to anyone, but not to Lin Xiaofan. Senior, I want to train too. Can you take me along? Lin Xian chimed in, smiling broadly. Sure. Guan Zhao was pleased to welcome another trainee. Anyone else who wants to join can come after work, he announced to the eerily quiet office. Just then, Lin Xiaofan's phone rang. It was Guo Liping. Instantly aware of the purpose of the call, she grabbed her phone and dashed into the hallway. I've arranged it for you. There's a matchmaking event this Saturday, Guo Liping commanded over the line. Lin Xiaofan felt exasperated. She was in awe of Guo Liping's efficiency, having found her a new match in just 2 days. Mom, I have to work this Saturday. Let us reschedule. What's so great about this job? You're always working late and barely home, Guo Liping began to scold her. Lin Xiaofan fell silent, unwilling to argue with her mother in the company hallway. Then Sunday it is. It cannot be postponed, or I will come to your workplace and drag you back, Guo Liping threatened. Understood, Lin Xiaofan felt as though a knife was at her throat. She composed herself, forcing a standard workplace smile as she returned to her desk. Regardless of how unsatisfactory life became, she had to face it with a smile. That evening, when Pu Yingshin saw Lin Xiaofan waddling around her home like a duck, he could not help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Lin Xiaofan asked, feigning ignorance. I laugh because I wish to, Pu Yingshin replied, continuing to eat. Doctor, do not gloat. I am in immense pain, Lin Xiaofan pouted, exhibiting a childish demeanor. That's lactic acid buildup. It will take a few days to ease. Pu Yingshin's eyes sparkled with amusement, finding her pout adorable. But my boss insists I train again tomorrow. I truly do not want to go. Lin Xiaofan instinctively whined to Pu Yingshin. Would you like my assistance? Pu Yingshin tz mischievously. Dr. Pu, can you truly help me? Lin Xiaofan's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, but it must be mutually beneficial. Sensing the cunning glint in Pu Yingshin's eyes, Lin Xiaofan understood he had a scheme, yet she trusted him. What do you need from me? Lin Xiaofan smiled sweetly. Follow my lead on Sunday. Pu Yingshin's gaze was intense. This Sunday is not feasible. I must return home. My mother and I have made plans. Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened at the thought of the upcoming matchmaking event. Noting her distress, Pu Yingshin relented. Then next Sunday. All right, what's your plan? Lin Xiaofan anxiously turned to Pu Yingshin. Severe lactic acid buildup can lead to toxicity and blood in urine. You should tell your boss that your attending physician does not permit you to train, Pu Yingshin stated calmly. Lin Xiaofan's smile widened as she realized she had found a savior. Dr. Pu, you are incredible. You have rescued me. Now you recognize my prowess? Pu Yingshin became playfully arrogant. I was blind to your greatness. You are magnanimous. Lin Xiaofan smiled innocently. As the two were engrossed in cheerful conversation, Pu Yingshin's phone rang. Shuiwa, what is the matter? Pu Yingshin held the phone in his left hand while continuing to eat with his right. I'm free this Sunday. I'll come and pick you up, he added. Listening from the side, Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She stood up and returned to her room. Tang Shuiwa was tall and possessed the face of an intellectual, exuding wisdom and grace with an extraordinary demeanor. Lin Xiaofan felt that such a woman was truly a kindred spirit for Pu Yingshin. Throughout that day, her beautiful fantasies about him shattered once more with Tang Shuiwa's call. She closed her heart again. Afterward, Lin Xiaofan indeed followed Pu Yingshin's medical advice and successfully halted Guan Zhao's attention. Although Guan Zhao had extensive fitness experience and knew that lactic acid accumulation typically alleviated after a few days, he dared not push against professional medical advice. Upon learning that Lin Xiaofan had stopped training, Lin Xian immediately decided to withdraw as well. Senior, it's too boring to practice alone. I'll wait for Sister Xiaofan to join next time. Lin Xiaofan, with clarity in her heart, recognized that Lin Xian was secretly competing with her. However, she remained unconcerned, for her primary focus was to secure her own project. On Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofan rose early to prepare, but Pu Yingshin was still asleep. What's wrong? Pu Yingshin stood at the bedroom door in his pajamas. Let us get going. I'm afraid we'll be late. Lin Xiaofan urged after knocking on his door for some time. What's the rush? We want to be late. I'm already very sensitive to time with my daily rounds and surgeries. Pu Yingshin yawned, his peaceful dreams interrupted so early in the morning. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing her eagerness was perhaps excessive. "You're punished to help me prepare breakfast." Pu Yingshin offered her an out. "All right, wait for me." Lin Xiaofan responded cheerfully as she dashed into the kitchen. She prepared a delightful breakfast: poached eggs, buttered toast, a small plate of fried bacon, yogurt with quinoa, and a fruit salad, all neatly arranged on the table. Pu Yingshin's eyes lit up. "Is this a five-star hotel breakfast?" He laughed. "Your fridge is too sparse. Otherwise, I could prepare even more delicious dishes." Lin Xiaofan beamed with joy. After a hearty meal, Pu Yingshin praised her. "You're so capable. Many girls nowadays don't know how to cook." Lin Xiaofan smiled modestly, thinking that her skills were born out of necessity. When she was young, with Guo Liping working outside, she had to fend for herself, often standing on a stool to reach the stove. She could not recall how many times she had cut her fingers while learning to chop vegetables or burn her arms with hot oil. If given a choice, she would prefer to be like other girls, untouched by the toil of cooking. Chapter 28. Even pigs can fly. Hello, Dr. Pu. The staff at the experimental animal platform greeted Pu Yingshin warmly and respectfully. "This is my friend Lin Xiaofan. She wishes to inquire about the experimental pigs at your platform." Pu Yingshin introduced her. Lin Xiaofan engaged in detailed discussions with the relevant staff, discovering that numerous research institutions and innovative enterprises required experimental miniature pigs. Moreover, the animal platform was seeking governmental assistance to establish an SPF-grade miniature pig production base. This base would need to cultivate and raise several breeds, including Liukang pigs, Tibetan pigs, Bama pigs, and Wuxishan pigs, with an annual usage of approximately 5,000 heads. Lin Xiaofan felt invigorated upon gathering this information, predicting that Junkie could invest in this pig farm, foreseeing a promising future. What she urgently needed to do was provide Guanzhou with a feasibility analysis report, proposing an environmentally upgraded pig farm transformed into an SPF-grade production base, complete with a profit calculation model. "Dr. Pu, let me treat you to a meal," Lin Xiaofan exclaimed joyfully, feeling as if Pu Yingshin had done her a great favor. "No thanks," Pu Yingshin replied with a cold demeanor, feigning disinterest. "Why not?" Lin Xiaofan widened her eyes in disbelief. "I'm not hungry," he replied in a tone reminiscent of Lin Xiaofan's usual refusals. She chuckled, tugging at his arm. "Dr. Pu, let us eat." "I'm hungry." "Not eating. I have other matters to attend to," he continued to mimic her. Lin Xiaofan laughed heartily, thoroughly entertained by him. Seeing her so joyful, Pu Yingshin wrapped his arm around her waist and smiled down at her. "So, where shall we eat?" "I went to a Singaporean restaurant last time. I found it delightful. So let us go there," Lin Xiaofan stated decisively, showing no hesitation. She did not shake off his arm, allowing him to keep it around her waist. During that lunch, Lin Xiaofan felt an unprecedented joy. It was the first time she realized she could enjoy a meal so happily with a man in a restaurant. Free, unrestrained, without worries, her heart filled with dreams and hope. Pu Yingshin also discovered that Lin Xiaofan could be so relaxed and cheerful, devoid of defenses and pretense, chatting freely. He felt no apprehension about being rejected. "I'll head back this afternoon to work on the report. I need to submit it to my boss on Monday." Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Will you make in time?" "You only have this afternoon and tomorrow," Pu Yingshin inquired with concern. "I'll try. I can't delay any further. I'm worried that if I procrastinate, this project will fall through." Lin Xiaofan's expression turned serious. "Why not postpone going home tomorrow? Focus on it. And save some time," Pu Yingshin suggested. Lin Xiaofan fell silent, her demeanor darkening. It wasn't that she didn't want to do that. Rather, if she didn't return home for a matchmaking event, Guo Liping would truly show up at Junkie Capital to drag her out. She understood her mother well. At this stage, nothing was more important to Guo Liping than getting her married off. Pu Yingshin was not naive. He had heard tales of Guo Liping's matchmaking frenzy. He was well aware of the exits of Peng Qing and Xie Yang. "Are you going back for a matchmaking session?" Pu Yingshin gazed intently at Lin Xiaofan. She looked down, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes." "Is this a Dr. S event or a Teacher S event?" he asked with a hint of amusement. Lin Xiaofan sighed. "Dr. Pu, please don't mock me. I just hope it's not a battlefield." From that point onward, both felt disheartened and ceased their conversation. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaofan locked herself in her study, writing the report until late into the night, not emerging for dinner. "Aren't you hungry?" Pu Yingshin knocked on the door. "I can't let my thoughts break," Lin Xiaofan replied seriously, returning to her seat. Pu Yingshin realized she was an incredibly resilient girl, rarely complaining, diligent, and unwavering in her goals, much like himself. At 11, Lin Xiaofan finally exited her study and found Pu Yingshin still seated in the living room. Doctor Pu, why are you still up? She greeted. Your dinner is on the warmer, he indicated. Lin Xiaofan felt grateful that this man had thoughtfully kept her meal warm. Are you planning to stay up all night? I don't know. I've only written a third of it, she said, devouring her food quickly. You really shouldn't stay up too late. Asthma patients are prone to relapses when exhausted. Lin Xiaofan paused, not responding. Time waits for no one. Who would willingly work through the night without reason? I can help you organize the initial draft on the uses and prospects of experimental pigs. I'm more knowledgeable, and it will be much quicker. You can finalize it yourself. I won't interfere. There will be no disputes over authorship, Pu Yingshin joked lightly. Lin Xiaofan was completely taken aback by Pu Yingshin's willingness to assist her. Her emotions were complex, both touched and pained. Once again, she silently wished that this man were her boyfriend. Finish eating and go to bed. I'll give you the initial draft tomorrow. Pu Yingshin gently ruffled her hair. The gentle touch that Pu Yingshin placed upon Lin Xiaofan's head reminded her of her father, Lin Guoxing, who often caressed her in such a manner before she turned 9. Overcome with emotion, Lin Xiaofan hastily stuffed rice in her mouth, feeling a lump in her throat that nearly brought tears to her eyes. Sacrificing precious work time, she rushed back for a blind date early on a Sunday morning. This time, Guo Liping had arranged for her to meet 2 grassroots officials. One a doctor at a community health service station and the other a staff member at the street office. Lin Xiaofan was utterly distracted, her mind preoccupied with the feasibility analysis report for a pig farm, barely noticing the appearance of those sitting across from her. After an exhausting morning of nodding and smiling, she finally completed Guo Liping's matchmaking task. Upon returning home for lunch, Guo Liping eagerly inquired about the 2 suitors. How were they? Not great. Lin Xiaofan replied hesitantly. You said you wanted a particular type, and I'm searching high and low for you. Guo Liping tapped the table, visibly displeased with Lin Xiaofan's lackluster attitude. Do you not have any sense? They may not compare to Xie Yang, but they are more than adequate for you. Guo Liping raised her voice. Lin Xiaofan felt a knot in her stomach, unable to swallow her food, as she sensed that in her mother's eyes. She was worth less than a pig. I need to get back to work, Lin Xiaofan declared, setting down her bowl and quickly leaving the house. Come back next week for another round of matchmaking, Guo Liping shouted after her. Amidst the echo of her mother's haunting cries, Lin Xiaofan hurried back to Pu Yingshin's home. Finding it empty, she noticed a note on the desk in the study. The first draft has been sent to your email. Lin Xiaofan was aware that Pu Yingshin had an appointment with Tang Shuyue today. Chapter 29. The Thorny Rose, the Man Behind, Boss. I sent the latest version of the feasibility analysis report to your email last night, Lin Xiaofan said, standing before Guanzhao, her dark circles evident. I just reviewed it, Guanzhao remarked, surprised at Lin Xiaofan's diligence, as she had managed to complete the report in just over a day after visiting the experimental animal platform over the weekend. I believe we can invest. Just this small-scale experimental pig can generate sales revenue between 30 to 50 million a year. We can continue raising traditional pigs with only a slightly larger initial investment. Lin Xiaofan was eager for Guanzhao's response. Xiaofan, you have overlooked a crucial issue. While we can transform the pig farm to raise 5,000 pigs a year, can we ensure that the experimental pig platform can accommodate them? Lin Xiaofan recognized her oversight. Her inexperience had led her to focus solely on data collection and analysis while neglecting the fundamental aspect of project implementation. Boss, please give me a little more time to solidify this, she insisted, ready to push forward without hesitation. Guanzhao smiled appreciatively, admiring her tenacity as a budding entrepreneur. Proceed with the negotiations. Do not hesitate to ask for my support. Lin Xiaofan understood his implication. After work, she hurried home, preparing a sumptuous feast for Pu Yingshin's return. However, after waiting in vain, she eventually dozed off at the dining table, utterly exhausted from the previous night's work that lasted until midnight. She awoke to find Pu Yingshin gently stroking her head. Why not sleep in your bed? He asked, weary yet caring. I was waiting for you to eat, Lin Xiaofan replied, rubbing her eyes. Pu Yingshin paused, his gaze softening with warmth and a hint of emotion. Aren't you hungry? I didn't feel it while I was asleep, she mumbled, still half asleep. You made today's dishes, didn't you? Pu Yingshin sampled a bite and nodded. Yes. Is it good? Lin Xiaofan inquired, now fully alert with her own plans in mind. Quite delicious, he responded with a gentle smile. Dr. Pu, I would like to ask for your assistance again. Lin Xiaofan spoke while gauging his reaction. Pu Yingshin, perceptive as ever, had already discerned that she sought something from him. Yet, he still found the dinner delightful. Go ahead. Our boss wishes to negotiate a partnership with the experimental animal platform, and I need your help in the discussions. Lin Xiaofan beamed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You want me to represent you in the talks, correct? Pu Yingshin asked directly. Is that possible? Lin Xiaofan's face lit up with hope. Unfortunately, it would violate medical ethics, he replied. Lin Xiaofan's expression fell. She couldn't press him. However, I can find someone to assist you privately, he added, noticing her disappointment. Really? Should I join you? Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, overjoyed. No need, just wait for my notification. And I will expedite the process, Pu Yingshin assured her, affectionately patting her head again. Lin Xiaofan felt elated, believing that this man would always be there for her. She gazed at Pu Yingshin, lost in thought, momentarily forgetting about her meal. Eat up, he interrupted, noticing her daze. Blushing, Lin Xiaofan focused on her food. How did your date go yesterday? Pu Yingshin asked intentionally, having sensed her earlier infatuation. Huh, you sound just like my mother, Lin Xiaofan quipped. Pu Yingshin chuckled softly, choosing not to press further, mindful that he might upset this sensitive woman again. I was thinking about pigs all day yesterday, so I can't even recall what those two looked like. They probably all seemed similar to pigs in my eyes, Lin Xiaofan admitted candidly. Although she feigned annoyance at Pu Yingshin's inquiries, she found herself revealing the truth. Pu Yingshin merely smiled slightly, offering no comment. He had come to understand that this woman was both sensitive and insecure, akin to a thorny rose. He knew he had to be patient and take his time. Dr. Pu, how was your day yesterday? Lin Xiaofan asked casually, regretting at the moment the words left her mouth. She was not interested in delving into his personal life, nor did she wish to know what he was up to with Tang Shuiwei, having already sensed that it would upset her. I play badminton, he replied. Do you play? Not really. I don't enjoy sports. Lin Xiaofan recalled that during their blind date, Pu Yingshin had mentioned his hobbies included attending concerts and playing badminton. She felt that aside from music, their interests diverged significantly. It's important for us surgeons to maintain our physical condition. I try to exercise whenever I can, he noted. I usually see you running, Lin Xiaofan remarked. Running is a solitary activity. Badminton requires a partner, Pu Yingshin replied calmly. Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, inexplicably envious of Tang Shuiwei. Yet she quickly quelled the turmoil within, repeatedly reminding herself not to harbor fantasies about Pu Yingshin, for he was not hers, merely a roommate. 2 days later, Lin Xiaofan received a notification from the animal research platform, expressing their willingness to collaborate on establishing a small-scale pig production base. Without wasting a moment, Lin Xiaofan and Guanzhao promptly signed an investment cooperation agreement with the pig farm. Thus, Lin Xiaofan successfully secured her first investment project, which was also the inaugural investment for Junkie Capital. Overnight, she became a rising star within Junkie, prompting a shift in the attitudes of those around her, who began to treat her with newfound respect, with the exception of Lin Xian. On Saturday, we're hosting a celebration banquet at Junkie. Let us revel for a day, and everyone is welcome to bring their families, Guanzhao announced in the office. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with joy, knowing she had taken another step closer to her dreams, all thanks to Pu Yingshin's quiet support behind the scenes. Xiaofan, how did you manage it? It's typically challenging to negotiate with a platform backed by the government, Guanzhao remarked, impressed by Lin Xiaofan's remarkable capability to achieve such a feat in such a short time. Lin Xiaofan smiled silently, fully aware that it was all thanks to Pu Yingshin. She quickly shared the good news with Guo Liping. What's the use? Even if the investment succeeds, it's your boss who reaps the profits. You're just toiling away from home, whereas the comfort of bank. Guo Liping scoffed. Mom, I will receive dividends in the future. Lin Xiaofan attempted to persuade her. You're just waiting for a pie to fall from the sky, hoping for a prince to descend as well, so I don't have to worry myself sick. Guo Liping began to admonish her again. After hanging up, Lin Xiaofan cursed herself inwardly. If I ever bring up work with my mom again, I'll be as foolish as a pig in a sty. Aside from Guo Liping, There was someone else with whom she longed to share her joy. Dr. Pu, my project has succeeded. Lin Xiaofan bounced around her home, her happiness akin to that of a jubilant rabbit. Pu Yingshin looked at her with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with warmth. Let us go celebrate with a concert this Saturday. I can't, Dr. Pu. I have a company celebration that day. Lin Xiaofan's face fell as she regretfully turned him down. Though she had previously promised to attend the concert with Pu Yingshin at his convenience, circumstances had changed. Is it so difficult for you to attend a concert with me? Pu Yingshin shook his head in disappointment. Chapter 30. Cinderella and the Prince. Lin Xiaofan offered no response to Pu Yingshin's disappointment. Early Saturday morning, she arrived at Junkie, where everyone was gathering. We have arranged several business vehicles to transport the employees, Guan Zhao announced. Xiaofan, as the star of the day, will ride in my car and enjoy my full service. Lin Xian rolled her eyes in disdain, secretly cursing Lin Xiaofan, wishing her a day filled with mishaps, choking on food, sputtering on water, tripping while walking. Xiaofan, guess what activities I've planned for today? Guan Zhao asked cheerfully as he drove. I don't know. It would be a day at the gym, would it? Lin Xiaofan's heart raced, revealing her anxiety. If that were the case, it wouldn't be a celebration, but rather a punishment. Am I that stingy of a boss to take you to the gym for a celebration? Guan Zhao chuckled. Lin Xiaofan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, attempted to excuse herself. I only said that to motivate you. You should be more generous when exercising. Was I too lenient when taking you to the gym? Next time, I'll have you do crunches and show you what it means to be generous, Guan Zhao joked. No, please, I did get injured. Lin Xiaofan quickly objected. You little rascal, don't think you can escape my grasp, Guan Zhao teased, gesturing playfully at her. Lin Xiaofan laughed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she saw Guan Zhao's childlike antics. That day, Guan Zhao took all the employees to Disneyland, providing each person with a luxurious guide service worth 5,000 yuan, allowing everyone to enjoy themselves without waiting in line. This was Lin Xiaofan's first visit to Disneyland. And like many girls, she harbored a dream of being a princess. Although her childhood was akin to that of Cinderella, she longed to encounter her own prince. In a souvenir shop, she chose a pumpkin carriage and a pair of glass slippers. Her childhood dreams realized only at the age of 29. Today, everything you desire is on me, Guan Zhao announced joyfully. Xiaofan, don't miss the opportunity. Hurry and choose. Li Min promptly handed Lin Xiaofan a large shopping basket. The colleagues began to cheer, buy it all. Empty the store, max out the boss's card. Lin Xian stood to the side, her eyes blazing with anger. She refused to join in the cheer and had no desire to wish Lin Xiaofan well. The fact that Lin Xiaofan had successfully secured the pig farm project garnered her immense recognition within the company, which she loathed deeply. She wished nothing more than for Lin Xiaofan to fail miserably. Xiaofan, when Halloween approaches, I'll bring you back for a costume party. You can dress as a princess. Guan Zhao leaned closer to Lin Xiaofan. I'll make sure to secure another project by then, Lin Xiaofan replied with a wide smile. Lin Xian, overhearing this, rolled her eyes behind a shelf. Xian, what is wrong? A colleague inquired. Oh, it's just too crowded here. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Lin Xian offered as an excuse for her behavior. They dined together at the Royal Banquet Hall in Disneyland. As dozens of people sat down together, the atmosphere was vibrant. Most employees had never experienced such luxury and were thrilled, taking photos and videos. Only Lin Xian maintained a look of disdain, thinking to herself that she had long been accustomed to such experiences, having visited Disneyland several times a year, silently disparaging Lin Xiaofan as a country bumpkin. After watching the fireworks show from their reserved seats at Disneyland, it was past 9 o'clock. Lin Xiaofan felt as joyous as a child. This was her childhood dream, unexpectedly fulfilled by Guan Zhao. After the event, Guan Zhao personally drove Lin Xiaofan home, the trunk filled with gifts he had purchased. My princess, were you satisfied with my service today? Guan Zhao asked cheerfully. Lin Xiaofan covered her mouth, unable to contain her laughter, realizing that Guan Zhao was quite the humorous and generous person. When the car stopped in front of Pu Yingshin's residence, as Lin Xiaofan got out, her headband was caught by the car door, tilting askew. Guan Zhao promptly exited the vehicle and approached her. A princess must look splendid. Your hair cannot be disheveled. With a radiant smile, he gently adjusted her hair, setting her headband straight. Lin Xiaofan felt her face flush. This was the first time a man other than Lin Guoxing had tenderly arranged her hair. I can manage it myself, she said, covering her blushing face. In the evening light, Guan Zhao noticed her rosy cheeks and bashful demeanor, stirring something within him. He found her serene beauty captivating, sometimes charming, sometimes clumsy. "Get a good night's sleep and dream of being a princess," he said, lightly patting Lin Xiaofan on the head. "Okay," Lin Xiaofan replied, sensing an unusual atmosphere and hurriedly bidding farewell to Guan Zhao before returning home. Upon entering, she was greeted by an irate Pu Yingshin. "Dr. Pu, you're still awake?" At that moment, Lin Xiaofan felt elated and wanted to share her day's joy with him. Pu Yingshin ignored her, walking over to the record wall to sift through records. Lin Xiaofan followed, her sweet smile reflecting her gratitude. "Dr. Pu, thank you for your assistance. Tomorrow, if you're free, I can accompany you to the concert." "No need. It's too late now. There's no concert tomorrow." Pu Yingshin replied coldly without even glancing her way. "Then what do you wish for me to do? Last time, you asked me to keep a Sunday free for you." Lin Xiaofan's smile radiated with brightness, filled with anticipation as she yearned to share all the beauty of the day with him. Pu Yingshin set down the record, turning to her with a gaze sharp as a knife. He suddenly cupped her face in his hands and kissed her fiercely. Lin Xiaofan was utterly unprepared, sensing the intensity and aggression in his kiss. After a moment, Pu Yingshin released her, both panting heavily. Lin Xiaofan, blushing, could not find her voice, merely staring at him in a daze. Pu Yingshin kissed her again, this time with a tenderness that was almost melting. Lin Xiaofan felt weak in her limbs, leaning against Pu Yingshin's chest, devoid of any resistance. At that moment, she wished for him to be the prince she had longed for. Yet, he released her once more. This time, Lin Xiaofan could no longer contain her expectations, desires, and anger. "You're feeling distressed, aren't you?" Pu Yingshin held her in his embrace, gripping her chin. "Then why do you treat me like a rag, using me and discarding me? My feelings mirror yours at this moment." In Pu Yingshin's eyes, desire mingled with jealousy. He had just descended the stairs to dispose of the trash when he witnessed the intimate interaction between Lin Xiaofan and Guan Zhao in its entirety. Lin Xiaofan trembled all over, shutting her eyes in fear. She dared not respond or meet the gaze of this man, who was seething with fury like a wild beast. Pu Yingshin kissed her once more, and when she became completely enraptured, he released her yet again. This cyclical dance continued several times, with Lin Xiaofan softly moaning as she gently pounded her fists against Pu Yingshin's back. She understood that this man was punishing and conquering her in this manner, and she felt powerless to resist, succumbing entirely. Held tightly by Pu Yingshin, she melted into him like a puddle of water, unable to stand. He carried her back to the bedroom and tossed her onto the bed. Chapter 31. No place to settle, no way to escape the following morning. Lin Xiaofan merely turned over when Pu Yingshin enveloped her in his embrace. "Don't think about escaping," he said. "As if I could," Lin Xiaofan replied bashfully, burying her face in his chest. The previous night, Pu Yingshin had stormed through her body like a tempest, leaving her utterly exhausted. "Who fixed your hair yesterday?" he inquired softly beside her ear. "My boss," Lin Xiaofan answered, gazing dreamily at his scholarly, handsome, and alluring face. "What about the one who took you to the gym?" Pu Yingshin asked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Yes," she replied, her fingers delicately tracing and pressing against his chest and abs. "Do you know what you're doing?" Pu Yingshin's voice began to grow hazy. "It's okay for the officials to set fire, but not for the common people to light a lamp." Lin Xiaofan teased with a shy smile, swatting at Pu Yingshin's wandering hands. "I do want to start another fire," she admitted. Pu Yingshin grasped on her ankles, prompting Lin Xiaofan to playfully squirm against him. "Don't, Dr. Pu, my waist hurts." "A sore waist is nothing. You're just too excited. Your pelvis is congested. As long as it's not somewhere else that's hurting," he said, holding her tightly against him. "Why not? If somewhere else hurts, it indicates it's my problem." "But I was sore the last time too. It was different. It hurt everywhere," Lin Xiaofan replied, chuckling at Pu Yingshin's serious demeanor. "I'm a doctor. I'm educating you. I'm about to give you a lesson." Pu Yingshin smiled and rolled over, pressing Lin Xiaofan onto the bed. They lost themselves in a whirlwind of passion and intensity. At that moment, Guo Liping's phone call intrusively interrupted them. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the screen, but chose not to answer. At that moment, all she desired was to scale new heights with Pu Yingshin, completely intoxicated and oblivious to the notion of tomorrow. However, Guo Liping was relentless. bombarding her with calls from morning until noon, unyielding. While Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin shared a hunger-driven lunch, Pu Yingshin said, "Should you answer the phone? What if it's urgent?" Lin Xiaofan sighed. "You don't understand my mother. Her idea of urgency is matchmaking." "Are you going?" Pu Yingshin asked, his gaze fixed on her, waiting for her response. "If I don't answer, it means I don't want to go," she said, unconsciously revealing her playful side. "Why not just find yourself a boyfriend?" Pu Yingshin suggested with a smile. A wave of disappointment washed over Lin Xiaofan. That lingering night and morning had nearly led her to consider Pu Yingshin as her boyfriend. Now, his words brought her back to reality, reminding her of the transactional nature of their relationship. "Mom, what is it?" Lin Xiaofan finally answered the phone, having come to terms with her thoughts. "Yesterday, you mentioned you wouldn't return for the company celebration. Why are you still not back today? You didn't answer your phone. Have you died?" Guo Liping launched into a tirade. "I was exhausted yesterday. I won't be back today," Lin Xiaofan replied between bites. "The matchmaking I arranged for you can't wait. If you don't go, another girl will take your place. Who do you think you are? A celestial being?" Guo Liping continued to belittle Lin Xiaofan, analyzing the pros and cons while attempting to undermine her confidence. "I'll come back next week for the matchmaking," Lin Xiaofan said, feeling a knot in her stomach. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's change of attitude and lack of resistance, Guo Liping ceased her reprimands and hung up the phone. Pu Yingshin paused his meal, observing Lin Xiaofan with a frown. He noticed that the sweet, gentle woman who had nestled in his arms that morning had vanished, replaced by someone cold and distant. "Are you trying to avoid me again?" Pu Yingshin asked seriously. "I'm not." Lin Xiaofan feigned ignorance. "Then why are you returning for matchmaking? What do you think I am to you?" Pu Yingshin's anger was palpable. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head, silent. She found Pu Yingshin dazzling, a quintessential high-quality man. Her insecurities and fears felt unbearable. She longed to embark on a beautiful romance with him, but felt unworthy of such love. "Just a friend with benefits, right?" Pu Yingshin bluntly asked. Lin Xiaofan felt a pang in her heart. She had never wished to be merely a friend with benefits to Pu Yingshin, yet she increasingly resembled one. Seeing her silent and deliberately avoiding his question, he left the dining room alone. Lin Xiaofan felt a painful ache in her heart, unable to eat. In the afternoon, Tang Shuiyue unexpectedly paid a visit. "Pu Yingshin, what poundage is this Yonex racket? It's so hard. It shocks the hand," she said, picking up Pu Yingshin's racket. 30 pounds. 26 is sufficient for you," he replied, tossing another racket to Tang Shuiyue. "You still think of yourself as a few years ago. It's easy to get injured like this," she said, playfully tapping the strings while showing concern for Pu Yingshin. Lin Xiaofan had initially intended to retreat to her room, but after the previous day's exertion, she felt parched and stayed in the dining area to drink water. "Would you like to join us?" Tang Shuiyue suddenly invited Lin Xiaofan, catching her off guard. "I can't," she stammered. "She won tea," Pu Yingshin said nonchalantly. Tang Shuiyue felt awkward and smiled at Lin Xiaofan. "We'll have the opportunity to play together another time." Lin Xiaofan's heart felt pricked. She was sensitive and insecure. "Did you publish your article?" Tang Shuiyue stood beside Pu Yingshin, gently tapping his back with the racket. "Published in the Lancet," he replied without turning. "Professor Zhang must be thrilled. Another high-impact article," Tang Shuiyue said, leaning closer to Pu Yingshin, her face alight with admiration. While Lin Xiaofan waited for the water dispenser to fill, she realized she could not comprehend their conversation, further solidifying her belief that she and Pu Yingshin had no future together. After Pu Yingshin and Tang Shuiyue left, Lin Xiaofan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, tears flowing down her cheeks. She had lived in trepidation since childhood, afraid of loss, which had hindered her from seeking fulfillment. Every little thing Guo Liping offered came with a reminder of her unworthiness. She was unworthy of a toy, unworthy of a beautiful dress, unworthy of adornment, and unworthy of love or a fitting partner. She was meant to be a wooden puppet, obediently following Guo Liping's plans, leading a half-hearted life, marrying someone equally lackluster, and living a mundane existence. This was the stability Guo Liping envisioned, a life of monotony. She had thought that moving out and finding a new job would grant her freedom to live as she wished. Now, she realized that while changing houses and jobs was feasible, she remained shackled by the chains of her own mind. Unlike Lin Xiaofan, who could boldly challenge her boss, asserting her preferences with confidence, Lin Xiaofan felt trapped. "What's the matter?" Pu Yingshin's gentle voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Chapter 32. A desire for definition. Lin Xiaofan was startled, unsure why Pu Yingshin had returned when he had gone to play with Tang Shuwei. Nothing much, she replied. Yet, the moment she saw him, her tears flowed even more. Her heart yearned for him, yet she felt so insecure and sensitive, constantly suppressing her inner emotions and exhausting herself in a struggle against her own self. Listening to music, Pu Yingshin saw her weeping, her tears resembling delicate pear blossoms, and played Neil Young's Heart of Gold for Lin Xiaofan. Are you crying just to show me? Pu Yingshin teased. Lin Xiaofan wiped her tears and turned her head away. When you cry, my heart aches. Pu Yingshin embraced her from behind, gently rubbing her head with his chin, exuding warmth and tenderness. He had initially reached the garage but realized he had forgotten his wristband, so he returned. Upon coming back, he discovered he couldn't leave. She needed him. Tell me about yesterday's celebration party, he said, leaning back on the sofa with Lin Xiaofan nestled in his arms. I won't say anything I've forgotten. Lin Xiaofan pouted. Last night, when she wished to share her experiences with Pu Yingshin, he had completely ignored her. Here we go again, right? As soon as I leave, you'll cry. A look of affectionate concern glimmered in Pu Yingshin's eyes. I'm not crying because you're leaving. Lin Xiaofan felt downcast. Then why? Pu Yingshin cupped her face in his hands. I lack the courage to live in the present without fear of the future. As in Heart of Gold, Lin Xiaofan articulated her feelings through the music. Do you think I just played a song for you casually? Pu Yingshin tightened his hold on her, unwilling to grant Lin Xiaofan any chance to evade him. At this moment, he realized he needed to heal not only her body, but also her heart. I have never pursued anyone in this manner before, he confessed, his tone imbued with a hint of reluctance. You're pursuing me? Lin Xiaofan looked up at him, bewildered. She had just heard a statement she found utterly incredible. What am I doing then? Seeing her confusion, Pu Yingshin couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xiaofan stared at him in disbelief, her ability to think slipping away. She considered herself a failure in life, unnoticed and uncared for. How could such an exceptional man pursue her? She had always thought they were merely using each other. Be my girlfriend, Pu Yingshin declared, his gaze intense and his tone resolute. No, I want tea. Lin Xiaofan pushed against him with all her might. She had fantasized about this man, but when he explicitly asked to be her boyfriend, she felt the urge to flee. Why? Pu Yingshin held her tightly, refusing to let her escape. I'm not suitable for you. Don't move. Who are you to judge whether you're suitable for me? Pu Yingshin smiled playfully. My intuition. Realizing her resistance was futile, Lin Xiaofan ceased to struggle, allowing herself to be enveloped in his embrace. As doctors, our medical intuition is paramount. My intuition tells me you're suitable. Pu Yingshin remained unwavering, gaining the upper hand. Lin Xiaofan found herself at a loss for words, her mind a whirlwind, caught between retreat and advance. Deep down, she felt elated, for she had finally confirmed that Pu Yingshin liked her. Yet, she feared that irrationality in the present might lead to greater pain in the future. Though she longed to stay in Pu Yingshin's embrace, she continually reminded herself to leave swiftly. This argument won't yield any results. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Pu Yingshin flashed a mischievous smile. How do we practice? Lin Xiaofan stammered. Let us give each other a 1-month trial period. If it works, we'll make it official. If not, we'll continue as roommates. Pu Yingshin smirked. Lin Xiaofan also smiled, realizing this man understood her. He knew she was reluctant and not yet ready to embark on a romantic relationship. A month is too short. Let us make it 3. She began to negotiate. Fine. Should we sign an agreement? Pu Yingshin chuckled. Lin Xiaofan covered her face, laughing. Is there any legal basis for this? She teased. Our mutual trust is the guarantee of this agreement. As he spoke, Pu Yingshin rose and retrieved a pre-prepared agreement from a drawer. You're quite scheming. Lin Xiaofan laughed sweetly, playfully chiding him. Sign quickly. Pu Yingshin didn't give her any chance to hesitate, urging her to sign immediately. From now on, we both hold a contract of commitment. Enjoy your rights and fulfill your obligations. He lightly tapped the agreement on her head. Lin Xiaofan giggled, finally shedding her defenses and burdens, lazily reclining on the sofa. In that moment, she felt as if the world were vast and carefree. Let us go. I'll take you out for fun. Pu Yingshin gathered the agreement and rushed to her side. No, my back and legs ache. I can't move. Lin Xiaofan pouted playfully. Then I'll carry you. Pu Yingshin effortlessly lifted her from the sofa. We can't tell acquaintances that we're a couple until it's official. Lin Xiaofan emphasized the trial period's rules. Understood. Pu Yingshin affectionately kissed her. While they strolled outside, basking in their sweet moments together, Lin Xiaofan received a call from Lin Guoxing. Dad, what is up? She was taken aback. Lin Guoxing never called her. Ever since his divorce from Guo Liping, their relationship had been characterized by a policy of non-initiation, non-rejection, and non-responsibility. If Lin Xiaofan sought him out or needed something, he wouldn't refuse, maintaining a warm demeanor, yet he never reached out first. Are you free tonight? Dad wants to take you out for dinner. Lin Guoxing sounded quite affectionate over the phone. Really? Dad, I'm free. Lin Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised, her spirits lifting. Let us not miss each other. Dad will send you the restaurant address shortly. Lin Guoxing hung up. Ecstatic, Lin Xiaofan beamed at Pu Yingshin, feeling as if her life were beginning to improve. She had made progress at work, her health had significantly improved, and she had gained a dream boyfriend, albeit temporarily. Now even her father had extended an olive branch to her. I can't accompany you tonight. I'm going to dinner with Dad. Lin Xiaofan linked her arm with Pu Yingshin's. Go ahead. I can't compete with this rival. Pu Yingshin Jukid. Chapter 33. Unyielding Resolve Xiaofan. How have you been recently? Lin Guoxing, serve her a dish. Lin Xiaofan was astonished. It had been many years since they had shared a meal together. Usually, when visiting Lin Guoxing, they merely drank a few cups of water before hurrying off, as her stepmother, Pang Weiwei, never prepared any meals. Pretty good. Lin Xiaofan replied cheerfully. Genuinely happy. How's work? Lin Guoxing inquired with genuine concern. Also quite good. Lin Xiaofan thought about sharing her project completion with him, but hesitated, considering that Lin Xian might have already informed him, so she opted for modesty. Last time you asked Dad for help with job inquiries, it was tea that Dad delayed. The news just came today, and I wanted to tell you immediately. Lin Guoxing smiled. It's all right, no need. I really like my current job. My boss and colleagues appreciate me. Lin Xiaofan felt delighted, realizing that Lin Guoxing had indeed been concerned about her and had not been dismissive. Dad got in touch with a financial leasing company for you, state-owned, large in scale with promising prospects, perfect for you. Lin Guoxing served her another dish. Thank you, Dad. But I genuinely enjoy my current job. Lin Xiaofan smiled as she declined. Had Lin Guoxing given her this information a month ago, she would have gladly accepted it. Xiaofan, I heard from Xian that your current company is just starting out with barely any business, and the boss is inexperienced. This job might not be stable. Lin Guoxing frowned. Lin Xiaofan had always been sensitive, a trait that was both her weakness and her strength. When Lin Guoxing mentioned Lin Xian, Lin Xiaofan realized that the situation was far from a simple dinner between a benevolent father and a dutiful daughter. Then why did you let Xian, an international student, intern at such a small company? Lin Xian coldly retorted. Xian will only stay for a few months, unlike you. Lin Guoxing replied with a smile. Dad, I really enjoy this job, and I have no intention of changing it, Lin Xiaofan firmly declared. Xiaofan, working alongside Xian will bring about numerous inconveniences and mutual influences. The position I found for you is far superior. Lin Guoxing finally revealed his true intentions. Anger surged through Lin Xiaofan, causing her hands and feet to tremble as she struggled to hold back tears, her voice quavering as she said, Dad, in your eyes, Xian must be the better daughter. The dinner ended on an unhappy note, and it was not until she boarded the subway that Lin Xiaofan began to cry silently. She finally understood that in Lin Guoxing's heart, she was merely a pawn to be sacrificed for the sake of winning Lin Xian's favor. After she successfully completed a project that had irked Lin Xian, Lin Guoxing, under the guise of love, sought to have her leave junkie. During the times when she lived aimlessly like a stray dog, no one seemed to care for her. A kind-hearted woman on the subway handed her a tissue, saying, Dear, don't cry. Get home early. Your parents are waiting for you. Upon hearing this stranger's kind words, Lin Xiaofan's tears fell like a torrential downpour. A vast emptiness resided within her, dark, cold, and perpetually gnawing at her. It felt as though she had a home, yet lacked the warmth of parental love. When the despondent Lin Xiaofan appeared before Pu Yingshin, he said nothing, asked nothing, but held her tightly. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan realized that this embrace was the only thing that truly belonged to her, albeit for a brief 3 months. Hold me tight, don't let go, Lin Xiaofan whispered. That night, she nestled in Pu Yingshin's arms and slept soundly. Initially, she trembled with anxiety, devoid of any sense of security. Gradually, the warmth of Pu Yingshin's embrace enveloped her, allowing her to relax and drift into a deep slumber. Pu Yingshin gazed at the shivering woman curled up in his arms. Feeling a surge of compassion, she appeared so lost and sorrowful that even in her sleep, tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. "Are you awake?" The next morning, Lin Xiaofan opened her eyes to the soft sound of Pu Yingshin speaking. She mumbled, realizing she lay against his arm. "My arm is numb. I have several surgeries to perform today," Pu Yingshin chuckled. Lin Xiaofan immediately sat up, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "Let me massage it for you." "No need. I must hurry, or I'll be late," Pu Yingshin replied, kissing Lin Xiaofan on the cheek before jumping out of bed. As a surgeon, he had no luxury of sleeping in. He arose early every weekday, rushing to the hospital by 7 for rounds, consultations, and surgeries. Today, fearing Lin Xiaofan might be startled upon waking, he lingered a bit longer. In his haste, he grabbed a piece of bread and dashed out the door without having breakfast. Before heading to work, Lin Xiaofan checked the contents of the refrigerator. Knowing Pu Yingshin would likely have a long day filled with surgeries, she wanted to prepare something delicious for him. Back in the office on Monday, the atmosphere returned to its usual calm. Guanzhou, in efforts to advance the pig farm project, established a small team. This was Junkie's inaugural project, and he placed great importance on it, seeking to build a reputable name in the industry. "For now, I'll serve as the team leader, though I'm merely a logistical support," Guanzhou said with a smile. The project operated on a contract basis, where whoever secured it would be fully responsible. Thus, Xiaofan became the deputy team leader, with Lu Chang and Wang Wei cooperating with her. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan proposed that the finance department draft a budget, as they needed to oversee the renovation and implementation of the pig farm. "Boss, I believe we require a consultant, someone truly knowledgeable about experimental animals, and we need to bring them on board swiftly," Lin Xiaofan suggested. "Have the HR department initiate recruitment immediately, and let us also leverage our connections for recommendations. The sooner, the better." Guanzhou appreciated Lin Xiaofan's clarity of thought and decisive decision-making. After the meeting, he asked Lin Xiaofan to stay behind. "Let us go to the gym after work today." "Huh, boss, I can't. I have things to do at home," Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling overwhelmed at the thought of working out. "Then let us go tomorrow," Guanzhou insisted. Lin Xiaofan smiled awkwardly, unsure how to decline. "I already made plans with Xian. She said she would join if you go, so don't back out. We're all counting on you." Guanzhou invoked Lin Xian's name, attempting to pressure Lin Xiaofan into compliance. Resentment bubbled within her as she clenched her teeth. "Fine, I'll go." After all, if they were going to confront her, she had nothing to fear. Chapter 34. Deep as the sea. Upon returning home, Pu Yingshin arrived not too late. "I'm back," he called out loudly. Lin Xiaofan followed the sound to the entrance. A kiss for a long-lost reunion was a must when her boyfriend returned. Pu Yingshin pulled her into his embrace and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. Lin Xiaofan smiled bashfully, still unaccustomed to such affectionate greetings upon his return. "I can't join you for dinner tomorrow." As she spoke, she placed the sweet, glutinous rice and red dates she had prepared on the table. "Have to work late?" Pu Yingshin stroked her hair. "I'm going to the gym." Lin Xiaofan frowned, feeling a bit down. "Has the doctor's order expired? Should I issue another?" Pu Yingshin tz, smiling. "No, I must go to the gym tomorrow." Lin Xiaofan was well aware that Lin Xian would always compete with her, and she could avoid the initial confrontation but not the inevitable one. "Why?" Pu Yingshin asked seriously. He was wary of Guanzhou and did not wish for Lin Xiaofan to have any contact with him outside of work. A few words would suffice to explain. Lin Xiaofan chose to avoid mentioning Lin Guoxing and Lin Xian in front of Pu Yingshin. "After your workout tomorrow, I'll come pick you up." Lin Xiaofan hesitated, unsure how to introduce Pu Yingshin to Guanzhou and Lin Xian. "Is it because you think I'm not presentable?" Pu Yingshin tz. Lin Xiaofan chuckled softly. "You are the top doctor at Shulan Hospital. How could you not be? It's just that there will be others there besides the boss, which makes it a bit inconvenient," she explained, still reluctant to mention Lin Xian. After spending some time with her, Pu Yingshin had gained insight into her character. He understood that he must not put too much pressure on her, as she possessed a sensitive and fragile heart. "All right, call me if you need anything," he said without pushing further. That night, before going to bed, Lin Xiaofan hesitated in her room, unsure how to navigate her relationship with Pu Yingshin, uncertain of where she should sleep. "Are you flipping my card today?" Pu Yingshin opened her door. Lin Xiaofan covered her face and laughed, realizing she had no means of handling this man. Every word she had spoken was firmly etched in his memory, ready to be used against her at any moment. No, I need to conserve my energy. I have to go to the gym tomorrow, Lin Xiaofan replied with a smile. Is the gym more important than flipping cards? Pu Yingshin leaned closer to her. Yes, it is very important, Lin Xiaofan affirmed earnestly. She was determined not to be outdone by Lin Xiyan. While Pu Yingshin pondered the audacity of Guanzhao, Pu Yingshin chuckled and turned to leave. Just as Lin Xiaofan was reflecting on whether she had been too cold in her rejection, Pu Yingshin returned to her room. This is the IOU you wrote. I want you to repay it now, he said, shaking the note in his hand. Lin Xiaofan pressed her forehead with one hand, refusing to respond. She realized once again that she had been outmaneuvered by this proud man. I, Lin Xiaofan, owe Pu Yingshin for 2 days and nights, with all rights of explanation belonging to him. Pu Yingshin deliberately read aloud the IOU that Lin Xiaofan had penned herself, using a broadcasting tone. Are you hoping I drop dead from the anticipation of these 2 days and nights? Lin Xiaofan's face flushed with embarrassment. You must decide whether to honor this IOU or to flip my card today. After saying this, Pu Yingshin tucked the note away, fully confident in how to manipulate this woman. Just let me off. I truly won't be able to practice tomorrow. With no other choice, Lin Xiaofan clung to Pu Yingshin's waist, acting coy. You have 2 options. One is that after tomorrow's workout, I can pick you up, and the other is to flip the card. Of course, you could also choose the 2 days and nights option, and I can request a leave of absence. Pu Yingshin smiled at Lin Xiaofan with an air of certainty. Upon hearing Pu Yingshin mention a leave of absence, Lin Xiaofan realized he was serious and that she had experienced his relentless pursuit before. Then you may pick me up tomorrow, but let us keep our relationship a secret. Certainly, Pu Yingshin replied with a mischievous smile, lifting Lin Xiaofan into his arms. What are you doing? A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Xiaofan. During the probationary period, separation is not allowed. As he spoke, Pu Yingshin carried Lin Xiaofan back to his room. Did we not agree to avoid flipping cards? Lin Xiaofan sat on Pu Yingshin's bed, feeling anxious. Not flipping means we simply sleep together. As he spoke, Pu Yingshin began to undress. In no time, he was entirely bare, casually lying on the bed and covering himself with a blanket, as if nothing were amiss. Lin Xiaofan observed him for a moment. Noticing he had closed his eyes and lay still, seemingly asleep, she then slipped under the covers beside him. Feeling Pu Yingshin's scorching body pressed against her own, she dared not move, fearing that she might ignite a fire within herself. However, it was evident that she had overestimated her self-control. With such a handsome and alluring figure before her, she quickly succumbed to temptation, her hands beginning to wander. You initiated this. Pu Yingshin opened his eyes, capturing her with his gaze, the intensity of his stare almost consuming Lin Xiaofan. That night, Pu Yingshin obtained everything he desired. The next morning, while washing up, Lin Xiaofan noticed a prominent hickey on her neck. Was this intentional? Lin Xiaofan glared playfully at Pu Yingshin. He offered no response, merely smiling as he bestowed a good morning kiss upon her. Lin Xiaofan silently mused. What a deep strategist. Their encounter the previous night had left Lin Xiaofan utterly defeated. Pu Yingshin had secured the right to pick her up, flip the card, and left his mark upon her neck. When Lin Xiaofan arrived at Junkie, Lin Xiyan greeted her with unrestrained enthusiasm. Good morning, Xiaofan. Having studied dance since childhood, Xiyan possessed excellent control over her body and anticipated her victory at the gym that day. Morning, Xiyan. Lin Xiaofan forced a smile, refusing to show weakness. What happened to your neck? Lin Xiyan pointed at the band-aid on Lin Xiaofan's neck, seizing any opportunity to embarrass her. I accidentally scratched a bump. Lin Xiaofan recited the line she had prepared. Xiaofan, I'm definitely going to be generous today. Guanzhao, having noticed their cheerful conversation, joined in. Lin Xiaofan smiled awkwardly, feeling apprehensive. As she observed Lin Xiyan's predatory gaze, she sensed she would be humiliated that evening. Senior, is this a test? Lin Xiyan stoked the flames further. Noticing Lin Xiaofan's growing anxiety, Guanzhao took on a protective demeanor. It's not a test. We're just practicing together for fun. I'll ensure your safety. Xiaofan, come to my office. Guanzhao signaled her to follow. Chapter 35. Direct Confrontation 1. Delicate and soft. I prepared a professional outfit for you. Wear this tonight. Guanzhao handed Lin Xiaofan a shopping bag. Lin Xiaofan paused. Boss, didn't T we just buy an outfit last time? I brought it. That outfit isn't professional enough. Trust me, Guan Zhao raised an eyebrow. Lin Xiaofan felt torn, unsure whether to accept or refuse, standing there with an awkward smile. Take it. This is a benefit from Junkie. Guan Zhao asserted his authority, pressing it into her hands. Lin Xiaofan had no choice but to accept it. Upon returning to the office area, she cast a glance at Lin Xian, noticing her radiant and flushed face. She was uncertain how she would fare that evening. As soon as Lin Xiaofan emerged from Guan Zhao's office, Li Min approached her, handing over a stack of documents. These are the resumes for the experimental animal consultant that the HR department received. Xiaofan, we've shortlisted a few candidates. Since we've never hired for this position and are unfamiliar with this field, who will interview them? Li Min appeared troubled. Junkie was a financial investment company, and its staff typically had backgrounds in finance or administration. Finding someone proficient in experimental animals had left the HR department in a quandary. What did the boss say? Lin Xiaofan inquired. I can't directly discuss this with the boss, Li Min replied, visibly distressed. She didn't want to appear unprofessional nor dismissive. Lin Xiaofan quickly reassured her, don't worry, I will find a solution. Give me a day. Li Min's spirits lifted at Lin Xiaofan's proactive response. She appreciated that Lin Xiaofan faced the issue head-on instead of shifting the responsibility onto HR. Xiaofan, let me know if you have any ideas. Our HR department will fully support you. Lin Xiaofan smiled and patted Li Min's shoulder, understood. As soon as the workday ended, Lin Xian hurriedly changed into a form-fitting workout outfit in the company locker room, flaunting her physique. Several female colleagues immediately approached her. Xian, is that Lululemon you're wearing? That brand is so popular right now. Yes, Lin Xian unabashedly boasted. She owned many such outfits and viewed Lin Xiaofan as a country bumpkin, dressed plainly and ignorant of fashion. She intended to assert her dominance over Lin Xiaofan. With her head down, Lin Xiaofan tidied her desk, feeling utterly out of her depth. Ever since childhood, Guo Liping had imposed strict rules on her, leaving her no opportunity or means to explore such matters. Now, she had no choice but to wear the gym clothes gifted by Guan Zhao and head to the locker room. Oh dear, Xiaofan, with your figure, do you really need to work out? Li Min, preparing to head home, called out upon seeing Lin Xiaofan exit the locker room. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit embarrassed. Unlike the makeshift workout clothes she had worn before, this time she donned a tight pair of compression pants and a supportive sports bra. She had never worn anything like this in public. She felt almost as if she were undressed under their scrutinizing gazes. Lin Xian, observing Lin Xiaofan's curvaceous figure, flat abdomen, tiny waist, and shapely hips, immediately scowled. Though she had previously trained in dance, her physique was comparatively slender and flat, lacking Lin Xiaofan's alluring curves. Xiaofan, you look fantastic. Guan Zhao beamed at Lin Xiaofan, clearly pleased. The outfit he had chosen was a perfect fit, as he had previously assessed her measurements accurately while training with her. Xiaofan, that outfit looks great. Which brand is it from? The colleagues who had been discussing Lin Xian's outfit quickly turned their attention to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan, unsure of what to say, merely smiled in silence. It's from Skins. The feel is quite different, one female colleague remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian turned and walked away, not expecting that Lin Xiaofan, whom she deemed a fashion novice, would show up in professional grade gear to compete with her. If you desire a figure like Xiaofan's, come train with me, Guan Zhao announced to the group of female employees. Boss, is Xiaofan a natural beauty? Don't paint us a rosy picture. Unless we return to our parents for a complete makeover, we're stuck as we are. Indeed, I've noticed Xiaofan never exercises. Her figure is a gift from her parents. Several male colleagues in the office began to observe. Lin Xiaofan felt as if she were a mannequin on display, being scrutinized from head to toe, which made her quite bashful. Boss, let us go, Lin Xiaofan said, her cheeks flushed. Guan Zhao, seeing Lin Xiaofan's shy demeanor, exclaimed, Lin Xian, let's go. Subsequently, the three of them headed to the gym together. Lin Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that at least she and T lost in the first round. During the training session, it was evident that Guan Zhao was attentively looking after Lin Xiaofan, providing her with close protection, while Lin Xian felt neglected and was not pleased. Senior, do you think I'm doing this movement correctly? Lin Xian asked as she performed a crunch. Xiaofan, would you like to try a crunch? Guan Zhao asked while supporting Lin Xiaofan's waist. ignoring Lin Xian's question and instead inquiring about Lin Xiaofan. No, Lin Xiaofan said, focusing intently as she held her breath during a plank. However, when she spoke, she lost her breath and collapsed on the mat. Guanzhao burst into laughter, but his amusement was not mocking. It was filled with affection. Boss, this isn't my fault. You made me talk, Lin Xiaofan panted. My bad, Guanzhao replied, softening his usual cheerful demeanor. Lin Xian was furious, realizing she felt invisible as Guanzhao paid no attention to her. Here it comes. Xiaofan, take a rest for a moment and then repeat the exercise, Guanzhao said with a smile as he approached Lin Xian. You need to keep your elbows open and not cradle your head. Otherwise, it can harm your cervical spine. He corrected Lin Xian's form. However, for your first attempt, doing 20 reps is quite impressive. He praised her. Lin Xian felt a sense of pride, noticing that Lin Xiaofan didn't dare attempt a crunch. After catching her breath, Lin Xiaofan resumed her plank, unwilling to be looked down upon by Lin Xian. Suddenly, she felt a pat on her back, followed by a familiar voice. Xiaofan, what are you doing here? Lin Xiaofan turned slightly, her hands on the mat, to see Pu Yingshin, clad in a gray workout outfit, crouching down and smiling at her. Pu Yingshin immediately placed his left hand on Lin Xiaofan's abdomen and patted her waist with his right. Tighten your core, your head back, and hips should form a straight line. You. Lin Xiaofan held her breath, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Chapter 36. Direct Showdown 2. Broad shoulders, narrow waist. Who is this? Guanzhao noticed Pu Yingshin and promptly walked over to greet him. Lin Xiaofan immediately halted. Boss, this is my friend Pu Yingshin. Pu Yingshin helped Lin Xiaofan to her feet. Hello, I'm Guanzhao, he said in a businesslike manner, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Pu Yingshin, he replied, exchanging a fist bump with Guanzhao. Lin Xian and the other female gym-goers gazed at Pu Yingshin with starry eyes, whispering among themselves. Wow, I thought a popular star had arrived. I thought so too. I almost asked for a photo and an autograph. Isn't he that top influencer? My goodness, he looks just like him. No, he looks smarter and more refined than that top influencer. Lin Xian, with a sweet and charming smile, approached Pu Yingshin, saying, Hello, I'm Lin Xian, Xiaofan's colleague. Hello. Pu Yingshin smiled slightly and nodded. That smile left Lin Xian spellbound, rendering her utterly dazed, as if she had encountered a celestial being. She noticed that Pu Yingshin was not only handsome, but also exuded a clean and refined masculinity, coupled with a vibrant energy. His physique was toned yet not excessively muscular like Dwayne Johnson. Most importantly, he radiated intelligence. For Lin Xian, still in university, this was highly captivating, akin to a dream lover descending from the heavens. Lin Xiaofan, observing Lin Xian's starry-eyed admiration for Pu Yingshin, felt a pang of discomfort and turned her head away. Shall we train together? Guanzhao suggested to Pu Yingshin. I've already completed a round. You all go ahead. Pu Yingshin waved his hand and settled onto a nearby bench. Xiaofan, let us continue, Guanzhao said. Lin Xiaofan was puzzled as to why Pu Yingshin was at the gym when they had planned for him to take her home. Now he was sitting nearby, watching the three of them, making her feel quite uneasy. While Guanzhao guided Lin Xiaofan's movements, Pu Yingshin observed quietly, his expression neutral. Hello, could you teach me? Lin Xiaofan approached Pu Yingshin. Sure, he replied, rising to follow her. What are you working on? Which movement? Pu Yingshin inquired. Lin Xian, with a cunning smile, hinted at her intentions, wanting to say chest, but fearing it was too direct. Waist and hips, I'm not sure which movement is suitable. She feigned innocence. Do deep squats, 20 reps per set, Pu Yingshin instructed in a calm tone. Lin Xiaofan felt uneasy as she saw Lin Xian take Pu Yingshin away. Her heart filled with jealousy, rendering her incapable of continuing her plank. I'm tired. I want to drink something, Lin Xiaofan said sullenly. I'll get some electrolyte drinks. Guanzhao offered kindly. As Lin Xiaofan sat down, Pu Yingshin walked over, ignoring Lin Xian. Where's your guardian? He teased Lin Xiaofan. You want to get drinks? Lin Xiaofan had grown accustomed to Pu Yingshin's teasing. Lin Xian quickly followed. Sister Xiaofan, should we practice squats together? Lin Xiaofan, annoyed by Lin Xian's persistent presence, felt a wave of disdain. I'm tired. I don't want to practice anymore. But we've barely started. It's like a warm-up. Lin Xian seized the opportunity to belittle Lin Xiaofan in front of Pu Yingshin. Here are the drinks. One for each of us, Guanzhao said, returning with chilled bottles of Pocari Sweat for everyone. He thoughtfully opened the cap for Lin Xiaofan and handed it to her. Just as she grasped the bottle, Pu Yingshin remarked, "She can't drink that cold beverage after exercising." He then took the drink from Lin Xiaofan's hands. "It's fine. We usually drink it like this." Guanzhao chuckled, thinking Pu Yingshin was overreacting. This could trigger her asthma. "I'm a doctor," Pu Yingshin stated flatly, his words carrying significant weight. The group exchanged glances, none daring to question him. Upon hearing Pu Yingshin was a doctor, Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled. She felt vindicated in her initial assessment of him as an intelligent man. "Dr. Pu, are you a PhD?" she asked, beaming. "Yes," Pu Yingshin acknowledged, having noticed Lin Xiaofan's excessive enthusiasm and intentionally responding in a more detached manner. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit displeased. "Then what should I drink?" Festi. "I have room temperature drinks in my bag. I'll get one," Pu Yingshin said, giving Lin Xiaofan a slight smile. "Boss, you take Xian for practice. I'll rest for a bit." Lin Xiaofan thought to distance Lin Xian from herself and Pu Yingshin. "I want to rest too." Lin Xian immediately replied, shaking her head at Guanzhao and sitting next to Lin Xiaofan. "You two are just like children in kindergarten. One wants to practice, the other does too. One wants to rest, the other follows suit," Guanzhao teased. Pu Yingshin, standing a short distance away, waved the drink at Lin Xiaofan, prompting her to understand and approach him. "Do you want to continue practicing? If you do, I can guide you. If not, we can go home," Pu Yingshin said gently. Lin Xiaofan shot him a flirtatious glance, filled with jealousy as she noticed Lin Xian eyeing Pu Yingshin like a hawk. "I'll help you stretch, and then we'll head home." Pu Yingshin spoke with a gentle tone, his gaze piercing as he discerned Lin Xiaofan's emotional state. "All right." Lin Xiaofan smiled. After consuming a modest amount of drink, Pu Yingshin assisted Lin Xiaofan with some stretching exercises, embracing her now and then lifting her leg at times, massaging her back, caressing her hips, and holding her waist. Lin Xian watched from a distance, consumed by envy. "Senior, were they practicing?" she inquired. "Assisted stretching. Would you like me to help you with that?" Guanzhao, accustomed to such fitness routines, found nothing unusual about it. "No need," Lin Xian thought to herself. "Moments later." Lin Xiaofan approached Guanzhao and Lin Xian to bid farewell. "I'm heading back with my friend. He is driving me home." "Sister Xiaofan, can I join?" Lin Xian boldly asked. "It might not be convenient." "I can't say yes," Lin Xiaofan replied, finding Lin Xian's infatuation amusing. Normally, Lin Xian exuded an air of superiority, but upon seeing Pu Yingshin, she transformed into a devoted admirer. Unfazed by such thoughts, Lin Xian, having always gotten what she desired, was determined to pursue the man she fancied. "Dr. Pu, may I catch a ride with you?" She cheerfully approached. "No," Pu Yingshin courtly responded. "Xiaofan, let us go," he said, taking Lin Xiaofan by the hand. With her head bowed and an undeniable smile on her face, Lin Xiaofan noticed Lin Xian behind her, seething with barely contained frustration. Chapter 37. Unveiling the hidden identity of the big shot. "Wasn't it agreed that you would pick me up? Why do we enter the gym?" Lin Xiaofan chided as soon as she got into the car. "I arrived early and, feeling bored, decided to practice for a while. You can work out? Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Xiaofan was still puzzled by Pu Yingshin's appearance at the gym. "You never asked," he countered, deflecting her inquiry. "You did it on purpose," she feigned irritation. "When did you purchase this outfit?" Pu Yingshin remained unfazed, sticking to his own rhythm, not swayed by Lin Xiaofan's line of questioning. It was provided by the company," she stammered, hesitant to mention it was a gift from her boss. "Your company certainly knows how to distribute clothing. 2 employees, 2 sizes, and they fit perfectly," he remarked, exposing her half-truth. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head, unsure of how to respond, feeling it was wrong not to be honest with Pu Yingshin. Yet, she feared that her words might lead to misunderstandings. "Tomorrow evening, I'll take you shopping. I will be the one to purchase your clothing." When the traffic light turned red, Pu Yingshin leaned closer to Lin Xiaofan, his tone assertive. "Understood," she replied obediently, her heart fluttering with sweetness. Having previously experienced his persuasive methods, she recalled how after receiving a record from Peng Qing, he insisted on buying her one the very next day. In contrast to Lin Xiaofan's joyful return home, Lin Xian was in tears. "Darling, why are you crying?" Pang Weiwei, alarmed by her daughter's distress, rushed to comfort her. Lin Guoxing soon followed, eager to console his daughter. "Come, tell Daddy what happened. It's that Lin Xiaofan. She dresses better than I do, and everything she has is superior." Lin Guoxing, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe, well aware of Guo Liping's circumstances. He knew Lin Xiaofan could not possibly be better off than Lin Xian. Xian, are you mistaken? How could Xiaofan possibly be superior to you? He reassured her. I am not mistaken. Her outfit today cost more than mine. Pang Weiwei, visibly angered, slapped Lin Guoxing's arm. Have you secretly given money to Lin Xiaofan? I haven't. In the past 20 years, I have never given her a single cent, Lin Guoxing insisted, sensing the fire was turning towards him. There are even rumors at work that she is dating a wealthy second-generation heir who once picked her up in a Porsche. Lin Xian began to express her emotions based on hearsay. Darling, I can't believe that. Which wealthy heir would settle for someone like her? Guo Liping is just a hospital worker, Pang Weiwei scoffed. I'll get you a new car, and you can choose whichever one you want. Forget about the current Audi, Lin Guoxing proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately stopped crying. I want a Tesla Model S. All right, Daddy will buy it for you tomorrow, and you'll be driving it in no time, Lin Guoxing promised enthusiastically. The next day, Lin Xian took a day off from work, her pride unyielding as she sought to overshadow Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan, curious about Lin Xian's demeanor at work, was surprised not to see her that day. Xiaofan, how do you feel today? Guanzhao inquired, stepping forward to show concern. It's all right, Lin Xiaofan replied with a smile. I told you, the first time is the hardest. It gets easier with practice, and soon you won't feel sore anymore. Lin Xiaofan, however, kept silent, as her experience had been quite the opposite. Indulging in one-on-one pampering from a medical expert at home. Do you need to buy a fascia gun? Guanzhao suggested. I have one at home, Lin Xiaofan declined. Given that Pu Yingshin's home boasted a complete range of sports equipment, she feared accepting Guanzhao's gift might lead to more trouble from Pu Yingshin. Let us go together today, Guanzhao proposed, believing it more suitable with Lin Xian absent. Not today. Let us wait for Xian. Lin Xiaofan firmly held onto the notion of using Lin Xian as a shield, as she had no interest in fitness. Guanzhao, seeing her refusal, did not press further. Boss, I have work to report to you, Lin Xiaofan said seriously. They then proceeded to discuss the matter of hiring a consultant for the experimental animals in Guanzhao's office. Guanzhao believed hiring a full-time employee would be more appropriate, while Lin Xiaofan advocated for initially hiring a part-time consultant. Boss, the pig farm is just beginning its transformation. A part-time consultant will suffice for now, especially to guide us through key phases and help us refine details and processes. This isn't a long-term solution. Once the pig farm is operational, we will need to connect with the animal testing platform, and this talent cannot be overlooked or we will encounter issues. Guanzhao maintained his stance. We can take it step by step. Let us start with a part-time consultant, and once we're up and running, we can promote them to an expert consultant, just like an independent director. Afterwards, we can form a team under their guidance. Lin Xiaofan presented her plan. What motivated you to propose this plan, Xiaofan? Guanzhao countered. There are difficulties in hiring right now because no one at Junkie understands the requirements. Bringing in a full-time employee is risky, as no one can guarantee their competence. A part-time role offers greater flexibility and a broader scope. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan articulate her reasoning with such clarity and decisiveness, Guanzhao felt admiration and resolved to let her take charge. All right, we will proceed as you suggest. From now on, I will not participate in the hiring decisions. I will only review the outcomes, and you will be fully responsible. Lin Xiaofan felt encouraged by this, believing that such an open-minded and straightforward boss was a rare find. Boss, you're the best, Lin Xiaofan exclaimed with a smile. Guanzhao, delighted by the compliment, had long harbored feelings for Lin Xiaofan and was determined to pursue her. Indeed, a boss like me is hard to come by. You should cherish it, he joked. At the end of the workday, Lin Xiaofan hurried out like a rabbit, having arranged to meet Pu Yingshin at the mall to shop for clothes. Have I kept you waiting long? Pu Yingshin stealthily approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Lin Xiaofan, who stood at the mall entrance. Not at all. I just arrived a few minutes ago. Lin Xiaofan beamed charmingly. Pu Yingshin kissed her lightly, and they strolled through the mall hand in hand. After visiting several stores, Lin Xiaofan finally selected the outfit she desired. This one, she declared with satisfaction, handing it to the sales clerk. She wants all the outfits I tried on earlier. Pu Yingshin instructed the clerk. Huh, why do I need so much? Lin Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise, feeling that the clothing was rather expensive. After trying on 5 or 6 outfits, she deemed it unnecessary to purchase them all. Pu Yingshin, however, disregarded her query and proceeded to swipe his card at the counter. The moment he did, Lin Xiaofan noticed something amiss. In his hand was a Centurion black card, a detail that could not escape the keen eye of Lin Xiaofan, who had worked in banking for 6 years. She understood that individuals wielding such a card were either extraordinarily wealthy or of high status, with substantial sums resting in their accounts. Chapter 38. What secrets lie in your gourd? From the shopping spree back home, Lin Xiaofan was engulfed in contemplation. She recognized that directly probing into someone's financial background was rather inappropriate, thus choosing to remain silent. Yet, the sight of that black card stirred her curiosity. She realized that Pu Yingshin was not merely an ordinary member of the middle class. Her thoughts wandered to the collaboration with the experimental animal platform, still unclear on how Pu Yingshin had managed it. Who did you ask to negotiate with the experimental animal platform? Lin Xiaofan attempted to subtly extract information about Pu Yingshin's background. Secret, Pu Yingshin replied with a smile. Can't you tell me? Lin Xiaofan anticipated that her inquiry would yield no results. I'll tell you later. There shouldn't be secrets during the probation period. We must be honest with each other. Lin Xiaofan mimicked Pu Yingshin's approach, seeking to gain leverage over him. Is Lin Xian your sister? Pu Yingshin kuntohed. Yes. Lin Xiaofan acknowledged his perceptive nature, astonished he had guessed it with a single encounter. Who else knows your measurements besides me? Pu Yingshin pressed further. How would I know? Lin Xiaofan's mind became a whirlwind, bewildered by the barrage of unrelated questions from Pu Yingshin. You still haven't told me where your gym clothes came from. Is that not a secret? Pu Yingshin smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief as he observed Lin Xiaofan. They were a gift from my boss, she confessed hurriedly. Did he gift clothes to Lin Xian? How would I know if he did? Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of guilt as Pu Yingshin's inquiries left her feeling flustered. What do you intend to do with that outfit? Pu Yingshin inquired, his grin widening. I won't wear it anymore. You bought so many today. Lin Xiaofan chuckled. No, you must wear it now. Pu Yingshin teased with a playful grin. Why? She asked, bewildered by his intentions. Let me see how this outfit compares to what I purchased. As he spoke, he playfully nudged Lin Xiaofan toward the fitting room. Reluctantly, she complied. When Lin Xiaofan emerged from the fitting room, Pu Yingshin, hands clasped behind his back, wore a sly smile as he gazed at her. Not bad. He stepped closer, capturing her lips in a gentle kiss, trailing down to her ear. Lin Xiaofan felt weak at the knees, swaying slightly as he embraced her. Suddenly, she felt a cool object brush lightly against her back, skimming across her skin like a fleeting whisper. Just as Lin Xiaofan began to inquire, Pu Yingshin silenced her with another kiss. As his hand delved beneath her fitted top, caressing the skin of her back, Lin Xiaofan realized her clothing had become undone. Trembling, she was bewildered by this man's skill. Eventually, his hands reached her chest. It was then that Lin Xiaofan discerned he wielded a pair of surgical scissors. With a delicate flick, Pu Yingshin severed her last restraint, forcefully pulling away the tattered remnants of her clothing. That is how you dispose of clothing. Next, I shall attend to you. He discarded all items in his hands, his gaze intense and predatory as he dismantled Lin Xiaofan's modesty. Lin Xiaofan trembled with anticipation, embracing the moment. The two became entwined from the fitting room to the living room, finally retreating to the bedroom. Lin Xiaofan's mind was a haze. Her earlier questions for Pu Yingshin completely forgotten, consumed by passion and sweetness. The next morning, as they emerged from the bedroom to find the living room in disarray, Lin Xiaofan felt a rush of shyness wash over her. Are you not afraid of hurting me? She playfully swatted at Pu Yingshin. If I lack that skill, I might as well abandon the idea of cutting those vessels. Besides, this is a rounded-tip scissor, he replied confidently, pulling Lin Xiaofan close for a kiss. Tonight, Tang Shuyue and another classmate, Zhang Yukin, are coming over. Do you agree? Pu Yingshin asked with a cheerful demeanor. What can I disagree? This is your home. Lin Xiaofan replied with a smile. Pu Yingshin furrowed his brow. Realizing her tone was overly formal, Lin Xiaofan quickly corrected herself. I have no objections. What do you need me to do? You will also participate, Pu Yingshin asserted, leaving no room for rebuttal. Understood. If you're running late for the hospital, go eat something. I'll tidy up, Lin Xiaofan responded sweetly. After clearing the aftermath, Lin Xiaofan hurriedly dashed to Junkie's office, making it just in time. Today, Lin Xian had come to work, in high spirits as she discussed with Guan Zhao how to operate a Tesla. Senior, How did you adapt to its pedals? I almost had an accident today. Lin Xian called out as Lin Xiaofan entered. She knew Lin Xiaofan didn't own a private car. While the Tesla gifted by Lin Guoxing had cost over 800,000. Xiaofan, come to my office. I need to discuss the consultant matter with you. Guan Zhao waved her over immediately. This is a candidate recommended by a friend of mine, currently a doctoral student specializing in animal experimentation. Take a look and decide. As Guan Zhao spoke, he handed Lin Xiaofan a resume. Glancing over it, Lin Xiaofan found it perplexing and resolved to take it home for Pu Yingshin's input later. Continuing with the gym today? Guan Zhao inquired enthusiastically. Not today. I have a gathering with friends at home. Lin Xiaofan declined outright. Then tomorrow. I'll arrange with Xian as well, Guan Zhao persisted. Let us discuss it tomorrow, Lin Xiaofan mused. Realizing this was not a sustainable plan and needing a way to extricate herself from the gym routine. Upon finishing work, Lin Xiaofan rushed home, eager to change out of her work attire and freshen up, as it was her first formal meeting with Pu Yingshin's friends. Just as she reached the entrance, she encountered Lin Guoxing. Xiaofan. He greeted, his facade of warmth unchanged. Lin Xiaofan ignored him entirely and left the company. Having come to terms with the fact that she no longer required his affection, she refused to waste time on someone unworthy, even if that person was her father. She now had someone she truly desired to pursue. You're back, Pu Yingshin greeted gently. Lin Xiaofan entered the living room, realizing she was the last to arrive. Tang Shuiwei was elegantly dressed in a white shirt and denim skirt, seated beside a slender young man with black-rimmed glasses, presumably Zhang Yukin. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaofan. She introduced herself promptly. Hello, E.M. Zhangmushen. I've heard about you from Shuiwei, he responded warmly. Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin exchanged glances, sensing an unusual tension. Chapter 39. Are you trying to steal my thunder? Lin Xiaofan changed into a French-style dress, exuding a casual elegance with her hair loosely styled, revealing her graceful neck. She sat beside Tang Shuiwei, with Pu Yingshin directly opposite her. Both Pu Yingshin and Zhang Yukin involuntarily admired Lin Xiaofan, captivated by her allure. Xiaofan, let us switch seats, Tang Shuiwei suggested with a smile. Uncertain of her motives, Lin Xiaofan nonetheless respected her wish and stood up. I'll switch with you, Pu Yingshin said to Tang Shuiwei. Upon hearing Pu Yingshin's words, Tang Shuiwei immediately smiled while furrowing her brows, exclaiming, Oh dear, no need to change anything. She then cast an insinuating glance at Pu Yingshin, implying his lack of romantic insight. In that instant, Pu Yingshin discerned the true intention behind their gathering today. Tang Shuiwei aimed to seat Lin Xiaofan opposite Zhang Yukin to foster a connection between them. Zhang Yukin, a fellow undergraduate from their medical school, was still single and possessed a conversational charm. What do you do for a living, Xiaofan? Tang Shuiwei initiated the conversation. I work in an investment firm, seeking valuable projects for venture capital, Lin Xiaofan replied. Zhang Yukin's eyes sparkled with excitement. You should invest in us. We specialize in genetic testing and are currently looking for institutions for Series A financing. Is that so? How fortuitous. He continued. Please send me the detailed information about your company. I would like to familiarize myself. Lin Xiaofan beamed, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon her. Let's add each other on WeChat. We can discuss this further later, Zhang Yukin said cheerfully, pulling out his phone. Lin Xiaofan happily accepted his request. Dang Shu, Dao Lai, felt she had done a commendable deed. Only Pu Yingshin remained immersed in thought. Yukin, now that you have added Xiaofan on WeChat, focus on work and refrain from any mischief. She has a boyfriend, Pu Yingshin remarked teasingly. Zhang Yukin chuckled awkwardly and brushed it off. Lin Xiaofan, overhearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment and quietly resumed eating. Last time I asked you, didn't you say she was single? Tang Shuiwei questioned Pu Yingshin, her expression one of surprise. Not wishing to incur Zhang Yukin's ire. At that time, she was single, but she recently started dating. You could ask her, Pu Yingshin replied, directing his comment towards Lin Xiaofan. Feeling even more awkward, Lin Xiaofan flushed and said, Please stop joking about me. Tang Shuiwei, abandoning her previously refined demeanor, kicked Pu Yingshin under the table, exclaiming, Why didn't you mention it sooner? Pu Yingshin simply smiled and remained silent. Just then his phone rang. After answering, he quickly rose and said, The hospital's emergency department has admitted a car accident victim whom they cannot handle. I must go and assist with the surgery. He swiftly gathered his belongings and disappeared into the night like a gust of wind. Lin Xiaofan, witnessing Pu Yingshin's hasty departure for the first time, gazed in astonishment as he hurriedly exited their home. It must be a challenging surgery to call in someone like Pu Yingshin at this hour, Tang Shua murmured. After listening, Lin Xiaofan interjected, eager to learn more about Pu Yingshin. Are all of you in the medical field? All three of us studied clinical medicine for our undergraduate degrees. I switched to research after graduation, Tang Shua explained. Pu Yingshin excels in clinical work. His research output is remarkable, with articles published in prestigious journals like the New England Journal of Medicine and The Lancet, leaving others struggling to keep up, Zhang Yukin added. Filled with admiration for Pu Yingshin, Lin Xiaofan, still trying to grasp the conversation, probed further. Isn't the income in the medical field quite high? Tang Shuiwei and Zhang Yukin erupted in laughter. Xiaofan, you must be in finance. Let me illustrate. The most accomplished doctor among us might toil for 2 decades before earning the annual salary of the lowest paid investment banker among your peers. Zhang Yukin chuckled ruefully. But do you know how arduous being a doctor is? I left clinical practice precisely because I couldn't endure the strain, he self-deprecatingly added. Tang Shuiwei expressed her admiration. Pu Yingshin has a noble aspiration to heal and serve humanity. Indeed, otherwise, young Master Pu could simply inherit his family business. Why endure such hardships? Zhang Yukin chimed in with a grin. Lin Xiaofan, upon hearing this, confirmed her suspicions about Pu Yingshin's affluent background. She was certain she hadn't misjudged the card, and Zhang Yukin's comment about inheriting a family business only reinforced her belief. Xiaofan, how did you meet Pu Yingshin? Tang Shui Sudeli in Guit. My mother works at Shulan Hospital. Lin Xiaofan quickly thought of an explanation. That makes sense, Tang Shuiwen murmured, contemplating Pu Yingshin's character, suspecting that he would not cohabitate with others without compelling reasons. That night, Pu Yingshin performed surgery for 7 hours, returning home in the dead of night. Lin Xiaofan bid farewell to Tang Shuiwei and Zhang Yukin, tidying the dining area, and waited for a considerable time before eventually falling asleep on Pu Yingshin's bed, fully clothed. You're back, she exclaimed, springing up upon hearing footsteps. Pu Yingshin embraced her, appearing fatigued, but visibly pleased. Was your surgery successful? Lin Xiaofan inquired, smiling. Yes, he affirmed, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. You should rest. Do you have work tomorrow? Lin Xiaofan began to help him out of his clothes. Yes, I have more surgeries and outpatient consultations, Pu Yingshin replied with calmness, showing no sign of complaint. Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt a pang of empathy, calculating. She realized Pu Yingshin had barely 3 hours left for sleep. She had always perceived medicine as a glamorous profession, but her deeper understanding revealed the arduous reality faced by a surgeon. The next morning, Lin Xiaofan prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Pu Yingshin. Thank you, he said, planting a kiss on her cheek, relishing the comfort of her attentiveness. Is there something you wish to ask me? Pu Yingshin inquired with a smile. How did you know? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. Initially, she had intended to seek his assistance in reviewing a resume for a position in animal platform consulting. But the gathering and his emergency surgery had deterred her. Now, Pu Yingshin had surprisingly broached the subject. Pu Yingshin smiled knowingly. Having learned to observe Lin Xiaofan during their time as roommates, her thoughts and actions were no longer elusive to him. When I return tonight, we can discuss it, he assured her. I'll pick you up after work and take you somewhere nice, he added, kissing her once more. Chapter 40, The Enigmatic Man. Wow. This gift set is incredibly thoughtful. A L'Occitane set, a Lancme serum, and Jo Malone perfume. As Lin Xiaofan stepped into the junkie office area, she overheard her colleagues animatedly discussing various gift packages. We received Braun razors and aftershave lotion. The male colleagues chimed in, all grinning broadly. What are you all up to? Lin Xiaofan inquired, intrigued. Xiaofan, you received one too. It's a gift from Xian's father for all junkie employees, her colleague replied. Lin Xiaofan's heart plummeted. Suddenly, the encounter with Lin Guoxing at the office door the previous day made sense. He had come to support Lin Xian, a gesture that seemed well-intentioned, yet painfully ironic. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan, Lin Xian immediately chimed in. My dad asked me to thank you all for your care and assistance during this time. Oh, Xian, don't mention it. The more interns like you, the better. We could use a dozen more. The colleagues suddenly shifted their demeanor, warmly engaging with Lin Xian. Lin Xiaofan, however, left her gift unopened, her heart shattering. After the age of 9, the only gift she had ever received from her father, Lin Guoxing, was through Lin Xian's gratitude. As Lin Xiaofan struggled to regain her composure, Guo Liping called at an opportune moment. It's Friday. Will you be coming back for a blind date tomorrow or the day after? Guo Liping's tone was accusatory. Lin Xiaofan's already fractured heart felt heavier. Mom, I don't want to go this week. You want to drive me to the brink of madness, don't you? You clearly stated last week that you would return for a blind date this week. Why the sudden change? Guo Liping's voice escalated in frustration. I am exhausted. I don't want to plans every weekend. Can I have a moment to rest? Lin Xiaofan restrained her emotions. That's not an option. Am I trying to harm you? I am genuinely looking out for your best interests. Only I truly care about you. Guo Liping is exceedingly assertive. I am currently at work. Can't you wait until I finish to call me? Lin Xiaofan felt as though her head might explode. Fine, I will reach out to you tonight. Guo Liping's imposing demeanor left no room for Lin Xiaofan to retreat. Upon returning to the office area, Guan Zhao noticed her distress. Although Lin Xiaofan endeavored to adjust her demeanor, the relentless onslaught from her parents that morning shattered all her facades. In truth, she felt like a lost and helpless little girl. Xiaofan, are you free tonight? Guan Zhao summoned Lin Xiaofan to his office. Huh, I'm not working out today. Lin Xiaofan felt as though all misfortunes had converged upon her and hastily declined. I'm just having dinner, not working out. Is there a dinner gathering? The boss. Lin Xiaofan assumed it was work-related. There's no gathering. Can I treat you? Guan Zhao stood up. I have plans today. I'm meeting a friend. Lin Xiaofan refused. What about tomorrow or the day after? Don't tell me you have no time at all. Guan Zhao approached her, fixing his gaze upon her eyes. I. Lin Xiaofan was at a loss. How about this? Prioritize your own matters and let me know when you have some free time. If you truly have no time at all, please contact me. Is that agreeable? Guan Zhao spoke softly. All right. Lin Xiaofan felt ensnared by Guan Zhao's meticulous words. At the end of the workday, Pu Yingshin parked the car at a distance, awaiting her instructions. Have a pleasant weekend. Pu Yingshin smiled and pecked Lin Xiaofan as she climbed into the car. Hee, have a delightful weekend. Upon seeing Pu Yingshin, Lin Xiaofan's spirits lifted considerably. She had spent the entire day feeling gloomy and uninspired, filling her heart with work. But now this man, warm as a spring breeze, made her feel radiant. Subsequently, Pu Yingshin took Lin Xiaofan to a private dining establishment, an ancient garden-style building with winding paths, remarkably secluded. How did you find such a place? Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, as if uncovering a new continent. I've been here before. I know the owner. Pu Yingshin replied with a smile. Master Pu, it's been a while. A woman clad in a black suit entered the private room to serve them. Please bring in a menu I reserved for us to review again. Pu Yingshin instructed the woman in black. Master Pu, may I ask which noble family you hail from? Lin Xiaofan seized the opportunity to tease him. Pu Yingshin smiled de litli, offering no answer, and instead inquired, what did you want to ask me yesterday? Oh, we're looking to hire a part-time consultant for experimental animals. Could you help me review the resumes? Lin Xiaofan promptly pulled out her phone, displaying the resumes. Pu Yingshin had initially wished to avoid discussing work during their date, but to prevent Lin Xiaofan from probing further, he decided to divert the conversation. This candidate is unsuitable. Pu Yingshin concluded in mere seconds. Huh, aren't you going to take a closer look? Lin Xiaofan was astonished, thinking he was dismissing it carelessly. You're asking a current doctoral student to liaise with the experimental animal platform. They wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Are you intending to send him to a pig farm as a supervisor? Pu Yingshin smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan found it reasonable. The candidate not only needed to possess professional knowledge, but also the ability to manage the platform. Sigh. Lin Xiaofan exhaled deeply, her brows knitting with concern. I can recommend someone. Pu Yingshin chuckled softly. Just then, the woman in black knocked and entered. Master Pu, here is your customized menu. Xiaofan, please check if there's anything you dislike or cannot eat. Pu Yingshin handed the menu to Lin Xiaofan. As she glanced at it, she was taken aback. The dish names resembled literary works. Autumn lotus breeze, waterborne lotus, seeking plum blossoms in the snow, white zizi bites spring. Only one, snowy green beef, hinted at beef, while the rest left her perplexed. She had no desire to inquire about each dish with the woman in black. I have no dietary restrictions. I eat everything. Lin Xiaofan smiled as she returned the menu. Then we shall proceed with my reservations. Pu Yingshin gestured for the woman to leave. Who do you recommend? Lin Xiaofan immediately pressed for details. At that moment, She felt that the food was of little significance. She couldn't comprehend it anyway. The recruitment matter felt far more pressing. Observing Lin Xiaofan's urgency, Pu Yingshin playfully withheld the information. What a tease, Lin Xiaofan pouted. That will depend on whether you can pry the information from me tonight. Pu Yingshin flashed a mischievous smile. Chapter 41 Dare You? During that dinner, Lin Xiaofan initially insisted on interrogating Pu Yingshin about his recommendation. However, as dish after dish resembling pieces of art graced the table, her true foodie nature emerged. Truly a feast for the eyes and palate, Lin Xiaofan mused as she dined. She sensed that this was the most extravagant dinner she had experienced in her life thus far. Look at the moonlight outside. Pu Yingshin pointed to the intricately carved window. Lin Xiaofan looked up, the moonlight akin to water, tranquil and serene. With a dreamy smile, she mused, Li Bai once wrote, "The present generation does not see the moon of ancient times. This moon once illuminated the ancients. I wonder who sat here, gazing at the moon before?" A high-ranking official from the late Qing dynasty, Pu Yingshin chuckled. You know, Lin Xiaofan was intrigued. I have a rough idea. Just as Pu Yingshin was about to elaborate, Lin Xiaofan's phone rang. Seeing it was Guo Liping, she realized it was about the matchmaking discussed earlier. She felt that answering this call during such a beautiful moment would be a total buzzkill, so she directly activated Do Not Disturb. Noticing she ignored the call, Pu Yingshin switched modes, having already guessed the reason. You can answer it. I don't mind, he said. I don't want to. I truly wish to return to ancient times without phones. Lin Xiaofan said playfully. Then don't answer. Come here, Pu Yingshin gently beckoned her. Lin Xiaofan obediently leaned closer. Pu Yingshin wrapped his arms around her, planting a couple of tender kisses, gazing at her softly. You can dodge the first day, but not the 15th. Oh dear, my mother is insisting I go on another blind date. What should I do? Lin Xiaofan pouted, leaning into his embrace. If you don't allow me to be confirmed, then you'll have to endure 3 more months of blind dates, Pu Yingshin chuckled. Then I'll just go back to blind dating tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan looked up at him. Dare you? Pu Yingshin remained jovial, his tone authoritative. Lin Xiaofan sighed, feeling utterly at a loss, likening herself to a sandwich cookie. Help me with a favor, and I'll teach you a solution. Pu Yingshin's tone was calm. What favor? Lin Xiaofan was puzzled about how she could assist him. I have another car parked in the garage. I'm too busy to drive it, and you know prolonged inactivity can cause issues. Could you take it for a spin daily? Why don't you sell it? Lin Xiaofan was oblivious to Pu Yingshin's intentionality. It was a gift. It wouldn't be appropriate to sell it. Then I'll help you drive it daily, but I haven't driven much since getting my license. If I scrape it, don't blame me. Lin Xiaofan was candid. No need to worry. Just ensure your own safety, Pu Yingshin replied with a slight smile. So what is the solution? Lin Xiaofan pressed eagerly. Tell your mother that you want to explore the last blind date further. Fighting fire with fire, right? How did I not think of that? Lin Xiaofan burst into a silly grin. Lin Xiaofan accepted Pu Yingshin's suggestion. After dinner, she returned Guo Liping's call, informing her that she was willing to engage further with the previous 2 candidates. Hence, she would not be returning home this weekend. Though Guo Liping was quite displeased, for the sake of her daughter's future, she chose to endure. Lin Xiaofan understood that this strategy would only temporarily postpone the issue. After some time, Guo Liping would undoubtedly seek her out again when she saw no progress with the blind dates. This weekend, do you belong entirely to me? As Pu Yingshin returned home, he pressed Lin Xiaofan against the wall. Lin Xiaofan nodded gently, her cheeks flushed like a flower just about to bloom, vibrant and alluring. She harbored deep anticipation and affection for this man, hoping to share an unforgettable weekend with him. As Pu Yingshin brushed her hair aside and their lips met, Lin Xiaofan could not suppress a shiver, feeling as though she had been struck by lightning, her body instinctively weakening. Pu Yingshin caught her, enveloping her in his embrace, kissing her with both tenderness and fervor. Lin Xiaofan responded passionately, feeling alternately as if she were floating on clouds and as if she were drowning in water, sometimes nearly suffocating, at other times weightless. This man knew her intimately, his every move a lethal temptation. Lin Xiaofan realized she had completely succumbed. The following morning, they fell into a deep slumber, wrapped in each other's arms. By midday, Lin Xiaofan was awakened by hunger, while Pu Yingshin was startled awake by her. The housekeeper had arrived to prepare a meal. As Lin Xiaofan heard sound from the kitchen, she swiftly kicked Pu Yingshin awake. He remained still, unbothered. Our clothes are strewn about. Lin Xiaofan said in a fluster. So what? Pu Yingshin replied with a smile. My clothes seem to be on that dining table. Lin Xiaofan's eyes reflected her anxiety. Pu Yingshin observed her with a smile, noting how easily she became nervous. What are you laughing at? You have no idea where your clothes are, Lin Xiaofan retorted. I don't mind, Pu Yingshin replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he found her frantic gestures endearing. Seeing Pu Yingshin so composed, Lin Xiaofan gradually relaxed, reminding herself that it was her home and she could be at ease. Pu Yingshin pulled her back into his embrace, and they found themselves kissing once more. Just then, Pu Yingshin's phone rang. Thinking it was a call from the hospital, he quickly flipped over to grab it. After glancing at the screen, he calmly set the phone back down. The person I mentioned yesterday just called, he informed Lin Xiaofan. Who? She inquired, leaning against his chest. Dang Shu. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, momentarily speechless. She is the most suitable candidate, having studied clinical medicine and currently engaged in research. Well-versed in both surgical and experimental pigs, Pu Yingshin explained. Lin Xiaofan remained silent. I understand you want me to guide you. I cannot do that. My professional ethics prohibit it. Some doctors might, but I cannot, Pu Yingshin stated candidly, holding firm to his principles. He pursued medicine not for profit, rejecting private work and anything related to gray income. I don't necessarily need you to come. I just didn't expect it to be Tang Shuiyue, Lin Xiaofan clarified. She may not even be willing, Pu Yingshin said seriously. Lin Xiaofan felt a mix of unease and jealousy. She acknowledged Tang Shuyue's professional suitability, but felt inexplicably insecure and inferior in her presence. Would you like me to speak with her on your behalf? Pu Yingshin gently stroked Lin Xiaofan's head. Chapter 42. The beauty's laughter amidst the dust. Shall I accompany you? Lin Xiaofan accepted Pu Yingshin's suggestion, believing that the pig farm project needed swift coordination with the platform to ensure the renovated production base met standards. Otherwise, I would lack justification, she added. Pu Yingshin smiled. Let us finalize this weekend then, Lin Xiaofan decisively stated. Without delay, Pu Yingshin returned Tang Shuyue's call, arranging a dinner for that evening. On the same Saturday, Zhang Mukin sent all the materials from their company to Lin Xiaofan, expressing a desire for her to visit their facility on behalf of Junkie Capital to better understand the situation. Dr. Pu, are you familiar with Zhang Mukin's genetic testing company? Lin Xiaofan wandered restlessly in the living room, feeling overly full from lunch. What did you call me? Pu Yingshin raised an eyebrow. Lin Xiaofan laughed awkwardly, unsure how to address him. Using his name seemed unwelcome, and calling him doctor felt inappropriate as well. What would you like me to call you then? You call me by my name, Lin Xiaofan said sweetly, lacking experience in romantic matters and unsure how to navigate the situation. When it's just us. I want to call you by your name, Pu Yingshin teased. Darling, are you familiar with Zhang Mukin's genetic testing company? Lin Xiaofan searched her mind for an appropriate term of endearment. As she spent more time with Pu Yingshin, entering into this close relationship, she began to uncover her own flaws. Growing up in a single-parent family, she lacked a model for a happy marriage and could not envision how to conduct herself in a romantic relationship. While other girls might find certain remarks trivial, she felt she had to traverse a more arduous path, enduring greater trials. Lin Xiaofan understood that love is a skill that requires learning. I am not familiar with his company, but I have a fair understanding of the industry, she replied. Pu Yingshin stepped closer, taking her hand. Do not discuss matters outside of work with Zhang Mukin, he advised. Understood, Lin Xiaofan replied playfully. If he misinterprets our relationship, it will be difficult for us to remain friends afterward. Pu Yingshin stated plainly, revealing his stance. Seeing his seriousness, Lin Xiaofan realized she must tread carefully, especially since Zhang Mukin was a longtime classmate of Pu Yingshin's. She recalled Tang Shuyue's earlier attempts to play matchmaker between herself and Zhang Mukin. I will tell him I have a boyfriend, Lin Xiaofan said, wrapping her arms around Pu Yingshin's waist. Come, let me show you the car in the garage. You should take it for a spin, Pu Yingshin said with a grin. Lin Xiaofan thought it was a trivial matter, linking arms with him as they headed to the underground garage. However, when she saw the car, her jaw nearly dropped. Although she came from an ordinary family and had never owned a private vehicle, she recognized the Porsche emblem. You want me to drive this car for you? Lin Xiaofan asked incredulously, pointing at the blue Porsche Cayenne. Yes, Pu Yingshin replied nonchalantly. Why don't you drive it yourself? Lin Xiaofan questioned, unable to comprehend why he, who usually drove a modest Volkswagen, left such an expensive car to gather dust in the garage. It's inconvenient for me to drive this car to the hospital. It wouldn't be appropriate for patients to see it, Pu Yingshin explained. So it's fine for me to drive it? Lin Xiaofan felt a twinge of insecurity. What is inappropriate about helping your boyfriend warm up his car? Pu Yingshin raisonned, not wanting her to ride a shared bike to work daily while also wishing to preserve her pride. Aren't you worried I might damage it? I can't afford to pay for repairs, Lin Xiaofan teased. Not worried. If it breaks, I'll take it out of your flesh, Pu Yingshin whispered in her ear. Lin Xiaofan laughed, knowing she was about to be teased again. Let me show you the buttons and basic operations, Pu Yingshin said, taking the driver's seat to demonstrate. Lin Xiaofan listened intently, diligently memorizing each step, determined not to damage Pu Yingshin's car. At the same time, her curiosity heightened regarding his background. Who could afford to gift him such a luxury vehicle? Lin Xiaofan casually asked, but Pu Yingshin smiled without responding. Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Xiaofan realized her direct inquiry about his privacy was inappropriate and decided to let it go. In a high-end Northwest cuisine restaurant, Tang Shuiyue was pleasantly surprised as she studied a dish called the Beauty's Laughter amidst the dust. The dish resembled a small tree, adorned with red orbs that gleamed like lychees, nestled among verdant leaves. Its exquisite presentation was a far cry from typical Northwest cuisine. Tang Shuiyue appeared particularly delighted. Can you guess what these red lychees are made of? Pu Yingshin inquired with a smile. Chocolate? Tang Shuiyue leaned in for a closer look. Lin Xiaofan also stood up to join the observation. They contained shrimp balls, Pu Yingshin revealed when he noticed their inability to guess. As the signature Northwest dishes, such as the milk soup pot fish, golden roasted lamb leg, and spicy sour camel hoof soup, were served one after another, Tang Shuiyue relished her meal. Pu Yingshin, do you have a request of me? Tang Shuiyue asked, casting a sidelong glance at him, her gaze as gentle as water. It's not me. Lin Xiaofan is treating you to this meal today, Pu Yingshin replied with a smile. Oh, Tang Shuiyue was somewhat surprised, turning to look at Lin Xiaofan. Shuiyue, I want to discuss a collaboration with you, Lin Xiaofan said with a businesslike grin. What could I possibly collaborate on? I'm merely a scholar, Tang Shuiyue jested. Our company has invested in a pig farm and is establishing an SPF experimental pig production base. We need a part-time expert consultant to guide our work. Tang Shuiyue shot a glance at Pu Yingshin and smiled slightly. Pu Yingshin, why have you targeted me for this? Why don't you go yourself? You know why? Pu Yingshin's eyes conveyed everything. Xiaofan, I can't go. I've been in research for so long that I dislike dealing with people. Tang Shuiyue declined outright. Lin Xiaofan, unfamiliar with Tang Shuiyue, felt unsure how to respond to her direct refusal. She glanced at Pu Yingshin and resumed eating. Shuiyue, I suspected you would decline. Pu Yingshin chuckled. Knowing this, why let Xiaofan treat me to this meal? Tang Shuiyue expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. If you agree, then this meal is on Xiaofan. Now that you disagree, it becomes my treat, Pu Yingshin said with a smile. Oh, in that case I'll concede to you and agree to discuss it. Tang Shuiyue noted, her expression softening as she realized Pu Yingshin was humbling himself before her. This SPF base is the first cooperative project of the experimental animal platform. It is no trifling matter. You've been in research long enough to know how deep the waters are, Pu Yingshin remarked, acknowledging Tang Shuiyue. It is precisely because the waters are deep that I am reluctant, Tang Shuiyue replied candidly. Xiaofan sought me out, and I believe you are the only one who can assist. You have Professor Zhang behind you, as well as myself. Pu Yingshin poured Tang Shuiyue a drink. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuiyue softened even further. If this production base comes to fruition, Professor Zhang will surely be pleased. He has always desired such a professional platform. She smiled warmly. So, please consider it, Pu Yingshin suggested as they clinked glasses. I will not go, Tang Shuiyue replied with a playful yet slightly aloof smile. Lin Xiaofan observed the two of them while eating, her intuition suggesting that Tang Shuiyue's feelings for Pu Yingshin extended beyond mere friendship. Pu Yingshin smiled. Having known Tang Shuiyue for many years as old classmates, having studied together for their undergraduate degrees and under academician Zhang Wide, he understood her penchant for maintaining an air of superiority. I will only ask you this once. Have you made your decision? Pu Yingshin said, glancing at Tang Shuiyue with a smile. I can go, but you must come with me to meet Xiaofan and the others first. Only after that can I respond to you, Tang Shuiyue stipulated. Pu Yingshin hesitated for a moment. I feel uncertain about going alone. You must accompany me to see them first, Tang Shuiwei insisted. Pu Yingshin quietly regarded Lin Xiaofan, who was equally silent in her observation. Very well, I will go once. Pu Yingshin conceded, a rare exception that brought joy to both women. They felt that Pu Yingshin had made a significant compromise, believing he would cater to their requests. Xiaofan, where are you from? Dan Sui Yin Gui? I'm a local. How about you? Lin Xiaofan realized she finally had a chance to speak. I'm from Qinghai, a person of the Northwest. Otherwise, why would Pu Yingshin treat us to Northwest cuisine today? Tang Shuiwei unabashedly expressed her satisfaction. Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of jealousy, but consciously adjusted her emotions, rationalizing that this meal was for her project. I haven't been there yet. I hope to see the breathtaking scenery someday, Lin Xiaofan complimented. Afterward, considering Pu Yingshin's work commitments, they agreed at the dining table to visit Junkie together next Tuesday after Pu Yingshin finished to the hospital. Lin Xiaofan would arrange the relevant matters with Junkie. Thank you, dear, Lin Xiaofan said as she embraced Pu Yingshin and planted a kiss on his cheek upon entering the car. Pu Yingshin smiled, feeling pleased. He noticed that this woman had become softer and more feminine in recent days, often unconsciously acting coy around him and no longer appearing so distant. You must thank me properly tonight, Pu Yingshin hinted with a slight smile. Lin Xiaofan blushed, playfully swatting his arm. On Sunday morning, Lin Xiaofan received a phone call, just as she and Pu Yingshin were intimately wrapped in each other's arms. As she reached for her phone, it slipped from her grasp, tumbling to the floor, and she didn't even see who was calling. Focus, my dear, Pu Yingshin said softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan devoted her attention entirely to him. The phone rang persistently twice on the floor before falling silent. Go check whose call it is. It's definitely not your mother, Pu Yingshin said breathlessly as he held Lin Xiaofan close. Forget it. My hands and feet have gone numb, she replied, remaining motionless in his embrace. Pu Yingshin, concerned that their earlier passion might have triggered her asthma, glanced up and chuckled. It's nothing. You were too excited, which caused your blood vessels to constrict. Shouldn't we exercise a bit of restraint? Lin Xiaofan suggested hesitantly. Since signing the probationary agreement with Pu Yingshin, they had been indulging day and night. Fine. You must manage yourself, Pu Yingshin asserted, revealing his prideful nature. After a brief rest, Lin Xiaofan slowly got out of bed to retrieve her phone from the floor. She wiped the screen and pressed several buttons, only to find the device unresponsive. Oh no, my phone is broken, she lamented, unable to unlock the screen. Can you see whose call it was? Pu Yingshin approached her. No, I didn't enable notification display, so missed calls don't show on the lock screen. Lin Xiaofan frowned. Let us buy a new one, Pu Yingshin suggested, wrapping his arms around her waist and planting a kiss on her cheek. You're too strong. Lin Xiaofan scolded lightly. Am I to blame for the poor quality of the phone? I'll get you a replacement, Pu Yingshin chuckled. They exchanged smiles and decided to venture out for some energy and a new phone. They headed to the nearby CBD and went directly to the Apple flagship store, purchasing the latest high-spec iPhone. Do you have your data backed up? Pu Yingshin asked. Yes, Lin Xiaofan replied. Why are you buying me such an expensive phone? She added, not wanting Pu Yingshin to feel she was taking advantage of him. If I buy a subpar one and it breaks again, I'll have to replace it, she reasoned. Pu Yingshin affectionately ruffled her hair, and under his attentive care, Lin Xiaofan's pride was well preserved, allowing her to accept everything graciously. After several hours of data downloading, by evening, Lin Xiaofan finally used her new phone and discovered that Guan Zhao had sent her a WeChat message, revealing that the call had been from him. Boss, I'm sorry, my phone broke today, and I just got it fixed, she texted back. No worries, as long as you're all right, Guan Zhao replied warmly, not holding a grudge. On Monday morning, Lin Xiaofan drove her blue Porsche to Junkie for work, encountering Lin Xiyin and Li Min in the underground garage. Xiaofan, you truly possess a Porsche? I thought they were merely jesting, Li Min called out to her warmly from a distance. Lin Xiyin, who was originally accompanying Li Min, slowed her pace upon witnessing the unfolding scene. She had no desire to greet Lin Xiaofan. It's not mine, it's a friend's, Lin Xiaofan replied, slightly embarrassed. Noticing Lin Xiyin's pallid expression, she refrained from initiating a greeting. Li Min did not press further and instead approached to inquire. How is the recruitment for consultants progressing on your end? There has been some advancement, Lin Xiaofan responded as she entered the elevator alongside Li Min. After they departed, Lin Xiyin slowly approached the blue Porsche, meandering around the vehicle at a leisurely pace. Chapter 44. The misfortune of the Porsche Li Min was notorious for her loquaciousness. And soon the entire junkie company was abuzz with the news that Lin Xiaofan had driven a Porsche to work that day. Observant colleagues noted that Lin Xiaofan had also changed her phone. Xiaofan, does your family own a mine? Wang Wei, a single mother who joined a relatively lenient and humanistic junkie capital to better care for her child, stood beside Lin Xiaofan with a cup of coffee in hand. My family is barely scraping by, Lin Xiaofan retorted, guessing that her car had sparked the inquiry. Are there any eligible men in your circle? Please introduce me, Wang Wei said with a grin, eager to ingratiate herself. She had heard rumors of Lin Xiaofan's wealthy boyfriend and now wished to meet some promising prospects. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. She was already exhausted from her own dating endeavors and had no resources to offer Wang Wei. No pressure, but if you happen to know anyone, don't forget about me, please, Wang Wei said with a flattering expression. Lin Xiaofan could only smile in silence, unable to counter. Once everyone had arrived, Lin Xin entered the office fashionably late. Boss, I have a suitable candidate for the consultant position. I would like to report the details. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan presented Tang Shuyue's resume and specific situation, informing Guanzhao that the entire team needed to work overtime on Tuesday to await Pu Yingshin and Tang Shuyue. I need your support. We must work overtime, Lin Xiaofan implored, recognizing her status as a new employee and her lack of authority to make such decisions. No problem. I'll notify the HR department to arrange for everyone to work overtime on Tuesday, Guanzhao readily agreed. Thank you, boss. Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with gratitude. I'll treat you to dinner after work today. Please don't refuse again. I waited for you all weekend, Guanzhao insisted. Lin Xiaofan hesitated but ultimately agreed. The dinner unfolded in a French restaurant, featuring silver cod, wagyu beef, caviar, and lobster truffle. As she gazed at the exquisite spread, Lin Xiaofan reflected on how she had savored more fine dining experiences in this short time than in her 29 years of life. Boss, you're not assigning me any performance targets, are you? Lin Xiaofan joked. If I were assigning targets, I would simply hold a meeting. Why would I treat you to dinner? Guanzhao responded with a laugh. Now that I've eaten your food, I feel guilty, Lin Xiaofan admitted, feeling relaxed. I'll treat you every day from now on, Guanzhao blurted out. Lin Xiaofan paused, then quipped, You mean at the convenience store cafeteria? No, I mean a restaurant. I'm taking care of your dinner, Guanzhao clarified. No, I'll get criticized for not going home to eat, Lin Xiaofan quickly refused, feeling uneasy at the thought of dining with Guanzhao every day. She worried about how to explain this to Pu Yingshin, fearing his reaction. Just tell them it's a work meal, mandated by the boss, Guanzhao insisted, unyielding. Boss, are you serious? Lin Xiaofan inquired, feeling a sense of pressure. Absolutely serious. Attendance will be monitored, Guanzhao chuckled. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head in silence, feeling as though she were being coerced. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to express her thoughts as Lin Xian had done. Boss, I also need to have my own life after work, Lin Xiaofan mustered the courage to assert. In this matter, I cannot adopt a humanistic management approach. Guanzhao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Lin Xiaofan felt a storm of emotions. Puzzled by Guanzhao's sudden change in attitude, she continued to eat quietly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You'll report your work to me over dinner once a week from now on. Guanzhao reverted to his cheerful demeanor. Okay, no problem, Lin Xiaofan sighed in relief. Before they had finished their meal, Pu Yingshin's call came through. Lin Xiaofan, seeing his name on the screen, hesitated to answer, fearing the exposure of their relationship. Instead, she sent him a WeChat message. I can't take the call right now. I'll be back shortly. By the time dinner concluded, it was already quite late. Guanzhao intended to drive Lin Xiaofan home, but she insisted on returning to the office to retrieve her car from the garage. In both her work and personal life, Lin Xiaofan was a diligent individual, treating every task with utmost seriousness. Having promised to keep Pu Yingshin's car warmed up daily, she felt compelled to fulfill that obligation. After bidding farewell to Guanzhao in front of the office building, Lin Xiaofan made her way to the garage alone. The lighting was dim, with motion-activated lights flickering as she walked. As it was late, there were few cars and no one else around. The sound of her footsteps echoed in the silence. Faintly, she heard creaking metal and water, leading her to suspect a leak in the garage. Following the sound, She was horrified to discover two men in dark clothing vandalizing Pu Yingshin's blue Porsche with paint. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiaofan shouted, disregarding her own safety as she rushed towards them. Upon seeing her, the two men turned and fled, leaving behind two paint cans. Lin Xiaofan dashed to the car only to find it marred with deep, wide scratches and paint smeared across the windows, roof, and body, a sight that filled her with dread. She quickly pulled out her phone to call Pu Yingshin. "Hurry, your car has been vandalized." 10 minutes later, Pu Yingshin arrived. The moment he stepped into the garage, he spotted a shaken and trembling Lin Xiaofan. He rushed over and embraced her tightly. "Don't be afraid. As long as you're safe, that's what matters," he reassured her. "What should I do? On my first day helping you, it turned out like this," Lin Xiaofan lamented, nearly in tears. "This has nothing to do with you. You're just an unfortunate victim," Pu Yingshin said with a smile, gently patting her head. He then called the police. Once they arrived, they gathered evidence and took statement from Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin. Due to the high value of the case and its malicious nature, they decided to open an investigation. After the commotion, it was already late at night when they finally returned home. Lin Xiaofan felt despondent, plagued by guilt. "It was a gift from someone else. It's all my fault for not moving it after dinner," she lamented as she slumped on the sofa. "It's all right. We could just repaint it. In the future, if something like this happens, you should hide and call the police rather than confronting them," Pu Yingshin advised. He had long been accustomed to the cycle of life and death in the hospital, his heart hardened by experience. However, Lin Xiaofan's panicked voice over the phone had still startled him. "Xiaofan, only life is of utmost importance," he reiterated as he held her close once more. Chapter 45. Who is the true culprit? On Tuesday evening, when Pu Yingshin and Tang Shuiwei appeared at Junkie, all the female colleagues were taken aback. They had expected the visiting expert to be a portly middle-aged man, but instead, they were met with a strikingly handsome young talent, akin to a celebrity. "What kind of divine man is this? He is too handsome. I thought all Ph.D. candidates were bookworms. Why does he look so much like that star? I can't take it. I need to feign illness to meet him." Lin Xiaofan, observing the demeanor of the women in the company, reminisced about the admiration Pu Yingshin garnered at the gym that day. For the first time, she comprehended the essence of being a heartthrob. Upon encountering Pu Yingshin, Lin Xian was both elated and flustered, never expecting his presence at Junkie. She enthusiastically called out to him as Dr. Pu, creating quite the commotion. "Xiaofan, just look at the popularity of Pu Yingshin," Tang Shuiwei remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Xiaofan smiled discreetly, casting a glance at Pu Yingshin, who remained unfazed and composed. Guan Zhao, with a cheerful demeanor, jested, "Dr. Pu is the top figure at Shulan Hospital, isn't he? His skills alone make him a star, and his looks do as well." Tang Shuiwei chimed in, "Indeed. I am merely here to accompany Tang Shuiwei today. I have no interest in your affairs," Pu Yingshin stated, distancing himself from any entanglements with Junkie or Shulan Hospital. This remark led Guan Zhao to mistakenly assume he was Tang Shuiwei's boyfriend. "Shuiwei, allow me to elaborate on our company's details and projects," Lin Xiaofan said, while ushering everyone into the conference room, followed by Wang Wei and Lu Chong. "Is our boss keeping us here to gawk at handsome men?" a female colleague quipped. "With so few people at Junkie, our presence is crucial. Otherwise, the experts would find the place desolate," Li Min added. "Exactly. Even Xian hasn't left today," someone remarked. Lin Xian was delighted, relieved she had stayed. Initially, she harbored mischievous intentions to trip Lin Xiaofan up, but now the priority was obtaining Pu Yingshin's contact information. "Dr. Pu, this is Longjing tea," Lin Xian beamed, presenting him with a cup as she entered the conference room. "Let's not interrupt us." Tang Shuiwei shot a disapproving glance. Upon hearing this, Guan Zhao promptly interjected. "She's just an intern and a bit naive." Humiliated, Lin Xian stormed back to the office area. Tang Shuiwei, a straightforward and talented woman from the Northwest, was direct and exuded a certain charm. She only revered her mentor, Zhang Wide, and her idol, Pu Yingshin. Anyone who crossed her path would face her wrath. The discussion in the conference room lasted 2 hours, during which Pu Yingshin remained silent, listening intently like a mere mascot. As the meeting concluded, Guan Zhao took the initiative to speak with Pu Yingshin. "Dr. Pu, let's exchange contact information and connect on WeChat." Pu Yingshin did not refuse and retrieve his phone. "Rest assured, I won't reach out unless it's for medical purposes," Guan Zhao joked heartily. "And if it's about medical matters, please visit Shulon Hospital's online registration. Pu Yingshin responded with a touch of dry humor, prompting a quiet chuckle from Tang Shuiwei. Lin Xiaofan, noticing this, leaned closer to her. Shuiwei, is he always this aloof? Like a frigid winter, Tang Shuiwei retorted. Pu Yingshin, what are your thoughts? She inquired as she got into the car. You could try if you wish. The decision lies with you, Pu Yingshin replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Shuiwei, we will respect your choices and arrange our schedules to accommodate you. Our boss has mentioned that you will be an expert consultant with subordinates assigned to you, Lin Xiaofan promptly added. At that moment, Lin Xian dashed over, breathless and wearing a broad smile. Dr. Pu, could I have your contact information? Lin Xiaofan turned her head away, and Tang Shuiwei disdainfully averted her gaze. The two exchanged knowing looks and stifled laughter. Is something the matter? Pu Yingshin initially intended to decline, but decided to remain patient, considering she was Lin Xiaofan's sister. No, I just wish to keep in touch for future consultations. Lin Xian persisted, undeterred. Lin Xiaofan inwardly sighed, wishing she could possess Lin Xian's boldness. She often hesitated, overthinking every situation, while Lin Xian lived entirely for herself. If you need anything, reach out to Xiaofan. She can contact me. Pu Yingshin sidestepped the request. It's getting late. I need to conduct experiments tomorrow, Tang Shuiwei hastily urged. Pu Yingshin promptly started the car and drove away, leaving Lin Xian fuming alone. The following day, Lin Xian did not show up at Junkie. Lin Xiaofan speculated that she was sulking at home after yesterday's incident. Meanwhile, she received good news. Tang Shuiwei agreed to try working part-time at Junkie. Xiaofan, I'll only give it a shot. If either party breaches the agreement, I'll withdraw at any time. We need to outline this in our contract, Tang Shuiwei stated plainly over the phone. No problem. Thank you, Shuiwei, Lin Xiaofan replied, elated. After their conversation, Lin Xiaofan sent a message to Pu Yingshin. Dear, Shuiwei has agreed to join. This is all thanks to you. Heart. Pu Yingshin replied with a heart emoji, busy attending to patients in the clinic, too preoccupied to delve into other matters. Yet, regardless of how busy he was, he still answered calls from the police, who informed him that they had apprehended the suspect responsible for damaging his car. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan received a call from Lin Guoxing. At the police station, Pang Weiwei knelt before Lin Xiaofan, wailing inconsolably. Xian is still young. She doesn't understand. She can't go to prison. If anything happens to her, your father and I won't survive. My daughter, my dear daughter, please help Xian. Lin Guoxing wept openly. Lin Xiaofan felt a tumult of emotions, realizing at that moment that Lin Xian had hired someone to damage the car. Xiaofan, please don't be mad at Xian. It's all my fault, Lin Guoxing pleaded. The car isn't mine. I can't issue a letter of understanding, Lin Xiaofan replied, her heart aching as she thought that if she had committed such a transgression, Lin Guoxing would not have defended her so fiercely. I am the car owner, Pu Yingshin interjected. After finishing work, he hurried to the police station and was met with a scene of distraught individuals. Lin Xiaofan stood there, tears in her eyes, feeling utterly alone. Chapter 46. Abandoned and forsaken. This was Pu Yingshin's first encounter with Lin Xiaofan's father, Lin Guoxing. His hair was grizzled, attire immaculate, exuding the air of a well-groomed gentleman. At that moment, however, Lin Guoxing had lost his usual composure, holding the sobbing Pang Weiwei while desperately pleading with Lin Xiaofan. Upon hearing Pu Yingshin's voice, they both turned to face him. Lin Xiaofan's eyes, filled with sorrow and helplessness, met Pu Yingshin's gaze. He yearned to embrace her, but, constrained by the setting, refrained. They shared a fleeting glance before hurriedly averting their eyes. I will provide you with a letter of understanding, Pu Yingshin asserted, preempting their words. Lin Guoxing and Pang Weiwei were taken aback by his swift agreement. Thank you, Mr. Pu. It was Xian's thoughtlessness. She did not realize it was your car. They expressed their gratitude and apologies. Regardless of whose car it is, this is still a criminal offense, Pu Yingshin replied, feeling a sense of distaste at their words. Indeed, you are correct. Xian enjoys teasing Xiaofan, but there was no malice intended. We will compensate for all your losses. Pang Weiwei quickly amended her stance. However, due to the high valuation of the Porsche, even with Pu Yingshin's letter of understanding, the authorities still mandated a 5-day detention for Lin Xian. Officer, they were merely playing a prank. It was not done with malicious intent. Pang Weiwei grasped the officer's hand, incessantly explaining. We adhere strictly to the evidence. If not for various considerations, The consequences would be far graver, the officer stated curtly, refusing to engage further. Upon hearing this, Peng Weiwei broke down in tears again, while Lin Guoxing hung his head, tears streaming down his face, utterly heartbroken. Lin Xiaofan sat silently, absorbing the weight of the police's words, which made it evident that this was the lightest punishment she could receive. Once all procedures were finalized and the dust settled, Peng Weiwei retracted her earlier humility, revealing her true nature. As they exited the police station, she shot Lin Xiaofan a venomous glare, as if she wished to flay her alive. Lin Guoxing did not utter another word to Lin Xiaofan. His expression was one of disdain as he cast a cold, disappointed glance her way before leaving without a word. Pu Yingshin witnessed all of this unfold. "This is not your fault," he said, enveloping Lin Xiaofan in a tight embrace, his eyes filled with affection. "My father will never forgive me," Lin Xiaofan replied, tears streaming down her face, her heart shattered into pieces. She had always been a pure and kind-hearted person. Although she had her differences with Lin Xian, she never imagined that one day Lin Xian would find herself in such dire straits. Nor did she anticipate that it would all be connected to her. The disdainful attitude Lin Guoxing had displayed made her realize that paternal love had vanished irretrievably. The warm memories of her father's affection before she turned 9 had been one of the pillars of her long life. She had been searching high and low, hoping to reclaim what once belonged to her. Although she ultimately discovered that this love had shifted to Lin Xian. The prospect of her father severing ties with her was unbearable. "You can share your story with me," Pu Yingshin coaxed gently, stroking her back and tenderly kissing away her tears. Lin Xiaofan nestled against him, for the first time revealing her past and exposing her vulnerabilities. She began recounting her childhood memories, continuing through to the dinner Lin Guoxing had hosted a few days prior. The hardships she had endured seemed to slip through her fingers like sand as she recounted 2 decades of her life in mere minutes. "I always believed my father loved me as he did before I turned 9. He merely neglected me due to his new family. It wasn't until our last dinner together that I realized I had long been abandoned by him. My father's love was merely a delusion I had conjured for myself." Upon finishing her lengthy monologue, it was as though she had laid bare all the bitterness and grievances of her 20 years. No more tears fell. Her gaze was hollow and devoid of light. "Look ahead. There will be many who love you in the future," Pu Yingshin whispered softly to comfort her. "You must have a happy family, right?" Lin Xiaofan gradually calmed. "My parents were college classmates. They are happy." Pu Yingshin spoke nonchalantly, and Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. Having already surmised this, she understood that only those raised in a nurturing and hopeful environment could maintain such emotional stability and peace. "Xiaofan, that is merely your past, not your future," Pu Yingshin said, cradling her face. "I have been striving for change, which is why I changed jobs and moved. I never expected to encounter Lin Xian at Junkie." Lin Xiaofan chuckled helplessly. "It's all in the past. I know. I will move forward with a light heart. I have my own life," she said softly, as if encouraging herself. She recognized that retreat was not an option. She could only press on. In the following days, Lin Xiaofan channeled her energy into her work, constantly reminding herself that there was no turning back, only a relentless advance. With remarkable efficiency, she led her team members, completing the initial integration with the experimental animal platform under Tang Shuyue's guidance. The renovation of the pig farm was also progressing rapidly, and she had prioritized Zhang Mukin's financing project for his genetic testing company. "I would like to meet with Zhang Mukin for a discussion. Would you accompany me?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, resting her head on Pu Yingshin's shoulder. "What role would I play?" Pu Yingshin observed that Lin Xiaofan's spirits had lifted considerably. The incident concerning Lin Xian had revealed the resilience of the woman before him. Even amidst such distressing circumstances, she could still devote herself wholeheartedly to her work. "You can go as a classmate of Zhang Mukin," Lin Xiaofan asserted firmly. "What purpose would I serve in your collaboration? Why should I participate?" Pu Yingshin retorted. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly, having discerned his proud nature through their interactions. "I've already asked you. Since you won't participate, I will arrange to meet him myself," she countered, turning the tables on him. "Remember to report back on your work." Pu Yingshin replied without taking the bait. "Oh, come on, just accompany me." Lin Xiaofan playfully tugged at him, unable to assert her will. Pu Yingshin chuckled silently, withholding his agreement. "I truly don't understand your industry. I've read a lot of materials and am still utterly confused. Just come with me for a casual meal and conversation, she insisted, punctuating her plea with a soft kiss. Just then, Guo Liping called. Sweetheart, come home immediately. Lin Xiaofan is here to see you about something. Chapter 47. Then let us sever ties, I will accompany you home. Pu Yingshin stood up as soon as he learned Lin Xiaofan was returning to face her parents. No, do not involve yourself any further, she firmly rejected. She surmised that Lin Guoxing's visit was undoubtedly related to Lin Xian's predicament, and she did not want Pu Yingshin entangled in her family troubles. I cannot let you return alone, Pu Yingshin insisted earnestly. Just drop me off at the entrance of my building. Wait for me downstairs. If anything arises, I will call for you. Lin Xiaofan understood Pu Yingshin's desire to protect her. She felt secure and touched by his concern. With a furrowed brow, Pu Yingshin acquiesced. On the way home, Lin Xiaofan mentally prepared herself. She contemplated reconciling with Lin Xian and bracing herself for Lin Guoxing's reprimands. However, she never anticipated that upon entering her home and calling out Dad, she would receive a harsh slap across the face from Lin Guoxing. You beast! How dare you hit my daughter? I will fight you. Guo Liping rushed in, brandishing a broom and unleashing a flurry of blows upon Lin Guoxing. Lin Xiaofan stood at the doorway, her cheeks stinging, yet she shed no tears. She watched as Lin Guoxing cowered, clutching his head from the onslaught. This was a scene she had often witnessed before she turned 9. She had always thought that Guo Liping's temper was the reason Lin Guoxing had struggled to stay with her, leading to their divorce. In this moment, she finally understood that Guo Liping's volatile nature might have been provoked by Lin Guoxing's relentless behavior. Dad, with that slap today, I am erasing the 9 years you raised me from our account, Lin Xiaofan stated coldly. This was the first time Lin Guoxing had struck her. Guo Liping paused mid-swing, taken aback by her words. To her, this daughter rarely defied her parents and was unlikely to utter such a thing. Lin Guoxing, brushing his disheveled hair, pointed at Lin Xiaofan. Do you not realize that Xian will carry the burden of this incident for the rest of her life? As her elder sister, do you have no conscience at all? If I had no conscience, how long do you think Lin Xian would be sentenced? Why not ask a lawyer? Lin Xiaofan maintained her composure. I have nurtured Xian for 20 years. Her education is complete, but how will she establish herself in this world? Lin Guoxing roared, his eyes wide and body trembling. A crooked beam produces a crooked pillar. What good can you and Pang Weiwei's ilk instill? Guo Liping immediately retorted fiercely. In truth, Guo Liping was unaware of the specifics of the situation, but she was determined to defend her daughter. You will ultimately harm our daughter. She should be focused on her studies rather than seeking rich benefactors. Lin Guoxing spat in frustration, losing all restraint. Guo Liping, stunned by his words, turned to Lin Xiaofan. What wealthy benefactor? Dad, not only do you lack any paternal affection, but you are also utterly malicious. If you continue to slander me, I will take legal action against you, Lin Xiaofan declared, unable to contain her outrage. Lin Guoxing's nature was inherently one of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Upon witnessing Lin Xiaofan's fierce demeanor, Guo Liping was immediately taken aback, ceasing her nonsensical chatter. You beast, even fabricating lewd tales about your daughter, leave my sight. Guo Liping seized a broom and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Lin Guoxing, who, clutching his head in despair, fled from her home. This marked the first occasion in 20 years since Lin Guoxing had crossed Guo Liping's threshold. Reluctantly, he had come, compelled by Pang Weiwei's insistence that he vent his frustrations on Lin Xian. Thus he sought out Lin Xiaofan, the hapless recipient of his ire. Mom, Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, tears glistening in her eyes. She realized her irritation towards Guo Liping stemmed from her overbearing nature, yet when she found herself besieged, Guo Liping unfurled her protective wings like a mother hen. Do not be disheartened. I have long warned you that Lin Guoxing is not worth your regard. In the future, choose your partner with discernment. Unlike my youthful folly of being swayed by his appearance, a mistake I have regretted for a lifetime, Guo Liping declared with indignation. Meanwhile, Pu Yingshin awaited anxiously in his car below, deeply concerned for Lin Xiaofan. He yearned to be by her side, but felt compelled to respect her autonomy, as this was, after all, a matter of her family. As Lin Xiaofan emerged from the corridor, Pu Yingshin discerned her troubled state from afar and hurried over. The crimson imprints of fingers marred her face, half of which was swollen. Clenching his fists, Pu Yingshin struggled to maintain his composure. No matter what, I shall never allow you to face this alone again, he vowed, enveloping her in a tight embrace filled with tenderness. In the warmth of his embrace, Lin Xiaofan's hardened exterior began to crumble, and she wept uncontrollably against him. "It is my fault. Had I not asked you to drive my car, this would not have happened," Pu Yingshin lamented, burdened by guilt. "I cannot escape this. In their eyes, I am unworthy of possessing anything. Even if it were not the car, they would find another reason to target me." Lin Xiaofan gradually regained her composure. Throughout the night, Pu Yingshin applied ice packs to her face multiple times, and by morning, she noticed a significant improvement. "It appears I shall have to work from home for a day," Lin Xiaofan remarked while gazing at her reflection. Pu Yingshin, filled with concern, could find no words. Having grown up in a loving environment, he had never fathomed that a father could inflict such harm upon his daughter. "It's all right. Has your car been repaired?" Lin Xiaofan attempted to feign nonchalance, not wanting him to worry about her. "Yes, they have informed me that it's ready for pickup, but I haven't found the time to go," Pu Yingshin replied, his expression still troubled. "Do you still trust me? Should I assist you with the drive?" Lin Xiaofan teased, her smile playful. "This car shall not be driven by you again. It seems I have lost your trust," she continued with a jest. "I shall purchase a new car for you to drive, as a means of atonement," Pu Yingshin stated earnestly, having resolved internally to prevent Lin Xiaofan from recalling painful memories associated with the blue Porsche. "Really? Is that necessary?" Lin Xiaofan expressed her surprise. "Indeed, if you refuse, I shall never forgive myself," he replied gently, caressing her swollen face with compassion. Lin Xiaofan lowered her gaze, hesitant to accept the car. "You may choose to let my wallet bleed, or you can choose to let my heart bleed. The decision lies with you," Pu Yingshin said, his demeanor serious yet calm. After 5 minutes of contemplation, Lin Xiaofan reached a conclusion. "Very well, but once I purchase my own car, I shall return this one to you." "No problem. Thank you for accepting my apology," he responded, gently kissing her. The following day, Lin Xiaofan worked from home. By evening, while visiting the restroom, she caught a glimpse of her reflection and noticed the swelling had significantly diminished, uplifting her spirits. When the doorbell rang, she rushed to answer, excited for the weekend ahead with Pu Yingshin. Upon opening the door, she was met by a middle-aged woman, elegantly attired, exuding a refined aura. "Hello, whom are you seeking?" Lin Xiaofan inquired politely. "I am Pu Yingshin's mother," the woman replied, her eyes widening slightly at the sight of Lin Xiaofan in her loungewear. "Hello, Auntie." "Pu Yingshin isn't home yet," Lin Xiaofan greeted, her heart racing. Pu's mother, tall and fair-skinned, spoke softly, her gaze revealing keen intelligence, reminiscent of Tang Shuyue, possessing the features of a cultured intellectual. "Auntie, I am Lin Xiaofan, Pu Yingshin's roommate. Please, have a seat. He will be home shortly." Lin Xiaofan hurriedly invited her inside and rushed to prepare tea. "No need to fuss. I can manage myself," Pu's mother replied with a warm smile. Overwhelmed with nervousness, Lin Xiaofan nearly dropped the teacup while serving. Just as she entered the living room with the tea, Pu Yingshin arrived home. In that fleeting moment, 3 expressions collided: Lin Xiaofan's avoidance, Pu Yingshin's astonishment, and his mother's affectionate gaze. "Mom, what brings you here?" "You didn't inform me," Pu Yingshin exclaimed cheerfully, glancing at Lin Xiaofan, who appeared anxious. "Auntie, please enjoy your tea. I have some matters to attend to," he added, swiftly excusing himself, relieved by his return. Lin Xiaofan handed Pu's mother the tea and retreated to her room. In her room, Lin Xiaofan paced restlessly, glancing at her reflection, adjusting her attire, and smoothing her hair. After much contemplation, she decided to return to her old neighborhood, feeling that staying as a roommate was inconvenient and awkward. As she hurriedly gathered her belongings, she received a message from Pu Yingshin. "Don't leave. My mom will be gone soon." Lin Xiaofan chuckled, feeling as though he had installed a surveillance device on her, as her every thought seemed to be within his grasp. "Xiaofan, let us have dinner together next time. I have to leave for an engagement tonight." Pu's mother kindly bid farewell from the living room. "Goodbye, Annie." Lin Xiaofan responded obediently, nodding her head in acknowledgement. Pu Yingshin embraced his mother, and the two exited, engaged in cheerful conversation. Soon after, Pu Yingshin returned. "Which young lady in loungewear opened the door for my mother?" he teased with a mischievous grin. "How annoying." Lin Xiaofan pouted, playfully swatting at him. "My mom thought she had knocked on the wrong door." Pu Yingshin chuckled, catching her hand. "Don't say that. I was nearly terrified. My mind went blank at that moment." Lin Xiaofan leaned closer, nestling against him. What is there to fear? My mom doesn't bite. The ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws, he reassured her with a smile. Stop saying foolish things. Who is your ugly daughter-in-law? Lin Xiaofan retorted. Not ugly, beautiful. He whispered, kissing her cheek. Were you aware your mother would visit? Lin Xiaofan asked, feigning ignorance. No, she came to S-City for work and made time to see me, he replied. Is she an educator? Lin Xiaofan probed, curious about Pu Yingshin's background. No, he answered succinctly. Your mother seems highly educated, Lin Xiaofan remarked. Yes, he acknowledged, evading further inquiry. Realizing their conversation had reached an impasse, Lin Xiaofan abandoned her pursuit of answers, though her curiosity about his family background intensified. That evening, as they reveled in each other's company, a call from Guan Zhao interrupted. Xiaofan, how is your asthma? Are you feeling better? He inquired with genuine concern, mistaking her need to work from home as a recurrence of her condition. I'm fine now. I promise to return to work next week, Lin Xiaofan assured him, gripping her phone while feeling Pu Yingshin's kisses on her neck, pushing him away ineffectually. Are you free tomorrow? I would like to discuss something with you. Lin Xiaofan was left in a state of bewilderment after being kissed by Pu Yingshin. Her thoughts completely disrupted, rendering her unable to respond. I will pick you up tomorrow at 11 in the morning, Guan Zhao remarked, noticing Lin Xiaofan stammering. No, no, no. Lin Xiaofan exclaimed several times. At that moment, Pu Yingshin had nearly removed all of Lin Xiaofan's clothing, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She was unsure whether she was answering Guan Zhao or attempting to stop Pu Yingshin. What time is convenient for you? Guan Zhao inquired again. I am not available. Lin Xiaofan trembled under Pu Yingshin's advances and quickly hung up the phone. Next time, when you receive calls from other men, let's see how I deal with you, Pu Yingshin asserted possessively as he held her waist. Lin Xiaofan surrendered to his dominance, feeling as if she had been pierced through. On Saturday morning, after breakfast, Lin Xiaofan leaned against the sofa, massaging her waist. Xiaofan, please tell me your rental address. I want to come visit you, Guo Liping called. Lin Xiaofan was startled and sat up straight. Mom, you don't need to come. It's too far. I'll visit you when I have time, she said, casting a pleading glance at Pu Yingshin. You refused to tell me. Your mother was against you moving out alone. I worry about you and fear that languishing might cause you trouble. Guo Liping expressed her concerns. I'm fine, please don't worry. I can take care of myself. Although Lin Xiaofan was grateful for her mother's concern, she could not reveal that she was living in Pu Yingshin's home. How are things going with those two people? Guo Liping was still most concerned about her daughter's blind date. We are in touch. Don't associate with dubious individuals. A girl must maintain her integrity. Lin Guoxing's words about seeking wealthy patrons lingered in Guo Liping's mind, causing her to worry that Lin Xiaofan might stray from the right path. After hanging up, Lin Xiaofan found herself lost in thought, feeling as though she were living in a bubble that could burst at any moment. Pu Yingshin did not intervene in their mother-daughter communication. In terms of their relationship, if it were up to Pu Yingshin, he would have made their romance public at the first opportunity. However, since Lin Xiaofan was reluctant, he chose to respect her wishes. Let us go to the 4S dealership to pick up the car, he suggested, lifting Lin Xiaofan from the sofa as he noticed she was lost in her thoughts. You bought another Porsche? Lin Xiaofan asked, spotting the dealership sign from a distance. Is it not permissible? Pu Yingshin replied with a gentle smile. But, Lin Xiaofan was unsure how to respond, having assumed that Pu Yingshin's mention of a new car referred to an ordinary family vehicle. What are you afraid of? Pu Yingshin asked, ruffling her hair. I have received your intended apology. There is no need for such an extravagant gesture. Lin Xiaofan felt slightly awkward. Didn't you say you would reimburse me in the future? Of course, but I must also consider my preferences, Pu Yingshin countered, using her own words against her. Lin Xiaofan found herself unable to retort, ultimately accepting the situation. Thus, a nearly 2 million yuan white Porsche Taycan officially became Lin Xiaofan's vehicle. Is it so easy for doctors to earn money? Buying a car is as simple as buying groceries, Lin Xiaofan mused. Pu Yingshin swiped his card, chuckling silently. Feeling slighted by his evasiveness, Lin Xiaofan wore a stern expression and walked away. After leaving the dealership, Pu Yingshin found a spacious road where he familiarized Lin Xiaofan with the vehicle's features. Lin Xiaofan maintained a serious demeanor, her enthusiasm lacking. She had many questions about Pu Yingshin's background, yet he always remained somewhat elusive. What do you wish to know? He finally asked. I want to know if your family is wealthy. Lin Xiaofan replied pointedly. Does that matter? Pu Yingshin countered. It does. I want to understand you, she said earnestly, gazing into his eyes. Then you should truly get to know me as a person, rather than concerning yourself with other matters. Once the probation period is over, I will introduce you to my family, and you will learn everything then. Pu Yingshin's sincerity shone through as he met her gaze. Upon hearing him mention meeting his family, Lin Xiaofan's thoughts raced back to her encounter with Pu's mother the previous Friday. This meeting doesn't count. She is unaware of your true identity, she asserted. Pu Yingshin seemed to know her thoughts, as if he were a mind reader. But you already have a fair understanding of my family, he pointed out. Lin Xiaofan felt a twinge of discontent. I have only met your father, and you have only seen my mother. They are unaware of our identities. Is this not unfair? Pu Yingshin smiled. Lin Xiaofan paused, realizing that he had a point. Yet her mind was once again led astray by this astute man. Instead of overthinking, you should focus on how to enjoy a pleasant weekend with your boyfriend, he advised, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Understood, Lin Xiaofan replied softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Recognizing that her feelings towards this relationship might not be as pure as Pu Yingshin's, as her mind was clouded with doubts. Hey, let me tell you. Today Lin Xiaofan drove another white Porsche, Li Min exclaimed early Monday morning in the office area. Is that white Porsche Taycan in the garage hers? Guan Zhao immediately questioned upon hearing Li Min's gossip. Indeed, Li Min felt a bit awkward as the boss joined the conversation, as such gossiping in the workplace was rather unprofessional. That car is hard to acquire, since it just launched, Guan Zhao remarked. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan returned from the restroom, sensing the change in everyone's gaze upon her. Xiaofan, did you buy a new car? Guan Zhao inquired cheerfully, without any hesitation. Unaware of Lin Xiaofan's previous blue Porsche, he assumed she had never driven before until hearing Li Min's gossip. Yes, Lin Xiaofan replied with an awkward smile, reluctant to engage further. Boss, did you review the materials I sent you regarding GUN genetics last week? Lin Xiaofan redirected the conversation to work. Come to my office. I was just about to discuss that with you, Guan Zhao replied enthusiastically. Lin Xiaofan promptly grabbed her notebook and followed him inside. I reviewed it while you were working from home on Friday. I am very interested in this company, which is why I called you to arrange a weekend discussion. Guan Zhao explained. I apologize, I had some family matters at that time, Lin Xiaofan said, feeling embarrassed. Her face turning red as she recalled her passionate encounter with Pu Yingshin, having completely forgotten to return Guan Zhao's call afterward. No witties. I will try not to take up your rest time. However, our company is still in its infancy, and sometimes we need to be a bit flexible with our time. Guan Zhao hinted. Understood, boss. I will be mindful, Lin Xiaofan replied, lowering her head. I predict that GUN Genetics will have a substantial financing round. And since Junkie is just starting, they might not allow us to lead. It would be good if we could co-invest, Guan Zhao stated seriously. I know their chief operating officer, Zhang Yukin. I have scheduled a meeting this week to understand the situation at GUN Genetics. Before we go to GUN Genetics, we should prepare thoroughly. It would be best to have a private discussion with your friend, Guan Zhao pragmatically suggested. He believed that, as a startup, Junkie held no advantage in the venture capital field and likely would not attract GUN Genetics' attention. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, having already anticipated this outcome. Previously, she had hoped to bring Pu Yingshin along to speak with Zhang Yukin, but Lin Guoxing had interfered. Should I arrange for you to meet my friend? Guan Zhao asked, noticing Lin Xiaofan's lack of response. I'll speak with him first, and if there's progress, you can support me, Lin Xiaofan decided, knowing she would have to return home to engage in a battle of wits with Pu Yingshin. In the evening, Lin Xiaofan cheerfully flitted around Pu Yingshin, serving tea and water, occasionally offering a back massage or a shoulder rub. Observing her unusual behavior, Pu Yingshin was already acutely aware of her intentions. She was clearly up to something. What do you want? He asked, deliberately adopting a serious demeanor. Accompany me to meet Zhang Yukin, Lin Xiaofan replied straightforwardly. Do you realize this contravenes my principles? I am a doctor, not a broker, Pu Yingshin retorted coldly. Nonsense. You're not charging me, so how can that be considered brokering? Lin Xiaofan quickly countered. Accepting your sexual favors is far worse. Pu Yingshin maintained his serious facade. Lin Xiaofan burst into laughter, recognizing that this proud man was merely teasing her. I am your girlfriend. How can that be deemed a sexual favor? She grinned, unable to contain her joy. Isn't the probationary period different? Pu Yingshin remained steadfast, showing no signs of jest. You only need to accompany me once, he insisted. Lin Xiaofan playfully raised a finger, adopting a coy demeanor. No way. You don't need to express any opinions. Just clarify anything I don't understand. She shifted her tactic, attempting to persuade him. Then take a recording device and capture it. I will explain it to you when we return, Pu Yingshin countered, adeptly countering her arguments. Oh, are you going or not? Lin Xiaofan grew anxious, realizing that this man was impervious to both coaxing and coercion. I won't go. Pu Yingshin was resolute, not even lifting his gaze. What must I do for you to agree to go? Lin Xiaofan recognized that she was no match for him. If this project succeeds, allow me to be promoted early. Pu Yingshin smiled slightly. You're blackmailing me. Lin Xiaofan placed her hands on her hips. Indeed, I am. She replied defiantly. Pu Yingshin wo a pour expression. All right. As long as Jiuanjin secures funding from Junkie, we will proceed with your promotion. Lin Xiaofan resolved to clinch this project. She was determined to script her own life narrative. You said it yourself. Now add a note to the probationary agreement. Upon hearing her agreement, Pu Yingshin promptly stood up. Lin Xiaofan shot him a glare, but complied obediently. Mukin, let us have dinner together tomorrow. Pu Yingshin immediately dialed the phone. You. Lin Xiaofan stood nearby, visibly irritated. Am I that difficult to please? When I disagreed, you pressed me. Now that I agree, you're upset again, Pu Yingshin teased with a mischievous grin. That is something I should say. When I and T signed the agreement, you looked miserable. Now you're so eager. Lin Xiaofan playfully retorted while struggling to suppress her laughter. Of course. Shouldn't I strive for my own happiness? Pu Yingshin chuckled as he wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaofan. They both laughed and shared a kiss. With Pu Yingshin as support, Lin Xiaofan grew increasingly confident. She was ambitious, convinced that she must secure Jiuanjin. The next morning, filled with determination and joy, she stepped into Junkie, only to encounter the one person she least wanted to see. Lin Xian, with sunken eyes and a gaunt figure, was engaging in small talk with colleagues in the office area. Xian, where have you been lately? A colleague inquired. Have you lost weight? You look so thin. I envy you. I've taken a leave of absence. I'm officially starting work here now. Please support me, Lin Xian announced. In just a few days, she seemed transformed, her demeanor considerably more composed. Lin Xiaofan stood at the side, unsure of what to say, having assumed Lin Xian would never return to Junkie. Morning. Sister Xiaofan, Lin Xian greeted, her expression and gaze reminiscent of the legendary Nuhilu Jinwan's return. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, forcing a professional smile. Good morning, Xian. Xiaofan, come to my office, Guanzhao called out. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaofan hurriedly excused herself. Xiaofan, Xian has returned today to officially join the team. She has taken a leave of absence. She expressed a desire to join your group. What are your thoughts? Guanzhao inquired. I do not agree, Lin Xiaofan firmly rejected. Wishing to avoid any professional entanglements with Lin Xian, Guanzhao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a blunt response. I respect your opinion, but we must also consider team spirit. Guanzhao stated from the perspective of a manager, completely unaware of the sisters' underlying issues. Throughout the day, Lin Xiaofan felt increasingly anxious, realizing that while she was in the open, Lin Xian lurked in the shadows, and their shared workplace was likely to stir conflict. After work, on her way to meet Zhang Yukin, Lin Xiaofan joined Pu Yingshin. What is troubling you? Pu Yingshin immediately noticed her unusual demeanor. Lin Xian has returned to Junkie. Lin Xiaofan sighed. Pu Yingshin remained silent, his expression contemplative. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Xiaofan looked at him with hopeful eyes. Focus on your own responsibilities and adapt to the changes as they come, Pu Yingshin advised, gently ruffling her hair, his eyes filled with concern. I feel like a harbinger of misfortune, Lin Xiaofan lamented. Xiaofan, Pu Yingshin. Zhang Yukin called from a distance. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Xiaofan quickly distanced herself from Pu Yingshin. Xiaofan, you have some skills, Zhang Yukin joked as he settled into his seat. What do you mean? Lin Xiaofan feigned ignorance. I'm talking about Pu Yingshin. I'm discussing Jiuan with you, and he is the one who called me out to talk. It's as if the sun has risen in the west. Zhang Yukin chuckled, his eyes assessing the duo. I have a hold over him. Pu Yingshin replied calmly with a smile. Lin Xiaofan awkwardly laughed, unsure of how to respond. Let us discuss business, Zhang Yukin suggested. Your IVED is for in vitro diagnostics, correct? Is this business developed in collaboration with hospitals? Lin Xiaofan asked. Yes, our primary clients are hospitals, Zhang Yukin affirmed. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Pu Yingshin. I want to be involved in your collaboration. I'll just listen. Pu Yingshin immediately interjected. Although he said that, when Zhang Yukin began to delve into technical details, Pu Yingshin had no choice but to translate, rendering complex biomedical concepts into layman's terms for Lin Xiaofan. You're going to confuse Xiaofan, Pu Yingshin chuckled. Go ahead, Zhang Yukin urged, shifting the blame. After a lengthy explanation, Lin Xiaofan grasped only half the content. You should explain, Zhang Yukin laughed, clinking glasses with Pu Yingshin. The market is vast. I assent it. Lin Xiaofan astutely picked up on the key point in Pu Yingshin's words. Indeed, Zhang Yukin readily concurred. What is your greatest challenge at present? Lin Xiaofan asked directly. We need financing to have the resources to penetrate the market, Zhang Yukin replied. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan and Zhang Yukin engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the current state and development of Jiuanjin, while Pu Yingshin remained mostly silent after his earlier explanations. If Junkie invests, will it be exclusive? Lin Xiaofan inquired. That depends on your valuation of Jiuan. We will consider that alongside other factors, Zhang Yukin explained. Please clarify for me, apart from valuation, what else do you prioritize? Lin Xiaofan pressed for the core issues. Channels and endorsements, Zhang Yukin answered candidly. Lin Xiaofan felt a weight in her heart. She realized that Junkie lacked both. As Guanzhao had predicted, not only would they struggle to lead the investment, but even co-investing might prove difficult. On the way back, Lin Xiaofan remained silent, contemplating the stark contrast between the pig farm and Jiuanjin. The pig farm was like an unwanted girl, entirely devoid of competition, while Jiuanjin resembled a maiden throwing embroidered ball to attract suitors, with many vying for her hand. Junkie, as a novice in the industry, lacked both background and qualifications, rendering it almost impossible to make a mark. Do you have any questions for me? Pu Yingshin asked, noticing Lin Xiaofan's silence. I'm utterly confused. I only know that Junkie faces significant challenges, Lin Xiaofan admitted, feeling stifled by the weight of her expectations for this project. Given Junkie's background, securing exclusive investment will be a challenge, and even if achieved, it will likely result in losses. A mere utterance from Pu Yingshin nearly shattered all of Lin Xiaofan's hopes. With a furrowed brow, she gazed out of the car window. I will discreetly inquire on your behalf, Pu Yingshin replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan jolted upright. When they had initially discussed collaboration with the experimental animal platform, Pu Yingshin had expressed similar sentiments. Who possesses such extraordinary connections? Lin Xiaofan pressed on. Chapter 51. Cursed Father Pu Yingshin remained silent, his focus on the road. Can't you clarify things for me? Lin Xiaofan, exasperated, tugged at his ear. Safety first, he chuckled. Are you part of a secretive agency, always shrouded in mystery? Lin Xiaofan huffed. She detested being left in the dark. Do you want me to find someone to ask? Pu Yingshin kuntuhed. Yes. Lin Xiaofan replied instantly. At that moment, the project was paramount to her. As for who Pu Yingshin would discreetly inquire from, she believed she would have her chance to uncover that later. I will handle the matters concerning Jiuan genetics. You focus on what Junkie should be doing, such as determining how much you can invest. Pu Yingshin spoke nonchalantly. Lin Xiaofan regarded him with admiration, a silly smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with stars. She recognized the exceptional qualities of this highly intelligent man, always so composed, incisively grasping the essence of any situation while deftly managing people. You silly girl. Pu Yingshin glanced at her, his tone indulgent. Those simple 3 words, combined with his demeanor, held immense power for Lin Xiaofan, who had grown up devoid of paternal affection. She felt enveloped in warmth and tenderness, a sweet sensation that left her utterly entranced. In stark contrast, Lin Xian felt she had lost her anchor. The upheaval in her life had revealed to the once pampered Lin Xian that her parents could not fulfill all her desires and aspirations. Xian, you should study abroad. Do not stay here any longer. I will accompany you, Pang Weiwei earnestly advised her daughter. If you do not wish to return to Singapore, your father can help you find another school, Lin Guoxing chimed in, circling around Lin Xian. Silent and pale, Lin Xian rejected their propositions. None of this was what she desired. As she awaited her parents' salvation in the detention center, they remained powerless to aid her. 5 days, to an ordinary person, might equate to a week of work or study, Yet for her, it meant the loss of freedom, cold showers, and meals akin to animal feed. Darling, it is our fault. Please do not blame us, Pang Weiwei wept. As long as Lin Xiaofan is a junkie, I will remain there too. Do not try to persuade me. A torn garment, even if mended, remains a rag. Lin Xian's eyes glimmered with coldness. Her tone as devoid of emotion as a lifeless shell. The 5 days in confinement had transformed her completely. You worthless coward, it is Lin Xiaofan, that little wretch, who has ruined my precious daughter, Pang Weiwei lamented, scolding Lin Guoxing amidst her tears. The following morning, Lin Xiaofan rose early to attend work at Junkie, intending to organize the results of her previous discussion with Zhang Mukin into a coherent outline to present upon her arrival. However, upon reaching the entrance of the underground parking garage, she was intercepted by Lin Guoxing, who had been waiting there. Is there something you need, father? Lin Xiaofan inquired, rolling down her car window without exiting, sensing trouble. Though I did not raise you myself, I have provided all the legal child support required. Now, do I not have the right to educate you? Lin Guoxing's menace was palpable. I am an adult now. Does being an adult mean being without parents and living recklessly? Lin Guoxing interrupted, disregarding any semblance of dignity, shouting loudly. I abide by the law and strive to be a good citizen. How can I be living recklessly? Lin Xiaofan calmly articulated her most cutting retort. Upon realizing that Lin Xiaofan was indirectly criticizing Lin Xian, Lin Guoxing erupted in fury. I am here to educate you today. How shameless can you be? Have you been kept by someone? Where did you get the money to buy a new luxury car? Lin Guoxing slammed his hand against the hood of her white Porsche. Onlookers, caught in the parking garage, began to gather. Spotting someone pulling out a phone, Lin Xiaofan hastily donned a mask and sunglasses. Even if I were being kept, that would be my private matter. It is not illegal. If you continue to act irrationally, do not blame me for exposing your secrets. Lin Xiaofan restrained her simmering anger. In that moment, her thoughts were clear, and she remained remarkably composed. She understood that familial disputes could not be rationalized. Bystanders were merely spectators, relishing the spectacle. Her priority was to ensure that Pu Yingshin remained uninvolved. What secrets do you think you have? Lin Guoxing, though still defiant, appeared to wane in confidence. You know exactly what you have done in the past 20 years, and what your darling daughter will do in the next 20. If you are so shameless, let us air it out in public. Lin Xiaofan maintained her icy composure, delivering her most scathing remarks. Seeing the crowd snapping photos, Lin Guoxing, feeling utterly humiliated, retreated without uttering another word. Lin Xiaofan pressed her foot on the accelerator, entering the underground garage as the spectators dispersed. Fortunately, upon entering the junkie office, she realized she was the first to arrive, with no colleagues among the onlookers. Sighing with relief, she immediately immersed herself in work. She understood that she would likely face such challenges frequently in the future and recalled Pu Yingshin's advice. Focus on your responsibilities, adapting to changes as they come. In stark contrast to Lin Guoxing's aggressive confrontation, Lin Xian had undergone a complete transformation. Xiaofan, have you had breakfast? Lin Xian cheerfully placed a serving of red bean dumplings on Lin Xiaofan's desk. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Xiaofan, busy with her computer, managed a professional smile. Thank you. This food raises blood sugar quickly. You should eat less. One meal requires 3 days of exercise, Guan Zhao interjected. Senior, I do not think that way. Xiaofan enjoys sweets. Lin Xian responded with a smile. Xian, you have lost so much weight recently. Being too thin is not good. Let me treat you to something delicious tonight. Guan Zhao expressed his concern in a warm manner. Sure, thank you, senior. Lin Xian adeptly played along. Xiaofan, let us go together, Guan Zhao suggested. I cannot. I need to report on the project, Lin Xiaofan replied, standing with her laptop in hand. Following Guan Zhao into his office, Lin Xian engaged in conversation with Li Min in the office area. Sister Min, have we secured a consultant for our experimental animal platform? Yes, it was Dr. Tang Shuwei, who came to the company the night before your leave. Lin Xian inquired further. Did Dr. Pu come? Chapter 52. The Mad Mother. I have already assessed GUN situation. The market is even larger than anticipated. Lin Xiaofan turned her laptop screen towards Guan Zhao. Currently, the domestic IVD market is primarily dominated by foreign enterprises, with domestic companies holding a meager share. With the national procurement policies in place, this presents a significant opportunity. The prospects are promising. yet they require an investment firm capable of providing channel support and endorsements. Lin Xiaofan meticulously reported all pertinent information to Guanzhao. That implies it will be difficult for us to enter the market, as we lack any foundation in the medical sector, Guanzhao assessed. If we were to invest, how much could Junkie contribute? Lin Xiaofan was determined not to relent. She aimed to prepare herself and Junkie for all possibilities. Guanzhao smiled briefly but did not respond. Boss, are you committed to investing in Jiyuan? Lin Xiaofan probed, sans signe Guanzhao et ambiguë attitude. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to Jiyuan for a direct discussion, and then we can decide from there. Additionally, you have been promoted. Tomorrow, you will go to Jiyuan as the senior manager of our investment department. Guanzhao smiled warmly. Thank you, boss. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. After all, she had joined as a mere associate, and now she had advanced 2 levels. Her salary would be adjusted, and her business cards were already in print. You will have your own office, Guanzhao remarked, his eyes glimmering with tenderness. Thank you, boss, Lin Xiaofan beamed, her eyes brightening. Let's have lunch together tomorrow. You promised to meet once a week to discuss work, and we haven't set it up yet. Guanzhao rose and approached Lin Xiaofan. No problem, she replied without a hint of hesitation, her face aglow with delight. Good luck. Guanzhao gently patted her head. Lin Xiaofan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly exited the office. Sister Shuiwei, you're here. Lin Xian was the first to notice Tang Shuiwei entering the office area and promptly greeted her with enthusiasm. Although Tang Shuiwei harbored no fondness for Lin Xian, she believed in returning courtesy for warmth, thus responding politely. Sister Shuiwei, what would you like to drink? Coffee or herbal tea? Lin Xian inquired again. Herbal tea, please. Where's Xiaofan? Tang Shuiwei scanned the surroundings, unable to spot Lin Xiaofan. Sister Xiaofan has been promoted. She's over there organizing her office, Lin Xian said with a smile. Pointing discreetly, Tang Shuiwei walked directly over. Xiaofan, congratulations. Does this mean you have to treat us to a meal? She knocked lightly on the half-open door of the office. Shuiwei, you're here. I'll treat you this weekend. Lin Xiaofan straightened up, smiling. I have some unfortunate news for you. There's a difficult individual on the animal testing platform who isn't cooperating, so our progress might be slower than initially expected. Tang Shuiwei stated plainly. What do you need me to do? Lin Xiaofan countered. Tang Shuiwei then elaborated on the complexities and peculiarities of the animal testing platform. Only then did Lin Xiaofan realize that although the SPF production base had been secured swiftly, the transition from construction to operation would likely take a considerable amount of time. This explained why Pu Yingshin had remarked that the platform was challenging to manage. Xiaofan, how did you secure the collaboration with the animal platform? It would be wise to have the lead person make a connection, Tang Shuiwei suggested. All right, I'll reach out, Lin Xiaofan replied. Feeling exasperated that this challenging issue was one Tang Shuiwei couldn't resolve. While others might abandon the task, Lin Xiaofan found herself with no way out. After a tumultuous morning, Lin Xiaofan encountered even more dramatic events in the afternoon. Her deception was uncovered by Guo Liping. With a resounding bang, the office door was kicked open, and Lin Xiaofan looked up to see Guo Liping's furious face. What are you doing here? Lin Xiaofan was startled, sensing trouble. Things seem good here. You even have an office, Guo Liping scoffed. I just got promoted. Lin Xiaofan quickly closed the office door. Will your boss find you a suitable partner? Guo Liping blocked her path. Mom, what are you saying? Lin Xiaofan whispered. The matchmakers told me today that both candidates I found for you already have girlfriends, and neither is you, Guo Liping exclaimed furiously, realizing her daughter had deceived her. She immediately left her job at Shulan Hospital and stormed to Junkie to confront Lin Xiaofan. Can we discuss this when I get off work? Lin Xiaofan sought to defuse the situation, not wanting to become the subject of ridicule among her colleagues. You've become quite adept at deceiving me. Are you trying to harm me? Guo Liping tapped her fingers on the table. The office staff outside whispered amongst themselves, curious about the scene. Is this Xiaofan's mother? Dang Sui Yin Guit? She had always assumed Lin Xiaofan's mother was a leader at Shulan Hospital. Otherwise, Pu Yingshin wouldn't have facilitated a shared office. Yet, Guo Liping appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged woman, far from someone of status. Lin Xian recognized Guo Liping, but chose to feign ignorance to protect her relationship with Lin Xiaofan. She does resemble her. Otherwise, why wouldn't Xiaofan retort after being scolded? Lin Xian added embellishments. Guanzhao sensed the unusual atmosphere and stepped out of his office. What's happening here? He asked, puzzled. Li Min gestured toward Lin Xiaofan's office. making a face but saying nothing. Hello, I am Guan Zhao, Lin Xiaofan's boss. Is there an issue? He cheerfully opened the door. He believed that such disturbances during work hours were disruptive and wanted to shield Lin Xiaofan from embarrassment. Lin Xiaofan's face was pale with discomfort as Guo Liping publicly chastised her. Guo Liping cast a glare at Guan Zhao, furrowing her brows. Does your company advocate for employees to dedicate their entire lives to it? Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Xiaofan pulled at Guo Liping. I welcome any constructive criticism on my daughter's performance. Annie, Guan Zhao said courteously. Give my daughter a break. Let her go on dates and find a partner. She is always busy and hardly returns home. Will your company take care of her in her old age? Guo Liping dismissed Guan Zhao's presence completely. Oh, this. Andy, you needn't worry. I will ensure she find a suitable partner, Guan Zhao chuckled. Lin Xiaofan's face turned crimson as she exclaimed, Boss. Guan Zhao's unexpected attitude caught Guo Liping off guard, momentarily silencing her. Please sit down for a moment, have some tea, and tell me what kind of partner you envision for Xiaofan. I will arrange it. Guan Zhao continued to smile. Upon hearing this, Guo Liping was unyielding. Teachers, doctors, civil servants, or anyone with a stable career will do. Lin Xiaofan leaned against the wall, wishing to disappear. Annie, I can only do my best regarding professions. But I assure you I will find a reliable boyfriend for Xiaofan. Does that sound agreeable? Guan Zhao replied earnestly. What do you mean by reliable? Don't speak in vague terms. You need to care for your employee. Look at how overwhelmed she is. Guo Liping intended to use this situation to jeopardize Lin Xiaofan's job, hoping she would no longer live so far away without support. Lin Xiaofan was well aware of Guo Liping's motives and thus chose to endure. She did not want to escalate matters as she wished to continue working there. How about this, Andy? Give me some time, and I will guarantee Xiaofan has time off to meet eligible young men. Let us exchange WeChat. You can supervise me. How does that sound? Guan Zhao urged both sides to cooperate. Xiaofan, you should also show a more positive attitude and address your personal issues. All right? Okay, Lin Xiaofan could only acquiesce, hoping for swift resolution. Seeing Lin Xiaofan offer little resistance today, Guo Liping felt reassured, understanding her daughter's weakness lay in her work-oriented mindset. From now on, she could use work to hold her daughter accountable. Since your boss has guaranteed it, I will trust you this time. If you're not proactive about dating in the future, I will come to bring you back. After Guo Liping finished, she added Guan Zhao on WeChat and left, disregarding everyone else in the office. Boss, I apologize for the disruption to work, Lin Xiaofan hurriedly expressed as soon as Guo Liping departed. Guan Zhao was unfazed, observing Lin Xiaofan's embarrassment, which only seemed to please him. No worries. I will fulfill the promise I made to your mother. He gently patted Lin Xiaofan's shoulder. He then returned to the office area, instructing everyone to refrain from discussing personal matters and focus on their work. Alone in her office, Lin Xiaofan felt utterly dejected. From being scolded by Lin Guoxing in the morning to receiving bad news from Tang Shuiwei, and finally facing Guo Liping's wrath, she felt as though she had hit the jackpot of misfortune. The joy of promotion and salary increase had long since faded away. Are you feeling down today? During dinner, Pu Yingshin immediately noticed Lin Xiaofan's troubled mood. My mother barged into the office today, insisting that I go on a blind date, Lin Xiaofan mumbled. I heard about it. Pu Yingshin replied, casting a glance at her. Did Tang Shuiwei tell you? Lin Xiaofan quickly realized. What do you plan to do? Pu Yingshin asked seriously. I don't know, Lin Xiaofan admitted, looking down. Tang Shuiwei asked me who my boyfriend is and why my mother is still urging me to go on blind dates. What did you say? Lin Xiaofan looked up at Pu Yingshin. What could I say? I could only say I don't know. Pu Yingshin glanced at her, sensing her anxiety. He did not wish to pressure Lin Xiaofan into revealing her boyfriend's identity, but instead hinted at it indirectly. Lin Xiaofan felt repressed. During this time spent with Pu Yingshin, she had developed a deep trust and infatuation for him. However, recent chaotic events within her family had left her feeling insecure and anxious. She feared that once their relationship was public, it would inevitably drag him down. Don't feel pressured. Just relax, Pu Yingshin said gently, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Lin Xiaofan realized that this man could see right through her, causing her to smile and abandon her facade of vulnerability. My father scolded me this morning, and my mother lectured me this afternoon. What a disastrous start to my day. The flow of water does not rush ahead. It seeks to be boundless. Pu Yingshin smiled slightly. Got it. You can treat me like your therapist. Lin Xiaofan playfully wrapped her arms around his neck. I'm quite expensive. Pu Yingshin flashed a proud smile and embraced her. I have no money, but I can write a few IOUs. For the first time, Lin Xiaofan acted spoiled in front of her lover. For the previous 20 years, being spoiled was a foreign concept to her. She felt unqualified for such behavior, and no one had ever given her that opportunity. Now, she could freely be herself in front of this man. She could act cute, be stubborn, make mistakes, and indulge in whims. I won't go easy on you, Pu Yingshin teased. Bring it on. Lin Xiaofan shot him a playful glance. In one swift motion, Pu Yingshin lifted her and carried her to the bedroom. Hey, let go of me. That's not what I meant. Lin Xiaofan protested playfully. It's too late. Pu Yingshin locked the door, and another round of indulgence ensued, filled with joyous laughter. I barely had enough to eat for dinner, Lin Xiaofan panted, nestled against Pu Yingshin's chest, playfully rebuking him. What happened? Did it affect your performance? Pu Yingshin smirked mischievously. You're so annoying, Lin Xiaofan said, gazing at him flirtatiously. By the way, did Tang Shui mention anything about the animal platform? Lin Xiaofan recalled her work. No. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan recounted the issues Tang Shui faced while coordinating with the animal platform. Don't worry about her. Let Tang Shui handle herself. That's the value of her role as a consultant. But what about the progress? We're quite anxious, Lin Xiaofan frowned. You represent the company in urging Tang Shui. If she can't manage, she will find a way. You shouldn't let her turn the tables and urge you, Pu Yingshin said, affectionately ruffling her hair. I'm just worried she might throw in the towel. Don't worry. If she really does, I'll help you resolve it, Pu Yingshin promised. Really? Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled. Silly girl, of course it's true. Pu Yingshin warmly embraced Lin Xiaofan, and in that moment, she suddenly felt a sense of confidence and support. Once, Lin Xiaofan had toiled for a decade, hoping for a bright future. During her college application process, her grandmother and aunt had urged her to choose a local university, insisting she shouldn't stray too far from Guiliping. Since she was 9, she had been burdened with heavy shackles, always running under pressure. This was the first time she discovered that she could charge forward wholeheartedly, unencumbered by worries, with a strong support behind her, someone backing her up. Won't this go against your principles? Lin Xiaofan felt deeply moved. That's something for me to consider. You needn't worry about it. Pu Yingshin gently kissed her forehead. I just... Tears welled in Lin Xiaofan's eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. The man before her was consistently alleviating her burdens, always reassuring her that she need not have worries and could approach life lightly, knowing he was there to support her. Why are you crying, silly girl? Pu Yingshin held her close, softly comforting her with gentle kisses. However, Lin Xiaofan had no idea that Tang Shui's actions were deliberate. Chapter 54. Separation. Hello, General Guan Xiaofan. Zhang Mukin, accompanied by several employees from Jin, greeted them at the company entrance. He first took Guan Zhao and Lin Xiaofan on a tour of Jin's laboratory, where the R&D department provided a detailed technical presentation and summary. Finally, he convened Jin's marketing and finance departments for a closed-door meeting with Guan Zhao and Lin Xiaofan, with Jin's leader Li Lili also participating. We at Jin sincerely hope to collaborate with like-minded partners. Our goal is to become a dark horse in the domestic market, Li Lili said at the meeting's conclusion. We hope for the opportunity to create a future together. Guan Zhao stood up and shook hands with him. Come on, Xiaofan. Let's go have lunch together, Guan Zhao said with a smile, pulling Lin Xiaofan along. After observing the situation, Lin Xiaofan seized the opportunity to inquire, Boss, how much are you planning to invest? Xiaofan, I have high hopes for this project. If Jin allows Junkie to participate, I will invest wholeheartedly. Guan Zhao looked at her with anticipation. He anticipated that this was a significant opportunity, and if grasped, Junkie would also emerge as a dark horse in the investment market, carving a niche in the medical venture capital field. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan felt reassured. It meant that Guan Zhao would deploy all of Junkie's resources and funds to support Jin, signifying that this was a make-or-break investment for Junkie. I have friends who warn me that Junkie cannot take exclusivity nor lead the investment. Lin Xiaofan candidly shared Pu Yingshin's advice. Great minds think alike. Who is that friend of yours? Guan Zhao laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased. It's not convenient to say, Lin Xiaofan stammered. If the leading investor is a big name in the industry, then our co-investment is a sure win. This opportunity is likely being eyed by many. We at Junkie have no advantages, Guan Zhao pointed out. Lin Xiaofan, still awaiting Pu Yingshin's response, hesitated to voice her thoughts despite having many ideas swirling in her mind. Xiaofan, do you have resources in the medical industry? A little, Lin Xiaofan replied with a faint smile, preferring not to elaborate further. Observing her desire to avoid the topic, Guan Zhao shifted the conversation. I promised your mother I would find you a suitable partner. Tell me your requirements. Guan Zhao grinned at her. Boss, please don't take my mother's words too seriously. Lin Xiaofan blushed deeply. If I agree but fail to deliver, your mother might not want you to continue working at Junkie. Thus, we must collaborate for mutual benefit. Realizing Guan Zhao's directness, Lin Xiaofan knew she could not evade the topic. My mother hopes I'm married before I'm 30. That's about it. What requirements do you have? Guan Zhao pressed, staring intently at her. I don't have any requirements. Just a good person will suffice, Lin Xiaofan replied dismissively. Then listen to me. I'll arrange it, Guan Zhao smiled. You want me to go on a blind date? Lin Xiaofan looked at Guan Zhao puzzled. From now on, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you'll join me for workouts. Our office building just opened a gym. It's very convenient. Huh? Lin Xiaofan's head spun at the mention of exercising. If you can manage that, I'll take care of your mother, Guan Zhao said with a confident expression. Lin Xiaofan stood there, speechless. She did not enjoy exercising. The silence hung heavily as Guan Zhao refrained from speaking. Given his understanding of Lin Xiaofan, he was aware that regardless of her hesitation, she would ultimately prioritize her work. If you can truly convince my mother, then I shall give it a try. But could the training intensity be somewhat reduced? Lin Xiaofan pondered that Guo Liping was akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Allowing Guan Zhao to involve himself in this matter served as a form of insurance for her. Should Guo Liping cause a ruckus at Junkie in the future, even if it escalated, Guan Zhao would be in the know, and she could continue her work without fear of losing her job. No problem, Guan Zhao cheerfully accepted. That evening, Lin Xiaofan returned home and shared the news with Pu Yingshin as she wished to conceal nothing. I will be going to the gym every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Why? Pu Yingshin detected an anomaly. My boss has promised to address the issue of my mother causing a scene at the company, Lin Xiaofan replied candidly. Pu Yingshin's expression sourde, and he remained silent. I think it's better that the boss is aware of this, to prevent my mother from jeopardizing my job. As Lin Xiaofan spoke, she watched Pu Yingshin's reaction closely. Have you decided to inform me, or are you still seeking my opinion? Pu Yingshin's voice was cold. I have already discussed it with my boss. Lin Xiaofan's voice dropped to a whisper. Pu Yingshin shot her a frosty glance and did not respond. Lin Xiaofan sensed his anger, but lacked the experience to navigate such a situation. She was unsure how to communicate when a rift appeared in their intimate relationship. They remained silent, the weight of the unspoken lingering throughout the night. In the depths of the night, Pu Yingshin broke the silence. If I cannot contribute to your work, do I hold any value in your eyes? His tone was calm, devoid of expression, yet his gaze bore into Lin Xiaofan's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened painfully, a sharp pang of disappointment evident. I. She longed to express her love and gratitude, yet the words eluded her. Her emotions tangled and inarticulate. You needn't answer me, just answer yourself. Good night. With that, Pu Yingshin retreated to his bedroom, shutting the door behind him. Lin Xiaofan stood alone in the living room, tears streaming down her face. Over the past month, she had reveled in the sweetness and warmth of their romance. At this moment, the closed door seemed to isolate her from his world, leaving her feeling lost, helpless, and devoid of security. That night, they experienced their first separation during the probationary period. Lin Xiaofan was restless and spent the night tossing and turning. Even when she rose the following morning, her complexion was ashen, her appearance weary. Why didn't you come and sleep with me last night? Pu Yingshin's voice was gentle as he embraced Lin Xiaofan from behind while she was washing up. Did you not want me to? Lin Xiaofan frowned, feeling aggrieved. When did I say I didn't want you to come? Pu Yingshin tenderly kissed her hair. Then why did you close the door? I thought you didn't want me there. In Pu Yingshin's embrace, Lin Xiaofan's taut heart began to relax slightly. Pu Yingshin smiled and released her. He understood this woman. He knew she possessed a sensitive and fragile heart, yet he also recognized her defensive nature. Have you come to a decision? Whenever you're ready, let me know. I have to go to work. He planted a kiss on her cheek and departed. Chapter 55, Boyfriend or Tool Xiaofan. It's Friday. Early in the morning, as Lin Xiaofan began her workday, Guanzhao deliberately waved a cup of coffee in front of her, already in a sour mood. The hint about her gym session after work only deepened her discontent. Tang Shua once again confronted Lin Xiaofan at Junkie. Xiaofan, have you followed up on a matter we discussed last time? I cannot sway that obstinate platform representative. Shua, you are our most professional and experienced one. Lin Xiaofan recalled Pu Yingshin's words and deflected. Don't flatter me. I genuinely cannot handle it. Tang Shui appeared somewhat displeased. Lin Xiaofan smiled at her, remaining noncommittal. If that's the case, I shall approach Pu Yingshin. With that, Tang Shui departed Junkie. Shortly after Tang Shui left, the HR department issued a notice informing everyone of a group health examination scheduled for the following Monday morning at Shulan Hospital. Pay attention. We will meet at the old campus of Shulan Hospital. Do not get it wrong, Li Min added verbally. A portion of the employees began to question why they were opting for a distant hospital rather than the newer one closer to the company. Do you know how difficult it is to schedule a health check at Shulan Hospital? If it weren't for Xian's brilliant suggestion to go to the old campus, we'd be waiting until next year at the new one. Li Min, overhearing the employees' complaints, felt a surge of irritation, believing her efforts were unappreciated. Lin Xiaofan secluded herself in her office, diligently writing a feasibility analysis report for geoengenetics, entirely absorbed in her work. When she finally emerged from her office at 8 or 9 o'clock, she realized the entire workspace was deserted. I'm sorry, boss, I forgot about the gym. Lin Xiaofan said, pushing open the door to find Guanzhao seated outside her office, sipping coffee. As your boss, I truly must reflect on my actions, Guanzhao said with a smile as he stood. Lin Xiaofan was still immersed in her report and did not immediately register his words. Your mother is right. You are too busy, and this is my oversight. It's too late today. Let's skip the gym and have dinner instead. Are you hungry? Guanzhao approached Lin Xiaofan, draping an arm around her shoulder. Sure, Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling a sense of relief at the prospect of skipping the gym. What do you feel like eating? Guanzhao leaned closer, softly inquiring. Just a light meal will suffice. I need to rest early. Lin Xiaofan felt uneasy with such close proximity and instinctively stepped back. Subsequently, they shared a simple meal together at a Hong Kong-style CAF in the office building. Lin Xiaofan, in a gloomy mood, hardly spoke. Guanzhao noticed her unusual demeanor but refrained from prying into her privacy, choosing instead to quietly accompany her through the meal. Xiaofan, whether in life or work, if you encounter difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. Don't just regard me as your boss, Guanzhao said as they parted ways. Okay, thank you. Lin Xiaofan responded somewhat dismissively. At that moment, having completed her work, her thoughts were consumed by Pu Yingshin. She was uncertain how to face him that evening or how to address their differences. When Lin Xiaofan steeled herself and mustered the courage to open her front door, she discovered that Pu Yingshin was not home. She quickly checked her phone for any missed messages or calls but found none. After taking a hot shower and listening to music, she waited until the late hours of the night. The anxiety and restlessness of waiting made her feel as though she were a woman in a secluded chamber, filled with longing and sorrow. In the dead of night, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, she heard Tang Shui's voice. Here are your car keys. I'm leaving. Lin Xiaofan opened her bedroom door and greeted Pu Yingshin with a smile. You're back. Noticing Lin Xiaofan keeping her distance, Pu Yingshin understood that she was still grappling with her thoughts. Yes, I'm going to take a shower, he replied, heading straight for the bathroom. After showering, Pu Yingshin did not emerge from his room. He lay down alone on the bed, utterly exhausted. Lin Xiaofan chose not to check on him. Tang Shui's presence only intensified the tumult within her heart, giving rise to jealousy. She found herself swayed by her emotions, losing her sense of judgment. Early Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofan quietly returned to her home in the old district. Once again, she chose to flee from her feelings. It seemed her boss's words held more weight than mine. Wu Liping, upon seeing her daughter return, became even more resolute in her plan to bind her daughter through care and work. Lin Xiaofan pretended not to hear, silently sorting through some autumn clothes. She spent the entire day at home, listening to Wu Liping's incessant chatter. Throughout the day, Pu Yingshin did not reach out to her. As evening approached, restless and behaving unusually, Lin Xiaofan made the decision to return to Pu Yingshin's home in silence. Back already? I thought you wouldn't come back, Pu Yingshin said with a smile, casting a glance at her. Lin Xiaofan felt as if Pu Yingshin's gaze was a mirror revealing her true self. I went back to check on my mom. Lin Xiaofan replied softly, her eyes downcast. Come here, Pu Yingshin called her gently, smiling. Lin Xiaofan did not refuse, slowly walking over and leaning against Pu Yingshin like a little cat, having waited too long for that call. Have you figured it out? Am I your boyfriend, or just a tool? Pu Yingshin chuckled, wrapping her in his arms. You misunderstood me. I have never regarded you as a mere tool. Nestled in Pu Yingshin's embrace, Lin Xiaofan finally voiced her feelings. If that's the case, I want to allow you to sidestep me and handle convincing your mother through someone else. Pu Yingshin held Lin Xiaofan gently against his chest, calm and tender. I fear my mom's temper. I might lose my job, Lin Xiaofan said with a grimace. What's there to fear? If you lose it, I'll help you find another, Pu Yingshin replied with a commanding tone. Lin Xiaofan smiled, pursing her lips. To stop your mom. The only way is to make our relationship public. Otherwise, you're just walking a tightrope. Pu Yingshin playfully tapped Lin Xiaofan's nose with a grin. In truth, Pu Yingshin had intentionally left Lin Xiaofan hanging all day. He understood that sometimes pressure was necessary for her to confront her true feelings honestly. When you think it's appropriate for us to go public? Lin Xiaofan gazed at Pu Yingshin alluringly. Anytime, Pu Yingshin said, lowering his head to kiss her. After a moment, Lin Xiaofan pushed Pu Yingshin away. Where did you go with Tang Shuiwei yesterday? Her tone mixed inquiry with accusation. After a night of anxious thoughts, she was on the verge of losing her sanity. Are you jealous? Pu Yingshin looked at her with a smile. Yes, you and she were alone together. Returning home so late, what were you up to? Lin Xiaofan assumed the role of a concerned girlfriend, interrogating Pu Yingshin. How do you know we were alone? Pu Yingshin replied with a grin, not answering directly, realizing for the first time how charmingly possessive she could be. She told me yesterday that she would reach out to you. Lin Xiaofan playfully grabbed Pu Yingshin's earlobe, a gesture reminiscent of her childhood when she sought comfort by tugging at her parents' ears, often incurring her mother's wrath for it. I went with her to communicate with the platform, Pu Yingshin explained, allowing Lin Xiaofan to continue her playful grasp on his ear. Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved? Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, knowing Pu Yingshin was principled and wouldn't just heed Tang Shuyue's call. It's not in my personal capacity, it's sanctioned by my professor. Your professor, academician Zhang? How would he know? Lin Xiaofan was even more surprised, never expecting such a minor matter to involve such a respected figure. Tang Shuyue came to find me, and academician Zhang was present. Otherwise, why would she be the most suitable person? Pu Yingshin gave Lin Xiaofan a knowing look. Good heavens, what a clever scheme. Dr. Pu, you're playing a masterful game of strategy. I truly admire it. Lin Xiaofan teased, realizing that this man was exceptionally astute, always planning 2 steps ahead. The day you sell me out, I'll be the one counting the money, she joked. Then you'd better bulk up. Otherwise, you want to fetch a good price. He replied playfully. How rude. I'm not a pig. Lin Xiaofan protested, tugging at Pu Yingshin's ear. They both laughed and embraced once more, surrendering to their desires and emotions. In that moment, Lin Xiaofan felt revitalized, free from her earlier anxieties. She understood that unless she left this man, she would eventually have to confront reality. There was no escaping it. Is my ear some sort of magical root? Pu Yingshin observed as Lin Xiaofan stirred awake in his embrace. That night, as Lin Xiaofan fell asleep, she playfully tugged at his ear, still clutching it even as the sun rose high. Lin Xiaofan giggled, burying her head in Pu Yingshin's chest without answering. I've noticed it. Often in the middle of the night, a hand reaches over. Pu Yingshin remarked, capturing Lin Xiaofan's hand. I wouldn't even know if I was asleep, she replied shyly. I might just bite it off, he teased, gently nibbling on her finger. Their eyes met, igniting a spark between them. Just as they were about to lose themselves in passion, Pu Yingshin's mother called. Xiner, the water pipe in Yuyuan burst. Could you take a look when you have time? Pu's mother spoke calmly over the phone. Isn't the butler there? Pu Yingshin, in the heat of the moment, felt irritable hearing such mundane matters. The butler just contacted me. There should be some damage. Pu's mother maintained her composed tone. I'll check it out when I have time, he replied, hanging up. Why is it that every time we get close, someone calls? Lin Xiaofan asked, her eyes sparkling with expectation, playfully pouting at Pu Yingshin. He couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly suggesting, do you think it's just the phone calls? Lin Xiaofan blushed and laughed. In the afternoon, Pu Yingshin took Lin Xiaofan to Yuyuan, choosing not to deliberately avoid her. Nestled in the bustling heart of S City Yingshin's old district, Yuyuan was a tranquil oasis amidst the chaos. As a native of S City, Lin Xiaofan had never realized that such a villa complex existed in a busy area. "Whose house is this, may I ask?" she inquired, standing outside a standalone villa, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It's my family's," Pu Yingshin remarked, intentionally phrasing it to spare her feelings. Lin Xiaofan made a dramatic expression of disbelief. "Does your family really have a mine?" Although she had heard that people from Zhejiang were generally affluent, she could deduce that such a property in S City was far from ordinary. "No mine," Pu Yingshin replied succinctly, leading her into the garden. Soon, Lin Xiaofan met the villa's butler, a well-dressed man in his 30s, exuding an air of sophistication that suggested he was better off than most middle-class individuals. Due to prolonged neglect, the villa's water and air conditioning systems had suffered leaks, causing several ceilings to sag, and some artworks and decor had been damaged. From the moment she stepped into the villa, Lin Xiaofan felt as though she had entered a world entirely estranged from her own, so unfamiliar, so distant. She remained silent, a heavy weight resting on her heart. On the way back, Pu Yingshin called his mother to inform her of the situation. "Mom, handle it as you see fit." "I don't have the time," he concluded. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, feeling there was no longer a need to question anything. Regardless of Pu Yingshin's background, they existed in entirely different worlds. Just like during their first night together, Lin Xiaofan felt as though she were living in a dream, one that could awaken at any moment. "What are you daydreaming about now?" Pu Yingshin turned her head and smiled warmly at Lin Xiaofan. "Not at all." Lin Xiaofan hurriedly deflected. "Don't even think about escaping." Pu Yingshin saw through her pretense. The health examination center at Shulan Hospital was bustling early Monday morning, resembling a crowded market. The employees of Junkie were divided into male and female groups, each entering their respective changing rooms to store their phones and personal belongings as per the regulations, donning uniform slippers. Without their phones, they idly chatted while waiting in line. "Xiaofan, how much did you pay for your new car?" Li Min prattled on. Lin Xiaofan smiled without responding, hoping to evade the inquiry. "Xiaofan, if you have good resources, you must introduce them to me. Age doesn't matter, as long as he is willing to spend on me. Whatever emotional value he seeks, I can provide." Wang Wei eagerly chimed in. Lin Xiaofan sensed the underlying implications in Wang Wei's words and felt uncomfortable, choosing to remain silent. During the gynecological examination, there was a cervical screening procedure. Those with a history of sexual activity were instructed to lie on the examination table, while those without were advised to forego the check. The nurse collected patient forms while explaining this. Lin Xian cast a glance at Lin Xiaofan before stepping outside the examination room. Chapter 57. The Health Examination. Let's check the gynecology inside the examination room. Several married women from Junkie openly discussed how using condoms could lead to cervical erosion. Lin Xiaofan listened in horror. It was her first time undergoing this examination, a necessity she had previously avoided. "Quiet," the nurse snapped impatiently. As the women were sampled one by one like items on an assembly line, they donned their clothes and left in succession. That female doctor was quite rough, Li Min complained upon exiting. Lin Xian, overhearing this outside, rushed over to express her concern. "Sister Min, did it hurt?" "It hurts, but what can we do? We are women after all," Li Min sighed. Lin Xiaofan followed behind them with her head down, recalling how Pu Yingshin had conducted her examination previously, gentle and professional, with no discomfort. However, her resistance at that time had engendered an unpleasant feeling. After completing all the health checks, everyone gathered in the cafeteria of the examination center for breakfast. They were informed that they could collect their reports with their ID cards in 3 days. As they left the old hospital, they encountered a hurried Pu Yingshin in the parking lot. "Hello, Dr. Pu." Guan Zhao approached to greet him. Lin Xiaofan, knowing that Pu Yingshin typically worked at the new hospital, looked at him in confusion and chose not to greet him. Instead, Lin Xian, as enthusiastic as ever, called out, "Hello, Dr. Pu, what a coincidence." Aside from her original admiration for Pu Yingshin, Lin Xian felt an added sense of gratitude, knowing that Pu Yingshin had unhesitatingly provided her with a letter of understanding. "Sorry, I have to rush for surgery." Pu Yingshin waved at them and quickly departed without engaging in small talk. "Don't worry, the best surgeon at Shulan has arrived." "Was that the one?" "The child is saved. Can such a young doctor handle it?" "If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. Only he can perform such a complex surgery." A group of relatives chattered as they brushed past Lin Xiaofan and her companions. Lin Xiaofan realized that Pu Yingshin had been summoned to the old hospital in an emergency. This Dr. Pu, though young, carries himself with great poise, Guan Zhao remarked. Who knows how many young nurses he will charm? Several female employees chimed in. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy. She believed her judgment was impeccable, that the man she had chosen was of the highest caliber. Upon returning to the company, they found Tang Shuiwei waiting at the entrance with a displeased expression. Shuiwei, have you been here long? Lin Xiaofan rushed over. Not for long, Tang Shuiwei replied coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the group. We went for a health check. I didn't know you would come, and I forgot to inform you in advance, Lin Xiaofan explained. Manager Guan, does this part-time job mean I no longer have these benefits? Tang Shuiwei did not respond to Lin Xiaofan, but instead inquired about Guan Zhao. It was a mistake on our HR department's part. When the list was compiled, you hadn't yet joined Junkie, so you were inadvertently left off, Li Min awkwardly stated. Dr. Tang, we will make it up to you, Guan Zhao said cheerfully. No need, I am more familiar with Shulan Hospital than you are. Just don't treat me like a second-class citizen. Tang Shuiwei's pride surfaced. She felt that she was only invited by Lin Xiaofan after much persuasion and should not be disregarded. Lin Xiaofan acknowledged her oversight in not reminding HR and felt a bit awkward. I'm sorry, Shuiwei, it was my oversight in not reminding them, Lin Xiaofan said, offering a conciliatory smile while guiding Tang Shuiwei to her office. I have good news. The animal testing platform has received the green light. Just ensure the pig farm renovation doesn't lag behind, Lin Xiaofan informed. That's wonderful. If we complete the renovations as planned and pass inspection, we can start supplying. Tang Shui rapide, excitement evident. Lin Xiaofan pulled out a chair for her. I'm not sure about that. I can only say that the platform side will cooperate. It depends on your construction progress. Thank you, Shuiwei. Lin Xiaofan handed her a cup of floral tea. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's low demeanor, Tang Shuiwei's dissatisfaction began to dissipate, and a smile returned to her face. Xiaofan, your connections are impressive. Do you know who made this happen? Lin Xiaofan already knew from Pu Yingshin that it was their mentor, academician Zhang Wide, but she pretended to be unaware. I don't know, who is it? I was initially going to ask Pu Yingshin to handle it. He has the capability. But my teacher found out and insisted that Pu Yingshin represent him. In the end, the head of the platform had to personally address the matter, Tang Shuiwei said with a smile, proud of her esteemed mentor. A respected figure in the industry with a vast network. Lin Xiaofan understood the implications but remained silent. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan was unaware that soon she would meet this venerable elder in person. Are you tired today? After dinner, Lin Xiaofan took the initiative to massage Pu Yingshin's shoulders. Are you seeking something from me again? Pu Yingshin responded warily. Not at all. I saw you were called to the old hospital in an emergency, so I guess you must be exhausted, Lin Xiaofan said with tender affection. Yes, a student suffered severe injuries. If not handled properly, he may never regain sexual function. Pu Yingshin said, rubbing his forehead. Is it that serious? Was the surgery successful? Lin Xiaofan's eyes widened. I've addressed what I could. As for complete recovery, it depends on the follow-up situation. This concerns a person's lifelong happiness. Don't you doctors feel immense psychological pressure? Lin Xiaofan expressed concern for him. Yes. Sometimes feeling powerless can lead to guilt and frustration. Pu Yingshin candidly shared his inner feelings about his profession. Patients and their families will understand that you have done your utmost. Lin Xiaofan embraced Pu Yingshin and kissed him, hoping to comfort him. Not necessarily, Pu Yingshin smiled faintly. He was acutely aware of the various issues and chaos within the medical field. His aspirations extended beyond merely healing. He wished to cleanse the murky waters of the industry. You're the best. Lin Xiaofan gazed at him with admiration. I'm just a plumber for the human body, Pu Yingshin joked. Lin Xiaofan nestled beside him, laughing heartily. You're far more interesting than the doctors I've dated before. Comparing me to them? You overestimate me. Pu Yingshin raised an eyebrow, his pride resurfacing. Today, our company went for health checks at the old hospital. I had a cervical scraping examination. Lin Xiaofan settled onto Pu Yingshin's lap. What are you worried about? Pu Yingshin smiled at her, knowing she was beginning to overthink again. Lin Xiaofan leaned closer, whispering the words of her married colleagues. Her eyes filled with apprehension as she searched Pu Yingshin's gaze. Pu Yingshin chuckled helplessly. What nonsense you speak. It's not as you think. You'll understand once you receive the medical report. Chapter 58, Darling, Mealtime. Today is a gym day. Guan Zhao cheerfully settled into the chair across from Lin Xiaofan's desk, exuding no semblance of a boss. Boss, I won't be going. Lin Xiaofan intended to clarify her reasons. She had planned to go yesterday, but considering Guanzhao's fatigue from the medical examination, she felt it could not be postponed again today. I have never been fond of exercising. I wish to have more time to rest, and I hope for your understanding, Lin Xiaofan candidly expressed. At that moment, she had resolved not to engage further with Guanzhao on the subject of fitness. She also wished to avoid any unpleasantness with Pu Yingshin regarding this matter. Observing Lin Xiaofan's determination, Guanzhao recognized he could no longer press the issue. What do you enjoy doing during your downtime? He countered, for reasons unknown. Lin Xiaofan's thoughts took a turn, and she envisioned delightful moments with Pu Yingshin. However, she quickly realized her mind had wandered astray. I prefer quietude, she said, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze. Guanzhao noticed the girl before him suddenly turn so red at his casual question and misinterpreted her shyness as understanding his intentions. How about I treat you to a movie this weekend? Guanzhao leaned in closer, his tone gentle. I have plans for the weekend, Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling more anxious and silently reprimanding herself for her wayward thoughts. Surprisingly, Guanzhao's smile remained intact despite her refusal. Leaning closer, he asked, Are you feeling warm? A bit stuffy. Lin Xiaofan awkwardly rubbed her heated cheeks. Guanzhao chuckled as he exited her office. At midday, Lin Xiaofan received a call from the man she had been thinking about. During work hours, they rarely communicated, as Pu Yingshin was either in the operating room or busy with consultations. Darling, come to Shulan Hospital and have lunch with me. Pu Yingshin's voice was soft and flirtatious over the phone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan felt a rush of warmth. His charm was undeniably magnetic. Am I supposed to come to the hospital? Aren't you working? She asked, slightly bewildered yet elated. No more questions, just come over, Pu Yingshin insisted, tenderly yet authoritatively hanging up. I'm stepping out to discuss some business matters, Lin Xiaofan informed Li Min before leaving Junkie. Lin Xian quietly observed everything, as Lin Xiaofan's every move was of great interest to her, and she had her own plans in mind. You call me to the hospital cafeteria? Lin Xiaofan found herself in line at the staff cafeteria, holding the hospital's standard tray. Of course, are you eating? Pu Yingshin raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. I eat anything. I want to see how good the chef here is, Lin Xiaofan replied with an innocent smile. What exactly did you summon me for? Just a meal, and to give you a heads up, Pu Yingshin replied leisurely. A heads up about what? Lin Xiaofan asked, puzzled. Pu Yingshin chuckled, choosing not to elaborate as he began to eat. Confused, Lin Xiaofan lowered her head to eat as well. However, even with her gaze downcast, she felt the curious eyes of others upon her. In the bustling cafeteria, anyone who caught sight of Pu Yingshin would scrutinize her from head to toe. Their expressions varied, but united by a sense of intrigue. After their meal, they departed the crowded cafeteria together. Was it really? Lin Xiaofan gazed at Pu Yingshin, knowing he wouldn't have invited her to lunch without reason. I missed you. Is it wrong to call you over for a meal? Pu Yingshin suddenly spoke sweet words. Lin Xiaofan felt her cheeks flush again. Despite being outdoors and surrounded by no one, she was acutely aware of the hospital setting, making her embarrassment palpable. Jiu and Jean will have state-owned pharmaceutical enterprises leading the investment. I cannot disclose more. Keep a close watch on them and ensure Junkie participates. If necessary, meet with their general manager Li, Pu Yingshin whispered in her ear. Lin Xiaofan stood frozen, her eyes wide, unable to believe the momentous news. Am I dreaming? She exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Perhaps you should bump into that wall and see if it hurts, he jested with a smile. Standing in the hospital garden, Lin Xiaofan was overcome with joy, unable to imagine how such a turn of events had transpired, yet aware that this man once again brought her hope. Pu Yingshin watched her bask in the autumn sunlight, her smile outshining the sun itself, almost luminescent. As their eyes met, they longed to embrace passionately but restrained their impulses. Thank you, Lin Xiaofan beamed, her gaze soft and affectionate. Let us head back. The subsequent matters are up to your Junkie team. I have a surgery to attend to this afternoon, Pu Yingshin said with tender eyes. Understood, Lin Xiaofan replied sweetly, gazing longingly at him, yearning for a moment of intimacy. You will be visiting here for meals more often, he said, patting her shoulder before departing. Elated, Lin Xiaofan hurried back to Junkie, eager to communicate this development with Guanzhao. What's going on? She saw Li Min and a male colleague dragging an appliance in her office. The boss said your office lacks ventilation. So they arranged for an air purifier, Li Min explained courteously, aware of Lin Xiaofan's prominent status in the company. Lin Xiaofan paused momentarily before rushing to Guanzhao's office. Thank you for your concern, boss. She greeted warmly upon entering. Just a small matter, Guanzhao replied, looking up at her. Jiuanjin has made progress. We have an opportunity to invest. Lin Xiaofan could hardly contain her excitement as she relayed the situation to Guanzhao. Xiaofan, you truly impress me. How did you manage to uncover such significant news? Guanzhao expressed delight and admiration. Boss, did you mention any changes regarding Junkie's full investment in Jiyuan? Lin Xiaofan inquired further. None, but I will arrange for the finance department to evaluate all available funds. You are responsible for liaising with Jiyuan. Communicate promptly if you need my support. Guanzhao said with a look of trust. Lin Xiaofan felt invigorated, giving Guanzhao a thumbs up before returning to her office. Upon entering her office, Lin Xiaofan noticed her phone vibrating incessantly on the desk. It was a call from Guo Liping. She chose not to answer, her mind solely focused on work. Soon, Guo Liping sent a message. You better come home right after work, or I will come to your office tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan hesitated, but ultimately decided to go home. Unwilling to let Guo Liping disrupt her focus at such a critical juncture in investing in Jiuanjin. With a loud thud, as Lin Xiaofan opened her front door, a medical report hit her. Guo Liping glared at her. Chapter 59, I am a woman, not a slut. Now tell me, where's the rental place you're living? Guo Liping shouted. Lin Xiaofan opened the medical report to find it was from an examination she attended at Junkie a few days prior. Mom, do you have any sense of boundaries? This is my medical report. Why did you go to get it? Lin Xiaofan retorted, anger bubbling within her. Fortunately, I did. As an unmarried woman, why do you need to have a cervical examination? Why does it state you have a history of sexual activity? Guo Liping snatched the report and struck Lin Xiaofan's shoulder with it a few times. I am 29. What century are we in? What is wrong with having a history of sexual activity? Lin Xiaofan was infuriated to the brink of explosion. She had no idea how Guo Liping had obtained the report or who informed her about Lin Xiaofan's examination at the old hospital S center. Do you comprehend the importance of a woman maintaining her dignity? If you find yourself with child before marriage, do you realize the consequences you must face? You are a fool. Guo Liping wept profusely, her tears mingling with her sobs. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Xiaofan understood that unless Guo Liping vented her frustrations today, she would not escape unscathed. Thus, she remained silent, a quiet observer. In this world, many may dismiss such matters as insignificant, but only a mother would impart the gravity of this situation to her daughter. Guo Liping cried out, her voice breaking with anguish. A man can leave at any moment. What will you do then? I will take precautions, Lin Xiaofan replied, recognizing her mother as fierce. Speak the truth. Is what Lin Guishing said true? Are you involved with a wealthy man? Guo Liping wiped her tears and forcefully shoved Lin Xiaofan, who stumbled back. No. Lin Xiaofan nearly fell to the ground. Overwhelmed by a sense of despair, she felt as if she had committed an unpardonable sin in her parents' eyes. Where are you living now? You must clarify this. Guo Liping, having finished crying, began to roar like thunder. Yet, regardless of Guo Liping's relentless questioning, Lin Xiaofan remained tight-lipped, resolute in her decision not to involve Pu Yingshin. She was uncertain of what her volatile mother might do in a fit of rage. Well then, let us see whether your resolve is stronger than my temper. Guo Liping calmly rose and retreated to her bedroom. Lin Xiaofan stood to take her leave, intending to return to Pu Ying's home, only to discover that she was locked inside. Mom, please open the door. I have work tomorrow, something of great importance. Lin Xiaofan, anxious at the thought of the Jiuanjin project, pleaded. If you want me to open the door, you must tell me which despicable man you are living with. Guo Liping growled, her teeth clenched. Lin Xiaofan's phone rang incessantly in her bag. She had messaged Pu Yingshin before returning to Guo Liping's place. After waiting for several hours with no sign of her return, he called to check on her. Is it the call from that vile man? Are you too guilty to answer? Guo Liping charged forward to snatch Lin Xiaofan's bag. Having honed her skills as a caregiver, Guo Liping easily overpowered her daughter, who was frail in comparison. In an instant, she managed to seize Lin Xiaofan's bag. Realizing her mother was determined, Lin Xiaofan cleverly overturned her bag, causing its contents to spill onto the floor. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly grabbed her phone and tossed it into the toilet. You little brat! How dare you? Guo Liping shouted, pointing accusingly at Lin Xiaofan as she glared at the phone submerged in the toilet. Open the door now and let me leave. I will return this weekend to explain everything. In your dreams, do you think you can force me to deliver myself to you? Guo Liping's eyes blazed with fury, her resolve unyielding. I am a woman, not a disgrace. If you do not open the door, I will jump out the window. Lin Xiaofan gestured towards the balcony. A flicker of panic crossed Guo Liping's face. Her daughter had never directly confronted her in such a manner. Living on the 5th floor, a leap would surely result in dire consequences. Sensing her mother's hesitation, Lin Xiaofan dashed towards the balcony. As her foot reached the windowsill, Guo Liping's desperate voice echoed behind her. Go ahead, leave, but do not return. Guo Liping fumbled for her keys and opened the door. Taking a seat in the living room, Lin Xiaofan glanced at her mother, whose face was ashen, understanding that she could not show weakness. Otherwise, all her resistance would be in vain. Mom, I will come back to explain this weekend. I have important work these next few days. With that, Lin Xiaofan retrieved her phone from the toilet and vanished into the night, clutching the soiled device, devoid of any money. Fearing her mother would recognize her, Lin Xiaofan refrained from driving home. Instead, she walked to the main road to hail a taxi. Just as she reached the lamppost by the greenery, she heard a familiar voice calling her name. Xiaofan. Pu Yingshin honked the horn of his car. What are you doing here? Lin Xiaofan hurried over and climbed into the vehicle he had parked outside the community. After a night of unsuccessful attempts to contact her, he expressed his concern. I was unable to reach you. I was worried sick. Pu Yingshin's smile was strained, revealing his anxiety. In the warmth of his care, Lin Xiaofan momentarily forgot her troubles. Her heart nourished by his affection, and she broke into a silly grin. Look, I fished it out of the toilet. Lin Xiaofan teased, presenting her grimy phone to him. Just buy a new one, Pu Yingshin said indulgently. I was the one who threw it into the toilet, Lin Xiaofan boasted. Is this a case of the castle gates catching fire and harming the phone? You are quite clever. That is indeed correct. Lin Xiaofan sighed, realizing she could not hide anything from him. Before 10 o'clock, the Apple store should still be open. Let us get you a new one before heading home. Otherwise, you won't be able to work tomorrow. As he spoke, he checked the navigation. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaofan successfully acquired a new phone. She muttered to Pu Yingshin, my mother accused me of being supported by someone. Upon hearing this, Pu Yingshin burst into laughter. Indeed, joy and sorrow seldom intermingle. I was nearly driven to despair. And you are laughing. Lin Xiaofan frowned, expressing her discontent. This is a bitter laugh. I cannot be the noble boyfriend. Yet I am mistaken for the scoundrel who is supporting you, Pu Yingshin retorted. Lin Xiaofan felt a twinge of embarrassment and smiled shyly. When do you plan to tell your mother? Pu Yingshin inquired, turning to her. After the GUN project is settled. Lin Xiaofan wished to avoid complications at such a critical juncture. Fear and uncertainty filled her as she contemplated the consequences of publicly acknowledging her relationship with Pu Yingshin. An irritable, unstable mother, a father who had already severed ties, a sister with predatory eyes, and many unknown challenges awaited her. You cannot escape. Pu Yingshin smiled gently, his tone resolute. After Lin Xiaofan departed her home, Guo Liping deliberated for a long moment before picking up the phone. Her confrontation with Lin Xiaofan had made her realize that her daughter was slipping from her grasp. The bond of familial love was no longer enough to control her. Xiaofan, while the GUN project is vital, life itself is equally important. The next day, before the end of the workday, Guanzhao summoned Lin Xiaofan to his office for a discussion. Lin Xiaofan pondered whether she had fallen short in some aspect, causing her boss to be dissatisfied. I have already communicated with the finance department today and coordinated with Zhang Mukin from GUN. I will accompany Wang Wei for another visit tomorrow. I have reviewed your latest feasibility analysis report, and it is excellent. I am very pleased. Seeing Lin Xiaofan still engrossed in her work, Guanzhao promptly expressed his approval. Have you finished your current tasks? Guanzhao inquired again. I have completed today's work. Then I will take you home now. Guanzhao stood up and took hold of Lin Xiaofan's arm. Huh? Home? Lin Xiaofan was momentarily bewildered by his words. Li Wanale. Guanzhao smiled slightly. Huh? I'm not going. Upon hearing that it was her family home in the old district, Lin Xiaofan immediately shook off Guanzhao's grip. This is work. Guanzhao asserted his authority as the boss. Spare me. I do not wish to return home today. Lin Xiaofan frowned. She no longer wanted to understand what was happening or why Guanzhao was involved. The mere thought of Guo Liping gave her a headache. If I cannot take you home today, I will have to give you a day off tomorrow. Once again, Guanzhao grasped Lin Xiaofan's arm. Lin Xiaofan felt an overwhelming pressure. She had longed to escape from Guo Liping by changing jobs, to bid farewell to her past. Yet now, Guo Liping had ensnared her through her boss, and she felt powerless to break free, reaching a state of utter despondency. Trust me, do not fear, Guanzhao gently reassured her, sensing the tension in Lin Xiaofan's rigid arm, her entire being brimming with apprehension. Lin Xiaofan remained motionless, rooted in the office, unable to fathom how the embarrassing confrontation with Guo Liping yesterday had escalated to this point with Guanzhao's involvement. Xiaofan, trust me, Guanzhao bent down, gazing into her eyes, once more soothing her. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan was drawn back to her home in the old city, number 11, Liyuan Lane. Mr. Guanzhao, please have a seat. Guo Liping greeted Guanzhao with remarkable politeness upon witnessing that he truly had brought her daughter home. You just call me by my name, Auntie, Guanzhao replied. As he sat beside Lin Xiaofan, he discreetly surveyed the living environment and observed the modest furnishings within, swiftly forming a basic judgment about Lin Xiaofan's background. With her head bowed, she felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles, imagining numerous possibilities for how she might respond to Guo Liping's reproaches. Xiaowan, I have always opposed Xiaofan working in the new district. It's too far from home and lacks proper supervision. I worry about her living alone out there. Guo Liping stated. Annie, if there's anything I can do, just let me know. Guanzhao immediately grasped the underlying implication of Guo Liping's words. Could you help Xiaofan with her accommodation issue? Guo Liping cast a glance at the silent Lin Xiaofan, her primary goal now being to separate her daughter from a mysterious man she cohabited with. No problem. It's a minor matter. I'll take care of it, Guanzhao readily agreed. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xiaofan remained silent, unwilling to exacerbate the conflict or display her privacy in front of Guanzhao. Ultimately, Guo Liping and Guanzhao reached a consensus for Junkie to provide Lin Xiaofan with accommodation, the cost borne by Junkie. Guanzhao's promptness brought great joy to Guo Liping. Xiaowan, do come by whenever you have time, she said as she escorted him to the stairwell. Guanzhao insisted on escorting Lin Xiaofan home, but she firmly refused, feeling disgruntled by his involvement in her family matters. Are you blaming me? Guanzhao inquired, leaning down to meet her gaze. Lin Xiaofan turned her head away, reluctant to speak. At that moment, even though this was her boss, she could not suppress her emotions any longer. A delaying tactic. Do not confront elders directly. Listen to me, and I will handle it. Your mother will certainly not interfere with your work in the future. Guanzhao placed his hand gently on her shoulder, his tone tender. When my father sent me to Singapore for my studies, he promised I would return to take over his business. Have I done so? Trust me, my experience and struggles is extensive. Guanzhao chuckled, grasping Lin Xiaofan's shoulders and playfully shaking her as if she were a child. Stop frowning, smile. There's a dog over there watching you. Lin Xiaofan chuckled at his antics, the tension easing as she noticed a dog sitting motionless under the streetlight, observing them intently. Xiaofan, difficulties are merely temporary. If we succeed in the GUN project, you could buy your own house in a new district. Guanzhao's words struck a chord within Lin Xiaofan, invigorating her spirit. She had always desired to alter her fate, and GUN presented the perfect opportunity. I understand, boss. I'll leave my mother to you. I will give my all to the GUN project. Lin Xiaofan chose the lesser of two evils, focusing on GUN. You're back? Why so late today? Pu Yingshin, rising to greet her as she entered. I want to see my mother, Lin Xiaofan explained, her gaze flickering. This time, she opted to conceal Guanzhao's involvement. She felt haunted by her previous separation from Pu Yingshin and wished to avoid any conflict arising from Guanzhao's presence. She could not juggle so many complex issues simultaneously. Her sole focus was on completing the GUN project. Has your mother calmed down? Pu Yingshin asked with a smile. Much better, Lin Xiaofan replied. Her smile, strained as her guilt prevented her from meeting his gaze, hoping to move past the topic swiftly. Is a reason for your conflict with your mother because I am supporting you? Pu Yingshin teased, cupping her face with a mischievous grin. Chapter 61. Play big or go home. Lin Xiaofan lowered her eyes, feeling uneasy under Pu Yingshin's scrutiny. My mother is unaware of the truth. She will find out sooner or later. Don't let it become awkward, Pu Yingshin said with a smile. Lin Xiaofan sighed. She did not wish to have a contentious relationship with Guo Liping. The issue was that Guo Liping was too domineering, constantly seeking to suppress her, especially regarding her romantic life. You both need to expedite the Jiyuan matter. Noticing her distress, Pu Yingshin redirected the conversation to work. I will meet with Zhang Yukin tomorrow. Upon mentioning work, Lin Xiaofan's thoughts became clear and decisive. At a critical moment, we need to consult Li Lily, Pu Yingshin hinted. Who exactly are you? Where do you come from? Lin Xiaofan smiled as she embraced Pu Yingshin's waist. This mysteriously capable man piqued her curiosity, yet she could not bring herself to ask. I am Pu Yingshin from Hangzhou. They shared a knowing smile, deciding to let things unfold naturally. That evening, Lin Xiaofan wasted no time and promptly contacted Zhang Yukin, informing him of her desire to visit Li Lily the following day. Hello, Ms. Lin. I've been waiting for your arrival. Li Lily greeted Lin Xiaofan warmly, their handshake laden with unspoken implications. Hello, Mr. Li. Junkie is preparing for collaboration. Lin Xiaofan sought to gauge the situation. We are eager for this. We've been waiting for you, Li Lily unexpectedly replied. Taken aback by this response, Lin Xiaofan merely smiled, hesitant to engage further. She and Guanzhao had assumed Junkie sought a co-investment opportunity, with Jiyuan holding all the cards. The lead investor's stance is necessary for you to sign with us. Noticing Lin Xiaofan's silence, Li Lily pressed on. Lin Xiaofan recalled Pu Yingshin had once mentioned that the lead investor was a large state-owned pharmaceutical enterprise, and now they were to be bound together in a contract. She found herself at a loss. Does Junkie have any concerns? Li Lily asked, a worried expression crossing his face. None. Junkie will fully cooperate, and we will provide our valuation promptly. Lin Xiaofan stated her intent. No need for valuation. We agree to grant Junkie a co-investment share of 200 million, Li Lily declared. Both Lin Xiaofan and Wang Wei were taken aback by this unexpected turn, exchanging incredulous glances. They could only express the need to confer with their boss before responding. 200 million directly allocated to us? Guanzhao exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's report. Xiaofan, did the lead investor reveal their identity? No. Can we ascertain who they are? Guanzhao pondered, finding this situation entirely unorthodox. I'll give a try. Lin Xiaofan felt it necessary to inquire once more with Pu Yingshin, given that Junkie was required to invest 200 million, an astronomical sum for a fledgling investment firm. Since effective communication was impossible over the phone and time was of the essence, she hurriedly made her way to Shulan Hospital for lunch with Pu Yingshin. Are you here to use my meal card? Pu Yingshin clutched his card protectively. I can treat you to a meal outside. Lin Xiaofan responded with a charming smile, aware that this man was about to exert his influence over her again. I have no time. I have surgery this afternoon. I have but one question. Who is the lead investor? You seem to be calculating, trying to glean information while enjoying my hospitality. Just tell me, and I shall be grateful. As the two engaged in their hushed conversation, Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt a tap on her back. Turning around, she was surprised to see Tang Shuiyue, whose eyes brimmed with suspicion and curiosity as she scrutinized them. Xiaofan, what brings you here? Tang Shiyue's tone was laced with doubt. I require your assistance, Pu Yingshin interjected. Is it about the animal testing platform? Tang Shiyue's skeptical gaze remained fixed. Her high intelligence could not be easily deceived by their demeanor. What are you doing here? Is it for your paper? Pu Yingshin retorted. Indeed, I am here to gather some clinical data and information, Tang Shiyue replied, momentarily diverted from her line of questioning. Subsequently, the three of them sat together at the same table, sharing a meal. Throughout, Pu Yingshin and Tang Shiyue delved into discussions about research, leaving Lin Xiaofan to silently consume her food. Anxious and restless, she yearned for Pu Yingshin's insight, yet the unexpected arrival of Tang Shiyue left her at a loss. Lin Xiaofan deemed it inappropriate to inquire about Jie Yuan in this setting and resolved to hold her tongue. Do not ask anything. Just inquire if Junkie is on board. Pu Yingshin whispered in her ear before departing the cafeteria. This posed a true test of Lin Xiaofan's trust in him. She was tasked with persuading her boss to invest 200 million without any knowledge of the lead investor, relying solely on the weight of his seemingly casual words. On her way back to the office, Lin Xiaofan wrestled with her thoughts. From her perspective, she found Pu Yingshin entirely trustworthy, yet out of concern for his well-being, she could not reveal his identity. She would have to rely on her eloquence to persuade her supervisor. Xiaofan, you need not say a word. I can see you have a capable ally behind you. Junkie is in, and I will secure the funds immediately, Guanzhao interjected, cutting short the myriad of thoughts swirling in Lin Xiaofan's mind. She felt both elated and apprehensive. The situation unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Yet the magnitude of this investment was daunting, an absolute gamble where the entirety of Junkie was now tethered to this venture. I trust my judgment. The lead investor must be a heavyweight in the industry, Guanzhao affirmed, nodding at Lin Xiaofan. In truth, Lin Xiaofan was as uninformed as Guanzhao. She merely acted on her trust in Pu Yingshin and her instincts to make this decision. I will be involved in all communications with Jie Yuan, Guanzhao instructed. In the ensuing days, Junkie busied itself with preparations, and Wang Wei informed Li Min about the investment in Jie Yuan. Thanks to Li Min's loose lips, the entire Junkie team learned that Lin Xiaofan was orchestrating yet another significant project worth 200 million. What is her background? I thought her family was ordinary, yet she drives luxury cars. Indeed, just a few months in, she is already sealing deals left and right. Quite impressive. Lin Xian listened intently, more invested in these developments than the others. Chapter 62. Is their husband? Lin Xiaofan led her team members Wang Wei and Lu Chang through rounds of negotiations with Jie Yuan, diligently preparing all necessary materials and documentation for the investment. By Friday, their intense efforts reached a pause before the weekend. Wang Wei organized and cataloged all documents, placing them into the filing cabinet. Lu Chang, this cabinet seems a bit unstable. Could you assist me? Wang Wei called out. Hearing the call, Lin Xian followed Lu Chang over. Sister Wei, let me help. Lin Xian eagerly supported the cabinet. One of its feet is missing a pad. Hold it steady while I find something to prop it up, Lu Chang said as he stepped away. Sister Wei, you all have been so busy. Will you be working this weekend? Lin Xian struck up a conversation cheerfully. I'm exhausted. These past few days have been the busiest since I joined Junkie, and I have children at home to care for, Wang Wei replied with a hint of complaint. Your team is quite remarkable, with project after project, while the rest of us are left idle and unhelpful. Well, busy as we may be, we aren't the ones getting promoted or making money, Wang Wei remarked with a sidelong glance, half smiling. At that moment, Lu Chang returned with a piece of cardboard, and with Lin Xian and Wang Wei's assistance, they stabilized the cabinet. Soon after, everyone hurriedly clocked out to enjoy their weekend, leaving Lin Xian to quietly handle the cleaning, ensuring not a task was overlooked. Xian, the cleaning staff can manage this. You should head home early, Guanzhao advised. During this period, Lin Xian's diligent work ethic and warm demeanor had garnered the admiration of her peers, including Guanzhao. Xiaofan, it's time to clock out. I'll take you back to Liyuan Lane, Guanzhao said, stepping into Lin Xiaofan's office after speaking with Lin Xian. Boss, Lin Xiaofan frowned, clearly reluctant. Be good, trust me, we need to go back today. We're signing with Jie Yuan next week, so let us smooth things over with your mother. Guanzhao coaxed in a tone akin to that used with a child. Lin Xiaofan sighed, still frowning, but eventually acquiesced to Guanzhao's suggestion. No one wished for any disturbances from Guo Liping at such a critical juncture. Hello, Andy, I brought Xiaofan back. Here are some bird's nest I got for you. Guanzhao greeted Guo Liping warmly, producing the gift he had brought. Guo Liping's eyes darted suspiciously. Her daughter had never returned home with gifts, especially not something as extravagant as bird's nest. If Lin Xiaofan were to spend money so lavishly, she would surely face repercussions. I might as well choke on this, Guo Liping remarked, fixing her gaze on Lin Xiaofan, who remained silent. Mom, if you like it, I can buy more next time, Lin Xiaofan offered, mustering a polite response. Regarding the dormitory arrangements we discussed last time, I have everything ready. I'm currently furnishing it. Xiaofan has asthma, so we must proceed cautiously with the environmental treatment, Guanzhao reported earnestly, detailing his progress. Hearing this, Guo Liping felt satisfied. This was her primary concern. With Lin Xiaofan not living separately from a mysterious man, she could no longer arrange blind dates for her daughter. If they delayed any further, Lin Xiaofan would indeed be nearing 30. Next week, Xiaofan has an important project. You can reach out to me if needed. I'm always available, Guanzhao said cheerfully, appearing quite sycophantic. All right, Xiao Guan, I trust your judgment. You both go on with your work, Guo Liping replied, surprisingly accommodating. After sharing a few cups of tea, they bid farewell to Guo Liping. The entire return journey was harmonious, devoid of any quarrels or disputes. You truly possess talent, Lin Xiaofan remarked, smiling down at Guan Zhao. Remember, from now on, leave the task of placating your mother to me. Just follow my lead, Guan Zhao said, playfully resting his hand on Lin Xiaofan's shoulder. How much was the bird's nest? I'll transfer you the money, Lin Xiaofan said, pulling out her phone. Xiaofan, are you trying to embarrass me? To appear stingy for merely accompanying you to visit your mother. You want me to pay? Guan Zhao replied with a grin, tilting his head. Lin Xiaofan felt a tinge of awkwardness, unable to decline further. Come, let us dine together. Consider it a repayment of my kindness, Guan Zhao insisted, taking hold of Lin Xiaofan's hand. I'll pass, boss. I need to get some rest. I've been quite fatigued lately, Lin Xiaofan replied, standing firm and trying to withdraw her hand from his grasp. But you'll need to eat before returning to your apartment, right? Guan Zhao persisted, unwilling to let go. I just want to go home, lie down, and order takeout. I'm truly exhausted, Lin Xiaofan said, rubbing her temples with her other hand. Observing the pallor of Lin Xiaofan's face and her evident fatigue, Guan Zhao finally relented and released her. My dear, junkie is ready. We await only the right moment. Let us invest 200 million. As soon as Lin Xiaofan returned home, she playfully wrapped her arms around Pu Yingshin's neck. You needn't tell me. It has nothing to do with me. Pu Yingshin distanced himself from the matter. I understand. Lin Xiaofan was well aware that Pu Yingshin wished to avoid any suspicion, preferring not to engage or be entangled in the situation. Why didn't you have dinner with your mother when you got home? Pu Yingshin leaned back on the sofa, stretching lazily. I wanted to dine with you. Lin Xiaofan nestled against his shoulder, whispering sweetly in his ear. Seeing her so tender and enchanting, whispering softly, ignited a fierce flame within Pu Yingshin's gaze. Come here, he commanded in a deep, rich voice. Lin Xiaofan turned and settled herself on his lap. Kiss me. He invited her with a burning look. Under his gaze, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of warmth, leaning in to press her lips against his. This was her first time taking the initiative. Pu Yingshin completely surrendered, relishing the moment without countering her advances. As Lin Xiaofan, with her supple figure, tightly embraced Pu Yingshin's neck, she playfully declared, I will devour you. Her alluring posture and charming smile exuded an almost ethereal beauty, like a siren descended from the heavens. All right, Pu Yingshin murmured, his eyes clouded with intoxication. Everything felt just right. Amidst the rustling autumn winds and rain outside, they reveled in their joy. At the crucial moment, when Pu Yingshin took charge, scoring repeatedly, Lin Xiaofan clutched his arms, gasping in delight. Darling. Pu Yingshin paused, hearing her call him darling in a moment of delirium. Waves of emotion surged within him, filling him with excitement. What did you call me? He asked, holding his breath. Darling. Lin Xiaofan gazed at him with tender affection, her voice clear and sweet once more. In that moment, they experienced a profound connection of both body and soul. Afterward, Pu Yingshin embraced the trembling Lin Xiaofan, saying, Sweetheart, from now on, call me darling. Just then, a call from Li Min interrupted them. Lin Xiaofan sensed urgency in the late-night call and answered. The security guard discovered water leakage in our office area. Xiaofan, since you live nearby, could you check it out? Li Min exclaimed, Inaste. Chapter 63. A flood has arrived, all right. I will go, Lin Xiaofan replied, trying to steady her breath, still slightly breathless. Xiaofan, are you all right? Li Min asked, concerned upon hearing her labored breathing. I'm fine. I was just exercising, Lin Xiaofan responded, casting a glance at Pu Yingshin, who was stifling a laugh. Is his phone cursed? Why does it always ring at the worst times? After hanging up, Lin Xiaofan leaned against Pu Yingshin's chest, continuing to catch her breath. You should be grateful she timed her call perfectly. It could have been a few minutes earlier, Pu Yingshin teased with a smile. I have to go to the office. The rain has caused water to leak in. Lin Xiaofan propped herself up on the edge of the bed, but as she straightened, she noticed her thigh muscles twitching, her legs weak and unable to support her. I'll take you. Just rest for a moment. Pu Yingshin gently pulled her back into his embrace, one hand caressing her lower back while the other kneaded her tense leg muscles. Soon, amidst the chilly autumn rain, they set out together toward Junkie. As they opened the door and turned on the lights, Lin Xiaofan, already fatigued and weak, felt darkness envelop her and nearly collapsed. She saw the filing cabinet containing crucial documents for Jiu and Jean lying on the floor, all the files soaked and scattered. Lin Xiaofan released Pu Yingshin's hand and staggered forward. horrified to find the materials obtained from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and various administrative departments reduced to soggy clumps. The signatures and seals painstakingly acquired through the process were now smudged and washed away. Even the business license of Junkie was ruined, resembling a piece of rotten tofu skin. "It's over. What should we do?" Lin Xiaofan panicked, her legs giving way, nearly kneeling in the water. "Get up. Don't risk electrocution." Pu Yingshin firmly pulled her back. "These are the materials needed for Jiyuan's contract, and we have to sign next Tuesday. What are we going to do?" Lin Xiaofan clenched her fists against her chest, her voice trembling with despair. "It's all right, darling, don't be afraid. With so much water, we need to cut the power first. You call Guanzhao, and I'll handle the scene," he said, remaining calm and collected as always. He held Lin Xiaofan gently, patting her back to soothe her. Shivering, Lin Xiaofan retrieved her phone and called Guanzhao. "Xiaofan, what happened?" Guanzhao, still in a daze, sounded surprised. "A window was left open, and the rain caused water to flood our office. The Jiyuan contract materials are soaked." Lin Xiaofan spoke in a rush, nearly tripping over her words. 20 minutes later, Guanzhao rushed into the office area. At that moment, Pu Yingshin had already cut the power, and the security guards had brought emergency lights. Lin Xiaofan stood lost in thought, her arms crossed. She intended to tidy up the materials, but Pu Yingshin stopped her, instructing her to leave everything as it was until Guanzhao arrived. Guanzhao took an emergency light and shone on the window and filing cabinet, his expression grim and heavy. "Once we clear the water, we can restore power," the head of security said. "Thank you for today," Guanzhao acknowledged. "No need to thank us. It's our duty. Your window happened to be at the windward side. The rain was particularly heavy today, and by the time we noticed it was open, it was already quite serious." With the guidance of the emergency lights, the security guards quickly cleared the accumulated water. Only then did Guanzhao notice Pu Yingshin's presence. "Dr. Pu, I just saw you in this darkness. What brings you here?" Guanzhao asked, surprised. "It's late, and Xiaofan wouldn't dare come alone. I live nearby, so I accompanied her to check it out," Pu Yingshin responded casually. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan was oblivious to Pu Yingshin's explanations. Her mind was consumed with worries about the Jiyuan contract. Once the lights were restored, Guanzhao and Lin Xiaofan began to assess the materials, gauging the severity of the situation. Pu Yingshin found a chair and sat quietly in a corner, withdrawing from the proceedings. "Boss, so many licenses and original documents are ruined. Everything needs to be replaced." Lin Xiaofan spread the materials across the desk, reminiscent of Sun Wukong and Tang Sung displaying scriptures. "I will inform all employees to work overtime the day after tomorrow. Your small team cannot possibly handle this workload. You are responsible for reviewing and ensuring quality," Guanzhao said, his expression serious, devoid of his usual cheerful demeanor. "All right, on Monday, when the government offices reopen, we'll go out in our small team to redo the paperwork," Lin Xiaofan replied, regaining her composure and rationality. "What about the business license?" she inquired again. "We can use a dried version for now. We can provide a clear scan copy and request a certification from the Industrial and Commercial Department. I'll handle that," Guanzhao assured her. The due diligence for finance and legal also needs the firm to issue a new one. That should be easier to manage. "The copies of the original documents will be a bit troublesome," Lin Xiaofan noted. She felt a preliminary assessment forming in her mind. Although the situation was tricky, there was still time to rectify it, especially since most materials had electronic copies. The real trouble lay with the original documents and the processes requiring stamps and signatures from relevant government departments. "Let us head back and get some rest. There will be tough battles ahead tomorrow," Guanzhao sighed. "All right," Lin Xiaofan responded, feeling considerably calmer. She knew there was no turning back. She could only face the challenges ahead. "I'll take you home," Guanzhao said, placing a hand on Lin Xiaofan's shoulder. She shifted slightly, avoiding his touch. Seeing this, Pu Yingshin immediately stood, approaching them. He cast a sharp glance at Guanzhao and spoke in a cold tone. "Xiaofan, let us go." "Dr. Pu, could you kindly take Xiaofan home?" Guanzhao asked politely. "Of course. I brought her here, so I must take her back," Pu Yingshin said coldly. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan snapped out of her thoughts about Jin and suddenly realized that the atmosphere was inexplicably tense. "Boss, see you tomorrow." Lin Xiaofan waved her hand and followed Pu Yingshin out the door. As soon as they stepped outside, Pu Yingshin tightly grasped her hand. Lin Xiaofan, aware that they were still in the corridor outside the company, attempted to withdraw her hand. Don't move. Pu Yingshin turned his head, his eyes filled with a sense of pressure, his tone exceedingly firm and domineering. Lin Xiaofan was pulled all the way to the parking lot, glancing back from time to time to see if anyone from the company had followed them, worrying whether they would discover her intimacy with Pu Yingshin. What are you looking at? Do you want to go back and keep them company? Pu Yingshin's voice was icy, jealousy evident. Chapter 64. Between us, who will you touch? I'm afraid the boss will see us, Lin Xiaofan murmured. What are you afraid of? Do you intend to maintain a secret relationship with me for life? Pu Yingshin helped Lin Xiaofan into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Thank you, darling. Lin Xiaofan smiled sweetly, relishing the meticulous care of this man. That is more like it. Pu Yingshin immediately broke into a smile and kissed her. Tomorrow I will drop you off for overtime, and I will come to pick you up after work. His tone left no room for argument, utterly resolute. Lin Xiaofan smiled charmingly and accepted. The following morning, Pu Yingshin and Lin Xiaofan appeared outside Junkie's entrance, looking hurried. Good morning, Dr. Pu. Lin Xian exclaimed joyfully, having spotted Pu Yingshin. Lin Xiaofan initially intended for Pu Yingshin to secretly pick her up from the garage, but he insisted on dropping her off at the company entrance. Now, having been seen by Lin Xian, she felt somewhat irritable. Good morning. Pu Yingshin smiled slightly, maintaining politeness. Lin Xian observed Lin Xiaofan and then scrutinized Pu Yingshin. Dr. Pu, please come in. Lin Xian gestured with a professional smile. I want to go in. I don't want to disrupt your work. Pu Yingshin nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave without lingering. Oh dear, I truly want to cry. After all this effort, how could this cabinet have collapsed? Wang Wei lamented in the office area, staring at the pile of disheveled documents. The cabinet leg was secured tightly. Both you and Xian saw it, Lu Chong said, supporting his waist, looking quite distressed. Our priority now is to solve the problem. Let us refrain from complaints. None of us wish for such occurrences. We can review where things went wrong later, Guanzhou reminded. I'll briefly outline for everyone. Over the next couple of days, we need to supplement materials. Each person will have tasks assigned by Lin Xiaofan, who will distribute your work contents and deadlines, Guanzhou continued. Immediately, Lin Xiaofan entered a state of combat readiness, categorizing and distributing the materials that needed organizing to various employees, issuing lists for them to compare and organize. She assigned Lin Xian the simplest task of printing, copying, and numbering. Lin Xian beamed, exhibiting remarkable enthusiasm for her work, never complaining about its monotony or drudgery, dutifully fulfilling her responsibilities. In contrast, Wang Wei occasionally grumbled, "Oh no, my child has no one to care for him over the weekend. He has stuck in daycare and suffering." As evening approached, Wang Wei lost her focus on work. "Xiaofan, can we discuss something? I really can't work overtime. My child is just over 3 years old, and I'm a single mother with no one to help." Lin Xiaofan glanced at her, feeling helpless. As a colleague, she completely understood Wang Wei, but as a team leader, she could not accept her dropping the ball at such a critical moment. "Xiaofan, can I have Xian handle the remaining tasks for me? I'll come back tomorrow morning." Wang Wei continued. Lin Xiaofan wanted to refuse, believing everyone had their difficulties and that other colleagues were still persevering. As a team member, she could not falter. "Fine, you can go back, but come early tomorrow. Let Xian take over the remaining tasks," Guanzhou agreed. Once the boss spoke, Wang Wei promptly offloaded her work onto Lin Xian and slipped away in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiaofan felt discontent, but since it was the boss's agreement, she could not voice her concerns. "Xian, you should also head home. I'll take care of Wang Wei's tasks." Lin Xiaofan stood up and took the materials from Lin Xian's hands, not wishing for her to become too deeply involved in this project. Guanzhou, observing from the side, realized his previous actions might have upset Lin Xiaofan and quickly went along with her. "Xian, you should head back," as Xiaofan suggested. "All right, senior," Lin Xian smiled, albeit forced, fully aware of Lin Xiaofan's wariness towards her. "I'll finish everything overnight." Lin Xiaofan replied to Guanzhou with a stern face, avoiding direct eye contact. "I overstepped. Since this is Xiaofan's coordination, I won't participate anymore." "You all follow her arrangements," Guanzhou said, noticing he had upset his beloved. The other employees silently harbored their thoughts, no one speaking up. After the employees finished their working dinner, they gradually returned home, leaving Lin Xiaofan still diligently working. For some data-related tasks, Guanzhou could not contribute, so he stood by, pouring tea and coffee. "Latte," Guanzhou offered a cup of hot coffee, smiling as he stood beside Lin Xiaofan. "I won tea drink." Lin Xiaofan replied coldly. "Are you still angry with me?" "I promise I won tea approve leave next time." Guanzhao bent down, leaning towards Lin Xiaofan with a conciliatory smile. She couldn't drink coffee as her asthma was still in a control phase. Suddenly, Pu Yingshin appeared in the office area, hands in his pockets, gazing intently at the two of them. Lin Xiaofan glanced up at this proud man, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she continued to focus on her work. "Dr. Pu, have you descended from the heavens? How did you just drop in?" Guanzhao stammered, caught off guard by his appearance. "I'm here to pick up Xiaofan," Pu Yingshin said nonchalantly. "Haha," Guanzhao chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Lin Xiaofan, his laughter forced. Until now, he had mistakenly believed Pu Yingshin was a couple with Tang Shuiwei, but now he sensed Pu Yingshin was pursuing Lin Xiaofan. At this moment, both men secretly speculated about each other's intentions, reaching a certain level of understanding. "Dr. Pu, please come to my office. We want to disturb Xiaofan." Guanzhao smiled, gesturing. "I'll sit here for a while. I want to disturb anyone." Pu Yingshin found a seat behind Lin Xiaofan and sat down. He then took out his phone and began reading medical journals. Guanzhao hesitated for a moment before returning to his office. The clock ticked past 11 at night, and neither Guanzhao nor Pu Yingshin had left, while Lin Xiaofan was still engrossed in her work. She was so busy her head spun and her eyes blurred. Sigh. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but exhale. Pu Yingshin slid his chair closer to her. "Do you want to take a break?" he gently asked beside her. "Yes. I feel like I'm going cross-eyed." Lin Xiaofan made a face. "Put this on." Pu Yingshin smiled, producing a disposable heated eye mask. Ah. How do you happen to have this on hand?" Lin Xiaofan laughed joyfully, her spirits lifted. Laughing so happily. "Have you found a shortcut to work?" Guanzhao emerged from his office, approaching them. To Guanzhao's inquiry, Pu Yingshin remained silent, unwrapping the eye mask and placing it over Lin Xiaofan's eyes. With the mask on, she could see nothing and grinned widely, revealing her youthful essence. "Shall we play a game of blind man's buff?" Lin Xiaofan suggested. "With just the two of us, who will you touch?" Chapter 65. A man cannot decline. Touch who? Upon hearing Guanzhao's question, Lin Xiaofan muttered and pulled off the eye mask that Pu Yingshin had just placed on her. She saw Pu Yingshin grinning at her, his eyes harboring a cold intensity, aware that his competitive spirit had flared once again. Joking aside, the task remains unfinished. There is simply no time for games. Lin Xiaofan's cheeks flushed as she resumed sifting through the materials. "Sharpening the knife does not hinder the chopping of wood. Let us take a brief respite," Guanzhao remarked, moving to pour 2 cups of tea, one handed to Pu Yingshin and the other placed on Lin Xiaofan's desk. "Thank you." Pu Yingshin raised his cup in a polite gesture. "Dr. Pu, which specialty do you focus on?" Guanzhao inched his chair closer to Pu Yingshin, settling in behind Lin Xiaofan. "It is best if Guan Boss remains ever oblivious to my field of expertise," Pu Yingshin replied with a smile that barely touched his lips. "That is hardly the case. You doctors are all about healing and saving lives. Your profession is noble. We do not consider it ill-fated." Guanzhao discerned the underlying message in Pu Yingshin's words. The corners of Pu Yingshin's mouth lifted slightly. The bait had been taken. "I manage prostate diseases, kidneys, ureters, bladders, and sexual dysfunction," he stated in a tone typical of physicians, maintaining a facade of seriousness. Guanzhao paused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Before he could respond, Lin Xiaofan burst into laughter, her mirth escalating as she leaned over the table, her body shaking with delight. The sound of her laughter only deepened Guanzhao's embarrassment. Pu Yingshin remained stoic, unaffected by Lin Xiaofan's amusement. "Should you have family or friends in need of assistance in these matters, feel free to seek me out. My skills at Shulan Hospital are quite adequate," he continued, retaining his professional demeanor. "Let's hope I never have to." Guanzhao quickly regained his composure, laughing to ease his own discomfort. "I must return to work. My train of thought has been thoroughly interrupted by you both." Lin Xiaofan bit her lip, stifling her laughter as she rose. "Goodbye, Boss Guan." Pu Yingshin waved his hand in farewell as he swiftly exited the office. Lin Xiaofan, with a twinkle in her eyes, nodded and waved goodbye to Guanzhao, fearing that speaking would only unleash more laughter. Men tend to dread such occurrences. Under the radiant smile of Lin Xiaofan, Guanzhao appeared even more flustered, hastily waving goodbye as he watched them leave. "Hey, bad seed," Lin Xiaofan called out to the intelligent man beside her, her eyes brimming with affection. "What is wrong? Do you not like it?" Pu Yingshin responded with a glance, subtly gesturing for Lin Xiaofan to link her arm with his. "I do," she grinned, unable to contain her joy as she stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek. Pu Yingshin gazed at her gently, immediately enveloping her in his embrace. This was Lin Xiaofan's first time initiating a kiss in public. "Tomorrow, after I drop you off, I will not leave," he said, lightly nudging her forehead with his chin. "No, having you there will distract me." Lin Xiaofan's smile faded as she grew serious. "Then I shall play basketball tomorrow." "That will distract me even more," he countered. Lin Xiaofan pouted, wishing for Pu Yingshin to refrain from playing basketball with Tang Shuwei. "I will be on a business trip next week, attending an academic forum with my professor." Pu Yingshin noticed her jealousy was flaring up and promptly shifted the conversation. "How many days will you be gone?" "Leaving tomorrow night, returning Wednesday afternoon." Lin Xiaofan realized they only had one day left to spend together. Yet she had to work overtime, unable to relish their time as a couple, which made her frown. "Silly girl, do you want me to come keep you company?" Pu Yingshin's tone softened, perceiving her reluctance. "Yes." Lin Xiaofan cast aside her worries, yearning for the steadfast presence of this man beside her. "All right," he replied, holding her tightly as they indulged in passionate kisses in the garage. The following morning, as employees gradually entered the office, they were met with the sight of Pu Yingshin seated in the corner. Surprise rippled through the crowd, yet no one uttered a word, merely exchanging glances. Lin Xiaofan spotted her dream man at once, her mind racing with speculations as to why he was present at Junkie. Moments later, with nothing to occupy her, she approached Pu Yingshin with a bright smile. "Good morning, Dr. Pu. I have a matter I wish to consult you about." Lin Xiaofan presented him with a cup of tea. "What is it?" Pu Yingshin accepted the cup, lifting his gaze. "My father has been feeling a bit unwell, and I would like to bring him to your clinic, though he is somewhat averse to seeing doctors." Lin Xiaofan bent slightly, resting on Pu Yingshin's chair. Upon hearing about Lin Guoxing, Pu Yingshin hesitated for a moment. If it were anyone else, he would have advised them to register at Shulan Hospital, suggesting alternative doctors if a schedule was full. However, Lin Guoxing was Lin Xiaofan's father, and their relationship was currently strained. "What seems to be the issue?" Pu Yingshin inquired. "Dr. Pu, it's too crowded here. It's not convenient. Let us discuss it outside." Lin Xiaofan feigned awkwardness, her expression unnatural, her speech slightly stilted. Pu Yingshin had no choice but to rise and follow her into the corridor. Lin Xiaofan animatedly detailed her father's symptoms and feelings to Pu Yingshin, her face alight with anticipation and helplessness. "Your father needs to visit the hospital for an examination. Verbal descriptions won't suffice," he replied. "Can I bring him to see you?" Lin Xiaofan implored with pleading eyes and tone. "I will be on a business trip next week. You can take your father to see another doctor first," Pu Yingshin suggested. "You are the best expert in Shulan," she flattered, her smile brightening as she sang his praises. "I'm not worthy. Please make an online appointment at the hospital." Pu Yingshin replied, turning back toward the office, resuming his seat in the corner to peruse medical literature. "If I can't get an appointment with you, could you perhaps arrange an extra slot for my father?" Lin Xiaofan pressed, squatting beside him. "Sure," Pu Yingshin acquiesced. "Xian, please photocopy all these materials, 2 copies each." Lin Xiaofan commanded from a distance, asserting her leadership. "Coming." Lin Xiaofan cheerfully responded, her demeanor betraying no displeasure. "Sister Xiaofan, if there is anything else I can assist with, don't hesitate to call on me," she offered earnestly. Lin Xiaofan suppressed her irritation, well aware of Lin Xiaofan's intentions toward Pu Yingshin, clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive. However, she refrained from confronting Pu Yingshin directly, fearing it would devolve into a melodramatic rivalry akin to those in romance dramas. A thought that repulsed her. Chapter 66. The 7-flavor goddess tea. The last to arrive at work was Boss Guanzhao. Upon entering the office, he failed to notice Pu Yingshin in the corner. "Xiaofan, here is the 7-flavored goddess tea for you." Guanzhao immediately handed a trendy beverage to Lin Xiaofan. "Oh, you're so biased, boss. Does only Xiaofan get this?" Wang Wei feigned complaint, genuinely aiming to compliment Lin Xiaofan. "Xiaofan worked late last night. One must take care of oneself to keep up the pace." Guanzhao beamed at Lin Xiaofan, indifferent to the opinions of other employees, determined to grant her special treatment. "Thank you." Lin Xiaofan felt slightly embarrassed as she accepted the drink, placing it on her desk without taking a sip. Pu Yingshin, seated in the corner, cast a glance at them, remaining unperturbed. Lin Xian perceived an opportunity to engage. Setting down her materials, she rushed over to Lin Xiaofan, picking up the tea to examine it closely. Angelica, Cotinopsis, goji berries, longan, astragalus, yu, red dates, just the right 7 ingredients. Senior, did you concoct this? Lin Xian asked, glancing sideways. I lack such talent. I am not studying medicine, Lin Xiaofan replied, her eyes narrowing. Dr. Pu, do you think this goddess tea helps with staying up late? Lin Xian dashed over with the drink in hand. Lin Xiaofan looked up at her, feeling anger rise within. Guan Zhao's expression stiffened, his mood darkening as he finally noticed Pu Yingshin in the corner of the office. He realized that Pu Yingshin was waiting for Lin Xiaofan. Yet he chose to disregard him entirely, opting not to acknowledge his presence. I confess that I am not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, as my studies have been rooted in Western medicine. Before Lin Xian could approach him, Pu Yingshin promptly responded, his gaze fixed on the literature before him. Xian, have you finished photocopying the documents? Lin Xiaofan shouted in frustration. Guan Zhao, upon hearing this, resolved not to provoke Lin Xiaofan's ire as he had the previous day. Everyone, let us focus. If we work efficiently, we can leave for home earlier, Guan Zhao quickly interjected. Lin Xian's expression shifted as she set down her tea and returned to the photocopy machine. During lunchtime, Pu Yingshin briefly stepped away to organize his travel belongings. He then returned to Junkie, maintaining a distance while keeping Lin Xiaofan company. Lin Xiaofan found herself emotionally tethered to his every move. When he left, a void enveloped her. Yet his return brought solace. She then recalled the upcoming contract signing between Junkie and Jiyuan on Tuesday, and a sense of unease washed over her at the thought of Pu Yingshin not being by her side. Xian, could you please check the numbers in this form? Is the decimal point correct? I fear my eyesight has deteriorated with age, Wang Wei called out to Lin Xian. The entire team exerted themselves, working until 8 in the evening to prepare all materials, eagerly awaiting Monday's reprocessing at the government administration. At that moment, Pu Yingshin was downstairs hailing a cab, ready to depart. Once you finish, return home early and let me know you're safe, Pu Yingshin tenderly said, enveloping Lin Xiaofan in his embrace. Yes, do inform me once you arrive, Lin Xiaofan replied, planting a kiss on his cheek. Relax, if you miss me call. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out. I do not mind being disturbed, Pu Yingshin assured her before gently kissing her lips. After a reluctant farewell, Lin Xiaofan returned to the office area to conduct a final review of all materials. At that moment, only she and Guan Zhao remained in the office. Xiaofan, perseverance leads to victory, Guan Zhao encouraged, gesturing with his hand. It has been quite a challenge, Lin Xiaofan replied with a faint smile. Tomorrow, we will split into teams to visit the relevant departments. I have already contacted acquaintances, so it should not pose a significant problem. All right, Lin Xiaofan decided, securing all materials in her office, determined that no further mishaps could occur. By tomorrow at the latest, Jiyuan will certainly inform us about the lead investor, Guan Zhao asserted confidently. Lin Xiaofan remained silent. The moment she chose to trust Pu Yingshin and persuaded Guan Zhao to invest alongside him. She ceased to ponder the identity of the lead investor. What she was certain of was that Pu Yingshin would never betray her. Xiaofan, who is your source of information? Guan Zhao scrutinized her with piercing eyes. A friend, Lin Xiaofan replied, sensing Guan Zhao's intent to delve deeper, suspecting Pu Yingshin might be the source. Once the contract is successfully signed, could you introduce us? Guan Zhao continued, his gaze unwavering. Lin Xiaofan nodded, opting not to respond further. On Monday, Lin Xiaofan, Wang Wei, and Lu Chong traversed various government departments to obtain necessary stamps and complete procedures, while Guan Zhao was similarly occupied outside. The Junkie office felt as though it were on holiday, with colleagues engaging in lively chatter. If the GUN project succeeds, shall we celebrate? That is certain. The only question is whether there will be a raise. While we may not know about raises, Lin Xiaofan is sure to receive a promotion. What is Xiaofan's background? Driving luxury cars and securing significant deals. Impressive. Her mother seemed quite ordinary during her last visit. Oh, not everyone relies on appearance. Her mother is eager to marry her off. Several female employees giggled together. Lin Xian absorbed every morsel of gossip, fully aware of Lin Xiaofan's background, but feeling it was not yet the time to divulge. In an unusual turn, Li Min, known for her chattiness, remained silent. choosing not to stir controversies that could arise from the remarks of others. On Monday afternoon, Junkie received a notification that the lead investor was a prominent state-owned enterprise, the largest national pharmaceutical group in a specific region. Both Guanzhao and Lin Xiaofan felt invigorated by the news. They understood that Junkie had secured a fortuitous partnership, leading to a promising future. However, on Tuesday morning, as the representatives convened to sign the contract, Junkie was unexpectedly informed that the signing was postponed for unspecified reasons. Xiaofan. Guanzhao gazed sternly at Lin Xiaofan, his tone carrying an air of accountability. Boss, I understand what you wish to say. Please allow me to make a quick call. Lin Xiaofan felt her heart racing, as though teetering on the brink of a precipice. Despite her anxiety, her mind remained lucid. The lead investor had not terminated the agreement, but merely postponed it. A glimmer of hope remained. Darling, are you available to talk? We have encountered some issues with the contract signing. Lin Xiaofan dialed Pu Yingshin's number from a safe passage within GUN. Not at the moment. I'm in a meeting. Please text me, Pu Yingshin replied softly. Chapter 67. To be made public? In the afternoon, a weary yet unexpected Pu Yingshin appeared at GUN Genetics. What brings you back? Lin Xiaofan rushed towards him. She knew that he had been participating in an academic forum with academician Zhang and was not scheduled to return until the following afternoon. His sudden appearance must have been prompted by her plea for assistance earlier that morning. Guanzhao also looked astonished. He and Lin Xiaofan had been anxiously awaiting results, while the lead investor had spent the entire morning in closed-door meetings with GUN, leaving Junkie entirely excluded. Although he had speculated whether Pu Yingshin was Lin Xiaofan's source of information, his direct presence in this context still left him astounded. Of course I came. This is your trust in me, Pu Yingshin stated seriously, his gaze stern. Mr. Pu, greetings. Li Lili greeted him warmly, extending her hand. The lead investor's representative, General Manager Wang, was equally cordial, rising to shake hands with Pu Yingshin. Yingshin, long time no see. Guanzhao closely observed the scene, noting that Pu Yingshin's status far exceeded that of an ordinary surgeon. Lin Xiaofan stood beside Guanzhao, feeling a tangle of emotions. Anxiety, apprehension, and yet a deep sense of anticipation filled her. The follow-on investment from Junkie is my recommendation. What seems to be the issue? Pu Yingshin asked directly. There are some concerns regarding the due diligence. Li Lily's smile faded. Yingshin, you are aware that our group has many restrictions, General Manager Wang added solemnly. As a state enterprise, their investment decisions were bound by numerous constraints, preventing impulsive choices. Why was this not communicated sooner? Pu Yingshin straightened his posture, sifting through the documents on the table, while General Manager Wang hesitated, offering a slight smile to Pu Yingshin. In such entities, with their roles and in this setting, certain matters are best left unspoken. Is there a solution? Pu Yingshin lowered his gaze, focusing on the page detailing risk disclosures. There is, General Manager Wang replied, his attention fixed on him. After extensive discussions, Pu Yingshin signed as the guarantor for the follow-on investment on a document. Subsequently, GUN, the lead investor, and Junkie completed the contract signing together. Guanzhao, Li Lili, and General Manager Wang engaged in the ceremonial signing, while Wang Wei and Lu Chong busied themselves with applause and photography. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan felt no joy at the successful signing. Instead, her gaze remained anxiously fixed on Pu Yingshin. Will this affect you adversely? She asked softly, concern etched in her features. It is signed now. Do not dwell on it. Pu Yingshin comforted her, his arm enveloping her shoulders as he gently stroked her upper arm. What about your academic forum? Lin Xiaofan gazed at him intently, her tone tender. In that moment, her world revolved solely around him, overshadowing the signing ceremony. I have already requested leave from my professor. Pu Yingshin spoke very little, and each of his words was succinct. Yingshin, shall we dine together? When General Manager Wang finished signing and was leaving, he took the initiative to greet Pu Yingshin. General Manager Wang, this is my girlfriend Lin Xiaofan, who is currently working at Junkie. Pu Yingshin smiled funny. He did not directly answer General Manager Wang's question. Instead, he cheerfully introduced Lin Xiaofan to him. Lin Xiaofan felt a jolt in her heart. She had not anticipated that Pu Yingshin would publicly acknowledge their relationship in such a setting. However, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Hello, General Manager Wang. I am Lin Xiaofan, the investment department manager at Junkie. Her heart raced as she stepped forward to shake hands. Nearby, Wang Wei was astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. Throughout the day, as a first-hand witness to the unfolding events, she had experienced a roller coaster of emotions. And now she found this revelation to be the most bizarre of all. Guan Zhao also emerged from the conference hall, observing Lin Xiaofan engaged in conversation with General Manager Wang. General Manager Wang, this is our project leader, Lin Xiaofan. I hope you will guide her in the future. Guan Zhao quickly approached to establish rapport with the state-owned enterprise executive. Since she is Yingshin's girlfriend, she is one of us. General Manager Wang laughed heartily. Guan Zhao's expression changed abruptly, fearing he had misheard. He scanned Pu Yingshin and Lin Xiaofan. He saw Lin Xiaofan blushing, while Pu Yingshin remained calm and composed. Shortly after, General Manager Wang bid them farewell and exited the venue. What did General Manager Wang just say? Guan Zhao turned to Wang Wei, feigning ignorance. He could not accept this fact and hoped to hear a different answer. Pu Yingshin overheard Guan Zhao's question and affectionately wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaofan's waist. Leaning down to ask, "Are you tired? Shall we head home?" "All right," Lin Xiaofan replied softly. She had never imagined they would publicly declare their relationship in such a crowded space. Her heart brimmed with joy, both sweet and blissful. Today, this man appeared before her like a celestial being, once again pulling her from the depths of despair. She gazed at him with deep affection, a silent declaration of her feelings. Pu Yingshin understood her unspoken emotions. They exchanged a lingering gaze, as if the world around them had vanished, leaving only the two of them. "Darling, I love you." Upon returning home, Lin Xiaofan leaped into Pu Yingshin's arms, her overwhelming emotions beyond words. "I love you too, my dear." Pu Yingshin caught her and held her tightly. They shared a passionate kiss, expressing their love through their bodies. Lin Xiaofan entwined herself around Pu Yingshin like a flowing stream, their connection intense and fervent. After an intimate embrace, they trembled, realizing for the first time their souls resonated with one another. "I love you." Lin Xiaofan lay languidly against Pu Yingshin's chest. He embraced her tenderly, gently caressing her lower back. "I love you too, my darling," he replied once more with deep affection. "You are quite famous at Shulan Hospital. How did you end up with someone like me?" Lin Xiaofan suddenly burst into a silly grin. "You are also quite well known at Shulan Hospital. How did you end up with me?" Pu Yingshin retorted playfully. They both laughed, their happiness filling the room. The next morning, Wang Wei, like a stimulated gossip, bounced around the office area. "Oh my, breaking news, front page headline. Do you want to hear it?" "What news?" Li Min immediately asked back, her curiosity piqued. This outspoken woman thought that with her ear to the ground, there could be no gossip she was unaware of. "That Dr. Pu is Lin Xiaofan's boyfriend," Wang Wei exclaimed with excitement. "What did you say?" Lin Xian's face turned pale, her voice altered. "Dr. Pu and Xiaofan are a couple. Lu Chong saw it too," Wang Wei declared proudly. "No way. Lin Xiaofan is quite the strategist. My goodness, didn't her mother come to the office to pressure her into blind dates? What is going on? The quiet dog is the most formidable," everyone chimed in. Such romantic news spread easily, and soon everyone in the office was aware. "Do not discuss others' personal matters in the workplace," Guan Zhao shouted sternly. Coincidentally, Lin Xiaofan, who had spent the night in passionate bliss, arrived late and walked in just as the conversation took a turn. "Good morning." Lin Xiaofan felt a bit awkward and greeted them, sensing that they were talking about her. "Xiaofan, congratulations." Li Min approached her with a smile. The entire office fell silent. "Congratulations on the successful signing," Li Min quickly added, realizing her words could be misinterpreted. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted and everyone began discussing how to celebrate the signing. Guan Zhao, lacking his usual cheerful demeanor, returned to his office with a somber expression, offering no comments. Lin Xian spent considerable time adjusting her emotions in the break room before returning to the office, wearing a forced smile, continuing her own drama. "Darling, come have lunch with me." At noon, Pu Yingshin called again. After finishing the signing, Lin Xiaofan had little work left and was lost in the sweetness of her romance. Receiving Pu Yingshin's call filled her with joy, prompting her to abandon Junkie's working lunch and rush to Shuan Hospital. "Are you ready?" As soon as Pu Yingshin saw her, he pulled her into his embrace, his eyes brimming with affection. "Ready for what?" Lin Xiaofan, smiling, momentarily lost her train of thought. "What do you think?" Pu Yingshin grinned as he linked arms with her, leading her into the staff cafeteria at Shuan Hospital. The moment they stepped into the cafeteria, Lin Xiaofan felt the weight of countless gazes upon her, all directed at her, held in Pu Yingshin's arms. Almost everyone in the cafeteria, including medical staff, janitors, and cafeteria workers, scrutinized her. Lin Xiaofan's face flushed with heat, and she could only lower her gaze to her plate. From now on, whenever I have time, I'll come here to eat every day, Pu Yingshin teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. All right, Lin Xiaofan replied shyly, yet she did not refuse. She understood that now that their relationship was public, everything needed to fall into place, and she would have to adapt gradually. The cafeteria has benefited with such unpalatable food. There's now one more person to share it with. Pu Yingshin just did. In her heart, Lin Xiaofan thought that anything would taste good as long as she was with him. But she couldn't voice it. She merely gazed at the man with affection. Don't look at me like that. I'm not your meal, Pu Yingshin teased again. Lin Xiaofan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, covering her mouth. This man always effortlessly saw through her. After spending 3 consecutive days dining with Pu Yingshin at Shulan Hospital on Friday afternoon, Tang Shuiwe submitted her resignation at Junkie. Guan, my research tasks are overwhelming. I can no longer serve Junkie. Without greeting anyone, Tang Shuiwe walked straight into Guan Zhao's office. Guan Zhao, taken by surprise, tried to persuade her to stay, but Tang Shuiwe remained resolute about leaving. Dr. Tang, could you recommend someone for us? Guan Zhao had to settle for a compromise. You should ask Pu Yingshin for a recommendation. Tang Shuiwe shot him a glare, uttering that line before turning on her heel and leaving Junkie. Sister Shuiwe, Lin Xian called affectionately, immediately chasing after her. Lin Xiaofan was entirely unaware of the events unfolding outside her office. Over the past few days, she had indulged in the joys of romance, her heart overflowing with unprecedented happiness and contentment. I have 2 things to discuss. First, Tang Shuiwe has resigned, and second, your mother asked me to bring you back to Liyuan tonight. Guan Zhao entered her office. This was the first time Guan Zhao had entered her office since she made her relationship with Pu Yingshin public. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan felt as though she had fallen into an ice pit, chilled to the bone. She knew she had to confront the situation. I suppose we must continue the recruitment process, Lin Xiaofan replied softly. That brings us back to square one. With the environmental renovations nearing completion, who can take over now? Guan Zhao appeared anxious. Lin Xiaofan fell silent, realizing that Tang Shuiwe's resignation was likely due to her relationship with Pu Yingshin, and she sensed Guan Zhao's dissatisfaction with her. Lin Xiaofan mistakenly believed that Guan Zhao's dissatisfaction stemmed from her role in Tang Shuiwe's resignation, which had hindered the pig farm's progress. In reality, Guan Zhao's discontent was fueled by jealousy. Please devise a solution promptly. Guan Zhao reverted to his authoritative demeanor. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper, observing her delicate and submissive demeanor. Guan Zhao's protective instincts surfaced. It's all right, we'll find a resolution, he reassured her with a smile. Shall I escort you home after work? Guan Zhao inquired. No need to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own, Lin Xiaofan decided. I will ensure you get home safely. I promised your mother I would. Guan Zhao remained adamant, and Lin Xiaofan acquiesced. Throughout the journey, Guan Zhao was enveloped in silence, driving without engaging in conversation. After safely delivering Lin Xiaofan to Guo Liping, he politely greeted her and departed. Are you in a relationship with Pu Yingshin? Guo Liping interrogated Lin Xiaofan, confining her in the bedroom as if she were a suspect. Yes, Lin Xiaofan confirmed, aware that the entire Shulan hospital was abuzz with congratulations for her newfound status, while she remained oblivious. Guo Liping's expression was devoid of joy as she chastised Lin Xiaofan with gritted teeth. Did you not wish for me to find a doctor? This match was arranged by you, Lin Xiaofan stated, having prepared her defense in advance. When did you start seeing him? Are you living together? Guo Liping's eyes blazed with fury as she confronted Lin Xiaofan. Yes, Lin Xiaofan admitted. Why did you keep this from me? Guo Liping's anger boiled over as she slammed her hand on the table. Mom, I'm no longer single, and he meets your criteria. Isn't that sufficient? Lin Xiaofan approached Guo Liping, attempting to soothe her. I disapprove, Guo Liping shouted, collapsing onto the bed. Why? Lin Xiaofan retorted, unable to fathom the sudden shift in her mother's stance. During her single years, Guo Liping had relentlessly urged her to date. Now that she had found a suitable partner, she was met with resistance. Such a person is unworthy of our family. Guo Liping glared at Lin Xiaofan. Overwhelmed, Lin Xiaofan lowered her gaze in silence. Her mother having struck a nerve. Sensing Lin Xiaofan's inner turmoil, Guo Liping softened her tone. When he returned from abroad, Director Wang arranged the blind date, and I was unaware of his background. Otherwise, I would never have allowed you to meet him. It's all too uncertain, dear. If you were to part ways, you would miss your prime years and find it difficult to find someone else, diminishing your value. If you break up, I will help you find someone better. Guo Liping insisted, grasping Lin Xiaofan's shoulders. I will not break up, Lin Xiaofan declared, her gaze resolute. Disregarding the advice of elders leads to immediate regret. Your mother only desires your well-being. Guo Liping shook her daughter firmly, her eyes reflecting concern and reproach. Mom, I followed your guidance throughout my life. But this matter is different. I hope you can understand. Lin Xiaofan sought to open her heart to her mother. I cannot comprehend. Look at how my life has been marred by marriage. In my youth, I had many suitors, but I chose poorly, and this is the consequence. Your grandmother introduced me to a high school teacher, and I was even engaged to him before I called it off to marry Lin Guoxing, against my parents' wishes. Guo Liping, for the first time, appealed to Lin Xiaofan's emotions, reasoning with her. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback to learn of her mother's former fiancé. Your mother has regretted that decision. Life would have been different had she never met Lin Guoxing. Guo Liping sighed deeply. But I am not you, and Pu Yingshin is not Lin Guoxing. We each lead our own lives, Lin Xiaofan stated calmly. Guo Liping, losing patience as Lin Xiaofan remained steadfast, declared, let me make this clear. Unless I am dead, you shall not be with Pu Yingshin. Guo Liping's fury was palpable. Lin Xiaofan felt a tightness in her chest, as if her heart were being squeezed. Recognizing the futility of further dialogue, she suppressed her anger and disappointment and left home. In a somber state of mind, she opted to take the subway for over an hour instead of hailing a cab, needing time to clarify her thoughts and reflect internally. Amidst the throngs of commuters, rushing to and fro, Lin Xiaofan realized that these strangers were merely passing faces, each carrying their own stories. Boarding the train for a fleeting moment before parting ways in the vast sea of life, she acknowledged that her journey with Pu Yingshin might also not reach a conclusion. Yet they had shared a path. Honey, I'm home, Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, enveloping Pu Yingshin in a fervent embrace. He opened his arms to receive her. In that moment, she understood the importance of living in the present, cherishing each day as if it were the last, fully embracing love and life. What is it? Pu Yingshin sensed the intensity of her emotions. Nothing. I just missed you, Lin Xiaofan murmured, burying her head in his chest, feeling the comfort and warmth of his embrace. Foolish girl, I'm here. Pu Yingshin gently tightened his hold on her, pressing a kiss to her cheek. Lin Xiaofan softly replied, her heart brimming with unspoken love and attachment. That night, they became entwined, surrendering themselves completely to one another, uncertain of what tomorrow would bring. Darling, do you have something on your mind? Pu Yingshin asked, feeling the tremors of apprehension and despair beneath her passionate exterior. Tang Shuiyue has resigned, Lin Xiaofan whispered, curling up in his embrace, skillfully diverting from the deeper issue that troubled her. Pu Yingshin smiled and planted a few more kisses on her. It's all right. I will handle it. Is that acceptable for you? Lin Xiaofan began to unconsciously consider his feelings. Just wait, he said, pinching her chin with a mischievous grin. Lin Xiaofan realized, as Pu Yingshin had said, that she had no choice but to wait. The transformation of the pig farm was entirely managed under Tang Shuyue's guidance, with no other professionals from Junkie available. Her sudden departure left both Junkie and the platform in disarray. Xiaofan, what is your solution? Guanzhao summoned Lin Xiaofan to his office for a discussion. He noted that her usual diligence and decisiveness seemed lacking in this matter. I haven't thought of anything yet, Lin Xiaofan admitted candidly. Guanzhao paused, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. The performance of the GUN project is under review by the HR department. This is Junkie's first major project, so we are still learning. Your rewards will not be insignificant. Guanzhao assumed Lin Xiaofan's lack of engagement stemmed from not receiving tangible incentives. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly, but refrained from responding, feeling that any words would be inadequate. The company has arranged accommodation for you, which is ready for occupancy. The HR department will provide you with the keys shortly, Guanzhao said, his gaze evasive. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, knowing this matter involved Guo Liping. If she agreed, Guo Liping would certainly create a scene at the company. If she declined, she couldn't adequately explain the situation to Pu Yingshin. Guanzhao noticed her predicament, relishing her discomfort. Xiaofan, This is a company benefit. Consider it without pressure. Junkie is a humane company, he said, moving closer to Lin Xiaofan. As he was about to make his move on Lin Xiaofan, Tang Shuiwe arrived with a cold demeanor and knocked on the door. "Hello, Dr. Tang." Guanzhao promptly opened the door. Tang Shuiwe shot a glance at Lin Xiaofan, her expression darkening, completely devoid of her usual cultured grace. "Xiaofan, you're here too." Tang Sui the mak gon li. In that fleeting moment when their gazes met, it was as if swords were drawn. "Shuiwe, why don't you converse with the boss?" "I shall take my leave," Lin Xiaofan suggested, eager to evade the tension. "I intend to resign. However, my mentor has taught me the importance of seeing things through. To accomplish this truly meritorious task," she added. Tang Shuiwe's tone dripped with sarcasm, her words laced with reluctance. Lin Xiaofan quickly recalled what Pu Yingshin had mentioned earlier. She realized that this man had manipulated Tang Shuiwe through Professor Zhang. Now, with no alternative, Tang Shuiwe had to endure until the project's completion. And it was understandable that she sought to vent her frustrations on Lin Xiaofan. "Thank you for your hard work, Shuiwe. Having a distinguished student like you is our honor." Lin Xiaofan flattered. "What do you mean by distinguished student?" "The true prodigy is Pu Yingshin," Tang Shuiwe retorted, dismissing Lin Xiaofan's compliment with a sharp reply. Guanzhao, sensing that continuing this conversation would hinder their work, quickly intervened. "Dr. Tang, I neglected to inform you about the last checkup, which was my oversight. You must attend the celebration for the Junkie project." A faint smirk appeared on Tang Shuiwe's lips as she set a condition. "No problem. Is Pu Yingshin coming?" "If he attends, I will too." Tang Shuiwe's statement caused Guanzhao to ponder deeply. Pu Yingshin had guaranteed Junkie during the signing, and, as the owner of Junkie, he deserved gratitude. In a sense, they were comrades on the Jiuan Gene project, their fates intertwined. Guanzhao, having been muddled by his affection for Lin Xiaofan in recent days, began to clarify his thoughts. "Rest assured, Dr. Tang, I will personally invite Dr. Pu." Guanzhao's face regained its mature composure. Tang Shuiwe immediately glanced at Lin Xiaofan and noticed her unperturbed demeanor. She too adopted a nonchalant attitude and turned to the office area to discuss matters regarding the pig farm with Wang Wei. Lin Xian, seeing Tang Shuiwe back at Junkie, eagerly approached her. "Sister Shuiwe, you're back." "Yes, Xian," Tang Shuiwe replied with a bright smile. The dynamic between Tang Shuiwe and Lin Xian had significantly changed. They engaged in lively conversation. "Boss, now that Shuiwe has returned to work, has this matter been resolved? Do you have any other tasks for me?" Lin Xiaofan stated assertively. Guanzhao realized he might have been overly cold towards Lin Xiaofan these past few days, and he promptly responded with a cheerful smile. "Xiaofan, you truly possess the demeanor of a great leader." "Then I shall return to work," Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling a weight on her heart, aware that the issues she needed to confront were piling up, unavoidable. "All right, we will discuss other matters gradually," Guanzhao responded gently. He inferred from Lin Xiaofan's lack of immediate rejection regarding the dormitory issue that her relationship with Pu Yingshin was not stable, leading him to believe he still had a chance. On Friday evening, Pu Yingshin came to Junkie to pick up Lin Xiaofan. She temporarily cast aside all burdens, her face aglow with a sweet smile as she cheerfully climbed into the passenger seat. Once in the car, they exchanged kisses before greeting each other. Lin Xiaofan was gradually acclimating to this mode of expression. Since cohabitating, they had developed the habit of exchanging morning kisses, good-night kisses, pre-sleep kisses, post-encounter kisses, gratitude kisses, farewell kisses, and reunion kisses. They continually expressed their feelings through these gestures. "Let us roll the dice now," Lin Xiaofan playfully suggested. She had proposed a spontaneous weekend trip, deciding to choose their destination by rolling dice. Pu Yingshin was unfazed and readily agreed. "Angie," Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, her face beaming as she looked at the dice. "The mountain roads are numerous, and it will be night. You mustn't distract me while I drive." Pu Yingshin gazed at her with a smile, well aware of her playful nature. "Understood," Lin Xiaofan replied in a coy tone. "Is it all right if I talk to you?" she asked, bubbling with excitement, as this was her first trip with Pu Yingshin. "Certainly. Have you ever been to Angie?" he inquired. "I'm from Zhejiang. I went there as a child, though I've mostly forgotten about it now." "You truly are a conversation ender. Can't you tell me what's enjoyable there?" Lin Xiaofan teased. "No, the fun lies in us discovering it together," Pu Yingshin replied with a double entendre. Lin Xiaofan laughed, covering her face. By the time they arrived at the Angie Hotel, it was already around 8 or 9 in the evening. Pu Yingshin held Lin Xiaofan with one arm while maneuvering the suitcase with the other as they entered the hotel lobby. Are we going to strategize for the evening? Lin Xiaofan leaned against him, looking up with a question. What kind of strategy? Pu Yingshin asked, his expression serious yet his eyes mischievous. Lin Xiaofan playfully hit his chest, blushing and laughing, aware that he was flirting with her. What are our plans for tomorrow? She asked earnestly. How do you wish to play? Pu Yingshin maintained his teasing demeanor. Forget it, I surrender. Tomorrow, we'll go wherever the day takes us. Lin Xiaofan laughed, her spirits soaring. Once inside their room, they set down their luggage and drew close to one another. This is our first trip together. There will be many more firsts for us to accomplish. Pu Yingshin said as he placed Lin Xiaofan on the table, holding her chin. Her cheeks flushed. She gazed at him with longing, like a blooming rose awaiting his touch. Pu Yingshin leaned in for a kiss, passionate and intense, as if to engulf Lin Xiaofan entirely. Darling, they tenderly called each other, spending a night filled with fervent intimacy. The next morning, Lin Xiaofan playfully rolled about like a child. We have no plans. I don't even know where we're going to play. It feels like we just changed our sleeping location, and I'm not happy. Pu Yingshin, indulging her, picked her up. Come on, darling, I'll take you somewhere wonderful. After navigating countless winding mountain roads and traversing several tunnels, Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin reached the true pinnacle of the mountains, a reservoir known as Tainhuangping Reservoir. Nestled atop a mountain, surrounded by mountains and clouds, it was breathtaking. Darling, have you ever heard Su Wei's song Travel? Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, delighted to find that the place was exactly as described in the lyrics. I have. Pu Yingshin smiled gently, humming a few lines. Only the green mountains hide amidst the white clouds. Butterflies freely traverse the clear stream. Look at the evening glow blooming at the horizon. A flock of birds returning to the west. Who painted this world and inscribed you in me, making our world splendid and colorful? Who made us weep and brought us joy, allowing us to love and meet like this? Pu Yingshin's voice was tender, filled with deep affection. Lin Xiaofan gazed at him, intertwined with love and bittersweet emotions. She knew he intentionally paused at that moment, for the next lines were poignant. There will always be farewells, reunions, and separations, always walking a long road. Silly girl, come here. Pu Yingshin's eyes seemed to see right through her. Lin Xiaofan found herself in his embrace as they walked together to the reservoirs Jiang and Tianqi, flanked by two massive stones inscribed with the words, eternal and endless. Lin Xiaofan felt a lump in her throat, tears welling in her eyes. This man had orchestrated everything. He always conveyed a nonchalant, carefree attitude, reminding her to relax and find joy. I have always been here, Pu Yingshin said, opening his arms to envelop her within his chest, a calm harbor. Lin Xiaofan nodded, tears streaming down her face. They shared a passionate kiss between the stones, tightly entwined in this world. However, beautiful moments are often interrupted by unwelcome calls. Hello, Dr. Pu. Junkie is hosting a celebration for Lin Xiaofan's successful investment in GUN, and I cordially invite you to attend. May I have the pleasure of your presence? Zhao Guan spoke humbly and politely over the phone. Pu Yingshin glanced down at Lin Xiaofan, who was leaning against him. Boss Guan, if you wish to invite me as a guarantor, I shall not attend. I will only participate as Xiaofan's boyfriend. Chapter 71. I am making a scene. You are laughing, ha-ha. Zhao Guan chuckled softly on the phone. As long as Xiaofan agrees, I have no objections. He tossed the conversation back to Pu Yingshin, who promptly activated the speakerphone. Darling, do you want me to attend your celebration? Pu Yingshin gazed tenderly at Lin Xiaofan. Sure, she replied softly, still nestled in his embrace. Boss Guan, it's settled then. After finishing, Pu Yingshin immediately hung up. Zhao Guan listened intently from the other end, hearing every word exchanged between Pu Yingshin and Lin Xiaofan. The term darling from Pu Yingshin nearly knocked Zhao Guan off his feet, while Lin Xiaofan's gentle agreement felt like a crushing blow. In an instant, jealousy consumed Zhao Guan, igniting a silent resolve to win over Lin Xiaofan. Subsequently, he scheduled the celebration for the following Saturday, planning another day of revelry for the entire staff. Li Min, ensure that the itinerary is well arranged by your department. And remember to notify everyone in advance without any oversights. Zhao Guan instructed Li Min meticulously. Meanwhile, Pu Yingshin and Lin Xiaofan meandered through verdant mountains and tranquil waters. In the serene depths of the forest, Lin Xiaofan excitedly dug for bamboo shoots and gathered mushrooms. This city girl had never felt such an intimate connection with nature. You know, my mother never allowed me to play in the mud when I was little. She thought it was dirty. If I got my clothes soiled, I would be punished. Lin Xiaofan laughed as she dug into the earth. Pu Yingshin watched her with a pang of compassion, unaware of the hardship she had faced but determined to offer her the best. In spring, bamboo shoots are plentiful, but we need tools. Next year, I'll take you to gather as many as you want. Does your fingernails hurt doing it this way? He crouched beside her. It doesn't hurt. And I can't dig very deeply, she replied with an innocent smile. Let's wash our hands in that stream over there. I'll check for you. Pu Yingshin remained concerned for her safety. Upon reaching the stream, Lin Xiaofan, after washing her hands, began playfully tossing stones, sending fish scattering in a flurry, splashing water everywhere. Haven't you ever done this before? Pu Yingshin observed that this simple joy seemed foreign to her, as if her every action aimed to compensate for a lost childhood. No, my mom wouldn't let me play in the water like this, she replied, lifting a hefty stone and splashing it into the water with a loud crash. The resultant spray soaked both her and Pu Yingshin, leaving them speckled with droplets. The dragon palace here is collapsing, and the Monkey King has reincarnated, Pu Yingshin jested. Lin Xiaofan burst into laughter, wrapping her arms around his waist, her melodious giggles echoing throughout the valley. They spent 2 blissful and carefree days enveloped by the mountains, with Lin Xiaofan fully embracing her true self, unrestrained. She could run, jump, cry, or laugh without concern for others' opinions, free from the constraints of what she should or shouldn't do. Pu Yingshin remained by her side like a guardian, offering tender companionship. No matter how delightful the holiday was, they eventually had to return to reality and face challenges. On Monday, during outpatient consultations, Lin Xian approached Pu Yingshin with her father. Lin Guoxing, Dr. Pu, could you help me get an appointment for my dad? Lin Xian cheerfully knocked on the consultation room door. Pu Yingshin did not respond, but wrote her a note. Lin Xian left happily to secure the appointment, her delight akin to winning a prize. Entirely unperturbed by the purpose of their visit. Dad, when Dr. Pu asks you something, be sure to speak seriously, she urged. I know, Lin Guoxing replied, always compliant with his daughter's wishes. We're the last ones. We should ask as many questions as possible, not just brush it off with a few words. Lin Xian remained apprehensive. Lin Guoxing, with a smile, observed his daughter, recognizing her intentions. He had long seen through her little plans. Dad will definitely cooperate with you, he assured her. The entire afternoon was a whirlwind for Pu Yingshin, who barely had time to drink water amidst seeing patients. After attending to dozens, he finally reached Lin Guoxing, who entered the room with a scrutinizing gaze, assessing Pu Yingshin with the eyes of a father-in-law. Although they had met previously at the police station, Lin Guoxing had been too flustered then to truly observe him. Now, seeing Pu Yingshin's handsome demeanor and elegant presence, he felt quite satisfied. Dr. Pu, hello, Lin Guoxing greeted with a warm smile. Pu Yingshin acknowledged him with a nod. To him, every patient was treated equally, yet the memory of Lin Xiaofan's slap and her swollen face resurfaced in his mind. What seems to be the problem? Pu Yingshin inquired. Hello, Dr. Pu. Dad, hurry and speak. Lin Xian nudged herself between them. I have a frequent urge to urinate, but can't seem to, and their S also. Lin Guoxing hesitated. I will need to ask some questions regarding your sexual health and perform a physical examination. Do you require your daughter to be present? Pu Yingshin asked in his usual straightforward manner. Lin Guoxing was taken aback by the directness of Pu Yingshin's inquiry. Caught between wanting to assist his daughter and feeling awkward discussing such private matters, he faltered. Lin Xian felt equally uncomfortable. As a university student, she found it hard to listen to her father discuss intimate issues or witness his physical examination. I'll step outside, she said, her spirits sinking. After a thorough consultation and examination, Pu Yingshin wrote out several test orders, instructing Lin Guoxing to return for follow-up once the results were available. Is it serious, Dr. Pu? Lin Guoxing asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. It depends on which aspect we're discussing. We can only provide a diagnosis once the reports are in, Pu Yingshin replied. Closing the computer, outside the consultation room, Lin Xian anxiously awaited, her heart racing. In her mind, her father's minor ailment was inconsequential compared to the opportunity to connect with Pu Yingshin. Suddenly, the consultation door swung open, and Pu Yingshin strode out briskly, disappearing swiftly. Lin Xiaofan glared at his departing figure, her frustration boiling over. Dad, why didn't you call me in after the examination? I was a bit nervous, Lin Guoxing admitted, clutching a stack of test orders, his mind swirling with worry about his health. Lin Xiaofan's carefully devised plan to approach her idol evaporated effortlessly at Pu Yingshin's hands. During dinner, Pu Yingshin mentioned the matter to Lin Xiaofan. Your dad came to see me today. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head, hesitating. She was well aware that this was Lin Xiaofan's idea, yet she couldn't ascertain whether Lin Guoxing was genuinely ill or not. What happened to him? Despite her profound disappointment in her father, she felt compelled to inquire. Chapter 72. Unbeknownst to how many eyes watched the test results aren't in yet. But I suspect it's benign prostatic hyperplasia. Pu Yingshin deemed it necessary to inform Lin Xiaofan. Regardless of the father-daughter dynamic, he believed honesty was paramount in their relationship. Is it serious? Lin Xiaofan looked up at him. A slight smile curved Pu Yingshin's lips. That depends on the perspective from which you view it. Leaning her chin on her hand, Lin Xiaofan gazed adoringly at him, believing the issue to be minor. As long as it's not life-threatening, it can't be considered serious. However, it may significantly affect his quality of life. What do you mean? Lin Xiaofan looked at him with admiration. Every time Pu Yingshin spoke of his expertise, she found him particularly captivating. Symptoms may include erectile dysfunction, difficulty urinating, and potential urinary retention. He explained with a hint of seriousness. Will he need surgery? Lin Xiaofan pressed further. That will depend on the test results, Pu Yingshin replied. You may handle it according to your own thoughts, without regard for the nature of my relationship with him. Lin Xiaofan expressed her stance with striking directness. She did not wish for her matters with Lin Guoxing to interfere with Pu Yingshin's medical philosophy. Pu Yingshin smiled faintly, appreciating Lin Xiaofan's understanding and sincerity towards his work. Were you very angry when I first visited your clinic? Lin Xiaofan grinned, reminiscing about the past. What do you think? Pu Yingshin replied, still harboring a sense of grievance about a patient wanting to switch to another doctor on his first day back. I was nearly driven mad. It was utterly inhumane. Why was there no female doctor? Lin Xiaofan huffed, resurrecting old grievances. You chose my appointment. I didn't force you to come, Pu Yingshin retorted with a hint of pride. Lin Xiaofan shot him an alluring glare. He promptly pulled her into his embrace, gazing at her with tender, enamored eyes. Are you perhaps a fox spirit, here to bewitch me? Lin Xiaofan blushed, laughing shyly. Did I hurt you that day? Pu Yingshin's voice was sultry and heated. No, Lin Xiaofan replied, her face aflame. Despite having cohabitated for some time, the memory of their awkward first encounter still made her bashful. My medical ethics nearly fell victim to your little enchantress charm. Pu Yingshin's gaze grew hazy once more. Lin Xiaofan bit her lip, silent yet sweetly smiling. Had their romance not begun, that examination would have remained an indelible humiliation, an insurmountable hurdle in her heart. Now that they had embarked on such a wild and sweet love, she perceived that examination as a heavenly gift. If my teacher knew I was distracted while practicing medicine, he would surely reprimand me severely, Pu Yingshin confessed, revealing his innermost feelings. Have you appeared at other times? Lin Xiaofan wrapped her arms around his neck, exuding her unique seductive charm. No, Pu Yingshin said, then, with profound indulgence, kissed her lips. The two, inseparable, reveled in the sweetness of their romance day and night. The following noon, Lin Xiaofan dutifully went to Shulan Hospital to have lunch with Pu Yingshin. She had been eating in the cafeteria for an entire week. Most of the medical staff had grown accustomed to her presence, though some still occasionally stared at her, the frequency having diminished significantly. This week of dining in the cafeteria unveiled Lin Xiaofan's unpretentiousness to Pu Yingshin, revealing a profound resonance and similar aspirations in their approach to life. In this era, vanity and comparison had nearly become trends, with luxury goods and fine dining dominating public consumption. Yet, Lin Xiaofan could still joyfully savor a bowl of noodles for 3 yuan and a box of grilled meat from a roadside stall for 10 yuan without a hint of complaint. If a financially struggling man were to judge a woman this way, there might be an element of monetary bias. However, Pu Yingshin wanted for nothing. He merely preferred a low-profile existence with loftier goals and deeper pursuits in life. To him, ignorance of the world did not equate to innocence. The ability to remain simple and joyful amidst the tumult of life was the true essence of purity. Let us go shopping tonight, Pu Yingshin suddenly suggested without warning. Sure. Lin Xiaofan replied without a second thought. Yet, Pu Yingshin had already planned everything in his mind. I need to use the restroom. Lin Xiaofan set down her chopsticks and stood up. Ever since Pu Yingshin warned her against holding her bladder, she would promptly head to the restroom at the slightest urge, hoping to avoid the torment of her recurrent ailment. Turn left when you exit, Pu Yingshin indicated with a finger. Following his direction, Lin Xiaofan quickly located the restroom. As she locked the stall door and sat down, she heard several women conversing outside. Did you see that girl, Pu Yingshin's girlfriend? I did. I heard she's the daughter of the old nurse Guo Liping. What a world. It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Exactly. Pu Yingshin is destined to become the director. Academician Zhang took him under his wing to pass on his legacy. I don't know how he ended up with Guo Liping's daughter. Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Maybe it's just a fling. The line of suitors for him extends outside the hospital. He must have lost his mind. He'll likely face a scolding from Academician Zhang. I heard a high-ranking official has taken a liking to him as a son-in-law. In any case, a man like that is out of my league. If he were to choose me, I'd be willing to date him for 10 days or half a month just to say I did. Lin Xiaofan sat silently on the toilet, holding her breath. She listened intently to every piece of gossip, some of which she had previously contemplated and others that reshaped her understanding. It was only after the women departed that she mustered the courage to unlock the stall door. Are you feeling unwell? Pu Yingshin inquired with concern as he noticed Lin Xiaofan's darkened expression and evasive gaze upon returning to the cafeteria. No. Lin Xiaofan forced a smile to indicate that everything was fine. Pu Yingshin glanced at her, choosing not to confront her pretense. After work, I'll pick you up, and we'll head to the DK Center. Okay, Lin Xiaofan replied, her head down as she stirred her rice with her chopsticks, her mood complicated and appetite lost. As they left the cafeteria, Pu Yingshin whispered in Lin Xiaofan's ear, no matter what, you can tell me anything. I want to be having lunch here tomorrow. Not eating work meals is detrimental to fostering relationships with colleagues. Lin Xiaofan kept her gaze fixed on the manhole cover on the hospital road, fearing that the moment their eyes met, Pu Yingshin would see right through her. Chapter 73. This time, she really hitched a rich one all afternoon. Lin Xiaofan felt dazed. The words of those women pierced her sensitive and fragile heart. She understood that regardless of who it was, anyone who learned of her relationship with Pu Yingshin would find it unbelievable, for they were indeed from two different worlds. Xiaofan, your mother asked me to bring you home after work today. In the afternoon, Guan Zhao stood before her with a cheerful demeanor, restoring the warmth he once showed her. Lin Xiaofan's already anxious and chaotic heart became even more unsettled. She did not want to return home only to have a loud confrontation with Pu Yingshin and Guo Liping. She knew that Guo Liping would go to great lengths to force them apart. Boss, is there any way you can help me avoid going home today? Lin Xiaofan pressed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Guan Zhao did not expect Lin Xiaofan to seek his assistance in such a manner, and he became gentle and considerate. I can tell your mother that I have something to attend to today. We can postpone it for a couple of days. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Guan Zhao and nodded. She knew she could not avoid going home forever, but delaying it for a day would at least allow her to adjust her state of mind. Thank you, Lin Xiaofan said softly. Xiaofan, I keep my promises. I'll handle your mother. She definitely won't come to the office to cause trouble for you. Just give me the authorization. Guan Zhao smiled, revealing his bright white teeth. What authorization? Lin Xiaofan was unsure whether Guan Zhao was joking. Before the contract with Jiyuan, didn't I manage to soothe your mother? Now that the contract is signed, if you authorize me, I'll continue to keep her happy. It's not the same, Lin Xiaofan frowned. She couldn't articulate that their previous conflicts were about blind dates, while the current conflict revolved around Pu Yingshin. In truth, Guan Zhao had long since perceived everything. He deduced from Guo Liping's eagerness to set Lin Xiaofan up on blind dates, to arranging her accommodation, and now to insisting on bringing Lin Xiaofan home, that Pu Yingshin was not recognized by Guo Liping. There's nothing different. The underlying logic of appeasing elders remains the same. Guan Zhao employed workplace rhetoric in an attempt to persuade Lin Xiaofan. No need. I'll handle it myself. But I really don't want to go home today. I appreciate your help. Lin Xiaofan declined the concern, wishing to avoid complicating matters further. Her mind was in disarray, leaving her without the strength to navigate such a situation. Upon noticing her resistance, Guan Zhao did not press the matter. He understood that to surpass others, he must strategize with patience. After work, Pu Yingshin arrived at Junkie to pick up Lin Xiaofan, and they set off for the DK Center, the largest shopping mall in City S. "Hello, Dr. Pu," Lin Xian remarked as she spotted her admired figure standing in the corridor. "Hello," Pu Yingshin replied dismissively. "My father's examination." Lin Xian smiled at Pu Yingshin. As Lin Xiaofan approached the entrance, Pu Yingshin extended his hand towards her, ignoring Lin Xian's ongoing chatter. Lin Xiaofan cast a glance at Lin Xian beside Pu Yingshin, feeling a twinge of anxiety, as if she were surrounded by hidden traps. Guanzhao had reached the door to the office area, but upon hearing Pu Yingshin's voice just as he was about to step outside, he chose to retreat, avoiding a direct encounter. Unlike Lin Xian, he understood the nuances of timing and restraint. "Are you feeling down today?" Pu Yingshin inquired with concern as soon as they got into the car. "Not at all. I'm quite well." Lin Xiaofan hastily masked her emotions with a bright smile. "Then why didn't you kiss me?" Pu Yingshin gazed at her with a playful longing. Embarrassed, Lin Xiaofan laughed, realizing her chaotic thoughts had made her forget. She leaned over and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. The DK Center showcased a plethora of luxury brands from around the globe, a place Lin Xiaofan had only ever glimpsed while passing by, never having truly stepped inside. "What do you wish to buy?" she asked, looking up at Pu Yingshin. Acknowledging the vast disparity between them, she felt the responsibility of a girlfriend to assist in selecting suitable attire for him. Yet, she lacked experience and felt overwhelmed upon entering the mall, her anxiety rising at the sight of the stores and staff. "Just browse, buy whatever catches your fancy," Pu Yingshin encouraged with a gentle smile, recognizing her discomfort. He wrapped an arm around her, leaning down to softly advise, "Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. Simply follow your heart." Lin Xiaofan smiled back, finding depth in his words, reminding herself to regain her composure. 2 hours later, gazing at the multitude of bags at her feet, Lin Xiaofan shook her head and chuckled. "Why did I buy so much?" she pondered, having initially wanted to question the necessity of these items. Yet, understanding the importance of providing positive feedback in a relationship, she rephrased her thoughts. "You'll have what others have, and what they don't have too," Pu Yingshin said, gazing at her with indulgence. In his eyes, the value of these items was irrelevant. What mattered was ensuring this woman experienced no lack. Lin Xiaofan soudainly comprendait Pu Yingshin's intention. She looked at him with heartfelt gratitude, unsure of how to articulate her profound appreciation. "It's just material possessions," he smiled, gently patting her shoulder. Pu Yingshin, typically modest, would remain unnoticed if not for his deep connections. He recognized this was a conscious choice, one he could make between ostentation and subtlety. He understood Lin Xiaofan had never had such choices, and he aimed to grant her the freedom to pursue her desires in life. "Now, I'll never be able to shake off the label of a gold digger," Lin Xiaofan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Being with someone like that is itself a skill." "Do you think it's easy?" Pu Yingshin replied with a proud smile. "Don't you want to buy anything for yourself?" Lin Xiaofan playfully tapped his chest. "Next time, it'll be my turn. My wardrobe will be your domain," she teased. Pu Yingshin looked at her with eager anticipation, his tone serious. "Aha, that is a lot of pressure," Lin Xiaofan giggled. At that moment, she began to grasp the essence of mutual growth in a romantic relationship. Her previous 29 years had been monotonous and compliant, devoid of consideration for her own desires. She had always sought validation from her father and mother. Now, this man was offering her the power of choice, filled with love and hope. "At the celebration on Saturday, wear the outfit I choose for you," Pu Yingshin said tenderly, smiling at Lin Xiaofan under the night sky. That smile illuminated her world. On Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofan stood in the changing room, lost in thought before a rack of clothes. Overwhelmed by choices, she struggled to decide. Pu Yingshin peeked in a few times, smiling as he chose not to interrupt her. Finally, Lin Xiaofan selected a V-neck white cashmere sweater from Kite and a pair of light gray cashmere straight-leg trousers from A9 Bing, accessorized with a black and white skull scarf by McQueen. With her head lowered in shyness, she emerged at last. The soft, delicate cashmere hugged her curves perfectly, exuding an air of intellect and elegance, sensual yet refined. Standing before Pu Yingshin, a vision of grace, he gazed at her, his eyes wide with admiration. "You look stunning," he exclaimed, tenderly cradling her head and placing a lingering kiss on her lips. Lin Xiaofan gazed back at Pu Yingshin, grateful for all he had done for her. "Thank you for wearing what I chose. It's the greatest compliment," she said. Pu Yingshin held her close, softly assuring her that this was not charity but a sharing of love. After Lin Xiaofan applied light makeup, they headed to Junkie together, hand in hand, drawing whispers from onlookers. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan, Wang Wei turned to Li Min, whispering, "Xiaofan looks incredibly expensive today." Li Min, aware of the rumors surrounding Lin Xiaofan, chose to remain silent, not wanting to stir trouble. Wang Wei, seeing no response from Li Min, turned to Lin Xian. "Xian, you're in the know. How much do you reckon Xiaofan's outfit costs?" Lin Xian's internal balance had long been disrupted. She recognized the value of Lin Xiaofan's ensemble and knew her financial situation could not afford such extravagance. Suspecting Pu Yingshin was the source, she felt a pang of jealousy akin to when he had gifted her the blue Porsche. She had believed that as long as Lin Guoxing loved her, Lin Xiaofan would never rise above her, allowing her to dominate. Now, everything had changed, all due to this man's presence, the very man she desired deeply. Lin Xian did not respond to Wang Wei, instead sweetly approaching Lin Xiaofan. "Sister Xiaofan, you look marvelous. You're the brightest star here," she praised. "Thank you." Lin Xiaofan replied politely, wishing to avoid further conversation. "Hello, Dr. Pu." Lin Xian turned her sweet gaze toward Pu Yingshin. "Hello." He exchanged pleasantries before turning back to Lin Xiaofan, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Xiaofan, Dr. Pu, you're both here. Shall we set off?" Guanzhao suddenly emerged from the office, his smile unwavering, betraying no inner turmoil. "Dr. Tang hasn't arrived yet," Li Min noted. "I'm here." Tang Shui's voice preceded her arrival. "Pu Yingshin, so you've revealed yourself." Old classmates kept it under wraps, she quipped, confronting him directly. "Should I report to you?" He retorted. "Pu Yingshin hotelieted." Guanzhao observed with a smile as Tang Shui took the initiative. "Boss, can we set off now?" Lin Xiaofan broke the silence, not wanting Pu Yingshin to be embarrassed because of her in this situation. "Yes, let's depart." Guanzhao's response to Lin Xiaofan was instantaneous. Over an hour later, several business vehicles carrying all the employees of Junkie gradually entered Suzhou, a city blessed with the beauty of heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Pu Yingshin leaned in close to Lin Xiaofan and whispered, "This is my grandmother's home." "Oh!" Lin Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. "I'm a mix of Hangzhou and Suzhou." Pu Yingshin chuckled softly. Lin Xiaofan gazed at him with a smile, feeling as though this man was an angel descended from paradise to earth. Their group first embarked on a grand hike up Tianping Mountain, reveling in the autumnal crimson foliage. They then strolled along Pingjiang Road, exploring the ancient riverside streets of the Jiangnan water town. "Xiaofan, your first reward today is a custom-made Suzhou qipao." Li Min from the HR department presented a reservation slip, pointing to an old qipao shop on Pingjiang Road. "Oh, who came up with this idea? Xiaofan's figure in a qipao will surely cause quite a stir," Wang Wei exclaimed. Pu Yingshin wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaofan's waist, smiling silently. Tang Shui and Lin Xian whispered to each other like close friends, deliberately avoiding attention. The HR department takes this very seriously. They have been providing personalized services for employees, Guanzhao responded to Wang Wei. "Thank you." Lin Xiaofan smiled as she took the reservation slip. Lin Xiaofan decided not to enter the qipao shop immediately, feeling that there was no rush and that she should not draw too much attention by trying on dresses in front of everyone. "Do you like qipaos?" Pu Yingshin asked with a warm smile. Lin Xiaofan thought that admitting she liked them might come off as boastful, while saying she didn't would offend the HR department. So, she smiled without answering. "My grandmother is an expert on this matter," Pu Yingshin added. Lin Xiaofan looked at him with a soft gaze, understanding his implication. As evening approached, everyone gathered at Yangchang Lake. With the autumn breeze rustling, it was the perfect time to enjoy the renowned Yangchang Lake hairy crabs. The employees delighted in the feast. Pu Yingshin helped Lin Xiaofan crack open a plate of crab shells and legs. It was the first time she had experienced such tender care from man. "I can do it myself." Lin Xiaofan attempted to reclaim the crab cracker. Pu Yingshin smiled and gave her a knowing look. Lin Xiaofan blushed and surrendered, relishing the attentive care of this man. Tang Shui and Lin Xian, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of jealousy, their expressions darkening. Only Guanzhao remained composed, laughing and chatting. Starting next month, all members of Lin Xiaofan's team would receive a 50 salary increase, while other employees would see a 20 raise. Announced Li Min on behalf of the HR department. "Thank you, boss." The room erupted in gratitude. Wang Wei and Lu Chong celebrated with high fives, grinning from ear to ear. You don't need to thank me. You should thank Xiaofan, Guan Zhao said jovially, raising a toast to Lin Xiaofan. Boss, sorry. I don't drink. I have asthma. Water will do, Lin Xiaofan replied with a smile as she stood up. No worries. You don't have to drink. Guan Zhao reassured her, embodying the warmth of a caring man. Pu Yingshin continued to focus on cracking his crab, seemingly unfazed by the happenings around him. Xiaofan, your second reward today is this, Li Min said cheerfully, presenting a small square red velvet gift box. Wow, don't tell me this box contains diamonds or emeralds. Someone speculated. Perhaps it's a gold bar. Another chimed in as curiosity buzzed among the employees. Xiaofan, open it, someone urged. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit shy, realizing that the atmosphere was unusually grand for her. She lowered her head and slowly reached out, lifting the lid amidst the crowd's excited exclamations. Inside the box lay a key. The crowd fell silent, hesitant to speculate. Lin Xiaofan released her grip on the box, her face paling with fear. Tang Shuiwei and Lin Xian noticed her change, exchanging knowing glances. Pu Yingshin slightly raised his eyelids but continued to focus on his crab. Xiaofan, this is the key to the dormitory prepared for you by the company at your mother's request, Li Min explained with a smile. Lin Xiaofan clenched her fists, remaining silent, her body tense as a stone. The property belongs to the company, so you can use it indefinitely. It was environmentally treated 2 weeks ago, Li Min added, noticing Lin Xiaofan's grim expression and lack of enthusiasm. This is a reward from the company. How you use it is up to you. Guan Zhao assured Lin Xiaofan of his unwavering support. Tang Shuiwei and Lin Xian exchanged glances, observing Pu Yingshin's reaction. Being as astute as he was, Pu Yingshin had already gleaned much from the situation. Though internally tumultuous, he maintained an exterior of calm, meticulously cracking crab meat as a means to manage his emotions. Oh, so it's just a right of use. Boss, you should just transfer it directly to Xiaofan, Wang Wei interjected, eager to curry favor. Sure, the HR department can handle the transfer tomorrow, Guan Zhao replied casually. Wow, where's this place? How big is it? If I land a big deal next time, will the boss also give me a house? Li Min excitedly urged for details, her heart racing. Why are you all so excited? Look at Xiaofan. She is so overwhelmed she can hardly speak. The room erupted into laughter, filled with chatter. Lin Xiaofan's mind buzzed as she quickly processed the information. She realized she could not refuse the key, or Guo Liping would surely create a scene at the company. If that happened, her relationship with Pu Yingshin would be exposed, making it impossible for her to work, and Pu Yingshin would likely face consequences as well. Lin Xiaofan understood that regardless of whether she accepted the key now, she would have to explain everything to Pu Yingshin later. She glanced at him, noting he remained calm, focused on his crab legs. 2 bedrooms and a living room. In Xinyuewi, Li Min answered the crowd's inquiries. Hearing the name of his residential complex, Pu Yingshin's hand momentarily paused in its task before returning to normal. Lin Xiaofan felt perspiration bead on her forehead, realizing she had become a pawn on a chessboard. Thank you, boss. Thank you, company, she said, closing the box. The crowd noticed her perfunctory response and began to chatter again. Xiaofan, do you know how expensive Xinyuewi is? A 2-bedroom unit costs at least over 10 million. If it's a large flat, it's pricier than many ordinary villas. Goodness, I'm so excited I feel like I need oxygen. How can Xiaofan remain so composed? Among everyone present, only Tang Shuiwei and Guan Zhao were aware that Lin Xiaofan already resided in Xinyuewi. As an old classmate of Pu Yingshin, Tang Shuiwei understood him well. Seeing him silently cracking crab legs, she suspected he was unaware of the dormitory arrangement. Lin Xian, though oblivious to the details, sensed that the moment for her to witness the unfolding drama had arrived, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Guan Zhao, with a knowing smile, chose not to elaborate, as he was the orchestrator of the entire affair, and their natural reactions were the best indicators of his success. Thank you, I'm a bit dazed. Let us not continue this uproar, Lin Xiaofan urged, eager to conclude this chapter. Today is a celebration. Let us celebrate your success. If we don't cheer now, will we wait until next year? Indeed, Xiaofan, we shall not overlook you. Let Xiaofan take us to Xinyuewi. I have yet to set foot in such an upscale community. The employees, lacking the desire to dine, clamored to return to S City immediately to tour the dormitory provided for Lin Xiaofan by the company. I took the liberty of deciding for Xiaofan, suggesting that we all go see the property today, serving as a benchmark for our company's incentive system. Guanzhao smiled and expressed his agreement. Xiaofan, you haven't team moved in yet. Do you mind if we take a look? He promptly inquired about Lin Xiaofan's feelings on the matter. Before Lin Xiaofan could respond, the employees began to cheer. What objections could there be? We all wish to see it. Let us go, let us go, let us admire the mansion. Consequently, dozens of individuals rushed out of the dining area, piling into the business vehicle, eager to return to S City to view the residence. Let us depart, Pu Yingshin said, wiping his hands with a wet wipe, his expression impassive. Lin Xiaofan stood rooted in place, as if her feet were nailed to the ground. It's all right. Pu Yingshin's tone was calm as he patted Lin Xiaofan's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofan, with a heart heavy as if facing her demise, followed Pu Yingshin into the vehicle. Throughout the journey, Pu Yingshin remained contemplative, revealing no emotion. Lin Xiaofan silently envisioned several scenarios in her mind. This residence was centrally located within the community, just a stone's throw from Pu Yingshin's building. The interior was tastefully decorated, warm and inviting, equipped with all necessary appliances and furniture, complemented by a fresh air system, underfloor heating, and central air conditioning, a truly suitable dwelling. The employees were utterly amazed, initially discussing the meticulous property management, then marveling at the luxurious elevators, the thorough sanitation measures, and finally the designated outdoor shoe-changing area. Ultimately, they all expressed their admiration for the residence's proximity to the company and the CBD, its convenient transportation, and the esteemed school district. The HR department would incorporate this incentive mechanism into our company's reward and punishment system. In an ostentatious manner, Guanzhao spoke from the perspective of the employer. Xiaofan, when do you plan to move? Lin Xian seized the opportunity to inquire. Tang Shuyue turned her head, seemingly stifling a laugh. I currently reside in Xianhui. I appreciate the company's thoughtful arrangements in placing me so close. Lin Xiaofan replied, sidestepping a direct acceptance of the dormitory while attempting to shift the narrative. Her colleagues were momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a coincidence. Today was too rushed for preparations, so I cannot host you all. In the future, I welcome you to visit. Lin Xiaofan adjusted her mindset, donning a perfectly businesslike smile. Dear, would you welcome us? She cheerfully turned to Pu Yingshin. Of course, he smiled knowingly in return. Chapter 76. The officials ascend and speak. Pu Yingshin reclined on the living room sofa, a smile lingering on his lips, exuding an air reminiscent of an official addressing a court. Lin Xiaofan scratched her head, uncertain how to begin. This evening's dinner felt as though they were both placed upon a grill. Now that the celebration had concluded, Lin Xiaofan felt as though she had yet to dismount from the heat. With just a sprinkle of cumin, she would be ready to be served. I am sorry, my husband. I have long wished to tell you, but Lin Xiaofan felt as though her tongue had become entangled. Observing her fidgeting, Pu Yingshin's expression softened with a hint of amusement. Why don't you ask? Whatever you inquire, I shall answer. Lin Xiaofan forced an awkward smile. I wish to hear you speak. Whatever you say, I shall listen. Pu Yingshin relinquished the floor to her. My mother previously thought I was being supported, hence she had the company arrange a dormitory for me. At that time, Jin was about to sign a contract, and I did not wish to complicate matters, so I neither opposed nor accepted. I merely wanted to delay. I did not anticipate today's events. Lin Xiaofan lowered her gaze, resembling a child who had erred, glancing at Pu Yingshin after finishing her explanation. Pu Yingshin shook her softly, his gaze penetrating as he locked eyes with Lin Xiaofan. And, he prompted. Lin Xiaofan, unable to meet his gaze any longer, continued in a whisper, the boss has visited my home. My mother has pressured me through him. Pu Yingshin chuckled again. The dinner had indeed been quite uncomfortable for him. He had seen through Guanzhao's tactics. Yet he yearned for more than just this. Furthermore, Pu Yingshin continued. Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of sorrow, as if her heart were being wrenched. My mother disapproves of our relationship. Finally, Lin Xiaofan gritted her teeth and summoned the strength to voice the words that had gnawed at her day and night. The moment the words escaped her lips, tears streamed down her face as she bowed her head and sobbed. Do not cry, my dear. Pu Yingshin enveloped Lin Xiaofan in his arms, gently rubbing his chin against the top of her head. I truly did not intend to keep anything from you. I just did not know how to face it. Lin Xiaofan wept uncontrollably against Pu Yingshin's chest. At that moment of revealing the truth, she felt a weight lift, realizing that henceforth, a rift would exist between her and Pu Yingshin, and it was likely that grievances would arise from this matter in the future. Did your mother mention why she opposes us? Pu Yingshin kissed the tears from Lin Xiaofan's face, his tone gentle. My mother believes I am unworthy of you, Lin Xiaofan replied, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. You silly girl. Pu Yingshin cradled Lin Xiaofan's face, kissing her deeply. He understood her tears and insecurities. He knew that words would not suffice to bridge the chasm between them. He needed to instill confidence in her through his actions. Starting tomorrow, continue to accompany me to Shulan Hospital for meals, and I shall forgive you. Pu Yingshin tenderly embraced Lin Xiaofan. All right, she replied, breaking into a smile. She realized that the excuse she had concocted to return to the company for lunch had been once again seen through by this man. We must trust one another, Pu Yingshin stated earnestly. Understood. Lin Xiaofan gazed at Pu Yingshin, finally shedding the heavy burden she had carried. She had always thought that returning home that evening would result in a tumultuous storm. Yet, unexpectedly, this man was so magnanimous, allowing her to err, understanding and comforting her. In her family of origin, even the slightest mistake would result in a torrent of scolding from Guo Liping, let alone putting such a man, who stood atop the pinnacle of success, through the complex and humiliating ordeal of the day. Husband, thank you. Without you, I could not have secured Jin. Lin Xiaofan knelt on Pu Yingshin's lap, cupping his chin, her eyes shimmering with affection. While she expressed gratitude for the GUN project, internally, she was grateful to this man for illuminating her life like a beacon. Then you should thank me properly, Pu Yingshin replied with a charming smile, supporting her waist. Lin Xiaofan tossed her hair back, the strands playfully sticking to her face, revealing a mischievous and wild grin. She grasped Pu Yingshin's collar as if capturing prey and swiftly kissed him. That night, the roles were reversed, and Pu Yingshin became her captive. Upon returning to work on Monday, Lin Xiaofan proactively visited Guan Zhao's office, refusing the company's offer to transfer ownership of the apartment to her. Boss, I only require the right to use it. However, since it will be in my possession, I will change the locks. I need my privacy. Lin Xiaofan had already devised a plan for handling the dormitory. Guan Zhao had initially used this residence as bait, fully aware that Lin Xiaofan would not accept the transfer of ownership. Now, seeing her resolute attitude and decisive tone, he readily acquiesced. No problem. My task is complete. I shall not interfere with your freedom moving forward, Guan Zhao replied with a smile. When shall you accompany me back to Liyuan Lane? He queried again. I shall return on my own after work today. Lin Xiaofan firmly declined Guan Zhao's offer of accompaniment. He did not press the issue. He understood that he would have ample opportunities to act in the future and recognized the necessity of patience and moderation. The crack that emerged from the painstaking efforts of care not only alleviated his own pent-up frustrations, but also illuminated the path for Tang Shuiwei and Lin Xian, who had been languishing in the darkness of unrequited love, particularly for Tang Shuiwei, who understood Pu Yingshin deeply. She possessed both intellect and the fortuitous circumstances to seize the moment. Pu Yingshin, this Sunday marks Professor Zhang's 81st birthday. What are your thoughts? Dang Sui Yin Guit? Having made a special trip to Shulan Hospital to solicit Pu Yingshin's opinion. Let me first ask the professor what he thinks, Pu Yingshin replied. Their teacher, academician Zhang Wide, was aptly named. He was a venerable elder, renowned for his integrity and keen insight. He has always been low-key. If you ask him, he will surely say he does not wish to celebrate, Tang Shuiwei remarked nonchalantly. Why not ask him yourself? Pu Yingshin sensed that Tang Shuiwei was subtly prompting him to make a decision, which left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. Fine, I will ask. Tang Sui be met, pleased to accept the challenge. Her intent was to take charge of the professor's birthday celebration, and she sought Pu Yingshin's opinion merely to lay the groundwork for her plans. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan found herself under scrutiny, just as Pu Yingshin was. You still remember to come back, and you still remember that you have me as your mother, Guo Liping exclaimed loudly upon seeing Lin Xiaofan. I just texted you about the company's celebration in Suzhou over the weekend, Lin Xiaofan replied, unwilling to engage in an argument, holding on to hope that she could persuade Guo Liping. Your boss says the dormitory key has already been given to you. When will you move in? Guo Liping glared at Lin Xiaofan like an aggressive guard dog. This weekend, Lin Xiaofan answered decisively. Chapter 77. The relocation of star-crossed lovers Guo Liping was momentarily stunned. She had expected Lin Xiaofan to stubbornly resist moving out of Pu Yingshin's home. Dear, your mother knows you are still obedient. I am not unreasonable. Guo Liping's tone softened slightly. Before you move, I have a condition, Lin Xiaofan stated. I am your mother. What conditions can I possibly discuss with you? Guo Liping shouted angrily, unwilling to negotiate with her daughter. I have a spacious house of over 200 square meters, and you expect me to move into an 80-square-meter dormitory without any conditions? Lin Xiaofan challenged Guo Liping with her own reasoning. What condition? Guo Liping suppressed her irritation. I will move to the dormitory, but I will not break up with Pu Yingshin. If you force me to end a relationship, I will not move. Lin Xiaofan's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Guo Liping, having learned from their previous conflict over a phone, understood her control was waning. She realized that forcing her daughter to break up would not be a swift endeavor. Thus, she could only aim for separation first, gradually working towards her goal. Fine. If you do not move and deceive me, do not blame me for being uncivil. Guo Liping warned, pointing a finger at Lin Xiaofan. Upon returning to Pu Yingshin's home, Lin Xiaofan rested her chin on her hand, watching him eat dinner. I already ate. I just visited my mom, she said, her eyes wandering. Did you get scolded by my mother again for my sake? Pu Yingshin asked between bites. I negotiated with her. I agreed to move to the dormitory, and she agreed not to force me to break up with you. Lin Xiaofan replied truthfully, fully aware of the importance of trust. Pu Yingshin, with a mouthful of food, suddenly burst into laughter. What is so funny? Lin Xiaofan, who had been serious and concerned that her decision might upset him, felt a flutter in her heart at his unexpected mirth. Are you really moving? Pu Yingshin set down his chopsticks, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Yes, I will move this weekend. I will even film a video to report to my mom. Lin Xiaofan pouted. Pu Yingshin chuckled again, fully understanding this woman. So, when the time comes, you will meet me at the Bridge of Magpies, right? Is that not allowed? Lin Xiaofan leaned closer, playfully teasing him. All right, you may try it for 2 days to see how you feel. Pu Yingshin wrapped one arm around Lin Xiaofan's waist while continuing to eat with the other hand. You agreed? Lin Xiaofan was surprised by his easy acceptance. I have no objections, Pu Yingshin replied, laughing again. You do not feel even a twinge of reluctance? Seeing Pu Yingshin smiling broadly, Lin Xiaofan didn't feel the need to hold back and pinched him playfully. Why should I feel reluctant? It's not like we won't see each other. Pu Yingshin laughed even more heartily. Lin Xiaofan playfully glared at him, but he chose not to engage, and the two shared a silent contest of wills. In addition to their light-hearted banter, Lin Xian was also engaged in her own subtle rivalry. As soon as Lin Guoxing's medical report was released, Lin Xian rushed to Pu Yingshin, hoping to secure more time for discussion than a typical appointment. Pu Yingshin noted that they had ample opportunity to make an appointment days in advance, yet they insisted on seeking him out, and he formed a judgment in his mind. Dr. Pu, is my father in serious condition? Lin Xian asked, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Guoxing. Prostatic hyperplasia, a common ailment among middle-aged men. Pu Yingshin replied as he reviewed the report. Does he need surgery? Lin Xian pressed. Not this time. Subsequently, Pu Yingshin efficiently wrote a prescription and issued medical advice. Upon realizing that they were about to be dismissed, Lin Xian interrupted. Dr. Pu, my dad feels quite uncomfortable. Is surgery truly unnecessary? Lin Guoxing immediately chimed in. Yes. Dr. Pu, I really feel unwell. My diagnosis indicates a common ailment. As I just mentioned, initially, medication will be administered for 3 months, after which a follow-up visit is necessary. If you have other concerns, perhaps you should consult another doctor, Pu Yingshin concluded, shutting down his computer and standing up. Dr. Pu, we do not doubt you. We simply lack understanding, which is why we are asking. Lin Xian quickly changed her demeanor upon noticing Pu Yingshin's displeasure. Please make appointments online for future follow-ups. My extra slots are reserved for patients with genuine needs. Pu Yingshin's expression turned cold, and his tone grew serious as he shot Lin Xian a frosty glance before leaving. Lin Xian trembled with anger. Having witnessed the gentle way Pu Yingshin treated Lin Xiaofan during the celebration, only to now face his callousness in front of her father, which left her feeling humiliated. Let us go home. Your father is fine. Lin Guoxing attempted to soothe his daughter. Get away. Lin Xian shouted as she stormed out of the consultation room. Pu Yingshin, having stayed late to accommodate several extra patients, was unable to meet Lin Xiaofan after a shift. "My dear wife, I must report your father's diagnosis to you," he called out as soon as he entered the house. Lin Xiaofan beamed at being addressed in such a manner for the first time, her smile broad and silly. Pu Yingshin embraced her and shared the details of Lin Guoxing's condition. Although Lin Xiaofan understood that this matter would pass for now, she was aware that Lin Xian would find other excuses to approach Pu Yingshin. She gazed at him thoughtfully, contemplating whether to drop a hint. "What are you pondering?" Pu Yingshin gently cradled Lin Xiaofan's head. "Nothing much," she replied, smiling foolishly, realizing her intellect was no match for his. "I have a task that requires your brilliant mind," Pu Yingshin said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan felt invigorated. This highly intelligent man, whose mind usually raced faster than a rocket, sought her assistance for something. She recognized this as an opportunity to showcase her capabilities. "What is it?" Lin Xiaofan widened her eyes, rolling up her sleeves in readiness. "My teacher's birthday is this Sunday, and I need to prepare a gift. Something understated, yet not overly flattering, as you understand." Pu Yingshin smiled gently at Lin Xiaofan, his gaze laden with meaning. Lin Xiaofan regarded Pu Yingshin with an unusual calmness. After a moment of contemplation, she wrapped her arms around his neck and shared her suggestion. Chapter 78. "I must try this bed. I need to consume some bird's nest and snow frog for nourishment." Lin Xiaofan lay languidly on the bed, resembling a puddle of mud. From Friday evening until Saturday morning, Pu Yingshin had engaged her in a fierce battle, claiming it was due to her imminent move. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan felt utterly drained, her legs cramping, lacking the strength to move. "I am fatigued as well. I cannot assist you with your move." Pu Yingshin turned over, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. "You!" Lin Xiaofan playfully smacked Pu Yingshin's back. Pu Yingshin remained unresponsive. "Darling, help me move." Lin Xiaofan rolled over and embraced him from behind. When her initial approach failed, she decided to adopt a more endearing strategy. "It is perilous for you to be so close to me." Pu Yingshin kept her eyes shut, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Aren't you tired?" Lin Xiaofan countered, denying him any chance to evade her. Pu Yingshin remained silent. "What are you pretending for?" Lin Xiaofan propped herself up and playfully bit Pu Yingshin's shoulder. "I won't move." Pu Yingshin remained unmoved. Lin Xiaofan exhausted all her charm, coaxing and pleading throughout the morning, but Pu Yingshin did not agree to help her move. Eventually, both were utterly drained, and amidst their banter, they fell into a deep slumber, awakening in the afternoon. "I will either starve or wear myself out here," Lin Xiaofan grumbled, angrily rising to dress. Pu Yingshin, leaning against the headboard, couldn't help but chuckle. "You still laugh. Will you help me move or not?" Lin Xiaofan tossed her discarded nightgown onto Pu Yingshin's face. "I won't assist." Pu Yingshin deliberately elongated her response. Lin Xiaofan, incensed, retreated to her room to drag out her already packed belongings. At that moment, Guo Liping, who had been waiting for her daughter's moving video since morning, called. "Have you moved yet?" Guo Liping inquired over the phone. "Stop urging me. I am moving now. I will send you a photo of my packed belongings shortly." Lin Xiaofan vented her frustrations toward Guo Liping. Guo Liping, sensing her daughter's anger, felt a strange delight. She wanted to incite discord between Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin, believing that frequent quarrels would naturally erode their relationship. "I will expect your video tonight. If you don't send it, I will come looking for you tomorrow," Guo Liping threatened. "No matter how late, I will definitely send it to you." Lin Xiaofan hung up with a heart full of resentment. "First, I need to eat. I will move later." Pu Yingshin smiled as she approached Lin Xiaofan, wrapping her arms around her. Lin Xiaofan did not resist, sulking as she sat at the dining table, her chopsticks clattering heavily against the plate. She was brimming with frustration. Ever since this man learned of her impending move to the dormitory, he had not uttered a word of retention, nor displayed the slightest hint of reluctance or attachment, remaining so calm and indifferent. She suddenly felt as though her affections had been misplaced. What angered Lin Xiaofan even more was that this man was unwilling to lend a hand, even for a few items. Before they cohabitated, she had encountered him while struggling with heavy bags from the supermarket, and without hesitation, he had helped her move. Truly, once a man receives what he desires, he forgets to cherish it, Lin Xiaofan thought, throwing a small tantrum. "Why is there such an irate fish at our dining table?" Pu Yingshin remarqued soudainly. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you so annoying? Lin Xiaofan playfully glared at him, aware that he was teasing her about looking like an inflated pufferfish. I have contacted the smart lock installation company. They will come to the dormitory to replace the lock shortly, Pu Yingshin said while affectionately ruffling Lin Xiaofan's hair. Soon, a security company will also come to check for any safety hazards in the dormitory. Once they finish, I will help you move. Pu Yingshin's tone and expression remained neutral. Lin Xiaofan did not respond. At that moment, what she needed was not his tenderness or willingness to let go. She craved his reluctance and attachment. By evening, everything was completed as planned. Pu Yingshin honored his promise and moved Lin Xiaofan's neatly packed suitcases to the dormitory before returning to his own home. Lin Xiaofan promptly recorded a video and sent it to Guo Liping. Guo Liping, still uneasy after watching the video, insisted on a video call. This place is nice. Xiao Guan is reliable. Guo Liping felt reassured upon seeing Lin Xiaofan had indeed moved according to her instructions. From now on, you must video call me every night before bed. Guo Liping made another demand. Lin Xiaofan rolled her eyes, feeling as though she lacked even basic personal freedom. However, at this stage, she could only retreat to advance. To maintain a stable relationship with Pu Yingshin, she had to endure this phase. Otherwise, if things escalated with Guo Liping, her temper might lead to a public scene at Shulan Hospital. After hanging up, Lin Xiaofan sat alone on the bed, lost in thought. Her beloved man resided just in the adjacent building. Though merely a step away, it felt like an insurmountable distance. After moving out for such a short time, her longing had already become overwhelming, and she was unsure how to endure the long, lonely night ahead. While Lin Xiaofan wallowed in self-pity, the password lock beeped, and the door swung open. Lin Xiaofan immediately sprang to the living room, fearing a thief had entered. How could you open the door when I locked it? Lin Xiaofan questioned anxiously. I have administrator access. Pu Yingshin grinned mischievously. What are you doing? Lin Xiaofan pointed at the suitcases. What do you think I'm doing? My wife left, so I must follow her. Pu Yingshin released the suitcases and seized Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan laughed uncontrollably, realizing she had fallen into his trap. This man had anticipated her move all along, which explained his composed acceptance of her decision to relocate. He did not resort to grand gestures or sweet words. His only weapon was sincerity. Meanwhile, she had spent the day fretting and worrying about this and that. You cannot escape. Pu Yingshin chuckled, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her onto the bed. Aren't you tired? Don't you have to attend Teacher Zhang's birthday celebration tomorrow? Lin Xiaofan covered her outfit. I must first test how this bed feels. Pu Yingshin pressed down on her. While they were immersed in each other's affections, Tang Shuiwei was also busy. She intended to leverage the occasion of academician Zhang's birthday to fulfill her own ambitions. She messaged Pu Yingshin. Pu Yingshin, students can bring family members to the birthday celebration. What are your plans? I need to tally the attendees. Chapter 79. A head full of white hair, sweet milk for a lifetime tomorrow. My teacher's birthday event allows family members to attend. Do you wish to join? Pu Yingshin asked Lin Xiaofan, holding her close to his chest. Am I considered family? Lin Xiaofan murmured, feeling a pang of anxiety. She certainly wished to attend under the guise of being Pu Yingshin's family, a status that many would envy. Yet she was merely a girlfriend. Just tell me if you want to go. Pu Yingshin smiled at her. I want to. Lin Xiaofan no longer concealed her feelings. She desired everything from this man, his love, his recognition, and his commitment. The following day, they both appeared in a conference room at Shulan Hospital. The birthday celebration for academician Zhang was arranged here, with the room decorated simply yet warmly. Tang Shuiwei was busy setting a table with a tablecloth when she noticed Pu Yingshin and Lin Xiaofan arriving. Pu Yingshin, Xiaofan, you've come. Tang Shuiwei greeted them with a radiant smile. Shuiwei, let me help you with that. Lin Xiaofan volunteered, joining Tang Shuiwei in unfolding the cloth. After their arrival, other students of Professor Zhang trickled in one after another. The age range among these students was vast. Some were approaching their 60s, yet most were seasoned medical professionals in their 40s. Lin Xiaofan noticed that Tang Shuiwei and Pu Yingshin were the youngest among them, which explained the gossip she had overheard in the restroom about Pu Yingshin being Professor Zhang's protege. Moreover, Lin Xiaofan observed that all the attending students came alone, without family members, which filled her with a sense of foreboding and anxiety. Perhaps I should leave, she suggested softly, tugging at Pu Yingshin's sleeve. Since we are here, let us find peace in it. Pu Yingshin replied with a serious expression and penetrating gaze. He had sensed the atmosphere earlier than Lin Xiaofan, but remained composed and collected, already anticipating what lay ahead. Pu Yingshin leaned down and whispered a few words in Lin Xiaofan's ear before engaging in lengthy pleasantries with his senior classmates. To Lin Xiaofan's surprise, none of them inquired about her identity or greeted her. They merely regarded her with curious glances. Thus, Lin Xiaofan sat quietly in a corner of the conference room, perusing a medical book authored by academician Zhang Wide. Before long, a sprightly, elderly gentleman with white hair entered the conference room to a round of applause. Lin Xiaofan hurried to stand beside Pu Yingshin. "Happy birthday, Professor Zhang. Wishing you health." The students' voices rose and fell amidst enthusiastic applause. Academician Zhang, slender and slightly stooped, exuded an aura of both kindness and sternness. He waved his hand and nodded in acknowledgement. "I told Tang Shuyue that birthdays come every year and are not remarkable. You must prioritize your patients. Those with surgeries or urgent matters should not attend," Academician Zhang stated as he took his seat. "We remember your teachings, Professor. Everyone here has the time to be present." A student replied. "Li, what happened with your surgery last month?" Academician Zhang suddenly asked sternly. The student, appearing to be in his 40s, turned pale and bowed his head, unable to utter a word. "If it weren't for Yingshin covering for you, it would have led to a medical mishap," Academician Zhang chastised, his tone severe. Not a single student dared to intervene. This was Lin Xiaofan's first encounter with such a prominent figure, and she felt intimidated by his commanding presence. Hearing him publicly reprimand his student heightened her anxiety, as she feared the gossip from the restroom might come true, that Pu Yingshin would be criticized because of her. As per the professor's wishes, no leaders were invited, and no lavish birthday banquet was arranged, only a birthday cake and a segment for well wishes. Dang Su, as the event organizer, broke the tension, and the students quickly resumed their cheerful demeanor, singing the birthday song. After academician, Zhang blew out the candles and cut the cake. His gaze shifted to Lin Xiaofan, who stood behind Pu Yingshin. "Professor, this is my girlfriend, Lin Xiaofan." Pu Yingshin introduced her promptly. "Hello, Professor Zhang. Happy birthday. Wishing you good health," Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, bowing slightly with a radiant smile. Academician Zhang nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Pu Yingshin and Lin Xiaofan without uttering a word. Lin Xiaofan possessed a sensitive heart, and she immediately sensed that Academician Zhang was not pleased with her presence in this setting, nor with her proximity to Pu Yingshin. Stealing a glance at him, she found him still calm and composed. Tang Shuyue, like a meticulous steward, guided the senior students in finishing the cake and began distributing gifts to Academician Zhang. Some presented their recently published articles, others showcased calligraphy, and a few offered local specialties from the professor's hometown. Tang Shuyue gifted a letter from students of a primary school in S City, extending birthday wishes to the esteemed academician. He graciously accepted each gift, expressing gratitude but showing no further emotion. Pu Yingshin's gift was a video, the grand finale of the birthday celebration. As the video was projected onto a white screen, the room fell silent. It featured 3 individuals, all former patients of academician Zhang during their childhood. Their ages spanned the phases of the professor's medical career. The first patient, now a grandfather, was flying a kite on a lawn with his grandchildren. The second, nearing 40, ran a small convenience store and was at the cash register. The third, appearing in his 20s, strolled along a riverbank with his girlfriend. Academician Zhang leaned forward, furrowing his brow, watching intently. This gift had been prepared at Lin Xiaofan's suggestion, and the atmosphere made her palms sweat with apprehension, unsure if she had made a misjudgment. "Play it again," Academician Zhang requested. After several viewings, he surveyed all the students, his gaze ultimately settling on Pu Yingshin. "This is why we treat and save lives. This is the essence of medicine." A look of contentment and joy spread across Academician Zhang's face. "Teacher, I understand," Pu Yingshin responded, bending slightly to express his understanding. "Never forget the original intention and mission of medicine," Academician Zhang said earnestly, patting Pu Yingshin on the shoulder as he rose. The video conveyed a serene depth, radiating warmth, devoid of flattery or expressions of gratitude. It portrayed the ordinary lives of 3 healed individuals and their resilient struggles against fate, aided by a compassionate physician. Academician Zhang silently shook his hand, declining the student's company, and left the conference room alone. The video profoundly touched the heart of the elder. As a doctor, He was acutely aware of his limitations. No amount of societal accolades could compare to the lives he had saved. Yingshin, come here, academician Zhang called from outside. Pu Yingshin paused momentarily, then, under the watchful eyes of his peers, left the conference room to follow the professor. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced. She felt that the video, at the very least, bore no fault, and academician Zhang would not summon Pu Yingshin for such a trivial matter in front of everyone. Moreover, Pu Yingshin frequently met with academician Zhang and participated in academic discussions, making it unlikely he was being called away for scholarly reasons. The only remaining possibility was her. Lin Xiaofan felt anxious, completely oblivious to the multitude of eyes upon her, consumed with worry for Pu Yingshin. This man was so exceptional, so ambitious, excelling the medical field, a dazzling presence. Yet, for her sake, he had entered the animal testing platform, acted as a guarantor for Junkie, and accompanied her to the birthday celebration at Shulan Hospital. Beyond material support, he had given her love and care, potentially sacrificing his own future. Xiaofan, what's wrong? Tang Shuiyue asked, smiling as she approached her. Lin Xiaofan's throat tightened, overwhelmed with guilt and affection that she struggled to express. Do not worry about Pu Yingshin. He is the apple of the professor's eye, Tang Shuiyue remarked, deliberately using flattery to provoke a sense of guilt in Lin Xiaofan, making her feel as if she had hindered someone truly remarkable. Lin Xiaofan felt a sharp pain in her chest, and her back ached with the weight of her emotions. Would you like some tea while you wait? Tang Shuiyue continued her feigned concern. Also for a moment, Lin Xiaofan managed to reply. The senior students in the conference room were well aware of the reason behind academician Zhang's private summons of Pu Yingshin and quickly began to disperse. Tang Shuiyue glanced at Lin Xiaofan, who sat huddled in the corner, before leaving. In this round, she emerged victorious, leaving Lin Xiaofan alone, clutching a teacup in the vast emptiness of the conference room. Her hands and feet were icy, her thoughts in disarray. After more than an hour, Pu Yingshin finally returned. Are you cold? He asked as he stepped forward to clasp Lin Xiaofan's hand. He observed the vast conference room, where this woman sat alone, her expression desolate. Lin Xiaofan immediately looked up at Pu Yingshin with concern, unable to articulate her feelings. In that moment, their gazes were solely fixed on each other, oblivious to their surroundings. Don't worry, let's go home, Pu Yingshin spoke softly. On their way home, a profound silence enveloped them, the atmosphere colder than the autumn frost. I am sorry, Lin Xiaofan whispered. Do not overthink it. The conversation with my teacher is something I must consider. Not you, Pu Yingshin replied with serene composure, his tone calm. Lin Xiaofan wanted to inquire whether academician Zhang opposed their relationship, but the words failed to escape her lips. She lacked both the courage to confront the issue and the clarity to address it. My teacher was classmates with my grandfather, Pu Yingshin remarked suddenly. What? Lin Xiaofan gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Seeing her surprise momentarily overshadow her worries, Pu Yingshin chuckled softly. He truly understood her well enough to gauge her emotions effortlessly. Is your grandfather also a doctor? Lin Xiaofan inquired, her curiosity piqued. No, he studied medicine but does not practice, Pu Yingshin clarified, noticing her relaxation. A smile spread across his face. What kind of family do you come from? Please enlighten me, Lin Xiaofan teased playfully. During the New Year's holiday. I will take you home, Pu Yingshin said calmly. What? Lin Xiaofan, flustered, ran her fingers through her hair, her mind muddled. Pu Yingshin, observing her dazed expression, couldn't help but smile. I. Lin Xiaofan stammered, utterly at a loss for words. She was unaware of the multitude of unknowns she faced. In truth, Lin Xiaofan had been preoccupied with distant matters, neglecting the pressing crisis at hand. After a week of cohabitation with Pu Yingshin in the dormitory, she began to notice subtle signs. The dormitory, being company property, allowed for real-time access to utility bills, which were scrutinized regularly. The home she had meticulously prepared to please Lin's mother had effectively become someone else's dowry, a reality she could not accept. Xiaofan, these are seeds of yellow roses. As I promised your mother, this season is perfect for planting. Please take them to her. Guan Zhao called Lin Xiaofan into his office, handing her a small box. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, not having anticipated that Guo Liping would share her fondness for gardening with Guan Zhao. Did my mom say that? She asked skeptically. Yes. She called to thank me for arranging the dormitory for you and mentioned wanting to send me a pot of roses, Guan Zhao replied with a grin. You and my mom seem to get along quite well, Lin Xiaofan mumbled. I'm quite adept at charming elders, Guan Zhao quipped. Thank you. Lin Xiaofan smiled as she accepted the gift, remaining oblivious to Guan Zhao's affection for her. Initially, she thought his enthusiasm stemmed from the pig farm project, but now she believed he was merely compelled by the pressure from Guo Liping. The pig farm is undergoing inspection next week. If all goes smoothly, we will turn a profit next year, and you will receive your share, he informed her. Thank you, boss. Lin Xiaofan beamed, having awaited this moment for long. We need to expedite hiring for full-time consultants. You and Li Min should manage the recruitment process, as I will not be involved. Understood, boss, you are the best. Lin Xiaofan admired Guan Zhao for his generosity and trust in his employees. Hearing that, Guan Zhao beamed with delight. I'm not just the best boss, he hinted. That Friday evening, Lin Xiaofan discussed weekend plans with Pu Yingshin, wishing to embark on a short trip together. I would like to visit my mother after dinner, so we can set off early tomorrow for a 2-day getaway. All right, Pu Yingshin agreed. Where shall we go? Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement. You decide. How about Hangzhou? She suggested slyly, gauging his reaction. Pu Yingshin could not suppress a chuckle. Sure. Would you prefer to stay in a hotel or at my place? He asked teasingly, knowing she would hesitate to actually go to Hangzhou. I'm just joking. Lin Xiaofan immediately retreated. Then let's go to Ninghai for a hot spring, Pu Yingshin proposed. Sounds perfect. I'll head home right away, she exclaimed, brimming with anticipation for their upcoming adventure. She devoured her meal, finishing in mere moments, and pecked Pu Yingshin on the cheek. Darling, wait for my return. With that, she dashed out like a whirlwind. As she opened the door, Lin Xiaofan was startled, dropping her bag in shock. Guo Liping sat cross-legged in the doorway, resembling a meditative Buddha. Mom, what are you doing here? Lin Xiaofan's voice quivered as her mind raced with the worst possibilities. Guo Liping leisurely rose from the floor, dusting off her trousers. May I come in? She feigned politeness, her demeanor starkly contrasting her usual fierceness. Pu Yingshin, having overheard their conversation from the dining area, quickly set down his utensils and approached the door. Hello, Annie. He greeted with a nod. He noted Guo Liping's short hair, slightly tanned skin, and simple attire, her sharp, discerning gaze belying her straightforward features and well-proportioned figure, unmistakably hinting at a woman who had faced life's challenges with grace. Who is in charge here? May I have a seat? Guo Liping bypassed any pleasantries, giving Pu Yingshin a sidelong glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Pu Yingshin, sensing the difficult nature of his prospective mother-in-law, opted to remain silent and awaited Lin Xiaofan's response. Mom, please sit here. I'll get you a glass of water. Lin Xiaofan gestured toward the chair, her mind racing. She could not predict what would transpire next. She simply hoped that any impending conflict would be contained here, away from Shulan Hospital, to protect Pu Yingshin's future. Annie, I am Pu Yingshin from Shulan Urology. He introduced himself earnestly as he sat across from Guo Liping. I have seen you at the hospital before. However, a caregiver like me would hardly catch your attention, he added. Guo Liping cast him a sidelong glance, continuing her sardonic demeanor. Mom, here's the water, Lin Xiaofan interrupted, handing her a glass. I do not approve of your relationship, Guo Liping stated bluntly. Her piercing gaze fixed on Pu Yingshin. Raised in an intellectual household, Pu Yingshin was unaccustomed to such forthrightness. He glanced at Lin Xiaofan, uncertain whether it was appropriate to respond. Mom, we have our own thoughts on this, Lin Xiaofan interjected, pulling her chair closer to Guo Liping. Guo Liping's eyes widened, and she slammed her hand on the table, visibly angered by Lin Xiaofan's words. Who among you is unwilling to part ways? If my daughter is clinging to you, then I have failed as a parent. I will discipline her. Annie, we both wish to stay together, Pu Yingshin asserted, no longer waiting for Lin Xiaofan to speak, feeling a sense of duty to confront the matter. All right, let me ask you, how many nurses at Shulan Hospital have pursued you? Guo Liping's question caught him off guard, leaving him at a loss for words, knowing that any response could lead to trouble. Had Guo Liping interrogated another man in the same manner, Lin Xiaofan would have likely burst into laughter. Yet now, as Guo Liping pressed Pu Yingshin, she could hardly muster a smile, feeling that her mother was simply overstepping her bounds. Before we came to know you, Xiaofan had never been in a romantic relationship. Someone like you is simply beyond her reach. Have some pity on us, a mother and daughter, and leave her be. Guo Liping took a different approach, subtly insinuating her discontent. Annie, my family is quite traditional, and my upbringing places great importance on family values. Pu Yingshin could only respond with a different phrasing. Your family traditions. What do they signify when you and my daughter are cohabiting unmarried? Mom, what era are we in? Isn't this quite normal now? Lin Xiaofan, witnessing Guo Liping's unreasonable behavior, immediately retorted, "Shut your mouth." Guo Liping glared and scolded her. "Auntie, I have already discussed with Xiaofan that I will take her home to meet my parents during the New Year holiday." Regardless of Guo Liping's relentless interference, Pu Yingshin remained steadfast in his sincerity. "Even if you scream to the heavens, I will not agree. This is Xiaofan's dormitory. You must vacate it immediately." Guo Liping pointed an accusing finger at Pu Yingshin. "Mom, what are you doing? Since this is my dormitory, I am the one to make decisions here." Lin Xiaofan grasped Guo Liping's hand that was pointing at Pu Yingshin, feeling that such behavior was exceedingly rude and humiliating. "You, a little brat, dare to set conditions about moving out of the dormitory, bringing men into our space. What does that even mean? You seem to have it all figured out when it comes to plotting against your mother. I wonder who will end up scheming against you." Guo Liping shook off Lin Xiaofan's hand and began to curse. "Auntie, Xiaofan did not deceive you. She indeed moved out on her own, and I followed her." Pu Yingshin did not want Lin Xiaofan to take the blame and quickly responded to Guo Liping. "What a pair of star-crossed lovers. The moment I mention Xiaofan, you can't let go. Yet when I bring up you, she becomes displeased. It seems that as her mother, I am left with no choice but to take the brunt of it, right?" Guo Liping slammed the table, causing a thunderous sound. Pu Yingshin had never encountered a scene like this, believing such characters only existed in melodramatic television dramas. Lin Xiaofan was quite unfazed. She understood that Guo Liping was merely beginning her tirade, with many more tricks up her sleeve. The two lovers exchanged a glance, fully attuned to each other's thoughts. "Auntie, since you care so much, I will pack my things and move out immediately." After saying this, Pu Yingshin stood up to retrieve his suitcase and organize his belongings. Upon seeing Pu Yingshin relent, Guo Liping ceased her scrutiny and turned to Lin Xiaofan with demands. "From now on, you must return home on weekends. If you do not, I will come here to stay with you." "Mom, don't force me. If you continue like this, I will find a job in another city and never return." Lin Xiaofan could no longer tolerate it. She had left her banking job for this position at Junkie to escape Guo Liping. Now, Guo Liping was using her work as leverage, interfering in both her relationship and life. What was the point of staying at Junkie if all her struggles were in vain? Upon hearing her daughter's intent to leave for another city, Guo Liping broke down in tears. "I'm getting old and no longer of use. When I need my children the most, they're nowhere to be found. I should never have raised you alone. You should have gone with Lin Guoxing and your stepmother, Pang Weiwei. As the saying goes, it's better to follow a beggar mother than a bureaucrat father. No, it's still better to be with a wealthy father. The poor beggar mother is a burden." Pu Yingshin, hearing Guo Liping wailing in the living room, set down his suitcase and rushed out to comfort the two women. "Auntie, please stop crying. Would you allow me to take you for a walk?" Pu Yingshin bent down, supporting Guo Liping's shoulder. "Who needs your fake sympathy?" Guo Liping's tears stopped immediately as she yelled at Pu Yingshin. "Mom, I made a deal with you. I will stay in the dormitory, but I will not break up. If you mean what you say, let us stick to our agreement. If you insist on our separation, then I will leave S City and never return. At that point, I will be free and indifferent." Lin Xiaofan stood firm, expressing her boundaries. Guo Liping readily agreed. She had come here today to assert dominance over Pu Yingshin. Given the current situation, she recognized it was time to retreat. Guo Liping had prepared two contingencies. If worst came to worst, she could still make the two live apart. If things went well, she might even convince Pu Yingshin to withdraw. Subsequently, Guo Liping personally supervised as Pu Yingshin moved out of the dormitory. Before returning to Liyuan Lane, Guo Liping threw a parting remark to Lin Xiaofan. "Girl, you may run from me, but you cannot escape the temple. You can leave for another city. But Pu Yingshin cannot leave Shulan Hospital." Alone in the living room, Lin Xiaofan trembled with anger, tears brimming in her eyes. Guo Liping's final words served as a warning to her. She understood, yet felt powerless. Lin Xiaofan realized that today was merely a trial run for Guo Liping, who still had many more tactics to unveil. She also understood that every decision moving forward would need to consider both her own well-being and Pu Yingshin's. She did not want to ruin this man. In truth, Guo Liping did not leave. She remained hidden in the hallway until midnight. Only after confirming that Pu Yingshin had not returned and Lin Xiaofan had not stepped outside did she return to her home in the old city. Early Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin, having endured a night of longing, finally met. Did you not sleep well last night? Pu Yingshin gently stroked Lin Xiaofan's head. I apologize on behalf of my mother. Lin Xiaofan looked at Pu Yingshin with guilt, feeling that he had borne too much pressure and unfounded accusations. Silly girl. You should not bear all this alone. It pains me. Pu Yingshin embraced Lin Xiaofan tenderly, as if his body could shelter her from all storms. Overcome with emotion, Lin Xiaofan's tears fell like rain. She had expected Pu Yingshin, being so proud, to be furious after Guo Liping's humiliation. Instead, he was preoccupied with her feelings. Little fool. Why are you crying? Pu Yingshin cupped Lin Xiaofan's face, nudging her nose with his, and then gently kissed the tear stains on her cheeks. I'm sorry. I love you. Lin Xiaofan could only repeat those two phrases, unable to articulate anything else. Stop crying. Let's go to Ninghai. I've already bought the high-speed train tickets. Pu Yingshin smiled at the woman whose eyes were glistening with tears. All right. Lin Xiaofan recognized the importance of living in the moment, for she knew that one day she might lose this man without warning. 3 hours later, they arrived in Ninghai. Zhujiang. This time, Pu Yingshin had organized the itinerary, reserving a highly exclusive hot spring resort nestled in a serene valley. They enjoyed an entire villa suite, complete with a private hot spring and pool. For one night, Pu Yingshin spent a 5-figure sum. Is the toilet in our room made of gold? Lin Xiaofan joked, making faces. I don't know if the toilet is golden, but my precious girl certainly is. Pu Yingshin chuckled, playfully ruffling Lin Xiaofan's hair. He had chosen to book the largest villa suite to provide them with an undisturbed private space. If money could resolve all their issues, it would undoubtedly be the simplest solution for Pu Yingshin. Alas, it was not the case. This hot spring is also known as the Paradise Bath. Pu Yingshin lay in the misty hot spring, a smile gracing his face. Lin Xiaofan understood the man's hint and swam over, leaning against Pu Yingshin's chest. Her damp hair clinging to her neck, her enchanting gaze sparkled with allure, captivating like a siren. Pu Yingshin steadied himself by gripping the edge of the hot spring. While Lin Xiaofan wrapped her arms around his waist, their bodies intertwined, rising and falling with the warm water, merging both spirit and flesh. In the early winter season, amidst the vibrant forest, they experienced a lovemaking as gentle as a spring rain. Will Google Maps capture us? After the event, Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of anxiety and nervously inquired. Pu Yingshin chuckled, covering his face with amusement. This woman was perpetually anxious, fretting over every little thing, living each day in a state of trepidation. Theoretically, there was a possibility, albeit a slim one, as she well understood. How wonderful it would be to retreat here and never return to the city. Lin Xiaofan sighed, wrapping her arms around Pu Yingshin's neck. After indulging in the alternating hot and cold outdoor hot springs, they returned indoors. Lin Xiaofan felt her limbs relax and her body rejuvenated, a delightful lightness enveloping her. Clad in a white bathrobe, she skipped around the room like a playful rabbit. Seeing her unadulterated joy, Pu Yingshin couldn't help but smile fondly. Are you hungry? Starving. To the point of nearly perishing, Lin Xiaofan replied with a beaming smile, playfully swaying her hair like the ears of Zhu Beiji. I'll call the hotel for room service. Pu Yingshin said, picking up the phone. Before long, a room service attendant wheeled in a sumptuous meal. Lin Xiaofan glanced at the spread and, noticing it was filled with her favorite dishes, immediately squatted on the sofa, devouring the food eagerly like a monkey. Am I mistreating you? Pu Yingshin teased with a laugh. Ha! You're the kindest person in this world to me. Lin Xiaofan expressed her heartfelt sentiments, feeling a bit shy as she lowered her gaze afterward. Pu Yingshin gazed at her with deep affection, remaining silent for a while. After a moment, he stood up and walked away. Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of unease wash over her. She wondered if her previous words had inadvertently placed pressure on him. She always believed that love was about giving and sharing, not taking. A golden bank card was presented before Lin Xiaofan. What is this for? She asked, nearly choking on a mouthful of black truffle mushroom soup. This is my salary card, containing all my earnings, salary, benefits, and every reward I've ever received. I've never used it. And I have no idea how much is in there, Pu Yingshin said, his tone gentle as he looked at her with a radiant smile. What do you mean? Lin Xiaofan felt her heart race, unsure of what to say beyond repeating the question. She had a sense of what he was about to propose, yet remained uncertain of his intentions. We can't let your financial talents go to waste. Take it for investment and financial management, Pu Yingshin said with a slight smile. I. Lin Xiaofan's hands trembled. If it incurs a loss, it's on me. Don't feel burdened, he continued, pressing the bank card against her chest. Chapter 83. Is it so difficult to attend a concert? Noticing Lin Xiaofan's troubled expression and silence, Pu Yingshin immediately sat beside her. What are you worried about? He gently caressed her head. Thank you for your trust, but taking your salary card for financial management seems inappropriate. Lin Xiaofan hesitated, feeling utterly lost for words, unable to express her true feelings adequately. She sensed Pu Yingshin's sincerity, imbued with deep trust and profound love. She feared that rejecting him might hurt his feelings, yet she was unable to accept it outright, considering they had only been together for a few months. This is practice. If you don't start with small amounts, how will you dare to handle larger funds later? Pu Yingshin smiled softly, continuing to stroke Lin Xiaofan's hair. She sensed the underlying meaning in his words and wanted to delve deeper, but hesitated to inquire further. In our family, the women manage the finances, my grandmother, my mother, and I, Pu Yingshin remarked with a smile, holding her chin and gazing intently into her eyes. Can it be the same? Lin Xiaofan countered verbally, yet her face betrayed a hint of sweetness. The acknowledgement and trust from her beloved warmed her heart like the winter sun. I believe it is the same, unless you don't wish to be like them. Pu Yingshin's words carried double meanings, intentionally applying pressure on Lin Xiaofan. After months of passionate romance, Pu Yingshin had come to understand Lin Xiaofan deeply. He recognized her feelings of unworthiness rooted in her loveless childhood and family. He knew she was sensitive and fragile, and her instinctive reaction to his ardent love was often to retreat, just as it had been on their first night together. Silly girl, you deserve all the beautiful things. Pu Yingshin gazed at Lin Xiaofan with infinite tenderness. All right, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan leaned into his embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. Why do you call me Dr. Pu? Pu Yingshin playfully pinched her cheek. Because you are healing my heart. They languidly reveled in each other's company at the hot spring hotel for 2 blissful days, gazing at the stars on the terrace at night and basking in the first rays of sunlight in the morning while listening to the chirping of birds outside. Lin Xiaofan stood barefoot on Pu Yingshin's foot, wrapping her arms around his waist, gazing at him with deep affection. She was reluctant to leave this paradise, longing to spend every day and night entwined with him. Toasting to life, how fleeting it is. Like morning dew, the past is bitterly long. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofan recited a few lines from short song style. The green fabric of your collar, my heart is endlessly longing. For your sake, I have pondered since then. Pu Yingshin seamlessly picked up her line. Lin Xiaofan burst into laughter, then playfully slipped her hand into Pu Yingshin's robe, caressing the muscles of his back. You want a more artistic touch, don't you? Pu Yingshin flashed à mi-vous smile. All right, let us have a poetry duel. Whoever loses kneels. Lin Xiaofan gazed at him with shimmering eyes, gently pinching him. You better not regret it. Pu Yingshin lowered his voice. Nightly companions, the mandarin ducks sleep, envious of the blossoms in the Xianglin garden. Lin Xiaofan set the tone, initiating the exchange. Purchasing silk from Wu Ling, why inquire about length? I am accustomed to your embrace, pondering the nuances of size. Pu Yingshin concluded with a smile. Lin Xiaofan bit her lip, smiling silently, aware she was at a disadvantage. On the night before, I did not comb my hair, strands falling over my shoulders, gracefully resting upon your knee. Where is there not to pity? Pu Yingshin effortlessly recited, his gaze hazy and dreamy. Lin Xiaofan gently loosened the tie of her bathrobe, pressing against Pu Yingshin's chest, her eyes sparkling with affection, a smile lingering on her lips. Kneel. A deep, commanding voice resonated in her ear, exuding raw masculinity and conquest. This was a love game of mutual desire and playful banter, and they reveled in it, intoxicated by one another. You little devil, where have you been? On the journey back to S City, Lin Xiaofan received a frantic call from Guo Liping. Guo Liping had rushed to the dormitory, discovering her daughter's absence, and was beside herself with worry. I'm on the train. It's not convenient. Lin Xiaofan lowered her voice, unwilling to argue with Guo Liping in the crowded train carriage. When will you be home? Around 9 tonight. Lin Xiaofan felt a tightness in her chest, akin to an asthma attack. She sensed a disconnection in her life. Just moments ago, she had been blissfully away from the world with Pu Yingshin, indulging in their romance. And now she was forced to confront the reality of her mother's pressure. I want to be able to wait for you. I'm going on a trip tomorrow. Guo Liping's voice barely concealed her excitement. This was a collective trip to Guilin, Guangxi, organized by Shulan Hospital, aimed at appreciating diligent workers like Guo Liping, who had served the hospital for many years and was soon to retire. Having toiled her entire life, Guo Liping had never truly enjoyed herself. This hospital-arranged event was both a recognition of her work and an opportunity to fulfill her aspirations. While I'm away, take care of yourself. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware. My eyes are always on you, Guo Liping reminded her daughter before she set off. She hoped that while she was in Guilin, Lin Xiaofan would spend time with Pu Yingshin. Guo Liping knew that to separate a couple, the best method was distance. With distance comes estrangement. Given time, their relationship would inevitably falter. Darling, I have good news to share with you. Lin Xiaofan hung up the phone, her face alight with joy. What is the matter? Pu Yingshin wrapped his arms around her, gently caressing her waist. My mother is going to Guilin for 5 days. Lin Xiaofan's tone involuntarily rose with excitement. Pu Yingshin smiled knowingly. On the high-speed train, they were unable to converse further, merely gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Leaning closely together, they could seize 5 precious days amidst numerous obstacles, cherishing each other's company day and night. However, they had evidently underestimated Guo Liping. On Monday morning, as soon as work commenced, Lin Xiaofan received a business trip notification. Xiaofan, we need to go on a business trip to Beijing to review a project. Guan Zhao indicated toward his suitcase. Huh? Why so sudden? Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, shock written all over her face. She was completely unprepared, her plans thrown into disarray. The project won't wait for us. I only confirmed this early this morning. Guan Zhao's expression was grave, applying pressure on her. Li Min has already booked the high-speed train tickets. You need to go back and grab your luggage immediately. Lin Xiaofan felt a lump in her throat, as she had planned to attend a concert with Pu Yingshin that evening, and now it seemed impossible. You have an hour to prepare, Guan Zhao urged. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, reluctantly dialed Pu Yingshin's number, but it went unanswered. She guessed he was likely in the operating room. Before boarding the train, Lin Xiaofan sent Pu Yingshin a message explaining the unexpected situation. Over 4 hours later, Lin Xiaofan and Guan Zhao arrived at Beijing South Station. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiaofan repeatedly checked her phone, but still, there was no response from Pu Yingshin. Xiaofan, is there something on your mind? Guan Zhao asked knowingly. Boss, Lin Xiaofan replied, her gaze lowered, feeling slightly embarrassed. After all, she was there for work. What are your thoughts on the materials I showed you in the car? Guan Zhao continued to press. Lin Xiaofan fell silent. She hadn't absorbed any of it. Although her body was on the train, her heart remained in S-City. That day, Pu Yingshin completed a major surgery, spending over 7 hours in the operating room. When he emerged to return Lin Xiaofan's call, she was already attending a banquet with Guan Zhao, engaging in social niceties. Ms. Lin, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Your project has garnered much attention in the industry. Mr. Ding from the hosting side beamed, flattering Lin Xiaofan. I am merely assisting Guan. He is the one with the discerning eye, Lin Xiaofan replied, engaged in polite conversation when her phone vibrated on the table. Guan Zhao shot her a stern glance, and Lin Xiaofan had no choice but to decline Pu Yingshin's call, feeling too embarrassed to answer. The banquet continued with clinking glasses and exchanged toasts. Although Lin Xiaofan abstained from alcohol, she had consumed enough drinks to feel lightheaded. After several noisy hours, her head throbbed. Guan Zhao wasted no time, pressing her for her thoughts on the discussions at the table. Xiaofan, we need to reach a conclusion on this project tonight. Lin Xiaofan realized she might have to work through the night. She quickly sought an excuse, claiming she needed to contact Pu Yingshin. All right, I'll go to the restroom, she said hurriedly. However, fate intervened, and once again, Pu Yingshin's call went unanswered. He attended the concert they were supposed to enjoy together, having set his phone to silent, as per the performance's requirements. Anxious and restless, Lin Xiaofan returned to Guan Zhao, who was acutely aware of her distress. If he intervened, he would do so with precision and intent. Come to my room. We need to finalize the materials tonight. We have a formal meeting with the other party tomorrow. Guan Zhao stated his work requirement. Lin Xiaofan followed him into his hotel suite, clutching her laptop. They engaged in fervent discussion and brainstorming at the writing desk. By around 2 in the morning, both were exhausted and dazed. Guan Zhao promptly ordered late-night snacks to replenish their energy. Seizing a break, Lin Xiaofan picked up her phone, which had been on silent, revealing numerous missed calls and messages from Pu Yingshin. Not wanting to disturb his rest, knowing he had surgery the next day, she only replied with a message assuring her safety. Just as she sent it, Pu Yingshin's call came through. He was deeply worried, unable to sleep, waiting for her response. "Are you still awake? Remember to take your asthma medication." Pu Yingshin's voice was soft with concern. "I'm fine. I'll remember," Lin Xiaofan replied, her heart easing upon hearing his gentle tone. Seeing Lin Xiaofan on the phone with Pu Yingshin, Guan Zhao seized the moment. "Dr. Pu, rest assured. Xiaofan is in good hands. We are working together. She will be fine," he shouted, deliberately allowing Pu Yingshin to hear. Pu Yingshin fell silent on the other end, fully aware of Guan Zhao's intentions. "Where are you now?" he asked, his tone turning serious. "I'm at the hotel," Lin Xiaofan replied truthfully, missing the underlying meaning of Pu Yingshin's inquiry. "Have Guan Zhao take the call," Pu Yingshin commanded. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, but handed the phone to Guan Zhao. "Dr. Pu, what can I do for you?" Guan Zhao replied cheerfully. "Xiaofan's asthma hasn't fully healed. If she is too tired, it could trigger an acute attack." Pu Yingshin spoke with a doctor's authority. "Thank you for the reminder. I'll take good care of her." Guan Zhao maintained his composure, responding seamlessly while also striking at the heart of the matter. Pu Yingshin sensed the provocation in Guan Zhao's words, and anger rose within him. He found it intolerable that in the dead of night, under the guise of work, Lin Xiaofan was left alone with Guan Zhao in a hotel room. "Which hotel are you staying at?" he inquired. "Haha, the Hilton in Zhongwankan," Guan Zhao replied nonchalantly. The two men faced off across the phone line, tensions high. "Send me your room number," Pu Yingshin instructed Lin Xiaofan. She was still processing the situation, believing Pu Yingshin was merely concerned for her health and safety. Moments later, the late-night snacks Guan Zhao ordered began to arrive, featuring local delicacies from Beijing. Guan Zhao feasted leisurely, wanting Pu Yingshin to feel apprehensive about his presence around Lin Xiaofan. He understood that Lin Xiaofan was dedicated to her work. If Pu Yingshin intervened too much, it would inevitably create conflict between them. "Xiaofan, I see Dr. Pu is quite worried about your health. Perhaps we should put this project on hold." Guan Zhao subtly adjusted his approach. No, I'm fine." Lin Xiaofan quickly rejected the idea, feeling awkward. "Our company culture prioritizes employee well-being. I'm not one to be overly demanding." Guan Zhao chuckled. "Boss, I'm truly all right. I'll be back to my usual self after a late-night snack," Lin Xiaofan insisted, picking up a piece of donkey meat pastry. As she took a bite, she choked. "Rise in and drink some water." Guan Zhao immediately stood up, reaching out to pat her back. Lin Xiaofan wanted to refuse, but her face flushed red from choking, rendering her speechless. Guan Zhao, amused, remarked, "Are you 3 years old? Can't handle a donkey meat pastry?" He teased, his hand gently patting her back. Lin Xiaofan felt his warm palm travel to the strap of her bra, her cheeks burning. "Boss," she attempted to speak but could only manage a pained expression. All right, just don't talk," Guan Zhao said, seizing the intimate moment to express his concern. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Guan Zhao released Lin Xiaofan and dashed to the door. Lin Xiaofan hurriedly sipped some warm water. "Hello, is Ms. Lin Xiaofan here?" A professional woman in her 30s stood at the door, clad in a white shirt, black trousers, and a dark overcoat. "I, Lin Xiaofan," patted my chest and approached the door, pondering who could possibly seek me out in the dead of night in Beijing. "I am the life assistant assigned by Mr. Pu to assist you with your work and daily life here in Beijing for the next few days." Chapter 85. A thunderbolt from the blue. Lin Xiaofan was utterly bewildered. "Is the life assistant sent by you?" She hastily called Pu Yingshin. "Yes, I arranged for my father's life assistant in Beijing to assist you for a few days." Pu Yingshin replied nonchalantly. He deliberately chose to inform her after the fact, knowing that seeking Lin Xiaofan's approval would likely lead to refusal. He would not tolerate such blatant provocation from Guan Zhao towards Lin Xiaofan. Is that really necessary? Lin Xiaofan felt embarrassed. Her boss, Guan Zhao, typically traveled alone for business. And here she was, a subordinate accompanied by a life assistant. Otherwise, why would I come here? Pu Yingshin's tone was serious, leaving no room for Lin Xiaofan to decline. Faced with his insistence, Lin Xiaofan reluctantly accepted the arrangement. The arrival of the life assistant not only caught Lin Xiaofan off guard, but also astonished Guan Zhao. Ever since Pu Yingshin had guaranteed for Junkie, he had realized the extent of his influence. Within less than an hour and merely a phone call, a life assistant was dispatched to her door in the middle of the night, and this assistant appeared to possess a high level of professionalism, not resembling a temporary hire at all. Xiaofan, what does Dr. Pu's family do? Guan Zhao inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. I don't know. Lin Xiaofan replied with an awkward smile. Upon hearing this, Guan Zhao assumed Lin Xiaofan was intentionally withholding information and chose not to press further. The following day, the life assistant shadowed Lin Xiaofan, attending to her every need. Initially, Lin Xiaofan struggled to adapt, feeling as though her freedom was stripped away. However, she gradually discovered the pleasures of being catered to, and she began to accept this new lifestyle. Guan Zhao soon realized that he had no opportunity to have Lin Xiaofan alone in Beijing. After completing his most urgent tasks, he suggested returning to S-City. Xiaofan, I had hoped to take you around Beijing, but the project requires us to return to S-City for further deliberation. We shall visit again another time, he said with a smile. Upon hearing they could return to S-City, Lin Xiaofan felt a wave of happiness. She had no desire to linger in Beijing any longer. Great, when do we leave? I'll pack my bags right away. Lin Xiaofan eagerly responded. On Wednesday afternoon, Guan Zhao and Lin Xiaofan hurried back to Junkie. Without delay, he convened a meeting with Lin Xiaofan's team members, Wang Wei and Lu Chang. During the meeting, Lin Xiaofan expressed her dissent, believing that the project in Beijing was unsuitable for Junkie's investment. Why didn't you voice this while you were in Beijing? Guan Zhao asked, somewhat displeased. I only realized it on the way back, Lin Xiaofan explained. This only served to aggravate Guan Zhao further, as he understood that Lin Xiaofan had been distracted during her business trip and was now clearer in her thinking upon returning. Xiaofan, this better not happen again, Guan Zhao admonished her. Wang Wei, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed something unusual. She recognized that Lin Xiaofan had always been a favored employee, enjoying special treatment, and the boss had never publicly reprimanded her before. As Wang Wei pondered the boss's intentions, rumors began to circulate within the company. They feast while we sip soup. Indeed, being assigned to Lin Xiaofan's team is quite a boon. Is there a new project on the horizon? One must cling to the powerful. After receiving the boss's reprimand, Lin Xiaofan silently returned to her office. Just as she settled in, Guo Liping called. Lin Xiaofan furrowed her brow, reluctant to answer. She felt utterly exasperated. It seemed Guo Liping had eyes on her, as she had barely returned from Beijing when the incessant calls began. Mom, what is it? I just got back from a business trip, and I'm at work. Lin Xiaofan's tone was sharp. Dear, I'll be back today probably around 5. You should come home then. Guo Liping's voice was gentle. But you said you would be away for 5 days. It's only the 3rd day, Lin Xiaofan said, feeling impatient, as she had been looking forward to spending time with Pu Yingshin, having been apart for 3 whole days. Well, I'm not staying anymore. I need to come back early. Guo Liping's tone shifted, sounding much softer than usual. Did you have fun? Lin Xiaofan asked reflexively, without thinking. I'm doing well. We could talk more when I return, Guo Liping replied, before hanging up. Lin Xiaofan, sensitive as ever, sensed that something was amiss. Having relied on each other for 20 years, they understood each other's tone and demeanor intimately. Guo Liping's call lacked its usual firmness, leaving Lin Xiaofan with a foreboding feeling. After a moment of contemplation, she called her matchmaker, Director Wang, knowing she had also participated in the event. Hello, Director Wang. This is Xiaofan. My mom just called to say she's coming back tomorrow. Xiaofan, your mother informed you, right? There's nothing to worry about. Just stay calm. Director Wang interrupted, attempting to reassure her. What happened to my mother? Lin Xiaofan felt her heart race, her mind buzzing. Oh, your mother didn't explain clearly, did she? She has a lump on her left breast, and I examined her in Gillen. After 30 years in breast surgery, I can tell you she needs to get home for surgery promptly, Director Wang stated, effectively delivering a diagnosis that was not an official diagnosis. Okay, I'll prepare immediately. Lin Xiaofan trembled uncontrollably, her phone slipping from her grasp. She sat in her chair, clasping her hands tightly in front of her chest, desperately trying to calm herself and steady her emotions. Xiaofan, regarding the Beijing project. Guan Zhao entered, carrying a stack of documents. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan's vacant gaze, tear-streaked face, and trembling body, he was alarmed. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" "I'm fine," Lin Xiaofan managed to say, her teeth chattering. "If something is bothering you, don't keep it inside. Please tell me." Guan Zhao furrowed his brow, placing his hands on Lin Xiaofan's shoulders to steady her. "My mother is ill." Lin Xiaofan's tears flowed freely, each drop falling like rain. It's all right, don't worry," Guan Zhao comforted her, pulling her into his embrace. "With modern medicine, everything will be fine." Seeing Lin Xiaofan in such distress, Guan Zhao held her tightly, offering solace. Look. The gossiping colleagues outside the office exchanged knowing glances. They witnessed the boss holding Lin Xiaofan behind the blinds. "Is this something I can behold? I need to chant some calming mantras. This is too much. I should rinse my eyes with some eye drops." The hushed whispers of the colleagues were overheard by Lin Xian, who deliberately took a cup to the pantry to brew coffee, allowing her to pass Lin Xiaofan's office. She walked over slowly, then ambled back, holding her phone. Chapter 86. Romeo and Juliet. "Dear, your mother can no longer protect you." Guo Liping sat on the sofa, her complexion ashen, devoid of vitality. "Mom, you want to be unwell. I've spoken with Director Wang. She will personally perform the surgery." Lin Xiaofan knelt before Guo Liping, grasping her hands, tears streaming down her face. "I'm not afraid of death. My only regret is not helping you find a good partner. When I'm gone, who will care for you?" Guo Liping said, wiping her tears as she spoke. "It could still be a misdiagnosis. We must wait for the surgery to be completed and the pathology report." Lin Xiaofan searched for hope amid despair. Guo Liping and her daughter exchanged tearful glances. Having worked as a nurse in breast surgery for over a decade, she knew that Director Wang would not be mistaken. "Tomorrow, you will proceed with the admission formalities, and by the day after, all preoperative examinations will be completed, allowing for the surgery next Monday. I have discussed everything with Director Wang. If all goes as planned, you will be the first surgery of the day." Lin Xiaofan conveyed her arrangements to Guo Liping, as she quietly observed her mother, whose eyes were lined with wrinkles and who often berated herself. She realized that her mother had aged significantly, with an abundance of gray hair. She had always believed that their bickering would continue indefinitely, never considering that one day she might truly have to part with her. This weathered woman had once guided her through countless dark nights, leading her to the children's hospital in her youth. Now, it was time for her to care for her. "Mom, I will tidy up my things tomorrow and move back the day after," Lin Xiaofan thought, feeling the weight of familial love and responsibility settle within her. She intended to return to support her mother through this challenging journey. "Dear, I must make it clear that I will not approve of you and Pu Yingshin. As I've said before, that will only happen over my dead body." Guo Liping stated with a calmness that belied the sharpness of her words. Lin Xiaofan's already wounded heart felt as though it were being crushed, making it difficult for her to breathe. "I understand," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. That evening, Lin Xiaofan stayed at Liyuan Lane, messaging Pu Yingshin to inform him of Guo Liping's return and her intention to be with her mother. She then packed and organized the necessary items and documents for her mother's hospital stay. Lin Xiaofan spent the night awake, her tears soaking her pillow, drying and soaking again, in a relentless cycle until dawn. The next morning, Lin Xiaofan accompanied Guo Liping to the breast surgery department at Shulan Hospital. "Director Wang, I entrust her to you." Lin Xiaofan choked out. "Xiaofan, your mother is also one of our staff, and we will take good care of her. Don't worry. For now, focus on arranging your work. You will definitely need to take a few days off after the surgery," Director Wang said, downplaying the situation. Lin Xiaofan then returned to Junkie, needing to finalize the project in Beijing. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan rush back to the company, Guan Zhao couldn't help but feel protective. "Xiaofan, focus on your matters. I will personally oversee this project," Guan Zhao said gently. "Thank you, boss," Lin Xiaofan replied without hesitation, for her heart was occupied with more pressing concerns. She knew she owed Pu Yingshin a concert. Since they met, he had been inviting her to attend a concert together, yet circumstances always conspired against them. Now, if she did not seize the opportunity, it might never come again. Lin Xiaofan scoured the internet for any performances that day, but found none. In desperation, she purchased 2 tickets for Romeo and Juliet. "Darling, after work today, I invite you to see a musical," she said, forcing a light and cheerful tone over the phone. "Great," Pu Yingshin replied, his voice brimming with joy. "It's been 3 days since we last saw each other. I want to see if my darling has lost weight or gained some. His tone was tender, like a gentle spring breeze. Lin Xiaofan felt her throat tighten. Unable to speak, tears cascading down her cheeks. See you later. I have to go for surgery, Pu Yingshin said with a smile before hanging up, unaware of the turmoil within her heart. That evening, they met as planned at the theater. My dear, Pu Yingshin gently embraced the woman he had longed for. Lin Xiaofan remained still, savoring the warmth of his embrace. She had exerted every ounce of strength to compose herself, hoping for a beautiful evening. You're treating me to Romeo and Juliet. Don't end up crying during it, he remarked, noticing the large poster in the theater. Finally realizing the tragic nature of the show. I had intended to take you to a concert, but nothing is being performed today, so I could only get this, Lin Xiaofan replied, feeling regretful for not fulfilling Pu Yingshin's small wish. There will be a New Year concert on New Year's Day. I'll book it, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair, his gaze soft with tenderness. Lin Xiaofan's eyes roamed the theater, but she dared not look at him, fearing that a glance might unleash her tears. Yet, those tears were inevitable. Throughout the musical, she wept uncontrollably, oblivious to her surroundings. Pu Yingshin was taken aback by her tears, and despite his efforts to comfort her, nothing seemed to work. He even considered leaving early with her. Silly girl, you're going to make Shakespeare come back to life with your tears, he joked after the show, holding her gently. Darling, Lin Xiaofan, burdened with unexpressed emotions, could only utter that one word, leaning against him, inhaling his scent and loosening his shirt. I'm here, Pu Yingshin said, cradling her face and wiping away her tears, his eyes brimming with love. He sensed that something was different about her that night, attributing it to the musical's emotional impact. Lin Xiaofan clung tightly to Pu Yingshin's waist, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. My dear, Pu Yingshin softly called her name, kissing her tenderly all over. Lin Xiaofan surrendered to him completely. They responded to each other, as if they were the only two souls in existence. That night, Lin Xiaofan, filled with profound love and longing, entwined with Pu Yingshin in a passionate embrace that felt both exhilarating and melancholic. It was a farewell that felt grand in its sadness. At the peak of their intimacy, Lin Xiaofan's nails dug deep into Pu Yingshin's skin as she moaned, Darling, I love you, tears streaming down her face. Pu Yingshin kissed her deeply, holding her tightly, reluctant to let go. The next morning, at dawn, Lin Xiaofan rose quietly. She left the golden bank card Pu Yingshin had given her under the pillow. She sat quietly beside the bed, watching the man she had come to cherish as he slept, then took a final glance at the room she had inhabited for several months. I'm leaving. Chapter 87. I departed gently, just as I came gently. Darling, Pu Yingshin murmured in his sleep, reaching out only to find the bed empty. A chill ran through him as he realized Lin Xiaofan's spot was cold. Startled, he jumped out of bed, hastily searching every room without bothering to dress. Empty. He grabbed his phone to call Lin Xiaofan, only to find a message from her. Darling, my mother is ill, and I must move back to Liyuan Lane. I'm sorry. I love you. Pu Yingshin's mind exploded with the realization. He understood this woman so well. The previous night, he had sensed her anguish and despair, believing it to be the result of Romeo and Juliet, not realizing she had been silently enduring such torment. Lin Xiaofan chose to leave quietly because she knew she could not bear to confront the impending separation from Pu Yingshin. From a moment she fell in love with him, she had been plagued by the fear of this inevitable parting. However, the moment had finally arrived. That morning, despite his frantic attempts, Pu Yingshin could not reach Lin Xiaofan by phone. Panic consumed him as he longed to find her. Yet he was bound by his responsibilities as a doctor, aware that many patients awaited his care that day. When Pu Yingshin arrived at Shulan Hospital, his mood was somber, only to be greeted by Tang Shuiwei, who entered his office with a bright smile. He glanced at her without greeting, his thoughts solely on completing the surgery so he could search for Lin Xiaofan. Pu Yingshin, I'm here to collect some clinical data. Tang Shuiwei approached him. I'm about to enter the operating room. Find it yourself, he replied curtly. I've already looked and found nothing. I need this, she insisted, pulling out her phone and showing him a photo of a medical record. As her finger scrolled across the screen, it inadvertently revealed a picture of Guan Zhao holding Lin Xiaofan. No, Tang Shuiwei. Pu Yingshin's keen eyes caught the fleeting image, enough for him to discern the truth. He felt a sharp stab in his heart, but he quickly restrained his emotions. His patients were waiting for him, and he knew that if he lost focus or let his emotions spiral out of control, it could easily lead to a medical mishap. Pu Yingshin chose not to engage with Tang Shuyue any further and headed straight for the elevator, making his way to the operating room. The photograph was a masterpiece by Lin Xiaofan. On that day, Lin Xiaofan first went to the Human Resources Department to process her leave of absence. Les minutes. Here is my leave request. From Monday to Wednesday next week, the boss has approved it. All right. Li Min replied with a smile that narrowed her eyes, adopting a demeanor befitting of a boss's wife. Dr. Tang, and you can select the animal consultants. The boss will conduct the interviews, Lin Xiaofan added. She then convened a meeting with her team members. The pig farm was set to be inspected in the coming days, and it's such a critical juncture. She felt uneasy about taking leave. Wang Wei, while I'm away next week, please consult the boss if any issues arise. Do not delay the progress, Lin Xiaofan instructed. No problem. Xiaofan, are you going on a trip? Wang Wei inquired, trying to glean her destination. Not really. I have some family matters to attend to. I'll have to trouble you and Lu Chong with the project. Lin Xiaofan refrained from divulging her personal issues. In the afternoon, after handling all company affairs, Lin Xiaofan was preparing to leave when Guan Zhao rushed into her office. Xiaofan, are you heading home or to the hospital? Guan Zhao asked warmly. I'm going home first to sort out my personal belongings for when I accompany someone later, and then I'll head to the hospital, Lin Xiaofan replied honestly. I'll go with you, Guan Zhao offered. There's no need, boss. I can handle this myself. Thank you. Lin Xiaofan, feeling disheartened and despondent, declined his offer. I get along quite well with Annie. Since she's unwell, it's only right for me, as a younger generation, to visit her. I'll keep her company to ease her nerves before the surgery. Guan Zhao spoke thoughtfully, his words laced with reason. Lin Xiaofan felt unable to rebuff his kindness any further. Xiaofan, don't drive. Take my car. My trunk is spacious and can accommodate more items, Guan Zhao suggested, pointing to his Mercedes SUV, preventing Lin Xiaofan from driving away in her white Porsche. He was now well aware that the car was a gift from Pu Yingshin to Lin Xiaofan. As she sat in the passenger seat, Lin Xiaofan lowered her head, silently scrolling through her phone. She noticed countless missed calls and messages from Pu Yingshin, but she chose not to respond. She understood that facing him was a deadlock, one she could not resolve, and therefore opted to evade. Whereas Xiaofan, after finishing the surgery, Pu Yingshin hurriedly made his way to Junkie. Hello, Dr. Pu. Xiaofan is on leave. Li Min, witnessing Pu Yingshin's anxious demeanor, intentionally omitted the fact that Lin Xiaofan had left with Guan Zhao. Though she was quite the gossip, she knew when to refrain from speculation. Pu Yingshin could hardly believe it. He had just seen the white Porsche parked in the garage moments ago. Dr. Pu. Sister Xiaofan left with the boss. Lin Xian cleverly interjected. Pu Yingshin was momentarily stunned, feeling the eyes of the staff in the Junkie office area upon him, laden with meaning. Do you know where she went? Pu Yingshin said. I don't know. Lin Xian replied with a faint smile. Feeling defeated and forlorn, Pu Yingshin departed. He could only wait outside Lin Xiaofan's building, and he didn't even know her apartment number. He fixated on the corridor she frequently traversed, fearful of missing a glimpse of his beloved. However, his prolonged wait yielded not Lin Xiaofan, but Guan Zhao, who emerged leisurely from the corridor, carrying a package. Pu Yingshin hesitated, opened the car door, and called out to him. Boss Guan. Dr. Pu, what brings you here? Guan Zhao's eyes shifted, having already surmised the situation. Where's Xiaofan? Pu Yingshin sought no further entanglements. He simply wished to find Lin Xiaofan. She is not home, Guan Zhao replied slyly, withholding Lin Xiaofan's whereabouts. Is her mother at home? Pu Yingshin guessed Guan Zhao's intentions, suppressing his frustration. He merely wished to see the woman he loved. She is not at home either, Guan Zhao chuckled provocatively, conveying that he had access to Lin Xiaofan's family, while Pu Yingshin did not. Pu Yingshin clenched his fists, his chest feeling as though it might burst. He had always been a calm and composed individual, but Lin Xiaofan's absence today pierced his heart. His reason told him to refrain from seeking trouble here. Guan Zhao was deliberately provoking him. Goodbye, Dr. Pu. Guan Zhao waved. Chapter 88. When I miss you, you are in the sky. When I miss you, you are before my eyes. Pu Yingshin took several deep breaths to steady himself. He swiftly leveraged his private connections to inquire with the relevant departments at Shulan Hospital about Guo Liping's medical records and hospitalization information. Initially, he had intended to handle his private affairs discreetly, But now he found himself compelled to resort to this method. After a period of waiting, receiving a definitive response from a colleague, he hurried to the breast surgery ward at Shulan Hospital. The on-duty nurses were astonished to see Pu Yingshin. They had long heard of his romance with Lin Xiaofan. Now, this prominent figure in Shulan Hospital was indeed visiting his future mother-in-law. Is Guo Liping resting? Pu Yingshin inquired softly at the dimly lit nurse station. It was already past 8 in the evening, and many patients had gone to bed as the lights in the ward dimmed. I'll check, one nurse volunteered. She quickly returned with news that Guo Liping was already asleep. Is her daughter here with her? Pu Yingshin asked. The two on-duty nurses exchanged knowing glances, becoming spectators to the unfolding drama. She was here this afternoon, but is not here now, the nurse replied. Pu Yingshin felt the weight of his colleagues' curious gazes, but could not afford to dwell on it. Has anyone else visited? Pu Yingshin pressed further. A man came earlier this afternoon, the nurse said. Pu Yingshin surmised that the man was Guan Zhao, realizing he could not inquire further. In truth, he and Lin Xiaofan had once again missed each other. Earlier that afternoon, Lin Xiaofan had visited Guo Liping with Guan Zhao. She had forgotten a bag, and Guan Zhao had offered to retrieve it for her. Upon returning with the package, he encountered a dejected Pu Yingshin waiting below. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan remained in the ward, discussing Guo Liping's pre-surgery examination with Director Wang and signing several consent forms related to the surgery. By the time Guan Zhao returned with the package, Lin Xiaofan had already left for Liyuan Lane, as Guo Liping had yet to undergo surgery and did not require her presence. Their paths had perfectly crossed without meeting. Pu Yingshin stood at the nurse's station, dialing Lin Xiaofan's number once more, but remained unanswered. Dejected, he returned home. The next day was Saturday. Pu Yingshin arrived early at the breast surgery ward, knowing that Guo Liping was resistant to him. To avoid provoking her emotions, he refrained from visiting. He requested the nurses to inform him the moment Lin Xiaofan arrived. After greeting his colleagues, he settled quietly in the doctor's office of the breast surgery department, awaiting her arrival. Dr. Pu, Lin Xiaofan is here, a nurse called softly from the doorway of the doctor's office. Pu Yingshin strode out with urgency. In the distance, he spotted Guan Zhao holding a bouquet of yellow flowers, walking alongside Lin Xiaofan from the opposite end of the corridor. Xiaofan, Pu Yingshin called out tenderly, yet urgently, rushing toward her. As that familiar voice resonated, Lin Xiaofan's heart fluttered. She halted her steps, raising her eyes to see the man who held her heart running towards her, bathed in the morning light, worry etched across his face. Good morning, Dr. Pu. Guan Zhao interjected, greeting her first. Pu Yingshin's gaze enveloped Lin Xiaofan like the air, swiftly drawing her into his embrace. The tension in Lin Xiaofan's rigid body melted away the moment she felt the warmth of Pu Yingshin's broad chest. His eyes brimmed with love and concern as he gently caressed her head, overflowing with tenderness. Did you not sleep well? In an instant, tears filled Lin Xiaofan's eyes, and her heart ached as if she were on the verge of retching. She had anticipated that he would question her. Why did you run away? Why didn't you answer my calls? Where have you been? Instead, he simply asked if she had rested poorly. Lin Xiaofan quickly bowed her head, biting her lip tightly. Rendered speechless, with tears welling in her eyes and her throat tight with emotion, she dared not meet Pu Yingshin's gaze, unwilling to cry in front of everyone in the hospital. Guan Zhao, standing to the side, brushed his hair back. Through Lin Xiaofan's restrained demeanor, he discerned her thoughts. Let us go over there to talk. Pu Yingshin understood that Lin Xiaofan was desperately trying to control her emotions. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and pointed towards the changing room at the nurse's station. I'll go keep your mother company, Guan Zhao said, moving toward the ward. As soon as they entered the changing room, Pu Yingshin held Lin Xiaofan tightly in his arms, rubbing his chin gently against the top of her head while continuously stroking her back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. His voice was soft and affectionate, imbued with a steadfastness like a mountain. Lin Xiaofan remained motionless, her face ashen, tears streaming down her cheeks as if awaiting the judgment of fate. I have spoken with Director Wang. Based on the ultrasound report, BIRADS level 5, it is basically confirmed to be malignant, Pu Yingshin said slowly. Lin Xiaofan trembled with sobs, clinging to the last shred of hope that it was a misdiagnosis. Now that Pu Yingshin had spoken, it seemed inevitable. During the surgery, a rapid biopsy will be performed on the lesion, and the extent of lymph node clearance will be determined based on whether there is axillary lymphatic metastasis. Tears continued to flow as Lin Xiaofan nodded, unable to articulate a word. Pu Yingshin's words had already been relayed to her by Director Wang when she signed the informed consent form yesterday. "Don't cry, my dear, I'm here." He gently wiped away her tears, kissing her cheek. MD Anderson is one of the best cancer treatment centers in the world. If you wish, I can arrange for your mother to receive treatment there. You need not worry about the costs. Pu Yingshin assured Lin Xiaofan that he could provide the best and most advanced treatment for Guo Liping. Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred as she glanced at Pu Yingshin. She wanted to keep her mother, to not lose her. "I can contact my former colleagues at Anderson immediately to obtain a letter of acceptance from the hospital. However, we will need to apply for a B2 medical visa to the United States, which will take some time," Pu Yingshin continued. At that moment, Guo Liping suddenly shouted from the corridor, "Xiaofan." Lin Xiaofan was startled, believing something terrible had happened, and immediately pushed past Pu Yingshin, opening the changing room door to rush out. In truth, Guan Zhao had informed Guo Liping that Pu Yingshin was there speaking with Lin Xiaofan. Upon hearing this, Guo Liping could no longer lie in a hospital bed and promptly called for her daughter. "Mom, what is wrong?" Lin Xiaofan's heart raced as she approached Guo Liping. Her face streaked with tears. Guo Liping's every movement now startled her. Spotting Pu Yingshin following behind, Guo Liping shot Lin Xiaofan a glare. "Are you here to see your mother?" she said with a sarcastic tone in front of everyone. "I'm discussing your treatment," Lin Xiaofan quickly explained, hoping to avoid provoking Guo Liping's emotions. "Have you discussed the treatment in breast surgery with urology?" Guo Liping retorted, unrelenting, directly confronting Pu Yingshin. Chapter 89. The mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law. "Good morning, Annie. I'm here to discuss your treatment plan with Xiaofan," Pu Yingshin said with a sincere smile as he stepped forward to Guo Liping. "Don't trouble yourself. Just let me be at ease, and I'll be grateful." Guo Liping rolled her eyes. Lin Xiaofan understood that Guo Liping was being relatively restrained in the hospital under the watchful eyes of the nurses. If the standoff continued, it could become exceedingly awkward. "You should go now," Lin Xiaofan said softly, turning away, her head bowed. "Goodbye, Annie. I'll come by again." With a look of concern, Pu Yingshin nodded at Lin Xiaofan. Under the scrutiny of many, he hurriedly departed, aware that Guo Liping did not wish to see him. "Annie, you mustn't let your illness upset you. Please sit down," Guan Zhao said as he stepped out of the ward to pull Guo Liping back in after seeing Pu Yingshin driven away. "You're right, Guan. I have endured too much in my life," Guo Liping sighed, revealing a different side of herself to Guan Zhao. The previous day, when Guan Zhao visited her, he had given her an extravagant red envelope for a speedy recovery, thicker than a cutting board. At a glance, Guo Liping instinctively knew the envelope contained over 10,000 yuan, sensing that Guan Zhao seemed interested in Lin Xiaofan. Though astute, Guo Liping was not one to be swayed by money, and she resolutely refused the envelope on the spot. Thus, Guan Zhao proposed to send her a bouquet of flowers instead, which he naturally brought with him early that morning, appearing in the ward alongside Lin Xiaofan with a bunch of yellow roses. Now, Guo Liping scrutinized Guan Zhao closely. This man had an ordinary appearance and a darker complexion. Due to his long-term fitness regimen, he had a muscular build, appearing robust and cheerful. "How old are you, Guan?" "Auntie, I am exactly 30 years old." Guan Zhao's heart raced with joy at Guo Liping's question. "You are at the age of establishment. Are you married?" Guo Liping inquired further. "Not yet, Auntie," Guan Zhao replied, his heart clear as day. "Are you an only child?" Guo Liping smiled slightly, continuing her inquiry. "Mom, what are you doing, conducting a census?" Lin Xiaofan interrupted before Guan Zhao could respond, her embarrassment palpable. Even a fool could discern Guo Liping's intentions behind her questions. Guan Zhao was her employer. If Guo Liping meddled, how could she continue to work and live? "I need you to help me deliver my morning urine sample to the nurse's station. Otherwise, it will be too late for testing." Guo Liping cleverly diverted Lin Xiaofan's attention. "I'm an only child. My father owns a factory, and my mother is a full-time housewife," Guan Zhao added cheerfully, providing further details. Guo Liping smiled, but said nothing, her mind racing. If she were not ill, she would have ample time to find a suitable partner for her daughter. However, with her life now in a countdown, she knew she would no longer have the ability or time to arrange blind dates for Lin Xiaofan. Guan Zhao came from a well-off family, a stark contrast to her own, and did not fit her criteria for a son-in-law, but he was still preferable to Pu Yingshin. Every time she saw Pu Yingshin's strikingly handsome face, she was reminded of her ex-husband, Lin Xiaofan. The thought of Pu Yingshin's popularity and influence at Shulan Hospital made her feel that she absolutely could not allow her daughter to be involved with him, lest Lin Xiaofan become the next her, suffering at the hands of men. Guan, please look after Xiaofan more in the future, Guo Liping said with a slight smile. Testing him. Of course, Auntie. I will visit you whenever I can. Xiaofan's matters are my matters, Guan Zhao replied, understanding Guo Liping's hint and readily accepting her words. When Lin Xiaofan returned to the ward after delivering the urine sample, she found Guo Liping in a good mood and Guan Zhao beaming with joy. Guan, please help me take Xiaofan back. I need to rest, Guo Liping said as she lay back down on the bed, pulling the covers over herself. Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of anxiety, worried that Guo Liping might have said something inappropriate to Guan Zhao. Let us go, Xiaofan. It is essential for Annie to rest well before the surgery. Guan Zhao immediately grasped Guo Liping's intention and felt a surge of joy in his heart. He promptly led Lin Xiaofan away from the ward, as gaining the approval and support of his future mother-in-law was indeed a monumental blessing for him. As soon as they departed, the breast surgery ward erupted with chatter among the on-duty nurses and doctors, all discussing Lin Xiaofan, Pu Yingshin, and the unexpected emergence of Guan Zhao. How surprising it was that someone like Pu Yingshin could be subdued by the daughter of Sister Liping. Oh, you should have seen Pu Yingshin's eyes last night, utterly heartbroken. Who knows who will triumph in the end? That man cannot possibly compare to Pu Yingshin. I, too, cannot comprehend it. I wonder what Sister Liping is thinking. At that moment, Pu Yingshin lingered downstairs in the inpatient department, quietly awaiting Lin Xiaofan. Xiaofan, upon seeing her and Guan Zhao stepping out of the elevator, he hurriedly approached. Dr. Pu hasn't left yet? Guan Zhao remarked, laced with sarcasm. Pu Yingshin's gaze sharpened as he shot a glance at Guan Zhao, sensing the latter's aggression and provocation. He wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaofan's waist, pulling her away from Guan Zhao. Come, my dear, he murmured in her ear. Dr. Pu, Xiaofan's mother asked me to take her home. This makes my task difficult, Guan Zhao boldly confronted Pu Yingshin. With Guo Liping's endorsement, Guan Zhao felt emboldened to challenge him directly. Lin Xiaofan sensed a peculiar tension in the atmosphere, but had yet to delve deeper into the implications. She was unaware that Guo Liping had granted Guan Zhao a mandate. I'll go home by myself. You need not escort me, Lin Xiaofan stated, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. She did not wish for Guan Zhao to be reprimanded by Guo Liping before the surgery, nor did she want Pu Yingshin to face her mother's ire. However, her words bore little weight for Guan Zhao, yet they struck Pu Yingshin profoundly, effectively undermining his rights as her boyfriend. Pu Yingshin buzzed. The retort he intended for Guan Zhao caught in his throat, now swallowed whole. Xiaofan, he tightened his grip around her. His expression was grave, his tone heavy, and a sense of urgency flickered in his eyes. Before we head home, we must discuss your mother's treatment plan. May I sit in on that discussion? It would be an excellent opportunity to gain some medical knowledge, Guan Zhao chimed in cheerfully. Absolutely not. This is a matter of patient privacy, especially concerning a female patient. Pu Yingshin swiftly retorted before Lin Xiaofan could respond. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan turned to Guan Zhao, saying, Boss, you should return. I need to discuss the treatment plan. Please inform my mother that you have escorted me home. Her words left Guan Zhao momentarily at a loss, unable to reject her request outright. I will wait for you here, he declared, unwilling to forfeit this chance to sideline Pu Yingshin. Let us go, Pu Yingshin urged, wrapping Lin Xiaofan securely under his arm as they exited the inpatient building. Where shall we discuss this? Lin Xiaofan inquired softly. To Liyuan Lane, to your home, Pu Yingshin replied solemnly. Lin Xiaofan looked up at him, momentarily stunned, nearly laughing. Just moments ago, he had insisted on finalizing the treatment plan before returning home. Yet now it seemed they would discuss it only after arriving at her residence. Is it so wrong to familiarize myself with my wife's family home? He teased, noticing a slight easing of Lin Xiaofan's expression. Take a photo of your mother and send it to her, stating that you have arrived home. The moment they entered room 503 of Liyuan Lane number 11, Pu Yingshin assigned Lin Xiaofan a task. My boss is still waiting for me, she replied, feigning innocence. Do not concern yourself with him. Pu Yingshin chuckled coldly. Lin Xiaofan recognized his competitive spirit was reawakening and offered a faint smile, refraining from objection. Pu Yingshin quickly surveyed the room and ushered Lin Xiaofan into her bedroom. Seeking treatment at Anderson would yield the best results. However, The time cost is prohibitive. He seated himself on her bed, drawing her into his lap. The primary concern is that obtaining a visa will take too long. If we delay the surgery, the risks will escalate, and your mother will experience immense psychological pressure. Thus, I recommend proceeding with the surgery at Shulan Hospital as initially planned, to ascertain the severity of the situation. Simultaneously, I will expedite matters with Anderson for follow-up chemotherapy. At the last moment, Pu Yingshin hesitated. Withholding the worst-case scenario, such as a high malignancy degree necessitating a second surgery at Anderson, fearing Lin Xiaofan would crumble under the weight of that information, especially since the situation had yet to reach that critical juncture. Lin Xiaofan felt a sense of relief upon hearing Pu Yingshin's straightforward and decisive recommendation, her anxiety abating as she found her footing in the midst of turmoil. She trusted this man. Over the past few days, Guo Liping's illness had left her overwhelmed, drowning in sorrow, nearly stripped of her capacity for rational thought. Will your mother opt for breast conservation? Her preference is to preserve the breast if there is no lymph node involvement. Otherwise, she would opt for a full mastectomy. With her head bowed and a heavy heart, Lin Xiaofan understood the significance of a woman's breasts and the profound psychological impact a mastectomy could impose on a patient. Sensing her sorrow and fear, Pu Yingshin gently caressed her face. Life is the utmost priority. The 5-year survival rate for breast cancer is relatively high. Do not fear. I'm here for you. Lin Xiaofan nodded, leaning into the warmth of his embrace. The sensation of safety, stability, and boundless assurance enveloped her, rendering her utterly enraptured. Should I stay with you tonight? Pu Yingshin inquired softly, pressing his cheek against hers. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback. She recalled Guo Liping's warning and her own decision to depart. She understood that her relationship with Pu Yingshin was not destined for a happy conclusion, and having chosen to leave, she felt it imperative not to waver or look back. Yet, the comfort of his embrace was intoxicating, leaving her torn about what to do. If I remain, you shall have a restful night, Pu Yingshin whispered, planting a kiss on Lin Xiaofan's forehead. He had noticed her pallor and the dark circles beneath her eyes, realizing she had likely been restless for days, unable to find peace in sleep. What troubles you? Are you worried I might take advantage of you? Pu Yingshin jested, attempting to lift her spirits. Not that, Lin Xiaofan replied in a hushed tone, her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion. Then it is settled. Go wash up and prepare for bed, he urged with a smile. Lin Xiaofan remained speechless, her mind a tangle of thoughts. She was indeed exhausted and in dire need of rest. The emotional turmoil and incessant negative news had drained her completely. Would you like me to assist you with that? Pu Yingshin chuckled. Absolutely not, Lin Xiaofan protested, quickly rising from his lap to retrieve clothes from a wardrobe. She dashed to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and soon emerged again. It is daytime. Why sleep? Lin Xiaofan frowned, gesturing toward the window. She felt as though her mind had unraveled. She was obediently following his every command. Watching her dazed expression, Pu Yingshin smiled tenderly. Silly girl, you need to catch up on sleep, regardless of the hour. Then why must I shower? Lin Xiaofan countered. To ensure you sleep soundly. Now hurry, he insisted, rising to gently push her toward the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, Lin Xiaofan felt her body warm and her tension ease significantly. As she entered the bedroom wrapped in a thick bathrobe, she saw Pu Yingshin already nestled under the covers. With eyes brimming with affection, he tenderly called out to her. Lin Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before obediently climbing into bed, leaning into the warm, tranquil embrace of this man, much like a solitary boat finding refuge in a serene harbor. In truth, upon stepping into this house, Pu Yingshin had discovered the absence of heating, with a chill pervading the space, starkly contrasting the living conditions at Xinyuewi. Therefore, while Lin Xiaofan took a shower, he had taken it upon himself to warm the bed for her. Place your hand here, he said, guiding Lin Xiaofan's hand to rest against his chest, enveloping her in his arms. Pressed closely against him, she inhaled his familiar scent and listened to the reassuring rhythm of his heartbeat, an incessant companion that lulled her into a deep slumber. This was the most restful sleep Lin Xiaofan had experienced since her arrival in Beijing. As Pu Yingshin gazed at the woman peacefully sleeping in his embrace, he fell into a reverie. He yearned to understand the circumstances surrounding the photograph of Guan Zhao holding Lin Xiaofan and was eager to inquire why she had departed so silently, ignoring his calls thereafter. Yet, He recognized that the moment was not ripe for such questions. He understood that he could not impose any further pressure on her at this delicate juncture. He repeatedly reminded himself to remain composed during this challenging time, to protect this fragile woman. Meanwhile, Guan Zhao waited anxiously at the hospital, glancing around for nearly 2 hours without sight of Lin Xiaofan's return. He realized he could not directly inform Guo Liping that Lin Xiaofan had left with Pu Yingshin, for she would undoubtedly blame him. Li Min, come to Shuan Hospital, he pondered, devising a plan to lure Lin Xiaofan back. An hour later, Li Min arrived at Shuan Hospital, having prepared everything as instructed by Guan Zhao. He provided her with the floor and bed number, sending her to visit Guo Liping on behalf of their company. He then settled at a nearby Starbucks, awaiting her feedback. Hello, Auntie. Li Min, a colleague of Xiaofan. I am here on behalf of our entire company to wish you a swift recovery. Li Min smiled as she presented a fruit basket, a bouquet of sunflowers, and a letter of condolence, followed by a thick stack of red envelopes. Guo Liping sat bolt upright in bed, astonished by the multitude of envelopes. Xiao Guan has already visited me. I appreciate your kindness, but you may keep the envelopes. Auntie, I must leave the envelopes with you. They're not from me. Each colleague entrusted me to deliver them to you, and I cannot make that decision for them, Li Min insisted, shrewdly recalling that these envelopes were specifically requested by Guan Zhao and must not be returned. Then I'll call Xiao Guan, Guo Liping replied, reaching for the phone. Auntie, our boss is unaware of this. He cannot take back what the others have given, Li Min quickly clarified, washing her hands of the situation. Upon hearing this, Guo Liping found herself in a dilemma, ultimately deciding to call her daughter. Lin Xiaofan, comfortably nestled in Pu Yingshin's arms, stirred at the sound of the ringing phone, momentarily disoriented as she reached out blindly. Concerned that she might catch a chill, Pu Yingshin leaned out from under the covers to hand her the phone. Mom, what is it? Lin Xiaofan asked, her heart racing upon seeing Guo Liping's name. Your colleagues are here to visit me. They are in the hospital room now. You must come quickly, Guo Liping urged. After hanging up, Lin Xiaofan rubbed her face, still groggy and utterly exhausted. I need to go to the hospital, she yawned. Is there something going on? Pu Yingshin immediately draped his bathrobe over her shoulders. Some colleagues from my company are visiting my mom, Lin Xiaofan replied, still half asleep. Upon hearing this, Pu Yingshin deduced that this was Guan Zhao's ploy. Normally, colleagues would not show up unannounced without prior arrangements, disregarding the patient's convenience entirely. How do your colleagues know which ward your mother is in? He queried deliberately. Lin Xiaofan, preparing to rise from bed, suddenly realized the implication of his question. Her eyes widened as the remnants of sleep dissipated. Pu Yingshin smirked, leaning against the headboard. Indeed, who informed them? She asked, bewildered. Certainly not me, he teased, casting her a knowing glance. Lin Xiaofan suspected Guan Zhao's involvement, but could not fathom his motives. Annoyed by Guan Zhao's indiscretion in revealing her private matters, she felt exposed before her colleagues, wishing for a semblance of privacy. This is so annoying, she muttered, quickly dressing. All right, let us go with a cheerful heart and return joyfully. I'll prepare a meal for you later, Pu Yingshin said, slipping out of bed. Aren't you coming? Lin Xiaofan asked, gazing at him in confusion. Pu Yingshin raised an eyebrow at her. Lin Xiaofan realized her question might have sounded dismissive, as if she were ushering him away. Suddenly flustered, she felt a pang of regret for appearing ungrateful after he had just enveloped her in warmth. Don't overthink it. Silly girl, Pu Yingshin said, pulling her close and kissing her softly. Just don't open the door casually, Lin Xiaofan replied, her tone softening. Unable to contain his amusement, Pu Yingshin chuckled. What are you laughing at? Lin Xiaofan asked, her expression adorably perplexed. By the time you return, this little rabbit of mine might be devoured by the wolf grandma, he teased, fully aware that she had been on edge for days. Her thoughts and actions transformed by stress. With a gentle laugh, Lin Xiaofan finally smiled in front of her beloved. Your laughter is truly beautiful, Pu Yingshin remarked, planting another kiss on her lips. Liyuan Alley is quite close to Shuan Hospital, and Lin Xiaofan soon arrived at the inpatient department. I cannot accept these envelopes. Please take them back. If you do not, I must return them to each colleague's desk at the company, Lin Xiaofan insisted firmly. Li Minutes, feeling it was her duty from the boss, insisted on leaving the envelopes, resulting in a stalemate between them. At that moment, Guo Liping interjected, Xiaofan, please take your colleagues out for lunch. It's getting late. Lin Xiaofan hesitated. Pu Yingshin was waiting at home to share a meal. But out of courtesy and social obligation, she felt compelled to go. As Lin Xiaofan and Li Min headed towards the hospital-esque restaurant, they unexpectedly encountered Guan Zhao, who had been alerted by Li Min Xiaofan. "Have you finished discussing the treatment plan? I've been waiting for you," he blurted out, misjudging her feelings and the situation in his eagerness. He hoped this would instill guilt in Lin Xiaofan about his weight, compensating for his own emotional needs. However, this backfired. Lin Xiaofan was already displeased with Guan Zhao for invading her privacy, and hearing his pressure only escalated her anger. "I didn't ask you to wait," she retorted, her expression cold and unyielding. My child has a tutoring class this afternoon, so I can't stay for lunch." "Xiaofan, I must leave, perhaps next time," Guan Zhao stammered, sensing the shift in mood and retreating. Li Min, sensing the tension, quickly bid farewell and exited. Typically gentle, Lin Xiaofan rarely confronted anyone with anger. Suddenly wearing a stern expression, she caught Guan Zhao off guard, prompting him to lower his tone. My fault, I chose to wait. Don't be upset." He laughed nervously, attempting to sidle closer to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan sidestepped his advance. "How did Li Min know my mother was hospitalized?" she questioned, her patience with Guan Zhao's meddling finally wearing thin. "I'm not sure. You can't blame me for everything. You should ask Li Min," he deflected, unwilling to take responsibility and casting the blame on the absent Li Min. "Let us go. I'll drive you home," he suggested. "I have completed the task assigned to me by your mother." Guo Liping could only be brought out by Guan Zhao. Lin Xiaofan immediately thought of Pu Yingshin's car still parked downstairs at her residence. If Guan Zhao were to see it, it would be disastrous. Guo Liping would surely create a scene. Chapter 92. Capturing Thieves and Evidence. Uncovering Infidelity. Let us go. Guan Zhao grasped Lin Xiaofan's hand, observing her flustered demeanor. He couldn't help but speculate. Lin Xiaofan shook off Guan Zhao's grip, momentarily at a loss for a solution. After all, he was her superior, and she could not afford to confront him unless she was willing to forfeit her job. "No need to escort me. I'm going shopping and don't wish to return home," Lin Xiaofan offered an excuse. The more she resisted, the more Guan Zhao suspected that this matter was somehow tied to Pu Yingshin. "I'll accompany you. I prefer to be alone. I want to go buy a few things by myself," Lin Xiaofan replied impatiently. She was utterly fatigued by Guo Liping's constant pressure through Guan Zhao. "All right, I want to insist. Please don't be upset." Guan Zhao realized he could not push Lin Xiaofan further, or else Guo Liping's authority would be compromised. After breaking away from Guan Zhao, Lin Xiaofan deliberately went to a fruit shop to purchase some fruits, then to a convenience store for drinks, before finally returning home. However, upon reaching her building, she discovered that Pu Yingshin's car was no longer there. Her heart sank, and she hurriedly dashed back inside. As she opened the door, she found the house empty. Sitting at the dining table, gazing at the steaming dishes, she suddenly burst into tears. It was as if she needed to cry out all the grievances, reluctance, helplessness, and despair that had built up inside her. She could not fathom why fate had been so unjust to her. The sorrowful scenes that transpired in television dramas seemed to manifest in her own life. She had lived in trepidation since childhood, never knowing what it felt like to be cherished, nor what love entailed. Now that she had experienced it, it seemed cruelly snatched away. Having lost her father's love early on, she was now on the verge of losing her mother and would have to push away the one who held her dear. The empty room, with only a table laden with food, eerily reflected her future, living alone in a desolate prison, reminiscing about those once warm meals and the love that had been selflessly given but was now irrevocably lost. "What's wrong?" Pu Yingshin entered, casting aside the items he had bought, and swiftly moved to embrace Lin Xiaofan from behind. She clung tightly to him, weeping uncontrollably. "Stop crying, darling. If you keep this up, I might cry too," he said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had never seen her so heartbroken and desperate, and it pained him deeply. Usually, she kept her emotions in check, repressing her inner turmoil, but now she was wholly unrestrained. "It's all right. I'm here, and everything will get better," Pu Yingshin said, lifting Lin Xiaofan and cradling her on his lap. She curled up like a small child, softly sobbing in his embrace. "I went to buy a battery. The gas stove won't ignite, and I still have a soup to cook." Pu Yingshin attempted to distract her. "Are you comfortable using my kitchen?" Lin Xiaofan wiped her tears, her thoughts momentarily diverted. Not really. At first, I couldn't find the tools, then the spices, and, eventually, I let the fire go out, Pu Yingshin said with a hint of self-deprecation. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan managed a tearful smile. But the food must be cooked. Whether it tastes good or not is uncertain. Noticing Lin Xiaofan's smile, Pu Yingshin continued to tease her. With your background, why would you know how to cook? Lin Xiaofan suddenly remarked, thinking that given his affluent upbringing, he should have never needed to step into the kitchen. Do you have a misunderstanding about my family? Not just me, my father cooks too. When my mother scolds him, he doesn't dare to utter a word. Pu Yingshin smiled at her. Really? Your mother is that fierce? She seems quite amiable to me. Lin Xiaofan's mind had transitioned to a different dimension, momentarily setting aside her sorrow. She's not fierce. It's just a tradition in my family that the matriarch has the final say. Pu Yingshin chuckled, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiaofan's hair. Having grown up in a single-parent household, she found it hard to imagine such a family dynamic and could only marvel at it. My grandmother managed my grandfather, but she didn't interfere with my parents. My maternal grandmother was the same, each managing their own family. Pu Yingshin noted Lin Xiaofan's confusion and offered an explanation. So, your mother has authority over you and your father? Lin Xiaofan inquired cautiously. Once I have my own family, I won't be under my mother's authority anymore, he said, playfully pinching her nose. Lin Xiaofan understood the implication in Pu Yingshin's words. In the past, she would have found it sweet and heartwarming. At this moment, however, she was acutely aware that there was no future for them, and her heart ached in silence. My grandfather has passed away. The villa at Yuqiwan is what he left for me, Pu Yingshin suddenly revealed. Lin Xiaofan paused, unsure how to respond. After your mother's surgery, you could stay with her at Yuqiwan. It's a better environment and would aid in her recovery. Seizing the opportunity, Pu Yingshin expressed his long-contemplated thoughts. Lin Xiaofan felt a lump in her throat, nearly brought to tears again. No need. My mother wouldn't go. She wouldn't be comfortable there. Pu Yingshin fell silent. As a doctor, he understood that the upcoming surgery would be the simplest part. The subsequent chemotherapy and lengthy recovery would truly test both the patient and their family. He worried whether Lin Xiaofan could bear this pressure alone. He could have helped her navigate these challenges, but now, with Guo Liping so resistant, he felt utterly excluded. I'll go change the battery, get the soup on, and then we can eat. Pu Yingshin gently placed Lin Xiaofan on the sofa, kissed her, and turned to head into the kitchen. Lin Xiaofan quietly approached the kitchen door and discreetly snapped a photo of Pu Yingshin busy at work. This was the life scenario she had always dreamed of, her beloved preparing food while she waited carefreely. Yet, it seemed fate was determined to toy with this couple, never allowing their tender moments to last. The doorbell rang, and Guanzhao returned, wielding Guo Liping's authority once more. Xiaofan, your mother is worried about the flowers at home. She asked me to take them to my place for a while, and my housekeeper will help take care of them, Guanzhao said cheerfully at the door, his gaze darting suspiciously around the room, suspecting that Pu Yingshin was present. Chapter 93, The Last Tenderness. Come in, Lin Xiaofan replied coolly, her inner disdain palpable. Despite Guo Liping being gravely ill in the hospital, she still sought to monitor Lin Xiaofan through her boss, denying her any semblance of freedom. Guanzhao pretended not to notice the flowers, peeking his head into the bedroom. Lin Xiaofan instantly saw through his intentions. There's a portion on the balcony, and some on the windowsill in my mother's bedroom, she pointed out. All right. Guanzhao quickly moved the pots into the living room. Then, turning around, he spotted the spread of food on the dining table, clearly meant for two. Xiaofan, did you make this? It looks wonderful, he remarked, feigning hunger. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced. She knew she could not let Guanzhao eat this meal, or Pu Yingshin would certainly be upset. Just minutes before, Pu Yingshin had received an urgent call from Shulan Hospital regarding a patient whose emergency surgery could not proceed, forcing him to leave in haste to assist elsewhere. They had barely had time to eat. Indeed, Lin Xiaofan pretended not to understand the subtle hints from Guanzhao, attempting to evade the situation. May I join you for a meal? I'm quite famished. Guanzhao leaned closer to the plate to savor the aroma. His action served both as a test for Lin Xiaofan and an invitation to share lunch. Since this morning, after Guo Liping had granted him the proverbial sword of power, he tirelessly pursued his agenda throughout the morning, leaving no room for Pu Yingshin to breathe. Guanzhao was overly eager to seize this rare opportunity to oust Pu Yingshin from the scene. However, his aggressive demeanor irritated Lin Xiaofan. "No, I'm quite tired and prefer to be alone for a while." Lin Xiaofan's expression hardened as she outright rejected Guan Zhao. She sensed that Guo Liping and Guan Zhao had exchanged words that should not have been spoken, and Guan Zhao's behavior was markedly different from that of a typical employer. "Then please rest well. If you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. I'm always at your service." Observing Lin Xiaofan's stern countenance, Guan Zhao decided to retreat strategically, promptly clearing away the flowers. He trusted his instincts, convinced that Pu Yingshin had not departed. Thus, he waited in his car downstairs for nearly 2 hours before feeling assured enough to leave when Pu Yingshin had yet to return. Pu Yingshin arrived just before dinner, having spent the afternoon performing surgery, rescuing a patient from the brink of death. Did he not have lunch? He noticed the untouched dishes on the table. Feeling both touched and pained, Lin Xiaofan hesitated to respond, as she had kept expecting Pu Yingshin to return at any moment, ultimately waiting the entire afternoon until evening. "Aren't you hungry, silly girl?" Pu Yingshin gazed at her tenderly, sensing the unspoken love she harbored for him. Ever since he had first seen her that morning, she had passively accepted his embraces and kisses without any proactive response, never once calling him husband. Yet, she had starved herself all afternoon just to share a meal with him. "Darling, I love you." Pu Yingshin embrassait Lin Xiaofan titly, gently caressing her back, as though he wished to merge her into his very being. "I love you too." Tears welled in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as she finally reciprocated. "I love you, my dear." Pu Yingshin declared his affection once more, the tide of love swelling within him. When words failed to convey their emotions, their bodies spoke volumes. He lowered his head and kissed the woman in his arms deeply. Lin Xiaofan trembled, not shying away. She felt Pu Yingshin's overwhelming passion, as if he were about to consume her entirely. They kissed fervently, lost in each other, their love penetrating deep into their very souls, seemingly impervious to any force that might separate them. This time, everything between them transformed into love, their union imbued with a divine essence, understanding, companionship, acceptance, sacrifice, and an unending flow of genuine and pure love. "I am truly starving. I feel as though my legs are shaking." Lin Xiaofan languidly rested her head on the dining table, awaiting Pu Yingshin's hot dishes. "Are you certain that it's merely hunger?" Pu Yingshin teased with a playful smile. Lin Xiaofan giggled foolishly. She resolved once more to live in the moment, cherishing even a single day in the company of this man. On Sunday, Pu Yingshin remained in Liyuan Alley to keep Lin Xiaofan company. She first visited Guo Liping at the hospital before shopping for some daily necessities. After a night of contemplation, Guan Zhao, having learned from Saturday's lessons, no longer rushed. His mindset stabilized. He understood that time was on his side, and it was Pu Yingshin who should be anxious. "I have already requested to suspend my consultations for Monday morning." Pu Yingshin shared his plans with Lin Xiaofan, who was busy ironing his clothes. Lacking clean garments to wear and with no dryer at Lin Xiaofan's home, Pu Yingshin had to wait wrapped in a blanket. Lin Xiaofan responded softly, her head bowed. "You need not worry. Once your mother awakens from the anesthesia, I will depart. She will not see me and thus will not be upset." Pu Yingshin sensed Lin Xiaofan's concerns and promptly alleviated them. "It's done, put on." Lin Xiaofan approached the bed with the freshly ironed clothes. As Pu Yingshin reached for them, he noticed that Lin Xiaofan did not release her grip. "Let me help you wear it." Her voice was gentle, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. She lived each day as if it were her last, yearning to experience everything with Pu Yingshin, fearing she might never have another opportunity. Pu Yingshin saw through her intentions. He extended his hands in cooperation, watching Lin Xiaofan meticulously dress him, fastening each button and smoothing every hem. "All done. You look truly handsome." Lin Xiaofan's eyes shimmered with tears as she smiled radiantly. This was the first time she had complimented him on his looks. At that moment, Pu Yingshin realized that every action Lin Xiaofan undertook seemed like a farewell to him. He understood, yet he could not voice this truth, for he did not want to inflict further pain upon her heart. "Do not worry. Director Wang is highly experienced, and the surgery will proceed smoothly. I will be here throughout the entire process," he assured her tenderly. Lin Xiaofan nodded. This steadfast man would once again accompany her through a trying time. "Remember, I'm always here." Pu Yingshin affectionately tousled Lin Xiaofan's hair, his eyes filled with love. All right. Lin Xiaofan leaned against Pu Yingshin's chest, like a little kitten seeking warmth on a winter-esque day. Chapter 94. The True and False Son-in-Law. Early on Monday morning, Guo Liping's hospital bed was surrounded by relatives. Lin Xiaofan's aunts, uncles, cousins, and Guan Zhao were all present. However, Pu Yingshin could not be there. Do not be anxious. It is merely a minor surgery. Sleep for a while, and you shall be well. The relatives busily tried to comfort Guo Liping. Xiao Guan, come here. Guo Liping summoned Guan Zhao to her side. With a cheerful demeanor, Guan Zhao approached. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced, her fists clenched. She knew her worst fears were materializing. This is my sister, Xiaofan's aunt. This is my brother, Xiaofan's uncle. This is my aunt, this is my uncle, and this is... Guo Liping introduced Guan Zhao to all her relatives. Guan Zhao greeted each one, neither mentioning that he was Lin Xiaofan's employer nor her boyfriend. The relatives smiled knowingly, implicitly accepting him as Lin Xiaofan's legitimate partner. Soon, a nurse and orderly arrived, bringing a stretcher to the ward. Guo Liping lay on the stretcher, grasping Lin Xiaofan's hand. Xiaofan, your mother is most worried about you, Guo Liping choked out. Lin Xiaofan felt tears welling up, quickly stifling them. She wanted her mother to enter the operating room with peace of mind and return safely. Mom, I will be waiting for you outside the operating room. You will be out soon. After Guo Liping was wheeled into the operating room, all the relatives joined Lin Xiaofan in the waiting area, anxiously watching the electronic screen. Xiaofan, it will be fine. Your mother is destined for good fortune. Guan Zhao consoled her as he sat beside Lin Xiaofan. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's aunt nodded in agreement. Xiaofan, with your boyfriend here, I feel much more at ease. It is far better than being alone. Lin Xiaofan's aunt remarked, looking at Guan Zhao with admiration. Just then, Pu Yingshin hurriedly entered the waiting area, immediately spotting Guan Zhao sitting next to Lin Xiaofan. Xiaofan, he called softly. Lin Xiaofan sprang up and moved toward him, and Pu Yingshin instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulder. All the relatives present were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of the situation and the identity of this man. Guan Zhao remained composed, calmly engaging in casual conversation with Lin Xiaofan's aunt. Having learned from the events of Saturday, Guan Zhao understood that he held the upper hand. It was merely a matter of time before Pu Yingshin would be sidelined. His task now was to avoid provoking Lin Xiaofan. The family representative of Guo Liping was called to the door of the operating room. Suddenly, the intercom in the waiting area crackled to life. Lin Xiaofan shuddered in fright, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. It's all right, it's just the notification for the rapid biopsy during the surgery, Pu Yingshin reassured her, gently wrapping his arms around her as they walked towards the operating room. The nurse, reciting medical jargon as if from memory, informed them about the malignancy. The positive margins with infiltration requiring an expanded excision, while the sentinel lymph nodes in the axilla showed no signs of metastasis. Lin Xiaofan felt both anxious and bewildered, uncertain of how to respond. It's all standard information, indicating it's within the expected range. Pu Yingshin continued to comfort her. Leaning against him, she felt immensely grateful for his presence. Otherwise, her already chaotic mind would have left her completely confused by the nurse's words. After more than 2 hours, the surgery was successfully completed, and Guo Liping was wheeled into the recovery room to await the effects of the anesthesia. Director Wang poked his head out from the operating room. Do you want to see the excised tissues, Xiaofan? He inquired. Lin Xiaofan's face turned pale with shock, her whole body trembling. Let me see, Pu Yingshin said. Aware this might leave Lin Xiaofan with psychological scars, he decided against letting her view it for now. Inside a stainless steel container lay a plate full of breast tissue. Pu Yingshin took a glance, snapped a photo, intending to show it to Lin Xiaofan at a more appropriate time. He then embraced her and returned to the waiting area. Don't be afraid. I'm here, he said softly, his gentle gaze fixed on Lin Xiaofan as he tenderly rubbed her upper arm. She rested her head against his chest, feeling utterly exhausted after the 2-hour ordeal, longing for a moment of solace and comfort in his embrace. Who is that man? Who is Xiaofan's boyfriend? The relatives began to whisper amongst themselves. Isn't it Xiao Guan? One asked. What's going on here? How can Xiao Guan remain unbothered while he's holding Xiaofan like that? Another remarked, admiring Pu Yingshin's handsome appearance. Sweetheart, once your mother wakes up, I must take my leave. Don't be afraid. Call me if you need anything, Pu Yingshin whispered tenderly. Lin Xiaofan nodded, wishing this steadfast man would not depart, yet feeling powerless to keep him by her side. Due to the extensive nature of the surgical wound, your mother might experience significant pain for the next few days. If it's unbearable, seek the doctor for additional pain relief and ensure she gets ample rest, he advised, meticulously outlining all necessary precautions. Stay in touch. I love you, he said, planting a kiss on her forehead before reluctantly leaving the waiting room. For the next 3 days, Lin Xiaofan tirelessly cared for Guo Liping, who, despite being drenched in sweat from the pain, remained stoically silent. Years of life's challenges had forged her into a woman of steel. While other patients cried out in agony, she gritted her teeth and bore it in silence. Thus, in her eyes, the pain of heartbreak paled in comparison to such immense physical suffering. Annie, you seem much better today, Guan Zhao, standing by the bedside, commented with concern. Xiao Guan, thank you for visiting me every day, Guo Liping replied weakly. At that moment, a patient in the adjacent bed chimed in. Is he your son or son-in-law? Guo Liping smiled at Guan Zhao and said, not my son. The other day, I saw him take a urine bag out. Many sons wouldn't do such things. You're truly fortunate, the other patient exclaimed. It's nothing, just what he should do, Guan Zhao replied cheerfully as he helped Guo Liping sit up. Guo Liping looked at Guan Zhao with great pleasure, feeling grateful for his attentiveness. She perceived him as a rich young man who, despite his status, treated her with kindness and care, even handling the urine bags without disdain. Such a man would undoubtedly provide a good life for her daughter. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan, exhausted from days of vigil, slowly entered the room with a thermos of hot water. Girl, I was just telling your mother how wonderful your boyfriend is, the other patient remarked. Lin Xiaofan jolted, her face draining of color, fearing that Pu Yingshin had arrived and upset Guo Liping. Unbeknownst to them, Pu Yingshin indeed had come. Shall I call Xiaofan over? Director Wang asked. Pu Yingshin nodded. Half an hour earlier, he had hurried from the new hospital to the old one during a break. Anticipating this moment when Guo Liping's pathology report would be released, intending to discuss the treatment plan with Director Wang. Xiaofan, come to my office, Wang called from the doorway. Guo Liping, engaged in conversation with Guan Zhao, immediately masked her smile, realizing the report had arrived. Lin Xiaofan quickly followed Director Wang, her heart racing with anxiety. Upon entering the office, she was met by the man she had longed for, and their hearts swelled with concern, longing, pain, and guilt all at once. Pu Yingshin embraced Lin Xiaofan, gently patting her back, his eyes filled with love and compassion. He noted her exhaustion, her hollowed cheeks, and how her face appeared smaller than before. Lin Xiaofan leaned against his shoulder, exuding affection and hope as she gazed at him. Their love was silent yet deafening. In this moment, Director Wang could only lower her head to peruse the report, having already heard the nurse's gossip about their relationship. Your mother's pathology report is out. Invasive ductal carcinoma, stage 2, Director Wang sighed. I just spoke with Yingshin. We need to initiate chemotherapy as soon as possible to prevent distant metastasis. Indeed, both Director Wang and I agree that chemotherapy should commence 1 week post-surgery. As this is the optimal time frame, Pu Yingshin added. The sigh from Director Wang, coupled with Pu Yingshin's professional demeanor, led Lin Xiaofan to quickly discern that Guo Liping could not wait for a medical visa to the United States. Is my mother very serious? Lin Xiaofan asked, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Pu Yingshin. It's not about severity, it's about timing. The infiltration of the tumor makes it prone to distant metastasis. Yet currently, no lymphatic spread has been detected, so we must act swiftly to prevent this situation. Pu Yingshin explained in detail. Lin Xiaofan finally understood that while Guo Liping's condition was not critical, immediate chemotherapy could significantly control her illness. However, delaying could lead to severe consequences. Then let us proceed as you suggest. Chemotherapy 1 week post-surgery, Lin Xiaofan decisively concluded. Director Wang, let us schedule the chemotherapy for next Monday. However, I need to review the treatment plan before finalizing it with you, Pu Yingshin stated solemnly. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Lin Xiaofan, not lingering for a moment longer, hurrying back. He had only 3 days to devise the chemotherapy plan. As a urologist, transitioning to breast surgery felt like crossing a mountain. He needed to contact his colleagues at Anderson in the United States immediately to acquire the most advanced chemotherapy protocols, alongside researching a plethora of journals and literature. How are you doing? Guo Liping asked anxiously. Director Wang said the pathology report showed no lymphatic spread. It's not a major issue, Lin Xiaofan replied, attempting to sound reassuring. Having worked in breast surgery for over a decade, Guo Liping understood the gravity of her situation. Realizing her fate hinged on luck. You should go home and rest during the day. Return in the evening. The caregivers can manage me for now, she advised, showing concern for her daughter. Xiaofan, let me take you home to rest. I've arranged everything at the company. You don't need to worry, Guanzhao said, smiling as he approached Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before deciding to return home for a shower and a brief rest. Once her mother commenced chemotherapy next week, sleepless nights would follow. Xiaofan, if you need financial assistance, you can let me know, Guanzhao remarked, glancing at her while driving. My mother has medical insurance, so there's no immediate concern. In any case, whatever difficulties you face, you can confide in me, Guanzhao continued, expressing his intentions. Xiaofan sensed that Guo Liping and Guanzhao had reached some sort of understanding, so she refrained from responding. She lacked the energy and mental fortitude to navigate such a complicated situation. On Sunday afternoon, Pu Yingshin scheduled a meeting with Director Wang and Lin Xiaofan at the hospital to discuss the final chemotherapy plan. Director Wang, I appreciate you coming in on your day off, Pu Yingshin said politely. It's no trouble. Liping is my subordinate, so it is my duty, Wang replied. Subsequently, Pu Yingshin elaborated in great detail on his recent findings and ideas. Lin Xiaofan observed a look of surprise and confusion fleeting across Director Wang's face. Yingshin, this chemotherapy plan lacks data support from domestic applications, which poses risks, Wang noted, glancing at Lin Xiaofan. True, but it has been implemented abroad, and my colleagues at Anderson have utilized it. I have adjusted it according to the literature to account for the differences between Eastern and Western patients. Pu Yingshin responded earnestly when discussing the professional aspects. Xiaofan, although this chemotherapy regimen is not widely used abroad, the data indicates it is highly effective, Pu Yingshin reiterated, turning his gaze to Lin Xiaofan. This conclusion stemmed from his exhaustive research over the past few days. He acknowledged the risks yet deemed them manageable. Lin Xiaofan swiftly engaged in mental deliberation. Between Director Wang and Pu Yingshin, she chose to trust Pu Yingshin, despite Wang's nearly 30 years in breast surgery. She understood that her mother's life was at stake. She could not afford to lose, only to win. Moreover, she recognized the immense responsibility and pressure Pu Yingshin had willingly undertaken. I agree to this plan, Lin Xiaofan declared, her gaze steadfastly meeting Pu Yingshin's. He returned her look with deep emotion, sensing her unconditional trust in him. Director Wang, please do not disclose that this plan was devised by me, Pu Yingshin cautioned, concerned that Guo Liping might complicate matters upon learning the truth. Rest assured, only the three of us are privy to this, Wang assured him. In the end, Lin Xiaofan signed several documents and consent forms in their presence. On Monday morning, as everyone believed that everything would proceed as planned, when the nurse brought the chemotherapy medication to Guo Liping's bedside, she unexpectedly refused the treatment. Mom, what's wrong? Why won't you undergo chemotherapy? Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Guo Liping remained silent, offering no explanation. That day, all the nurses and doctors in the ward who knew Guo Liping attempted to persuade her, but to no avail. Lin Xiaofan suspected that Guo Liping had discovered that the chemotherapy plan was devised by Pu Yingshin, yet Director Wang assured her that no such information had been leaked. Wang personally intervened to persuade Guo Liping to commence chemotherapy, appealing to her emotions and reasoning, but his efforts were futile. After a day and night of relentless pleading, on Tuesday morning, a desperate Lin Xiaofan tearfully implored her mother to undergo the treatment. She knew time was of the essence. This delay had already exceeded their initial timeline. Mom, please undergo chemotherapy. It offers hope for a cure. Aren't you worried about me being alone? Lin Xiaofan wept, her voice heavy with sorrow. I will agree to the treatment if you break up with Pu Yingshin, Guo Liping replied coldly, her expression devoid of warmth, resolutely wagering her life. Mom, please don't say that, Lin Xiaofan cried, heartbroken. She could not accept sacrificing her love for her mother's life, nor could she exchange her mother's life for her love. Then don't try to persuade me. Guo Liping lay still on the bed like a marionette, indifferent to her daughter's despair. Don't pressure me. I can stop living with him. I can avoid seeing him, but don't force me to break up with him. Lin Xiaofan clutched her mother's hand, sobbing for a full hour. Nurse! Nurse! I want to discharge myself. Guo Liping suddenly shouted, sitting up in bed. The nurses rushed in, startled by the commotion. Fine. I'll break up. Lin Xiaofan leaned against the chair, trembling, her gaze unfocused, breath shallow. You need to call Pu Yingshin right now and tell her you're breaking up with him. No more meetings or contact. Immediately, Guo Liping pointed to Lin Xiaofan's phone on the table. The nurses quickly exited the room, whispering amongst themselves at the door. Think carefully. Will you make that call now? Or shall I discharge myself? Guo Liping demanded, her eyes fierce and unyielding, disregarding her daughter's anguish. Trembling, Lin Xiaofan grasped her phone, tears streaming down her face as she dialed Pu Yingshin's number. His gentle voice came through the line. Darling, what's the matter? Pu Yingshin, who was seeing patients at the clinic, stepped outside to take her call, concerned that Lin Xiaofan might need urgent assistance. Hearing his tender voice, Lin Xiaofan broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't cry, darling. What's wrong? His heart ached at her distress. Are you going to say it or not? Guo Liping barked, pushing Lin Xiaofan's head away. We should break up. We must not see each other or stay in touch, Lin Xiaofan stammered, mustering every ounce of strength to utter the words before hanging up. She collapsed on the floor, feeling numb, breathless, and as if her limbs had lost feeling. Yet Guo Liping was relentless. Delete all contact information immediately, she commanded, pushing Lin Xiaofan's head again. Obediently, Lin Xiaofan complied, deleting every means of contacting Pu Yingshin, her tears pooling on the floor. Delete all your photos with him too. Make sure everything is gone. Guo Liping continued to scream in her ear. Lin Xiaofan, on the ground, painstakingly erased each photograph of herself with Pu Yingshin, each image a memory of their love. When she reached the last photo taken just days ago of Pu Yingshin cooking for her, she realized her tears had run dry. She felt hollow, devoid of spirit, like a soulless entity, incapable of feeling anything. Just undergo the treatment, Lin Xiaofan managed to murmur to Guo Liping, struggling to stand. She leaned against the wall and opened the hospital door. The corridor was filled with onlookers. As she staggered forward, she suddenly collapsed, hitting her forehead against the doorframe with a resounding thud. The nurses at the station rushed over, alarmed. Are you all right? You have a large bump on your forehead. We need to treat it, they urged, pulling her up. Lin Xiaofan steadied herself, pushing them away. She staggered, waving her hand at the nurses and softly murmuring, It doesn't hurt. Director Wang, observing Lin Xiaofan's retreating figure from the nurse's station, could not help but shed tears. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have acted as a matchmaker. Lin Xiaofan's heart-wrenching cries reached Pu Yingshin's ears, as did Guo Liping's furious shouts. He immediately redialed Lin Xiaofan's number, but found it unreachable. His messages went unanswered, all means of communication severed. Leaning against the hospital's exterior wall, he felt as if he were about to fracture under the weight of despair. Dr. Pu, the patients are becoming impatient. A hurried nurse called out to him from the clinic. I'm coming. Pu Yingshin took a deep breath and quickly did several squats to adjust his emotions before entering the consultation room, where his patients awaited him. Guo Liping, having successfully coerced her daughter into breaking up, finally exhaled, feeling that she had accomplished a formidable task. She was indifferent to her daughter's suffering, firmly believing that as long as Lin Xiaofan found a suitable partner and lived happily, she would eventually forget her ex Xiaoguan. I am starting chemotherapy today. Guo Liping took the initiative to call Guanzhao. Upon hearing this, Guanzhao immediately understood the implicit hint from his future mother-in-law, promptly setting aside his work to rush to the hospital. At that moment, Pu Yingshin, having finished his outpatient duties, hurried to the old hospital. Fate had them share the same elevator. Dr. Pu, what a coincidence! Guanzhao greeted with a smile. Pu Yingshin merely glanced at him, offering no reply. His heart ablaze. He was solely focused on seeing the woman he loved as soon as possible. Is Xiaofan here? He sprinted to the nurse's station as soon as he exited the elevator. Not here. She left a while ago. The nurses, who had witnessed the tug-of-war between mother and daughter, felt a pang of empathy but dared not speak. Guanzhao strolled leisurely down the corridor, quietly observing everything, though he was unaware of the full situation. He inferred from Pu Yingshin's demeanor that it might bode well for him. Noting the silence among his colleagues, Pu Yingshin realized he could extract no further information. He dashed into Director Wang's office. Yingshin, you've come. Director Wang looked up to see Pu Yingshin, distressed and gloomy. Do you know where Xiaofan has gone? Pu Yingshin inquired directly, skipping pleasantries. No, she left a long time ago. Director Wang replied with a furrowed brow. Pu Yingshin turned to leave, intending to search for his beloved at Liyuan Lane. Yingshin, Director Wang called after him. Turning back, Pu Yingshin saw the sorrow etched on Director Wang's face, almost to the point of tears. I owe you an apology for the matchmaking I attempted. I've known Liping for over a decade. I understand her well. If Xiaofan does not agree today, Liping will certainly refuse the chemotherapy. With a deep sigh, Director Wang wiped his eyes. Pu Yingshin stood there, heartbroken, feeling as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. Without uttering a word, he quietly pushed open the office door and exited the breast surgery ward. He lingered alone in the biting winter wind for half an hour, choosing not to seek out Lin Xiaofan. He opted for the greater good, enduring immense pain to support Lin Xiaofan's desire to save her mother. Annie, where's Xiaofan? Guan Zhao observed Guo Liping, alone with an aide during chemotherapy, sensing something unusual. She stepped out for some fresh air, Guo Liping replied, leaning against the headboard with her eyes closed. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan returned to the parking lot of Junkie, driving her white Porsche back to the garage of Zinyuewi. Subsequently, she sent the car keys to Tang Shuwei. Chapter 97. As the sun rises in the east and rains fall in the west, it may appear fair, yet there exists an undercurrent of turmoil. The following noon, Tang Shuwei appeared at Shulan Hospital, brimming with joy. After a day and night of gossip, the explosive news of Pu Yingshin's breakup had spread throughout Shulan Hospital. Everyone clamored for details, astonished that such a prominent figure could be so easily dismissed by the daughter of a caregiver. Pu Yingshin, are you considering a shift to breast surgery? Are you leaving anyone else a chance? Tang Shuwei teased, rifling through the stack of English literature papers on Pu Yingshin's desk, intentionally poking fun at him. That pile of papers, nearly a foot high, was the result of his sleepless nights spent drafting a chemotherapy plan for Guo Liping. Tang Shui's words stung Pu Yingshin's heart. He lowered his head, remaining silent as he perused patient records and test results. Tang Shui, astute and perceptive, delivered a deft blow without malice. Here, this is from Xiaofan. She asked me to pass it to you. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's name, Pu Yingshin immediately lifted his head and took the envelope from Tang Shui. In that moment, he felt the weight of a key inside. He did not open it, but slipped it directly into his desk drawer. Are you going to play ball tonight? Tang Shui leaned on the desk, propping her chin on her hand. Not going. At that moment, Pu Yingshin's heart was in turmoil, desperately striving to maintain composure and calm. Lin Xiaofan had become emotionally detached, growing indifferent to her surroundings. Even witnessing Guo Liping's violent vomiting due to chemotherapy failed to evoke any sympathy within her. She felt as if she were both alive and dead simultaneously. I can be discharged tomorrow, the nurse informed them. After I leave the hospital, I will return to work. I will hire a caregiver at home to look after you and cook for you, Lin Xiaofan stated coldly. Guo Liping, utterly drained from chemotherapy, appeared even weaker than during her surgery, unable to speak or sleep. She did not oppose Lin Xiaofan's plans. This grueling chemotherapy regimen would require Guo Liping to endure 5 more sessions, each spaced 20 days apart. Guan Zhao visited Guo Liping daily and was already aware of the breakup between Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin. He recognized that the stage was now set for him. On the day of discharge, Guo Liping heeded Guan Zhao's advice and did not return to Liyuan Lane, but instead went to the dormitory at Zinyuewi. Guan Zhao assured her that Zinyuewi provided a comfortable environment with heating, conveniently located near Lin Xiaofan and his workplace, enabling them to care for her better. Lin Xiaofan, however, felt like an outsider until they reached the car. Did we take a wrong turn? Lin Xiaofan asked Guan Zhao, her expression blank. No, Annie is going to stay at the Zinyuewi dormitory, Guan Zhao replied cheerfully. Upon hearing Zinyuewi, Lin Xiaofan felt a pang in her chest, as if she still had a heart. Zinyuewi is close to the company. If anything happens to Annie, we can respond quickly, Guan Zhao asserted with an air of authority. Lin Xiaofan refrained from voicing her opinion, having grown weary of speaking. Xiaofan, I will come by every morning to check on Annie and take you to work, Guan Zhao said with a smile. Lin Xiaofan realized that both Guo Liping and Guan Zhao had made arrangements without her, rendering her powerless and trapped. Whatever, Lin Xiaofan replied, devoid of emotion, resembling a mere shell of her former self. On the first day back at work, Guan Zhao picked up Lin Xiaofan and entered the junkie office area. personally escorting her to her office. Observant colleagues had already begun treating Lin Xiaofan as the future matriarch, showing her utmost respect. Lin Xian had also learned from Tang Shuiwei that Pu Yingshin had broken up with Lin Xiaofan, filling her with newfound hope. 2 afternoons later, the caregiver looking after Guo Liping suddenly called Lin Xiaofan, reporting that Guo Liping was unwell and had nearly fainted. "Boss, I urgently need to take leave. I must return," Lin Xiaofan said, amidst a meeting discussing the pig farm project with her team in Guangzhou. "I'll go with you." Upon hearing this, Guangzhou immediately halted the meeting. They hurriedly left Junqi and returned to the dormitory. Guo Liping lay pale and weak on the bed. "We need to go to the new hospital's emergency room. There's no time to go to the old hospital," Lin Xiaofan decisively declared. After an urgent blood test at the new hospital's emergency department, it was discovered that Guo Liping's white blood cell count was alarmingly low to the point of being life-threatening. For chemotherapy patients with low white blood cell counts, it's best to consult the attending physician, the emergency doctor advised Lin Xiaofan. Holding the test report, Lin Xiaofan's brow furrowed with concern. She knew she must return to the old hospital to seek out Director Wang, but time was of the essence. "It's all right. Let your mother rest in the new hospital's emergency room. They will manage any issues." "We should go find Director Wang," Guangzhou suggested. Lin Xiaofan felt increasingly agitated, overwhelmed by the barrage of advice and decisions being made on her behalf. "Why couldn't I consult the breast surgeon at the new hospital for my mother first?" Lin Xiaofan cast an impatient glance at Guangzhou and swiftly dashed into the elevator in the outpatient hall, prompting Guangzhou to hurriedly follow suit. This was indeed a feasible approach, a trial worth undertaking. Noticing Lin Xiaofan's agitation, Guangzhou immediately tempered his demeanor. When the elevator reached the 3rd floor, Pu Yingshin entered alongside another doctor. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lin Xiaofan felt as though she had been struck by a jolt of electricity, her entire being tingling. Pu Yingshin instantly observed Lin Xiaofan's tense expression, her hands clutching a stack of examination reports, with Guangzhou closely beside her. A tumultuous wave of emotions surged within him, nearly overwhelming him with longing and anxiety as he struggled to maintain composure. He promptly turned away, offering no greeting to Lin Xiaofan or Guangzhou. Lin Xiaofan huddled in the corner of the elevator, gazing at the back of the man she had been yearning for day and night. Her breath quickened, her heart racing, and she even forgot to exit when her designated floor arrived. "We've arrived, let us go," Guangzhou exclaimed as he pulled Lin Xiaofan out. He had already noticed Lin Xiaofan's change. She appeared dazed and foolish the moment Pu Yingshin appeared. The breast surgeon at the new hospital suggested that Lin Xiaofan should quickly return to the old hospital, citing a lack of familiarity with Guo Liping's chemotherapy plan. "Director Wang, my mother's white blood cell count is critically low and she's in the emergency department at the new hospital. They advised me to come to the old hospital." Lin Xiaofan quickly dialed the phone. Director Wang hesitated briefly, but felt compelled to convey what she believed needed to be said. "Xiaofan, I will rush to the new hospital immediately. But since the chemotherapy plan was determined by Yingshin, it would be best for him to be involved as well." Lin Xiaofan's mind buzzed with confusion. She felt lost and disoriented. "Boss, could you please accompany my mother in the emergency department? Director Wang wants me to find another doctor." She swiftly resolved to send Guangzhou to the emergency room, as she needed to locate Pu Yingshin. Chapter 98. My eyes hold only you hello. "I'm looking for Dr. Pu." Lin Xiaofan hurried to the urology department's office, gently tapping on the ajar door. Upon seeing her, Pu Yingshin's colleagues discreetly vacated the office. Pu Yingshin glanced up, remaining still and expressionless. "My mother has a critically low white blood cell count. Director Wang is hurrying over from the old hospital, and she asked me to find you." Lin Xiaofan kept her gaze downcast, fixated on the report in her hands, too timid to meet his eyes. Her voice barely above a whisper. "Why didn't you ask me in the elevator?" Pu Yingshin also lowered his head, continuing to peruse the medical records. A wave of sorrow washed over Lin Xiaofan, her breath quickening, and she found her heart racing once more. "Don't be afraid. Let me take a look." Sensing the emotional turbulence within Lin Xiaofan, Pu Yingshin accepted the report from her hands. After meticulously reviewing it several times, he called Director Wang. "It's just a low white blood cell count. I've discussed it with Director Wang. Once she arrives at the new hospital, they will administer a white blood cell booster to your mother. We'll monitor her condition, and if the counts rise, everything will be fine." As he spoke, He handed the report back to Lin Xiaofan, then returned to his medical records, his heart brimming with unspoken affection. He feared that his restraint would falter, leading him to embrace and kiss her. Standing beside this man, listening to his voice, and inhaling his scent, Lin Xiaofan felt her heart finally return to her body. She once again heard her heart pounding and recognized the familiar ache within her, as if it were being mercilessly pierced. "Thank you." Lin Xiaofan turned to leave. "What happened to your forehead?" Pu Yingshin inquired softly, having noticed the swelling and discoloration on her forehead that resembled a birthday cake. "It's nothing, really." Lin Xiaofan found it difficult to face his concern. In a fluster, she reached for the door, but instead of pushing it open, she inadvertently slammed it shut behind her. Pu Yingshin rummaged through his desk drawer, retrieving the envelope that Tang Shuiyue had given him days ago. "Take this." He stretched out his hand from a distance to hand it to Lin Xiaofan. Hearing his voice, she paused in her attempts to turn the doorknob and glanced back. Realizing it was the envelope containing the key, she froze, unsure of how to proceed. Pu Yingshin stood up, approached her, and grasped her hand, placing the envelope within her grasp. The moment their bodies made contact, Lin Xiaofan trembled involuntarily. She met Pu Yingshin's gaze, sensing a deep emotion within his eyes, as if they might shatter. She accepted the envelope. Pu Yingshin slowly lowered his head, leaning close to her ear, his eyes filled with affection. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, a colleague outside turned the doorknob. Lin Xiaofan instinctively stepped back, creating distance between them. The moment the door swung open, she dashed away like a gust of wind, tightly clutching the envelope Pu Yingshin had given her. On her way back to the emergency department, Lin Xiaofan opened the envelope she had sealed herself, discreetly tucking the car key into her coat pocket. She glanced at her reflection in the hospital windows. Noting that her winter attire was sufficiently thick, Guo Liping likely wouldn't discover what was hidden within her pocket. After receiving the white blood cell booster, Guo Liping remained in the emergency room for observation overnight. The following day, her white blood cell count returned to normal levels, and she felt considerably better, allowing her to be discharged and return to Xinyue. "Xiaofan, who did Director Wang ask you to find yesterday?" "They seem quite competent," Guan Zhao inquired cheerfully. He was still preoccupied with the scene from the elevator, where Lin Xiaofan had encountered Pu Yingshin. In this moment, he was determined to prevent any further contact between them. The breast surgery department has a seasoned expert with extensive experience. Lin Xiaofan kept her head down, fabricating a lie. She understood that Guan Zhao suspected Pu Yingshin. She couldn't allow him to discover the truth, or Guo Liping would undoubtedly refuse chemotherapy again. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaofan found herself burdened with anxiety once more. She was uncertain where to hide the key, fearing that any location within her dormitory could be discovered by Guo Liping. After much contemplation, she resolved to take the key to her workplace and conceal it in Junkie's office. While crouched there, in the midst of hiding it, she heard Tang Shui's voice. "Xiaofan, you've lost weight recently." Tang Shui approached with a buoyant stride, pushing open the office door and entering Lin Xiaofan's workspace. "Hello, Shui." Lin Xiaofan managed a slight smile and quickly stood. "What are you doing?" Tang Shui's keen eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Looking for something. I haven't been at work for a while and forgot where I put everything." Lin Xiaofan hastily fabricated an excuse. "You asked me to relay something to Pu Yingshin. I completed that task." Tang Shui intentionally prodded Lin Xiaofan, having heard of her enforced breakup with Pu Yingshin due to Guo Liping. She arrived with a sense of vengeance. "Thank you." Lin Xiaofan concealed her emotions, not revealing the sorrow Tang Shui sought. The key she had entrusted to Tang Shui had now returned to her possession. Realizing she had failed to achieve her goal, Tang Shui left Lin Xiaofan's office in a huff, heading off to find Wang Wei. This chaotic situation naturally also involved Lin Xian, who was known for her mischief. A few days prior, upon learning from Tang Shui that Pu Yingshin had broken up with Lin Xiaofan, she promptly scheduled an appointment for Lin Guoxing with Pu Yingshin. Due to the overwhelming demand for Pu Yingshin services, she could only secure an appointment 2 weeks later. "Hello, Dr. Pu. I brought my father for a follow-up." Lin Xian held Lin Guoxing's hand, presenting a fa of filial piety as they entered the consultation room. Pu Yingshin nodded, remaining silent. The sight of this father-daughter pair reminded him of Lin Xiaofan. He could see everyone except the woman he cherished most. Anyone could reach out to him, yet the one he longed for the most could not. Since their last encounter in the office, 10 days had slipped by, each day intensifying his yearning. "Dad, please sit here." Lin Xian guided Lin Guoxing to sit before Pu Yingshin, squeezing herself onto a chair between them. "How are you feeling now?" "Much better, Dr. Pu." "Thank you." Lin Guoxing appeared quite pleased. Lin Xian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Guoxing, prompting him to quickly amend his statement. "It's much better, though urination remains somewhat erratic. You should lie down for an examination while I check on you." "Do you need to step out?" Pu Yingshin inquired again, directing his question at Lin Xian. "No need. I shall remain outside the curtain, facing away from you." Learning from past experiences, Lin Xian resolved not to step outside again. After Pu Yingshin completed Lin Guoxing's examination and pulled aside the curtain, Lin Xian unexpectedly turned around, her hair cascading elegantly as she flashed a radiant smile. In that fleeting moment, it seemed to him as if Lin Xiaofan had materialized before him, though the half-sisters bore little resemblance. Certain angles and moments revealed faint echoes of one another. Pu Yingshin stood transfixed, his gaze imbued with tenderness as he regarded Lin Xian, lost in reverie. Chapter 99. How long until we meet again? Lin Guoxing, a seasoned veteran in the realm of romance, quickly sensed something unusual. He sat motionless on the examination table, wary of shattering the delicate atmosphere. Lin Xian, feeling the intensity of Pu Yingshin's ardent gaze, could not help but feel her heart race. Her cheeks flush as she shyly smiled back at him. This smile jolted Pu Yingshin back to reality, reminding him that it was Lin Xian, not Lin Xiaofan. A tinge of awkwardness washed over him as he hurriedly took a seat, turning his attention to the computer screen to begin writing a prescription. Lin Xian, unaccustomed to such treatment, felt overwhelmed by excitement, having just been gazed upon so affectionately by her idol. "Dr. Pu, our family is immensely grateful for your assistance with Xian's matter. She has long wished to apologize to you and wondered if we might invite you for a meal." Lin Guoxing interjected, seeing his daughter lost in her thoughts. "No need," Pu Yingshin replied without turning, still engrossed in his self-reflection as a doctor, reminding himself of the importance of unwavering focus. Although he declined the invitation from Lin Xian and Lin Guoxing, she had fallen completely under the spell of love. Her face radiated joy and elation, and as she left the hospital, she felt invigorated, believing that Pu Yingshin harbored feelings for her, akin to those he once held for Lin Xiaofan. Days later, on a crisp winter morning, as Pu Yingshin prepared to leave for work from the garage, he once again caught sight of the woman who occupied his thoughts day and night. Lin Xiaofan, supporting Guo Liping, accompanied by a caregiver, boarded the care vehicle. Pu Yingshin recognized that it was the day of Guo Liping's second chemotherapy session. He had long assumed that the mother and daughter resided in Liyuan Lane, only to discover they lived just a stone's throw away in a dormitory. His concerns regarding their living conditions had finally been alleviated. Lin Xiaofan did not notice Pu Yingshin. After escorting Guo Liping to the hospital, she returned to her company, entrusting her mother to the caregiver. During this time, she devoted herself entirely to her work, having successfully completed the inspection of the pig farm, which would soon begin supplying to the experimental animal platform after New Year's. The full-time animal consultant had also arrived. The pig farm, being a key support project, had garnered media attention, following her investment in 2 reputable medical projects. Lin Xiaofan had gained some recognition in the medical venture capital field, leading several small biomedical companies to reach out to her for potential investment from Junkie. In the following days, she received several letters of intent from various enterprises, prompting her to diligently research and select among them. "Xiaofan, would you like to grab dinner and catch a movie after work?" Guanzhao cheerfully approached her office. He had tried countless ways to invite Lin Xiaofan out, but each attempt had ended in rejection. Guanzhao noted that Lin Xiaofan seemed a changed person. She was once considerate of others and rarely turned down requests. But now she appeared to exist solely within her own world, indifferent to those around her. "What do you wish to do?" Guanzhao persisted, undeterred. "I'll be going home to accompany my mother," Lin Xiaofan replied without lifting her gaze. "Shall I drive you home?" Guanzhao suggested tentatively. "No need, boss. I require some personal space," she firmly stated, her expression resolute. She felt akin to a prisoner, monitored both at home by Guo Liping and at work by Guanzhao. In the mornings, Guanzhao would offer to drive her to work under the pretext of visiting Guo Liping, leaving her with little time to herself. That evening, winter rain began to fall cold and damp. Lin Xiaofan chose to walk home, finding solace in the journey despite the chill. As she strolled along the tree-lined path, listening to Bach's cantata, she suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were watching her. Adjusting her umbrella, she gazed into the distance and spotted a figure beneath the camphor tree, tall and slender, holding an umbrella. It was Pu Yingshin. In truth, he had been standing there for several days, waiting silently under the tree whenever he could leave work on time, just to catch a glimpse of Lin Xiaofan, the woman who resided in his heart. Today, she finally noticed him. Tears welled in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as her legs felt heavy, as if weighted with lead. Unable to move forward, yet she could not stop or turn back. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a blade under his gaze. "Child, is your umbrella broken?" "You're drenched," Guo Liping remarked with concern as Lin Xiaofan entered the house. "The wind is strong. It blows the rain." Lin Xiaofan wiped her tear-streaked face. From that day forth, Lin Xiaofan found herself seeing Pu Yingshin standing beneath that camphor tree every evening after work. Her heart, once filled with sorrow, gradually transformed into a comforting routine, evolving into sweetness and ultimately blossoming into hope. All these sentiments coalesced in a love, nurturing her spirit. She sensed that this man had been quietly waiting by her side, never leaving. Every day thereafter, Lin Xiaofan eagerly anticipated the moment she finished work. She would be the first to dash out of the office, her steps brisk and purposeful, heading toward the evergreen camphor tree that symbolized her heart's desire. This pattern of mutual waiting and watching persisted for several days. However, just before the New Year holiday, Pu Yingshin suddenly did not appear. Lin Xiaofan speculated that he might have returned to Hangzhou, recalling his mention of bringing her home to meet his parents for the holiday. After New Year's, he still did not show up, leading her to wonder if he had taken an extended break. A week after the holiday, his absence became unbearable for Lin Xiaofan, who found herself unable to eat or concentrate. She felt restless and sleepless, even checking the hospital's website for Pu Yingshin's schedule, only to find all appointments marked as canceled. Panic ensued as she feared something might have happened to him. "Director Wang, do you know anything about Pu Yingshin's recent situation?" Lin Xiaofan could no longer maintain her composure, on the brink of despair. Chapter 100, A Day of Stealthy Joy. Xiaofan. Yingshin has gone to the United States. Minutes later, Director Wang's reply brought news of Pu Yingshin. Lin Xiaofan finally felt a weight lift from her heart. As long as he was safe, his whereabouts, whether near or far, became less significant. Consequently, Lin Xiaofan added a new ritual to her daily routine, checking the weather forecast for Houston, Texas. Knowing that her beloved man was in that city, she felt as though she shared the same azure sky and basked in the warm Texas sunshine alongside him. No matter where Pu Yingshin found himself, Lin Xiaofan would invariably glance at the stately camphor tree each evening after work. This evening was no exception. The dim streetlights cast a mottled glow upon the tree, its shadows dancing whimsically, while the area beneath it remained deserted. Lin Xiaofan stood transfixed for a moment, then lowered her gaze to retrieve her access card from her bag, preparing to swipe it for entry. "Did you seek me out?" Suddenly, that familiar voice echoed beside her. Lin Xiaofan swiftly turned, discovering Pu Yingshin clad in a long black coat, standing closely behind her. His voice, his presence, his very essence. At that moment, everything felt within reach. Breathless with excitement and trepidation, she struggled to contain the tumultuous emotions surging within her. "When Director Wang asked where I was, I knew you were looking for me." Pu Yingshin's eyes sparkled with tenderness, reminiscent of stars illuminating a winter night. His tone was warm and soothing, capable of dispelling the chill of the evening. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofan wrapped her arms around his waist impulsively. "Let us keep this a secret." With a gaze filled with longing, she expressed her innermost desire to the man who had long occupied her heart. Pu Yingshin, returning her gaze with a knowing smile, took her hand and led her homeward. "Husband." Upon entering the room, Lin Xiaofan threw herself into Pu Yingshin's embrace. All her yearning, guilt, affection, and love surged forth uncontrollably. As she called out to him, she tugged at his clothing. "Darling," he responded with deep affection, catching the frantic woman in his arms. Lin Xiaofan leaped lightly, pinning him to the bed. "Darling, there are no precautions in place." Pu Yingshin, still holding on to a shred of reason, reminded her gently. "I don't care," Lin Xiaofan gasped, exhilarated. As they shared their first unguarded moment, an unexpected tranquility enveloped them. In that instant, they felt the essence of each other's souls, a profound connection, a mutual understanding, a promise to cherish and protect one another. "Husband, please love me," Lin Xiaofan implored softly. Pu Yingshin cast aside his concerns, rolling over to envelop her in his fervent embrace, pouring out his emotions. They could no longer suppress the longings that had entwined their hearts, finding solace in each other's arms. "I need to text my mom to say I'm out shopping. I'll take back a few of those new clothes you bought for me, but I haven't had the chance to wear yet." Leaning against Pu Yingshin, she reached for her phone. Pu Yingshin smiled, realizing that this woman had changed. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Xiaofan turned to him with a bright smile. "I'm amused that my darling has turned a bit mischievous," he replied tenderly. Lin Xiaofan chuckled, a mix of embarrassment and amusement washing over her. She never intended to weave lies. She had always been honest and sincere with everyone. Yet, circumstances compelled her to act otherwise. Otherwise, she could not be with her beloved. "Should I take emergency contraception?" Lin Xiaofan asked, resting her head on his chest. "You cannot take it." Pu Yingshin suddenly grew serious. As a doctor, he understood the implications. Given Guo Liping's diagnosis of breast cancer, Lin Xiaofan now belonged to a high-risk group due to her family history. The use of contraceptive pills could cause significant hormonal fluctuations, heightening the risk of breast cancer. However, he could not bring himself to share this with her, fearing it would frighten her. "What then?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, her voice steady despite her calm facade. "We can only rely on luck," Pu Yingshin replied with a slight smile. Lin Xiaofan mirrored his smile, her demeanor surprisingly serene. In that moment, she felt no fear. Being unwed and pregnant seemed inconsequential as long as the child was Pu Yingshin's. "You must come with me to Hangzhou to meet my parents soon." Pu Yingshin held her close, speaking softly. If it weren't for Guo Liping's sudden illness triggering a cascade of unforeseen events, Lin Xiaofan would have already visited his parents during the New Year's planned. "That's not possible." Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened. "If you're pregnant, I cannot allow you to meet my parents while showing." Pu Yingshin's sincerity shone through, as he considered her feelings above all else. "No, we cannot continue this secret relationship. I cannot face your parents as a hidden lover." Lin Xiaofan firmly rejected his proposal. She felt she had already burdened Pu Yingshin too much. She could not allow him to present her to his family under such circumstances. "After my mother completes her chemotherapy, I want to be openly with you, and then we can go to Hangzhou." Lin Xiaofan wrapped her arms around Pu Yingshin's neck, her eyes sparkling with hope. In that moment, she felt alive, filled with dreams and aspirations. She wanted this man. She desired to attain the love and happiness she sought. "I need to head back, otherwise my mother will grow suspicious," she stated while dressing. "Husband, wait for me." Before leaving, Lin Xiaofan bestowed a radiant smile upon Pu Yingshin. This time, she refrained from apologizing, for she understood that mere words could not provide him with the love and companionship he deserved. She was determined to reciprocate his affection and face the future together with courage. "Silly girl, I have always been waiting for you. I knew you would return." Pu Yingshin embraced her, kissing her deeply once more. Lin Xiaofan's emotional and mental transformation gradually caught the attention of Guo Liping and Guanzhou. Yet, they mistakenly believed Lin Xiaofan had moved on from her heartbreak with Pu Yingshin, unaware that they had rekindled their love. "Sweetheart, after work, you can go out and have some fun. There's no rush to return. The caregiver can look after me." Guo Liping encouraged her daughter to date Guanzhou, who had expressed his difficulties in securing a meeting with Lin Xiaofan. "All right, if I want to shop, I will go out to clear my mind," Lin Xiaofan replied, now with her own intentions, feeling like a cunning strategist in her own right. Chapter 101. One night in Nanjing. "Boss, I'm heading to Nanjing this weekend to inspect a project," Lin Xiaofan announced as she entered Guanzhou's office, handing him a proposal. "Why not go during the work week?" Guanzhou questioned her, perplexed by her choice, suspecting she was deliberately avoiding him. "This project involves a university professor's private venture. They have classes during the week and no time to discuss it with me." Lin Xiaofan had already devised her strategy. She had meticulously selected this proposal from numerous materials, as this particular company's schedule best suited her needs. "Then I'll accompany you. I have many classmates in Nanjing and can visit them." Guanzhou quickly adapted his plan. "No, it's better if I go alone first. The other party is quite cautious. If there's an opportunity for collaboration, you can join me later." Lin Xiaofan cleverly used the word join, knowing that Guanzhou would want to accompany her otherwise. "All right, next time I'll go with you." Guan Zhao replied, visibly pleased, cherishing the sweetness she had offered. Securing Guan Zhao's approval was tantamount to gaining Guo Liping's favor. Lin Xiaofan was aware that Guo Liping would likely verify her whereabouts with Guan Zhao, so she simply needed to report her progress at the right moments. On Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin set off separately from their homes to the train station. They maintained their distance, each on their own mission, fearful of running into acquaintances who might expose their rekindled romance. "Excuse me, may I borrow this?" Pu Yingshin stood beside Lin Xiaofan's seat, smiling playfully, deliberately teasing her. The high-speed train's business-class carriage had fewer than 10 seats, spacious enough to accommodate a cow. Lin Xiaofan chuckled and playfully tapped Pu Yingshin's arm, fully aware that he was jesting. She rose and settled into the window seat, leaving the outer seat for him. Then, she reclined comfortably in her chair, blissfully relaxed. The carriage was so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. Conversation was not feasible, so they lay side by side, holding hands and gazing into each other's eyes. They both understood that even such rare moments together were precious and limited, making every second spent together worth cherishing. An hour later, the train arrived in Nanjing. "My dear wife, what are the arrangements now?" Pu Yingshin asked, wrapping his arm around Lin Xiaofan, his eyes brimming with affection. "We are going directly to meet the client to discuss the project. Consider me your assistant." Taking notes, Lin Xiaofan replied with a serious demeanor. "Pu Yingshin feigned surprise, chuckling. Do you realize how expensive I am? You want a medical doctorate from a top university to be your assistant?" Lin Xiaofan retorted playfully, "Well, if you prefer to wait for me at the hotel in solitude, that is also fine. All right, I'll assume that role," he said, his gaze filled with fondness. "Professor Su, is your project focused on researching and transforming products for skin pain, itching, and allergies?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, pushing her laptop towards Pu Yingshin, resembling a leader assigning tasks to a subordinate. "Our laboratory extracts rose hydrosol and jojoba oil among other plant extract for skincare. We have also developed rose hyaluronic acid. Are you planning to market directly to retail or cater to the medical beauty industry?" she asked incisively. Professor Su continued to elaborate on numerous research achievements, speaking enthusiastically yet neglecting to clarify his market positioning. Lin Xiaofan exchanged knowing glances with Pu Yingshin, both fully aware of the situation. "Dr. Pu, what is your perspective?" On the way back to the hotel, Lin Xiaofan deliberately adopted a commanding tone. This time, Pu Yingshin did not refuse to engage in her work, but instead straightforwardly shared his thoughts. He expressed his desire to attract investment and funding, noting that such situations were common in various universities and research institutions, with low rates of successful industry-academia transformation. With a slight smile, he played along with Lin Xiaofan, as if reporting to a superior. "No investment, but I must keep this project on hold," he added. Lin Xiaofan smirked mischievously, acknowledging that Professor Su likely shared the same sentiment. Utilizing the time in the taxi, Lin Xiaofan sent a brief progress report to Guan Zhao, informing him that further discussions with Professor Su were necessary. Once they entered the hotel room, Pu Yingshin pinned Lin Xiaofan against the wall, gripping her chin. His eyes burned with desire. "Have you enjoyed treating your husband like a subordinate today?" he asked. Lin Xiaofan, with a flirtatious glance and a sultry voice, replied, "Indeed." Pu Yingshin's gaze turned dreamy as he smirked. "Can I now command you?" His tone was laden with seduction, exuding intense hormonal energy and a desire for conquest. "Feel free to command, my husband," she whispered softly, entwining herself around him like a vine. Pu Yingshin fiercely captured her lips, passionately claiming her as if he intended to consume her. At that moment, they finally had a space that belonged entirely to them, where they could freely express their desires and innermost feelings. "Why did Guan Zhao embrace you?" Pu Yingshin pressed Lin Xiaofan against the wall, rendering her immobile. "Husband, I was wrong. I was devastated when I learned my mother was ill," she admitted without excessive explanation. "As long as you understand your mistake," he replied, his grip tightening around her waist. This relationship allowed Lin Xiaofan to flourish. She gradually realized that some matters in a romantic relationship do not require explicit clarification. Certain inquiries, if posed too seriously, can easily lead to conflicts, while unspoken feelings can create barriers. However, in the intimacy of their bed, mutual questioning not only dissipates misunderstandings, but also adds to their allure, as they had long since trusted each other completely. "Husband, please punish me," Lin Xiaofan pleaded, lying beneath Pu Yingshin, as docile as a kitten. After indulging in their pleasures, they embraced, sharing their innermost thoughts, unspoken yearning, concern, and love. They discovered that all their experiences and trials had elevated their bond and deepened their affection. Darling, after returning to S-City, I have a blind date to attend, Pu Yingshin announced, holding Lin Xiaofan close and playfully nudging her nose with his. He intended to be entirely transparent with her. What? Lin Xiaofan's expression shifted dramatically, her surprise transforming into dismay. You're going on a blind date? The moment the words left her lips, she felt a sharp pang in her chest, her astonishment quickly giving way to melancholy. Pu Yingshin sensed her anguish and embraced her tightly, reassuring her, Darling, it's merely a charade. My teacher's wife set it up. They all know I'm currently single. Lin Xiaofan struggled to articulate her feelings, her heart heavy with unspoken words. The man who had openly declared her his girlfriend by bringing her to Shulan Hospital for his teacher's birthday celebration now seemed to revert to singlehood, a state she inadvertently caused, leaving her utterly despondent. Silly girl, it's just for show. Pu Yingshin comforted her, caressing her back gently. I will feel jealous, Lin Xiaofan admitted, her frown betraying her emotions. They were undeniably in love, and she was undeniably his girlfriend, yet she was forced to witness him go on dates with other women. She could not accept this calmly. In that moment, she finally comprehended how Pu Yingshin must have felt when she herself entertained the idea of blind dating. However, Pu Yingshin remained undeterred by Lin Xiaofan's reluctance regarding the blind date. Although declining the introduction from his teacher's wife would be awkward and impolite, it was not entirely unfeasible. Yet this highly intelligent man had his own considerations. Now, I have even more admirers than before, Pu Yingshin remarked with a hint of mischief. Lin Xiaofan rolled her eyes, lowering her head in exasperation. Ever since news of Pu Yingshin's breakup spread throughout Shulan Hospital, every woman believed they had a chance. They suddenly realized that even an unattainable idol could be pursued by ordinary women like themselves. If even a nurse's daughter could win his affection, why couldn't they? As a result, Pu Yingshin became more sought after than ever, his reputation spreading beyond the hospital. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan remained unaware of this peculiar circumstance. She was solely focused on the looming threat posed by his blind date. Who is your blind date? She hesitated before asking, unwilling to remain in the dark. A student of my teacher's wife, conducting research at a certain institute, Pu Yingshin answered nonchalantly. Lin Xiaofan, however, could not maintain her composure upon hearing this. She recognized that, in the eyes of society, such a person would be considered a better match for Pu Yingshin, while she felt like a frog aspiring to eat swan meat. You should assert your claim early on, he teased her with a smile. Understood. I will wait until my mother completes her chemotherapy, she replied with a furrowed brow, sighing. The following morning, Lin Xiaofan awoke as she had hoped, nestled in the arms of the man she adored. This was a moment she cherished and looked forward to every day. In the days of their cohabitation, she often regarded the act of falling asleep in the embrace of this man as an everyday occurrence. Yet now, she has come to realize how extravagant it is to awaken in the arms of her beloved. Silly girl, where shall we go to play today? Pu Yingshin discovered Lin Xiaofan pressed against his chest, her expression sorrowful, and he made a deliberate effort to divert her attention. Let us go to Taoyuan. Lin Xiaofan perked up, sitting upright in an instant. Pu Yingshin hesitated for a moment before responding. This is a relatively obscure attraction, known to few. Yet Pu Yingshin happened to be familiar with its origins. Being from Zhejiang, he recalled the opera titled Taoyuan, which he had watched as a child with his grandfather. The tale narrates the tragic love story between Wang Xianji, a calligrapher from the Eastern Jin dynasty, and his beloved concubine Tuya, who defied societal barriers to love boldly, only to meet a heartbreaking end as Tuya, pregnant, was coerced into a river to drown. Pu Yingshin feared that visiting this site would cast a shadow over Lin Xiaofan's mood, reminiscent of her experience watching Romeo and Juliet. Are you certain you wish to go? There are many places to enjoy in Nanjing. He regarded her with concern. Yes, I want to go. I once watched a film about Taoyuan, and it nearly left me in despair. Lin Xiaofan replied with a faint smile. This smile illuminated Pu Yingshin's understanding. She was aware of the story of Wang Xianji and Taoye, and her desire to visit stemmed from a need to unravel her own emotional knots. They strolled quietly along the ancient archway of Taoyuan by the Qinhuai River, pausing momentarily at the stone tablet before the site. Both remained silent. their hearts heavy with unspoken thoughts. Pu Yingshin was acutely aware that the tragic tale of Wang Xianji and Tao Ye was rooted in the disparity of their social standings. He understood that, deep within Lin Xiaofan, the source of her unresolved feelings mirrored this very gap. In her heart, she envisioned herself as the rustic Tao Ye and him as the cultured Wang Xianji. Do you know that after Tao Ye's death, Wang Xianji married her sister Tao Jin? Lin Xiaofan suddenly spoke. Yes, Pu Yingshin replied softly. You know even that? Is there anything you do not know? Lin Xiaofan laughed, her smile illuminating her face. She discovered that this man was well-versed in history, and her little whims never went unnoticed. Do you think your husband is a fool? Pu Yingshin teased with a proud smile, deliberately changing the subject. Ha! Lin Xiaofan burst into laughter. This man understood her so well. Once again, he effortlessly lifted her spirits, casting aside the weight of Tao Yidun. Is it truly that amusing? Pu Yingshin observed as Lin Xiaofan laughed uncontrollably, and he felt his own mood lighten considerably. If you are a fool, then what am I? Lin Xiaofan grinned widely. You are a little fool, Pu Yingshin replied with mock seriousness. Hearing the pun on little fool, Lin Xiaofan doubled over in laughter. The two engaged in playful banter, reveling in their shared world, feeling elated and carefree. Unbeknownst to them, Guanzhao had already arrived in Nanjing. Prior to his arrival, he had not informed Lin Xiaofan and had also refrained from contacting her once in the city. He merely posted a few photographs of Lei Mindong on his WeChat moments, accompanied by a playful caption seeking serendipitous encounters. Engrossed in their affectionate exchanges, Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingshin were oblivious to his posts, as she had no time to check her phone. Around noon, the couple decided to find a place to dine and rest. Are you hungry? What do you wish to eat? Pu Yingshin asked, wrapping his arm around Lin Xiaofan. Let us go to Lei Mindong. I've read online that there are many delicious offerings there, she replied, her spirits high, her mind swirling with thoughts of local delicacies. Let's make a random choice. From the moment we step into Lei Mindong, we'll count to the 10th restaurant, and we shall eat there, regardless of the menu. Lin Xiaofan proposed mischievously. No problem. Pu Yingshin smiled indulgently, his heart warmed by her playful spirit.